everybody? Happy Wednesday. Welcome to The Sweat. I'm your host, Jesse Cofield, getting set here for 55 minutes of DFS and betting hot takes and advice. Going to start it off with DraftKings contributors Kenny Ducey and Gary and Thorne, along with RotoWire's Eric Halterman. So, guys, we're talking MLB price check and your favorite plays for tonight's MLB slate. Kenny, how about a pitcher at 8K or up that caught your eye? A lot of big names here: Clayton Kershaw, Max Scherzer. Are you taking a guy on the more expensive end?
No, I'm not. And good morning, Jesse. I think that everyone here is going to take a big, high-priced pitcher, and for good reason. There's a lot of great pitchers out there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a way to save money and still win and still pay over $8,000. That's Zach Eflin at 8,300. Yes, that Zach Eflin, the guy who people call Zach Elfin because they don't know his name. Miami is really that bad. They have a 77 WRC plus over the last 2 weeks. Zach Eflin is a sinker ball pitcher, and Miami against the sinker has been dreadful. Negative 3.3 weighted runs per 100 sinkers this season. And, Eflin, what he can do for you is he can get you 6 or 7 strikeouts. He's got a decent 24.5% strikeout rate. He hardly walks anybody. The Marlins are a very, very good team to target. The Phillies also, by the way, can hit lefties decently well, and I still think that Tyler Rogers' slight regression is coming here. So I do think the Phillies can win this game. I think Zach Eflin can pick up a big win, go 6 or 7 innings, and I think he's a fantastic, fantastic return on $8,300.
Okay, Garion, are you doing what Kenny said and taking a pitcher who is a little more pricey here?
Yeah, I mean, I'll play by the rules. Although I will say the $8,000 tier we've chosen is Shohei Ohtani erasure, and I don't like it. Just play Shohei Ohtani. But over $8,000, there's so many good pitchers on this slate, and most of them have obvious matchups to exploit. So it's going to be interesting to see where the ownership kind of trickles down. But Jack Flaherty has been incredible. If you take out his first start back on opening day, he gave up 6 earned runs in that start. Since that point, he's basically been the guy who in the second half of 2019, we were starting to be like, is this the next great pitcher in the National League? Because he's got a 1.47 ERA across his last 7 starts, a 2.30 FIP. His strikeout rate is above average. It's not elite, and that's maybe something that worries me a little bit when you've got guys like Burns and Scherzer on this slate. But I think just the atrocity that is the Pittsburgh Pirates kind of makes up for some of that. The Pirates so far in May have the lowest isolated power and the lowest WRC plus in the league. For the season as a whole, they have the lowest isolated power against right-handed pitching. So I just don't see how they tack 3 or 4 hits together against Jack Flaherty. I think he's going to have a fantastic start, just like he's had for the better part of the last month.
All right, Eric, what do you think? Are you going with a pitcher who's a bit more pricey here?
Yeah, I think Garion is right. There's a ton of very good pitchers going tonight, which should, I hope, suppress the ownership percentage of the one guy who is in a tier above everybody else in the league right now, or maybe in a tier with the injured Jacob deGrom and maybe Garrett Cole, and that's about it. And that's Corbin Burns at over 10,000. When you look at a lot of baseball stat lines early in the season, you're used to seeing a 1.57 ERA and thinking, okay, there's no way the underlying numbers support that. But they actually say he's underachieving. Every single ERA estimator I can find has him even better than a 1.57 ERA. Sierra has him at 136, xERA 125, xFIP 126. His FIP is 0.48. So apparently he's been unlucky to have an ERA of 1.57. And that's not really surprising when you consider he's striking out over 45% of opposing batters, and he has walked one guy. Unfortunately, he has now walked one guy. It was going to be fun to see if he could go the whole year without one while striking out nearly half of the league. He's also getting an above-average ground ball rate. There's nothing he's doing wrong here. He's facing a weak Royals lineup in a pitcher-friendly park. If he was the only guy that was this good, I would worry that the entire contest would be on him, but with so many other good options, I want to stick to the best guy here.
All right, guys, how about hitters over 5K? So, Garion, are you paying up for the most expensive guy, Ronald Acuna Jr. at 6,200, or you could save $200 with Mookie Betts? He's 6K on a hot streak. Do you want to pay up on this end, or are you trying to be a little more conservative with hitters?
I mean, there's a lot of guys to pay up for. I do think the issue you're going to run into is Eric and Kenny and I were all talking about is there are so many elite pitchers on this slate that it feels like you're going to have to pay up for one, and you might even want to pay up for two. So you might not have the money to spend as freely in this particular section of the player pool. However, if you do, someone like Aaron Judge, I think, is in a fantastic spot. He's $5,900, so super pricey. But Yang, someone we got familiar with during the 2020 season in the KBO. I mean, he's formerly one of the best pitchers in the KBO, but was coming off a really bad season in Korea his last year. And while the surface numbers don't look terrible so far in the majors, he's got a 3.38 ERA. His expected ERA is nearly 2 full runs higher. He's giving up a barrel on 16.7% of his batted ball events. That would be the second highest mark in all of baseball, had he nearly the innings to qualify. He's just a soft tossing left-handed pitcher who's giving up tons of hard contact inside the strike zone. And that's not a good recipe to go up against a Yankees team that isn't at full strength, but Aaron Judge is at full strength. This is someone who so far this season has a 238 WRC plus against left-handed pitching. He's got an OPS above 1,000 so far in May. He is riding a heck of a hot streak right now. And I think seeing any left-handed pitcher, he's going to do some damage right now.
All right, Eric, you're probably paying up for a pitcher. If you can pay up for a bat too, who is it?
Yeah, I'm going with Max Muncy at 5,300. He's been, solid, very good hitter for quite a while, but he's on one of his best hot streaks that I can remember. In his last 12 games, he's had 5 homers, OPS of 1193. And actually, if you look at this season as a whole, he's been a little bit different. He's walking at an incredible 22.1% rate, and his strikeout rate of 23.8% is his best since joining the Dodgers. So he's showing as good. He's always been a good plate discipline guy, but now it's elite. He also has his highest barrel rate since 2018. His lowest launch angle, interestingly, which is leading to his highest expected batting average. So there's a lot saying that this is the best season we've actually seen of Muncy, and it's his best stretch within that season. He'll get the platoon advantage against Merrill Kelly, who is very much a back-end starter, ERA over 5, mostly just because he doesn't really strike too many guys out, 17.3% strikeout rate. So he's going to give up a good amount of contact, and I think Muncy, with the way he's hitting, should be one of the best guys to take advantage of that.
Kenny, a pricey bat, please.
Sure. It's a one that I don't know if many people are going to be on, but like Gary, and I am looking to attack Yang and a Rangers bullpen that has a 4.10 ERA this year, near the bottom third of the league. It's DJ LeMahieu at $5,600. Look, he is heating up, guys. This was one of your favorite plays last year, all season long. This guy just produced, and he's finally starting to look like that guy again. He's got 7 hits in his last 5 games, and we mentioned the great pitching matchup, but for me, the way he's looked the last 2 nights in this Rangers series, he has 6 hard hit balls. Of course, they all haven't gone for hits, but he's putting the bat on the ball, and it's coming off pretty fast. So I think that this guy, he's got premium lineup position. This team is going to score a lot of runs tonight, just like they did last night with the 6. I think they'll score at least 6 here against Yang and the gang with, in the Rangers bullpen. I think that DJ LeMahieu here has a great chance of putting up 10 DK fantasy points without even hitting a home run. And that's not to mention the fact that he really hasn't barreled up many balls this year. And I think those are coming as well, just with the way that he's making contact. So I think that the upside here is pretty good, but you have a really safe floor at $5,600. And that's exactly what you want if you're paying up for a high price guy. I think that the range of outcomes here is pretty good. I don't think he's going to get you fewer than 10 fantasy points. So fire him up.
All right, Eric, how about a hitter in the 4 to 5K range? You have so many options here.
Yeah, I'm going to go the guy who needs only 1 hit to have more hits than his entire team had last night, and that's Mitch Haniger. Not much is going well for the Mariners offense this year, but a surprising amount is going well for Mitch Haniger, who missed a year and a half with a long list of injuries, including some that are very uncomfortable for men in particular to hear, so I won't go into too much detail there. It's been a rough 18 months for Haniger, but he's suddenly in his best form ever. Tied for second with 12 homers already. His career highs across the board in his StatCast numbers: 272 expected batting average, 557 expected slugging, which I believe is within 1 point of his actual slugging. So everything he's doing is deserved. He's getting the platoon advantage against Tarek Skubal, who I kind of liked heading into the league because he struck out a ton of guys in the minors. He's not doing that in the majors. In fact, he's not really doing anything. Just a 20.4% strikeout rate, walking way too many guys, and he gives up a ton of balls in the air. Since he joined the league last year, he has the lowest ground ball rate among pitchers who have thrown at least 60 innings. So when you get a guy who's hitting as many homers as Haniger these days, I think he's going to have a lot of opportunities tonight.
Kenny, who do you like in that mid-range?
I'm going to fire up a guy facing his former club, and that's Kyle Schwarber at $4,100. The guy's been getting pretty hot. He's got 13 or more DK fantasy points in 4 of his last 6 games. But the biggest thing here is he's hitting cleanup for a team that I think is going to knock around Jake Arrieta pretty hard. Jake Arrieta, Eric likes to talk about those ERA estimators. Well, his expected ERA is almost a full run higher than his real life ERA. And that's because, the strand rate is pretty high. You've got a low strikeout rate for Jake Arrieta, and the hard hit rate is up now to over 41%, which would be the hardest that StatCast has ever tracked since they were, born in 2015. And thank goodness for that. So I like, Jake Arrieta to kind of struggle tonight against the Washington Nationals, a team that was seeing the ball pretty well last night. They've got most of their guys now healthy. And I think that Kyle Schwarber here is really starting to see the ball pretty well. And he also has that 18% boost in ISO against right-handed pitching. So I think everything kind of adds up here for Kyle Schwarber to have another game. And, that he's got the home run upside every time he takes the field, and he's shown it, especially over the last week. So why not tonight?
Gary, and who you're rolling with in that 4 to 5K range?
Yeah, I'll just back up what Eric was talking about, because I also had Mitch Haniger circled on this slate. This is a lot. This is mostly really about Tarek Skubal, who comes into this game having allowed 19 barreled baseballs so far this season. That is the most in all of baseball. Pretty much any stat you want to go by, he's absolutely terrible. And Haniger, even in last night's game, like even if you want to use the worst case scenario for this Mariners offense, Haniger had the 2 hardest hit balls that any Mariner hit last night. One of them was a barrel. Both had expected batting averages of over 600. So he probably should have had 2 hits last night. He just didn't happen to have them. And that's the kind of season Haniger has been having. He has a 140 WRC plus against left-handed pitching so far this season. So I think he's underpriced, and he's the most expensive bat in this Mariners lineup, who I actually kind of like as a stacking option against Detroit tonight.
All right, now let's talk value bats before Thor really loses it. Kenny, who are you going with?
Yeah, it's a guy on a team where, do you know who's playing for the New York Mets? I don't think anyone really does. Khalil Lee made a nice play last night, if that name rings a bell. Jonathan VR is one of the last men standing here for the Mets who seem to lose a new player every single day. So with that, I don't think anyone knows where he's going to hit in the lineup. He hit leadoff against a lefty, in their last game. The game before that, another left-handed pitcher. He hit 5th. This is a right-handed pitcher they get to face now tonight in Uncle Charlie Morton. I would not be surprised to see VR up top once again, because Pilar now is out, and we know that this team loves VR's defense or base running, really, I should say, not defense, and speed on the base paths. So I think that Jonathan VR here should be the leadoff hitter. He's $3,400. Charlie Morton, I'm not the biggest fan of. I think that, he's sort of been very up and down this year, but his last 4 starts have not been pretty. He's not striking anybody out recently. He didn't make it out of the first inning 2 starts ago with 4 hits. So, yeah, I think that VR here has a good matchup, and he's got 9 DK fantasy points over the last 6 games. So with that, maybe the Mets don't score 8 runs here, and it's not like a great lineup to be part of. But for me, I'll take the leadoff guy on a team at $3,400 who's red hot and who's got a decent matchup here against a righty that's been struggling lately in Jonathan VR. I think he's a really good value here.
Gary, and who's a value you think is a really good value bat?
I'm surprised that Kenny didn't go with this guy, because I know he loves picking on Frankie Montas. I'm going to take Kyle Tucker. It's a weird spot for Tucker. He's someone who, unfortunately, no matter what he does, no matter what statistics he puts up, hitting 7th is always just going to kind of diminish his value. He's not someone who you can expect to get 5 plate appearances in a game. But in May, he's arguably been one of the best hitters in all of baseball. He's got a 365 isolated power and a 203 WRC plus so far in the month. He's on absolute fire. He gets a right-on-left matchup tonight in Montas, a guy who hasn't exactly been great so far this season. I think this is a really good spot to fire up Kyle Tucker. And yeah, maybe he doesn't get 5 plate appearances, but he's going to have 4 really good plate appearances, despite hitting 7th in that lineup.
Eric, which value bet are you rolling with?
Yeah, I think most people want to hear the dog's take in this one, but I'll give you mine instead. And that's a guy at 3,300 who I think most people would be very surprised if you told him when he broke into the league 2 years ago that he's still at 3,300, and that's Gavin Lux. He really was a huge prospect. I was supposed to hit for contact and power while playing middle infield. I was supposed to do everything. Really didn't do much at all. Over the last 2 seasons, he had a 655 OPS. That's because he never really got a true starting role, just 151 plate appearances across those 2 seasons. And the start of this year was pretty bad too, but enough injuries have meant that he's finally becoming a regular, and it seems to be paying off. He's hitting more or less how we expected. He's hitting 346 with 2 homers and 12 RBIs in his last 14 games. So I think that the talent is real. I think once he reaches his peak, he's going to be well more than a $3,300 player. He'll get the platoon advantage against Merrill Kelly, who I already talked about as somebody I'd like to pick on. So I think a lot of reason to like Lux these days.
Steve also wrote about him in his article on DK Nation. So look, you and Steve, best buddies. All right, guys, finally, let's take a look at the GK Sportsbook. We love to do that. What's your favorite MLB bet for tonight, Gary? And what's it going to be?
It pains me to say this, but I am looking at the Red Sox money line against the Blue Jays. Despite the fact that the Jays are basically the Rockies when they play in Dunedin, they've got a 137 WRC plus in that single A ballpark. The Red Sox are also a very, very good offensive team, and they can take advantage of those similar ballpark factors. This really, though, just comes down to the pitching matchup. And at this point, if you're going to give me Ross Stripling as a favorite, I am going to take the underdog. Ross Stripling is coming off his best start of the season, but he happened to give up 4 hits in the first 5 batters he faced in that best start of his season. It's a low bar when it comes to Ross Stripling, whose ERA is hovering around 6. He's giving up a 661 slugging percentage to right-handed bats. Like it's just not been good. So I think he against Garrett Richards, who has a 2.6 ERA across his last 4 starts. I just like the form Richards is in versus the form that Stripling is in with 2 very good offensive teams.
Eric, your favorite MLB bet for tonight, what's it going to be?
Yeah, we're going to go with the under in the Phillies-Marlins game. That's set at, I believe, 7.5. It's 2 shaky or worse offenses. The Phillies sit 19th by WRC plus, and they've been without JT Realmuto for the past few games. I especially like this one if he's not playing tonight. Marlins are 24th in WRC plus, and that's more or less, I think, what people would have expected from him. I love both pitchers. Zach Eflin's already been discussed tonight. He's hardly walking anybody, just 2.4% walk rate. He's got a strikeout rate back right around league average. It was mostly a low strikeout guy for most of his career until he spiked up to the high 20% last year. And he might end up back there this year because in his last 4 starts, he's averaging 8 strikeouts. I'll note that his strikeout prop is at 6.5. That would be an interesting over here. And Trevor Rogers on the other side, I was surprised that I didn't pick him as my pitcher. I basically pick him every time. We had a Corbin Burns this time. Otherwise, I would have. He's incredible. Struck out 30% of opposing batters in his debut last year, but nothing else went well. So his ERA was very high, but this year's ERA is all the way down at 184. Strikeout rate still even higher, 32.6% this season. So I think 2 very good arms and 2 shaky offenses means I'll take the under even in a hitter's park.
All right, Kenny, what about you? Your favorite MLB bet for tonight?
Yeah, I'm really glad that all of us, by the way, made it through the values section without bringing up Jared Kelenic. Let's wait till he has another hit before we decide to play him in DFS. A great walk last night. I like the Astros -121. Look, they were on a 6-game winning streak before they lost last night to the A's. They had 13 hits in that game. And Gary alluded to it earlier. Now they get to face Frankie Montas, the hitter's dream, 43% hard hit rate this year. The guy's just never been good. Throws a fastball right down the middle, including a sinker that he elevates right down the middle of the plate. I think the Astros here should have a pretty easy time hitting him. They did last postseason. Zach Greinke on the hill, on the other hand, owned the A's his last time out against them. And look, to a lesser extent, struggled against the A's in the postseason. Frankie Montas, if you remember, got blown up by the Astros in last year's playoffs. So I think that this is probably a pretty bad matchup for him, and his very low strikeout rate and high walk rate against a disciplined team that makes hard contact. And the Astros had 13 hits last night. You don't usually have 13 hits and lose and out hit a team by 5 and lose. So I like the tables to turn here for the Astros and the win.
All right, good stuff, guys. Appreciate the time as always. Hockey playoffs are upon us. We're going to be talking about that next. The Sweat. We'll be right back. Hockey playoffs are upon us. Here to make sense of tonight's 4-game slate are DraftKings contributor Jeff Ulrich and RotoWire's Paul Bruno and AJ Scholes. So guys, like I said, 4 playoff games on the docket tonight. Let's start in Boston as the Bruins even the series with a thrilling Game 2 OT win over the Caps. So if you're looking for plus money in this game, would you rather bet Washington on the money line, plus 140, or take the Bees on the puck line, plus 155? Or, do you hate both those options, Jeff?
If I was going to choose between one, I would definitely just go with the Washington Capitals money line. These two teams have just played. They're just every game is 1-goal games. Even in the regular season record between these two teams was 4-4, and the goal differential was 25-24 Boston. These two teams are just destined to play 1-goal games every game of the series, it feels like. So I would rather lean towards Washington money line. If I'm being honest, though, I think I'd rather I kind of just hate both of these. I think I'd rather go into the player props. Washington's still starting Craig Anderson. It looks like that's just the way they're going to roll. I would rather go with a guy like Taylor Hall to score a point here. He's minus 118, scored a goal on 7 shots in the last game. He's playing over 17 minutes. So I'd probably rather dip in there. I kind of like targeting the Bees offense, but I really don't want to start predicting who's going to win this series or this game anyways. I think Boston's going to win the series, but with how close they're playing, I'd rather go to the player props or something like that.
Paul, do you like either of these, or are you just like, I hate them both?
Well, I have a marginal interest in the puck line in favor of the Bruins tonight. I think they're going to win this game, and I think we're seeing the thin end of the wedge in terms of all the numbers that Jeff said. It's pretty close, but I think you're going to see that disparity grow as the series extends. I believe the big edge in goal is on the Bruins side of the ledger with Rask over Anderson, and it's only going to grow as the season progresses. They're also the healthier team. In addition to the top 2 goalies being sidelined in Washington, the bigger issue is that center, they're very weak when you consider Kuznetsov is in COVID protocol. I think the Bruins will take advantage of the last change at home tonight to get the perfection line, some very favorable matchups, and that's going to be a key. I think the Bruins are going to roll tonight.
AJ, what do you think?
Well, I'm with Jeff. Between the two, I'd rather take the money line at plus 140. Now, having said that, I'm also agreeing with Jeff and looking at other options here in this game. And one that I think, based on these first 2 games, consider the 60-minute line and taking tie at plus 330. These teams are just so evenly matched. They might get Evgeny Kuznetsov back. It sounds like it's about his conditioning, but honestly, I look for this game to go to another overtime. And so plus 330 on that is where I'm going to get my value out of this game.
Yeah, fun fact, guys, Bruins versus Caps is the only head-to-head matchup in Stanley Cup playoffs history with 10 plus consecutive 1-goal games. So yeah. All right. Well, next up, the Hurricanes have a 1-game series lead over Nashville. They're rolling into Game 2 as minus 190 favorites. Paul, is it smart to take the plus money on the money line with the underdog Preds 163, or do you think Carolina rolls in this one?
I do think Carolina rolls in this one. I predict an easy win for them too. Look, they're 6-2 on the season against Nashville in that series, and we saw more of the same in game one. So in horse racing terms, we call that quite a form chart, I think. Look, the Canes have a much deeper offense, and a big part of that advantage at center, where the Preds have had no answer for Aho, Trocheck, and Stahl. On our pod at RotoWire, in fact, AJ and I have slammed Johansson and Duchesne all season long as a 1-2 punchless punch at center that they have there. They've combined for only 13 goals, 35 points on the season, costing the club $16 million under the cap. That's not good value at all, and that continues tonight. AJ,
you agree?
For me, this is a spot to look puck line at Carolina minus a goal and a half. You get value at plus 138, which is pretty good, all things considered. Look, they got goals from Teravainen and Svechnikov in game one. Contributions on the back end from Pesce, solid net minding from the youngster Nedeljkovic. I expect them to continue to steamroll the Predators in this one. Maybe Nashville can snag a game at home, but look, this could be a sweep here, and you can get that value, the 4-0 sweep at plus 335 right now.
Jeff, I know you think that Carolina rolls.
Yeah, I like all these calls. I mean, Carolina right now, it kind of feels like looking at these lines. I mean, they're a little bit of like the Ronnie Dangerfield of the NHL. Why are they only minus 190 here? And then you've got Colorado as a massive favorite over St. Louis. Are you telling me that the Predators are that much better than St. Louis, or Carolina is that much worse than Colorado? There's really good value here on just taking the money line with Carolina. Look, maybe the Predators steal a game. UC Saros stops 50 shots one here, but you're not getting a big enough number at plus 163 to take that on the money line with the Predators here. Like I said, or like AJ alluded to too, just taking the plus money on the puck line here is probably a better bet. I mean, you could easily see like 4 2+ goal wins by the Hurricanes, and maybe the Predators snatch one, like I said, from the jaws of defeat or something. But I think Carolina is just a far, far superior team here. These guys already alluded to the lackluster Nashville offense. Yeah, there's nothing good. There's no way I want to take any part of the Predators at this number. I think there's really good value on the Hurricanes tonight.
All right, guys, the Jets and Oilers open up their best of 7 series tonight in Edmonton. Now, the Oilers are favored in game one at minus 159 on the money line. AJ, do you think that the best bet here is picking one of these teams to win or looking at the total? So, I mean, it is set high at 6, but you got to take into consideration these are two teams that both averaged over 3 goals a game during the regular season.
Yeah, between those two choices, I'm a shade the over here at minus 105, but for me, again, the real value comes looking at the puck line. The Oilers minus a goal and a half here at plus 155. Let's not forget the Jets struggled down the stretch. They could be without Pierre-Luc Dubois, who hasn't been great for them, admittedly, goalless in his last 17 games. But that's still going to stretch their depth. They may still be without Nikolai Ehlers, who's basically been irreplaceable for them on the wing in the top 6 there. If those guys aren't playing, this is one that could get out of hand early. So I think the puck line, another great value here at plus 155.
Jeff, you into the puck line here?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that's one way you can go. I think I'd rather, like AJ, I think I'd rather go with just taking the Oilers to win in some fashion than attacking the over-under. It's the playoffs. I mean, and he just alluded to, what is the Winnipeg Jets offense going to look like here? Like, are they going to have enough punch? I mean, Mike Smith is playing well. You could get like some kind of 4-1, 5-1 victory by the Oilers, right? And on the other hand, I mean, Connor Hellebuck could just come out of nowhere and make this a close game too. So I think I'd rather just take the Oilers on the money line, if I'm being honest, minus 167, maybe getting a little bit of value there, I think, just with how beat up the Jets are and just quite frankly how terrible they were down the stretch. I also like Leon Draisaitl to score 2+ points. He's plus 110. He's way better odds than you're getting on McDavid on that prop. So I like Draisaitl a lot tonight in the player props as well.
Paul, what are you looking at?
When I look at the season series here, I see that the teams combined for less than 6 goals 4 times in the 9 games that they played. I thought that number would be much lower, expecting more shootouts along that ledger. That said, I think I'll go with the over because McDavid and Draisaitl will be pumped to finally get going. The captain, in fact, has scored 22 points in 9 games versus Winnipeg this season, no fewer than 2 a game, and averaging 2.5. That doesn't leave much more for the rest of the 2 teams to do in order to get to the 6-goal total tonight, so I'm taking the over.
All right, the Colorado Avalanche came into their series with the St. Louis Blues as big favorites, and they've showed us why, rolling over the Blues 4-1 in game 1. They're minus 315 favorites in game 2. Jeff, what would it take for you to bet on the Blues in this game?
I mean,
Nothing.
When like you get this big odds in hockey, I mean, to be honest, usually it's okay to like take a shot on a team this big. But quite frankly, I think these odds are about right. They're about fair. Colorado deserves to be like a minus 300, 315 favorite right now. So I don't really think there's any value either way in this series. This is a money line or even the puck line that I'm not sure I'm that interested in right now. I think that there's some chance here that, you see St. Louis bounce back a little bit, or at least come out with a concerted effort in the first period. And I don't think it's going to matter much. You might have a better shot at like a 1-goal game here. So maybe taking St. Louis on the puck line at plus 1.5 is something to think about. I would probably rather just start drifting into the player props for this one too. You have some interesting props on shots on goals. Mike Hoffman over 1.5 shots on goal in the DraftKings Sportsbook. It's minus 167. They're thin up front. Are they going to get David Perron back? Hoffman plays a decent chunk of minutes anyways, and is a high volume shooter. So I like that player prop, but I really have no interest in betting this money puck lines or whatever. I think that the Colorado Avalanche deserve to be this big favorites, and I think you're probably going to see a sweep here.
Paul, are we going to see a sweep?
You know what? I know many media types, including these two guys, who are showing the Avs a lot of love, which seems even more reasonable after that dominant Game 1 win. But I'm not selling the Blues short, though, because it's a veteran team, only one season removed from their Cup win, with much of that core intact. The season series was 5-3 for Colorado, not 8-0, as you might guess from what these two guys are saying. That plus 260 on St. Louis to win tonight is enough of an invitation for me to give this team a puncher's chance as they take a bite out of the Avs team that may be feeling pretty good about themselves after convincing opening win. It still counts as just one victory, folks.
All right, AJ, what do you think?
Well, I think we need to clarify for everybody out there that Paul is friends with the Binnington family. Like he's from the same town. So him being on the Blues is not a surprise to me. Now, look, I do think classifying that game as a complete blowout might be a bit of a mistake. It was tied 1-1 heading into the third. Nathan MacKinnon basically decided he'd had enough of St. Louis. He scores 30 seconds in. It's basically a 3-1 game until he gets the empty netter at the end. Look, am I betting my kid's college fund on this game? Certainly not. But would I put a couple bucks, $10-20 at plus 275? I'd certainly consider it.
All right, Paul, looking at DFS, all these games can be found as showdowns in the DK lobby. So who's your favorite captain play in the NHL tonight?
You know what? I'm doubling down on St. Louis here when I say that I'm going to looking at Ryan O'Reilly priced at $12,900 in DK's showdown format to remind us of why he's one of the best two-way centers in the league. He finished the regular season on a tear, one of the best offensive stretches in his career, and he knows that he has to show the way for them to have a shot to tie the series tonight. Over his last 10 games, folks, 9 points, 27 shots on goal. Not bad for a guy who's pretty much primarily a playmaker, a passer. AJ, this is the kind of a call that gets me many return appearances on shows like this one at DraftKings and continues to pay for your kids' college fund when you pay attention and buy what I'm selling, as I showed it once again with yesterday's picks.
Ooh, AJ, what do you say to that?
Well, look, I know I just said I would take a flyer on the Blues here, but across the board for captains, I'm looking at Nathan MacKinnon for Colorado. I think, yes, expensive at 16.5 here, but he completely took over that game Monday and just decided enough was enough. And you compare him to, maybe a Connor McDavid. I like the matchup here better for MacKinnon. Hellebuyck has been nothing like the 2019-20 version of himself that won the Vezina Trophy, but this is a guy that could still stand on his head from time to time, and I think that gives me MacKinnon as a slight edge of best captain play across the board, just over Connor McDavid because of the matchup there.
Jeff, your favorite captain play in the NHL tonight?
Yeah, a lot of fire coming from those other two guys. I love it. I like going to the Oilers game. I like going to Leon Draisaitl here. I love the fact the Oilers have him paired back on the second line with Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, Kyler Yamamoto. Those three have been very, very effective in stretches for the Oilers. And I think going up against a thin team like the Jets here, I will take the discount on Leon Draisaitl. 9 points in his last 5 games to end the regular season as well. This guy's just as motivated as Connor McDavid to get the Oilers over the hump. Don't sell him short at all. And again, I think that all the attention, they're going to match up the top lines with McDavid. That's just going to leave Leon Draisaitl free to do whatever he wants. I love the matchup here for him, and I like the price.
All right, good stuff, you three. Quick break, and then we're talking NBA play-in tournament with Julian, Kenny, and Ryan. Stay tuned. The Sweat will be right back. To the Sweat, and welcome to NBA Best Bets. I'm here with DraftKings contributors Julian Edlow and Kenny Ducey, and host of the Four Seasons podcast for Ball is Life, Ryan Mogjosh. And guys, I want to know what your favorite NBA plays are on the DK Sportsbook tonight. So we got two games this evening. Let's start with the Grizzlies and Spurs. Jules, not really a juicy matchup here, but Grizzlies are 4-point favorites at -109 or -167 on the money line. Of course, you can bank on the Spurs too. So which money line spread bet do you like in this game?
Yeah, like you mentioned, not the juiciest of games. Not necessarily a game that I will bet tonight. We will see, but I strongly lean to Memphis -4. It's square, but it just feels like a spot that we can trust the Grizzlies. San Antonio is not the Spurs of old. It's not the Greg Popovich of old. There's not quite as many bodies that you can trust there anymore outside of a guy like DeRozan. There's just nothing really that pops to you about the Spurs. And that's how they got people for years. They lull you to sleep and they beat you. But Memphis has experience in these type of games. They played in a great play-in game with Portland last year. They played in, a play-in game on Sunday where they lost to the Warriors that was for the 8 seed, essentially, 8-9 seed. And they were down 17 entering the fourth quarter, and they showed a lot. They took a lead in that game despite the final score kind of not showing that Memphis comeback. So the last two times these teams met, Memphis won pretty handily. I think it was around 30 points the last time. So I will take this young, exciting Memphis team to finally get over the hump and win one of these big games.
Kenny, do you agree?
And you're muted.
Hey, Kenny?
Kenny, turn it on. Let's go.
Unmute
I pulled a Julian
yourself.
there. I do think this is a really juicy matchup here. I disagree with Julian. I think that the Grizzlies should be further out from the Spurs here. I think they would make them about 5 or 6 point favorites. So getting -4 is a really good deal to me when you consider the mismatch that we have in the front court and on both defensive sides. We saw it with the Celtics and the Wizards last night. If you can control on defense and on the glass, I think you have a pretty good chance here, especially with both offenses just kind of meh. So I like the Grizzlies. The last two games these guys played, they out-rebounded the Spurs 98-80. They also, won by double digits very comfortably. But the biggest thing here is, the Spurs are just looking really lethargic. Over the last 10 games, they had a lot to play for, and they lost 10 of 12. And they also were down in the ranks in defense and rebounding. I think they were 18th in rebounding. So to me, the Grizzlies are a team that can control the glass here. Jaren Jackson coming back late in the season really helps them. And they just have a lot more weapons than the Spurs do. Julian mentioned it. Not a lot of really talented scorers there for San Antonio. And they also, by the way, had almost everybody on their team on the injury report in one form or another over the last week. So I'm not too, really confident that they're going to be 100% healthy. And Trey Lyles is also questionable for this game. So give me the Grizzlies -4. I think they really control this game on defense with the stronger of the two and on the glass.
Brian, where are you going?
Yeah, I don't really want any part of this game. I'm going to stay away from it. I'm not betting anything that has to do with this game. But if I had to choose one, I'm leaning Grizzlies money line. I've bet against Pop for years and years and years, and it's not gone well for me. And even with this inconsistent Spurs team that doesn't wow you with anything that it does, they still have Pop, and he has experience more than anybody else. I don't really like getting involved with this game, but like I said, if I had to choose one, I would choose the safe route and go Grizzlies money line.
All right, Kenny, how about a total of 225.5 in this one? Would you go over or under?
I think I really like the under here. These are some good defenses here. The Grizzlies are 17th in pace over the last 10 games. And I mentioned that the Grizzlies, to me, are going to be controlling this game. So if the Grizzlies are going to control it, I think they're going to slow it down here with a slow pace. I am concerned about the Spurs defense. I think that I had liked the under last night in the Hornets-Pacers game for similar reasons. And, the Hornets defense just decided not to show up. That could always happen, but the Grizzlies have played a really slow, really methodical game over the last month or so to really get to this spot. And I think that we should see a lot of post play from them as well. Not a lot of threes on either side. So I think the under here of 222.5 is a pretty good number, and I would take that.
All right, Ryan, would you take it?
Yes, I would take it. I'm going under as well. We saw last night in the late game, this is playoff basketball now. This is half-court sets. This is energy, effort. This is defense. Like Kenny said, Memphis has been playing good defense lately. The Spurs can't put up a lot of points in a short amount of time. All this equation equals under for me, 222.5.
All right, Jules, over or under 222.5?
With the guys here, we will make it 3 for 3. I like the under. Not many points to add to it. It should be a slower game just based on these teams' paces. It should be a tighter game just based on the, the spot and the situation. So, yeah, there's not much more to say. It feels a little high. And we did see, that Indy game just got out of control. A young Hornets team that, hasn't been in these spots and didn't play defense. Memphis has been in these spots and they will play defense. This one should be a lot more, we saw a huge number in that Celtics Wizards game. It stayed close for most of the game. Then the home team broke away and it stayed under. I kind of see something like that for this game.
Okay, things get a little more exciting later tonight as Steph Curry's Warriors take on LeBron and the Lakers. Ryan, you said on Monday you think the Lakers would roll. So are you backing them at -5 tonight?
Yes, I am. I think the Lakers are playing a bit of like a possum right now with this whole season. The current trend is just load management and not taking the regular season very seriously, especially with big stars that are allowed to turn on the switch and try when it matters, which unfortunately is the day and age that we live in right now. But that's exactly what the Lakers are doing. And I think LeBron is obsessed with these narratives, and he's been setting up this position for so long with that press conference where he says his ankle will never be 100% again. And he had another press conference recently saying that Steph is the league's MVP. I just think that he's milking this, and the Lakers are milking this, and LeBron's not as hurt as everybody thinks he is, and AD is not as hurt as everybody thinks he is. They've been resting for the playoffs, and the playoffs is now, so I think they turn it on. I think they handle the Warriors.
Julian, do you agree? Is it the Lake Show?
Yeah, I got my, I wrote up my NBA best bets on Tuesday. They didn't go that well for Tuesday, but I made sure to include Wednesday's games in it because I knew this one was going to be a spot where the money moved on the Lakers. So I locked it in at -4.5. I like it at 5. I like it at 5.5. I think that the Lakers are going to be relatively dominant in this game. They are a title contender. They are the team that I think is going to come out of the West. They are the team that I've bet to come out of the West. Playing in this play-in game was not necessarily part of the handicap there. But here we are, and I think playing in this game makes LeBron angry, and you don't want to face an angry LeBron. Steph Curry's been fantastic, nothing negative to say about him, but if the Lakers can limit him at all, there's just nothing behind him on that Golden State team. And the Lakers' dominance will show. The Lakers have size that Golden State just cannot compete with talented size in Anthony Davis. We'll see what kind of role Andre Drummond plays if Golden State struggles with him, or if the Lakers have to get him off the floor because he can't play in the pick and roll. I could see either situation happening. But yeah, this is a spot where the Lakers roll and show they are for real. They are going to be favored once they win this game. They are going to be the favorites against the 2-seed Suns starting that series on the road. This is a pretty sizable wager for me on the Lakers. And if you get nervous and you don't want to lay the points, get some money line in there, parlay it with something. You can parlay it with the Nets game 1 money line to beat the Celtics. That is -110 if you put those two together. Great night for Jason Tatum and the Celtics last night. They're coming back to reality Saturday in Brooklyn. A lot of ways that you can do something with this Lakers game.
Kenny, you scared of angry LeBron?
I am very scared of angry LeBron. I would not fade angry LeBron. The one concern that I've had about the Lakers really is on the defensive end. And it seemed like they might have pulled that back over the last few games of the season with Anthony Davis and LeBron James back. It still is a little bit in my mind that this team was just really good on defense without both of those guys. Then Anthony Davis came back and all of a sudden their defense went into the gutter, into the garbage can. So I'm not sure what's going to happen here, but it does seem like the common denominator is LeBron James being back helps that defense and helps this team as a whole. And I just think that, like Ryan said, they've kind of been gearing up for the playoffs all season long. They're going to turn it on tonight. It is, again, one of those situations where does momentum matter? Does any of the games that we saw over the last month, do they even matter? Because you still have Anthony Davis and LeBron James. You can say the same thing about the Nets only playing like 8 games together. I don't think it does. I think that these guys will show up. This is a team that does have some chemistry, winning the title last year, and they should dominate against a Warriors team that, look, give them credit. They've been good all season long, but just not at the level of the Los Angeles Lakers. This was always like a borderline play-in team, the Golden State Warriors. This is not a team that really has top 3 talent out west. So give me the Lakers to roll here.
Okay, Jules, the total in this game is set at 219. You going over or under?
Under. Lakers control the pace. They're a defensive team. They're going to limit Curry. This game will turn into grinding out possessions if it does wind up close late. I think the Warriors are really going to struggle to score, and the Lakers don't mind using the shot clock up. I like this under a lot.
Kenny, do you like the under?
I do like the under. 2 top 5 defenses. You mentioned the pace there, Julian. I think that this really grinds to a halt, and the Golden State Warriors, you have to remember too, not a high-powered offense whatsoever. The Lakers, that's been really arguably the bigger struggle for them is on the offensive end over the last couple months with so many injuries. So I actually think that, yeah, this is a great under to take.
Ryan, do you like the under as well?
No. And everything I just said about that in the previous game about this is the playoffs, this is defense, that's all true. But 2 things stand out to me on why I'm taking the over here. One, Warriors threes. If you look at the over-under for Warriors players and the threes they're going to hit, they are high. Everybody's expecting them to shoot a lot and shoot well. Lakers have a top probably 7 defense in the league. I am aware of that. But the second reason is these are 2 veteran teams. I don't think they're going to come out and be nervous or spooked at all. They've been here before many, many, many times. I think there are no nerves. I think they come out firing. I'm taking a slight over here.
All right, guys, amazing work as always. 2 for the under, 1 for the over. We'll see how that works out. All right, I'm getting into the PGA Championship with Len Hochberg after this quick break. Stick around, The Sweat. We'll be right back. Block of the show. I'm here with RotoWire senior golf writer and 2020 DFS writer of the year, Len Hochberg, for, of course, PGA Tour Chaser Fade. So we got to Chaser Fade some players for this week's PGA Championship down in Key West. So Rory McIlroy tops the board at 11.5, followed by Justin Thomas at 11.3. Are you chasing either of them at those very high prices?
Well, Jesse, this tournament, it's a major. It is super long. The ocean course at Kiowa Island. I think we're very limited this week in who we think can win, who I think can win. I think we've got about 10 or 15 guys, and Rory McIlroy and Justin Thomas are 2 of them for sure. Rory has already won at this track, albeit 9 years ago. I think they are both suited to this track. I think it comes down to personal preference for who you want to play in your game. I give Rory a slight edge over Justin Thomas in the chase.
All right, Dustin Johnson is the highest priced golfer in that 10K range. He dropped out last week with a knee injury. So chase or fade, the extra week of rest actually helps him get back on track.
Yeah, it certainly does. And we don't know exactly what the injury was. He didn't even call it an injury. He called it discomfort. So it's very vague, but we do know he hasn't been playing well coming into the tournament. So it would seem if you're going to play one of the high priced guys, he would be an obvious fade. But if you're looking to separate yourself from someone, if you're playing a big GPP game and you want to go where others aren't, well, take a gamble. Yeah, take a gamble on the number one player in the world. So I think for most players, I think Dustin Johnson kind of has to be a fade. It's just an unknown. But I think in some exclusive territory, he might be a way to take a chance on someone.
Okay, Len, Hideki won the Masters in April, then followed it up with a 39th place finish this past week. So at 9,400, are you chasing or fading him at the Ocean Course?
Yeah, I mean, just the sheer odds of winning two majors in a row when you hadn't won one previously. I mean, that's pretty long. But now that the Masters is out of the way, all he has to do is win the PGA only. But I just don't think this track is suited for him. He actually did about where I thought he would do last week. He made the cut, but his life has changed, and it's still changing. He's the Masters champion. Everywhere he goes, he's the Masters champion. I think it's going to take a little bit longer for Hideki to get his feet firmly back on the ground. I look for maybe a made cut, but not too much extra from him this week.
Okay, where are you looking for DFS value in this event, Len?
Yeah, there are 70 in ties going to make the cut this week, Jesse. So, and we have 156. So that's not quite half. But when you take away the club pros, the 20 club pros, we're down to 136. And you can take away maybe about 5 or 10 of the legacy champions, some of the guys from the international tours, maybe making their major debut. We're really down to about 125 guys to consider. So 70. So more than half the field is going to make the cut. Lots of sevens, lots of sixes. Quickly give you some names and dollar prices. Adam Scott, 7,900. Joaquin Niemann, 78. Matt Wallace, really playing well, 7,400. Jason Kokrak and Matt Jones at 71. Ricky Fowler at 7,000. I don't know what to expect from him, but I do expect him to make the cut, and maybe his major expertise can give you a little bit more. And all the way down at $6,600, the Belgian Thomas Detry was in the U.S. Open last fall, made the cut.
Okay, so we talked a lot about which golfers you do like, Len. Which golfers should we be looking to fade, though?
Yeah, I think Dustin Johnson is the obvious choice, and that's really probably not helping too many people. But I will say that one guy who I am looking to fade, and it's a bit of a risky play, is Jon Rahm. Jon Rahm is priced so high that he almost has to win to make it worth your while. Well, Jon Rahm has never won a major. He's never won really a super big tournament. What is Jon Rahm's signature win? All the other guys in the top 5, top 6, they've won majors, they've won tour championships, they've won the Players, something like that. Jon Rahm really hasn't. He's come very close in majors, but not like runner-up close. So it sounds blasphemous, but fade Jon Rahm just because his price is so high.
Okay, finally, Len, who do you like to win this week?
This is the longest course ever. I am going to play the guy who hits the ball longer than anyone ever, and that's Bryson DeChambeau. But we all know Bryson is so much more than just like the long drive champion. He really plays well in all facets of the game. He's really one of the better putters for someone who hits the ball so far. It's a kind of a nice combination, right? Hits it farther than everyone, good putter. But if he plays his game, this course is suited for him better than anyone else. Of course, it's a big ask, but I'm going to go with Bryson DeChambeau.
Amazing. Friend of the program, Bryson. Thank you so much, Len. Appreciate the time. As always, that's going to do it for the sweat, but we have 6 Madden Sims coming your way on this Wild Weather Wednesday, starting with Titans at Seahawks. It's going to be Kenny and Christian on the call, and it's going to be raining. So that will take you all the way till 10 p.m. Chiefs at Packers, Jeff and Tom in the snow will close out our 6 Madden Sims, and the sweat will be back tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. We'll see you then.
Kenny, we're
What
live.
is up, Sim fam? What's going on? Kenny Lucy and Christian DeAndrea. Just waiting for the official word here. Yeah, it's so great to be with you. On this Wild Weather Wednesday, we're kicking it off a full day of Sims with the rain. Yes, the rain. Did you forget about the rain? Creedence Clearwater Revival has a lot of songs about the rain.
At least two.
Do you ever see the rain? Well, the Titans and
The rain.
the Seahawks are going to be facing off here in the rain. Who do you like to have good games? Who's in your lineup? I made a late free roll. 44 of you got in there. Thanks for doing that.
I made a free roll too, Kenny.
Oh, well,
Two
it must have
free
come
rolls.
after mine.
Dueling free roll. Yeah, we must have been doing it right about the same time. I think mine.
You're not in mine, so.
I'm not in yours, and you're not in mine. It's fair.
How many are in yours?
I don't know. I'm waiting for my lineup cards to load. I'm going to assume probably not that many. They probably saw the official Kenny Ducey lineup, and they're like, I don't know, 71 in mine.
Oh, you beat me. I don't know how. I think I created mine before you.
Yeah, I went in, I looked, I saw there's no contest. I made one real quick. And it's the why is Corey Davis so cheap free roll? Because I forgot it was Wild Weather Wednesday. Had I known, I might have maybe stayed away from Corey and DK Metcalf. But hey, those are bigger, more possession type receivers, so maybe they're going to thrive today. For me, captain, as always, my guy Jonnu Smith made sure he got in there. Still pretty reasonable at only 7,800 in the flex. But Jonnu, Russ, Derrick Henry, of course. You never fade Derrick Henry, just like you never fade Lamar Jackson. And my punt play in this one, Will the Thrill Disley. Kenny Ducey, what does your lineup look like for the inferior of the two DK SimFam free rolls?
I got Ryan Tannehill in my captain spot because, I think that he's really good. And I also got him in there not for passing purposes because he runs the football very well. So I think Tannehill here has a good game. And, a fumble right off the bat, and the Seahawks get it. Unbelievable. I also have, I did not play Derrick Henry. I have A.J. Brown, Jonnu Smith, Greg Oldson, Carlos Hyde, and Adam Humphries.
I mean, I don't hate it. You want to get tight ends in there in the rain on a Wild Weather Wednesday. You want to make sure you get running back coverage. So, yeah, had I remembered what day it was, I would probably have paid down, gotten Olsen instead of DK Metcalf, and maybe had a better punt play than Will Disley. But hey, it happened. I realized with like 30 seconds left, you know what? I'm not going to tinker. I don't want to ruin things. I don't want to fill out a blank lineup. I know the DK SimFam out there pulling for me, seeing if I can keep my streak of bottom 5 finishes alive. I have something like 5 in a row. It's been just a rough road. Wow. Oldson wide open.
There it is.
Holy moly.
Oldson gets us started.
Just forgot to cover him. Maybe because they thought he was going to be in the broadcast booth. Maybe they thought he was going to be out for the season, as he typically winds up being about midway through the season. No, Olsen untouched into the end zone from about 30 yards out, and we have a 7-0 ball game. Not even a minute into the first quarter.
Yeah. Boy, Greg Oldson doing it for my lineup here. Too bad I don't have Russ.
As Jarrell Justice. Olsen will go off today. Yup, already happened. Already going off in terms of Greg Olsen going off. I believe that puts him over his season-long average. Came in averaging 10-7, and that single play should have been right around 10 points, 30 yards, and the PPR point, the touchdown. So not a bad beginning for him.
How do you feel about... Boy, I just lost my train of thought, actually.
How do I feel about rainbows? I'm for them, Kenny Deuce.
Good. That's good.
Yeah. Apparently, YouTube having some issues right now, or maybe not.
YouTube was down last night. Did you see that?
No.
YouTube as a whole was down. YouTube TV was down for me. I was trying to watch the Celtics game. I couldn't. Oh, I know what I was going to ask you. How do you feel about the NHL playoffs? Starting these games at like yesterday they had a game I think at 1 and they have one at 6:30 today. I kind of love it.
Yeah, I love it so much. Especially it's actually one of the times where it's kind of bummer that we're not in the office working, or we're working from home so we can watch these games anyway. But it has that March Madness feel where you sneak on the extra window on your screen, or maybe you have the 2-screen setup and you got the game on one side and then you have like a spreadsheet that you're not really paying attention to on the other, and you're doing like the little kid on a keyboard, tap tap tap, and whenever everyone walks by, like bang 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 bang. But in reality, you're just watching some fine playoff postseason action. It was a rough start for the Preds the other night. Really kept it tight early and then fell apart towards the end. Third period, giving up 3 goals there. Going to see if the Catfish Slingers can get back into it. I mean, Kenny, what is your NHL team? Because my
Rangers. So they're not in it right now.
Yeah, my alliances are split right now.
Tannehill going deep on a wild weather Wednesday, and it can't be hauled in. He's looking for AJ Brown there.
Look at that 0 for 3 start through the air there. This drive going to go 3 and out in roughly 20 seconds. So the Seahawks in position to put up 14, maybe even 21 points in the first quarter if that defense holds up and that offense continues to sling it. Although, to be fair, they slang it once. It was just a touchdown pass on a...
Well, now they're going to slang it with their leg, punting it downfield inside the 20. Good punt. To Lockett on the return. So, Christian, you look like you're coming to us from a different part of your house.
I'm not. I am in the Lone Star State right now, Kenny, doing a little in-laws visit. The kiddos out splashing in the pool back in the back, and it's a very nice home in the Fort Worth area, out around South Lake Carroll, North Richland Hills area, and oddly enough, Bears starting safety Deshaun Gibson lives out here, so we apparently. The father-in-law hangs out and harasses him with football questions every single day. He's out there running with the sled up the hill and just putting in some reps, getting ready to go back to Chicago soon. So it's a nice part of town. They also have a lot of really good like snack food here. Like they buy the mail order cookies and like they had cinnamon rolls and apple turnovers ready to go for breakfast. It's a big adjustment for me, Kenny, because I am not from a money-having family. I still very much have poor brain. So coming here is like, oh my God, they're just giving. Do I have to pay for these? Like, what's going on? Why are these cookies just out here? Do I tip someone? So it's a very
well. Also, must be nice in Texas, isn't it? Rents like or housing is so cheap there. I'm someone who pays so much money in rent, and I mean that would not even. I mean, I could live in a house if I, with what I make in Texas.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah. It's we have a sister-in-law out here that has basically
deep ball
state. Wow. Very nearly intercepted as Russ throws into triple coverage there. But yeah, just like your dollar goes a long way when it comes to buying houses out here. You have rooms upon rooms upon rooms. I mean, on the second floor of my in-laws right now, and it's 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a living room, a spare room up here, and they don't even use this part of the house. So I have an entire floor to myself right now. It is wild. That's a big third down run. Hyde picks it up, gets just about 3 yards there. This drive will continue to churn along from the Seahawks, trying to keep that home crowd happy.
How are you dealing with the Dogecoin crash?
I didn't know it crashed. I'm not invested.
I didn't either. I just decided to check it, and it looks like it did indeed crash last night or this morning, early this morning.
I know it has been volatile lately. Yeah, down 20% over the past 24 hours, down to about 38 cents. I know Tara Lynn behind the scenes, our producer today, making sure everything goes off right and stays on topic. I know Tara Lynn was a big Doge booster, so she got in early enough that drop is not really going to affect her all that much. Now, I had a buddy who got in early just kind of as a goof and turned $16 into like 9,000. So I don't know if he's still holding, if he's sold. I think he's going to hold till the moon and never sell because he's not that bright a guy as Russ taking off for a first down.
I have a friend who, believe it or not, has a robot. He has a bot that trades for him.
Really?
So, yep. So he just built a bot, and the bot does all the trades. So he just makes money off of all the cryptos every day. And it's like he said, it's $30 a day. But it's funny to me because, you can't, you have to pay taxes on every trade.
Yeah.
And it's also like every coin is different.
Yeah.
So it's hilarious. Like, it's like almost impossible to figure out how to pay your taxes on that, Yeah.
That was a new fun wrinkle of this year's taxes. I did mine Friday, and it was like all these cryptocurrency questions. Like, all right, I'm kind of happy I'm not invested in anything. Not because I hate money. Ooh, big strike to DK.
Yeah.
Must have tipped away at the last minute there. Because I'm a very lazy man, Kenny Ducey, and I'm bad at doing my taxes. I'm pretty sure I botched them up pretty hard. Just counting up my DraftKings revenue and my Geeks Who Drink revenue. So making sure that everything. All right. I do see a problem here. I definitely have some unreported income from 2020. I'm now realizing that did not go into those taxes. So I'm looking forward to the upcoming audit.
Oh boy. Well, good luck with that.
Again, we talked about this last night. If sometimes when you get audited, if you just write a real nice letter asking the IRS to reconsider, sometimes they do. When I was broke in Indianapolis between jobs, that's exactly what happened. They went from like, you owe us $2,000 to like, here's $1,000. We're sorry. So apparently, just being really nice with the U.S. government will occasionally pay off for you. As 3rd and 10, Russ going nowhere.
And surely the fact that you just broadcasted on the internet that you have unreported income won't come back to bite you.
Yeah, I'm sure. It was like 2 months of trivia hosting.
Sure. Well, I mean, also you have to remember there's probably a chance that someone who works for the IRS is watching the stream right now. Could be.
They can't. Yeah, they're probably not too busy. Tax day was only a couple days ago. Why would they be busy at work? They got this on in the background. They're slowly writing notes that your man here has some unclaimed trivia income.
Christian Headbandria. Where do you buy all those how do you buy all those headbands with this income that he reported?
Exactly.
Must be some unreported income.
They're luxurious. They keep the hair down, but they keep looking smooth. Got the curls popping out the side. Very humid in Texas right now, so I got a little volume issue going as well. It's nice. It's solid.
So far, if you have the Seahawks defense and Greg Olsen, you're doing pretty well. Seahawks defense has not allowed any points yet, and they've also forced a fumble, and you've got Olsen with the touchdown catch for 27 yards. Pretty good day so far for those two. That's been it. That's been the scoring here on the Dream Stream on our first sim of the day. Thanks for being with us, Kenny Lucy and Christian DeAndrea. And by the way, if you're playing in a contest, and you hear our voices on the bottom of the page on DraftKings or on the app, and you just you're just having fun watching. There are 311 people right now watching on YouTube. You can go over to YouTube. There's a whole community of people just hanging out, talking about the Sims, talking about Noah Moon being wrong. That's just what everyone's doing right now. So you go over onto YouTube, or maybe you have the Twitch app, or you're a frequent Twitch streamer. You love watching esports. You like watching Shannon slipped. You like watching some Counter-Strike. How is that not a fumble? Like I just never get that. You go over to Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings, and we have plenty of people watching there as well. There is a community of people who watch The Sims, who play DFS for The Sims, and you can be part of it very easily by just going over to the DraftKings YouTube or Twitch. And I just say that because there certainly are some people out there who play these contests who don't watch us on YouTube and Twitch, and I wonder if maybe they don't even know that the streams exist on those platforms. So figured I would let you know if you're watching right now. The viewer count has gone up 7 since I said that. Maybe there were just 7 people that just joined.
On my end, I'm seeing like 338 watching now, and 54 likes, and hey, we like you right back. Thank you for that. We see you over on Twitch as well. 50 of you. CJ, Germ, Reed Tees, Did You Know, River Rat, Inanimate Carbon Rods, doing the bold call of calling out a fade Henry day, but so far absolutely correct. He has something like 12 yards. This has been a very wild weather Wednesday start to this one. We have a touchdown thanks to a Derrick Henry fumble and the short field that came with it, but nothing doing for the Titans offense. And the Seahawks, well, they had one nice drive that went nowhere, ended in a short punt, one short field touchdown, and now this drive here that'll likely take us into the quarter break. See if Russ can get anything going. He has been unsteady in the backfield today. That helps right there.
Throw. Matt R, thank you very much. He said 59 likes now. Shout out to Matt R. I think he's implying that he liked it, so thank you. We also have Damon saying, I do better on electronic sports than American sports. And Am Roach just wants to know, well, why are you saying this if they can't hear you, if they aren't here? Well, there is on the page for your lineup, if you're tracking your contest, at the bottom of it, there is a stream. We embed the stream on DraftKings, I believe on the app as well. And there are people who just might watch through the app. They don't want to watch. They don't want to read the comments. They don't want to talk to Joel Justice and Andrew and Brian in the chat and Hunter. 71 likes and Noah Moon. How high can the like count go? It's at 73 right now. We've already added 20, Christian. Incredible scenes here on the Dream Stream. Thanks for being here. Thanks for liking. Thanks for just showing your smiling face today. We're doing positivity here on the Dream Stream, and we're up to 74 likes. Please keep hitting that like button. We've got a great sim on our hands in the rain here. Seattle and Tennessee. Seattle up 7-0. We have Russell Wilson, 5 of 9 for 71 yards. Derrick Henry, 12 yards on the ground, but the fumble. Chris Carson as well with 12 yards. It has not been, Christian, a sim dominated by the running backs.
No, it's kind of surprising on a rainy day, but we have seen a ton of slipping and a ton of bad passes. I mean, Russ has that touchdown pass, but it hasn't been great. And Ryan Tannehill has yet to complete a pass. So if, like me, you're waiting on Jonnu Smith, Corey Davis, Adam Humphries, A.J. Brown to show up and do something, that was a very long 8 minutes because the Titans, very much like the playoff Titans, a lot of Derrick Henry on the ground, but not doing a ton through the air.
Okay. Jarrell wants to know that it's Superman. It's like, I don't know who Superman's father was, but he said it's pronounced like Superman's father. Right. So I think it's Jarrell, right?
Right.
Okay. I think I said Jorl. So I'm sorry. Mo says incredible scenes. Incredible scenes. Muhammad says the likes on this sim are like Doge to the moon. We're liking it up here. 88. Every time you hit like, Doge rises a cent.
I mean, it's gone from 38.1 cents to 38.2 just since we last checked.
Yeah, and it's all because of you guys hitting the like button. Thank you, freak of nature. He says Ducey is the greatest. Appreciate that. Means a lot. Jarrell, he also said it's all good that I mispronounced his name. Took it better than I would have. Thanks. Justin says Jorl Roberts. That is kind of how I was saying it. Russ on 3rd and 10 here. He's got some time. Now he's going to run. I can't get there. Can't get there. He's going to be taken down just short. 4th and 1 upcoming.
I mean, I think you got to go for it here. Why try that Jason Myers field goal from 51? Probably not going to get it done in the rain. 4th and 1. If you turn the ball over, yes,
they are going to go for it.
Look at
Here
that
we
jumbo
go.
package.
You have to. You can't hit 51 in the rain.
7
Let's see. Russ going to throw. Oh, he hit as he throws, but he gets it to Oldson, and they get the first down.
Wow, just barely getting enough yardage there. So the trickeration a little bit. Instead of running it up the gut on 4th and short, they try a short pass, and it works out for them. Gain of 2. Let's drive.
3rd catch of the day. By the way, Doge up to 38.3 cents. Every like that you have, the likes are working, folks. Yeah. They're driving Doge up. 97 likes now.
Beautiful. We're doing this. We're doing this for all the crypto investors out there. So I looked up the NHL schedule today. The one bummer is that first game, that 3:30 Eastern game, is an ESPN Plus exclusive, which is...
Wait, what 3:30 game? Is that the wow, what the heck? What just happened there with Greg Olson? Is it a that was him. No, Will Dissly.
It's the all-Canada game, Vancouver and Calgary.
Okay. Might go Vancouver in that game. Canucks go in that game. Right?
On the road in Calgary, yeah. I mean, they're both underwhelming teams right now, but I can see the Canucks escaping.
Clem wants to know, Kenny, are you saying Oldson on purpose? I am saying Oldson on purpose, of course. James wants to know, Ducey, your sim commentary today and this sim have been incredibly different from all your other sims. I am impressed. This beats the combative, opinionated sims you have done in the past. Well, you know,
Look at that backhanded compliment.
If no one says anything incorrect, I mean, what am I going to get upset about? You know, nothing to be upset about when no one's you know, perpetuating storylines that are untrue or just giving false information out.
See, that's because I think we purposely avoided any Jamal Adams talk, despite the Seahawks going.
We've also just what more can we even say about Jamal Adams at this point?
Yeah.
Must be said, Josh Doctson, baby.
Wow.
Everyone loves how I pronounce Josh Doctson because that's how it is. Yeah. It's not Dotson. It's not Doxson. It's not Doc. It's Doctson. The T is very disruptive in his name. It's like saying, "Oh, it's a touchdown over the middle." Russell Wilson hooking up with, I believe, DK Metcalf. There it is.
The big man, the 100-meter runner. Who, I mean, I'm not gonna turn up my nose at a 10.36, especially at that dude's size. He's roughly twice the size of anyone else in his heat. He finished last, sure, but he had that burst in the beginning. I mean, if he refined his form, lost a little weight, he could probably get down under 10-1. I'm saying it right now for all the track nerds out there. But you know what? He'll make a lot more money playing football.
I'm sure he will.
On
DraftKings, by the way, says exactly. If you don't want me to correct you, stop being wrong. There it is. BWP, imagine thinking you're right all the time. I know I'm not right all the time, but I do think I'm right all the time. And I would venture as far as to say most people also think that. You know? That's why embarrassment is a thing. People are embarrassed when they're wrong. I'm embarrassed when I'm wrong.
As CJ and we were talking about it a little bit on Twitter earlier, talking about Aaron Rodgers' future. And there is no real impetus from the Packers to change things up. They're trying to work behind the scenes, according to my guy, close to the organization, perhaps in the organization. You'll never know. He's a secret source. Not really secret. Anyway, they are working through that, but they do not expect to trade him. They don't expect him to sit out the season as well. That's really the only card Rodgers has to play is a holdout, and he might get there because Aaron Rodgers is kind of a weirdo, but ultimately they're pretty cautiously optimistic that an extension will get done that will clear up some cap space going forward. The problem is they don't need to clear cap space for 2021 as Tannehill just smashed in the backfield after the blitz because they've already kind of botched that. They can't go back and take any savings they get this year and address it to the wide receiver core because those guys have already signed elsewhere. So one of the bigger concerns now is finding out a way to make Rodgers happy, but also keep them cap flexible moving forward. And that has been a sticking point as Derrick Henry finally breaks free to set up third and short. But they don't think he's going anywhere. They don't know what the situation is going to be necessarily, but conventional wisdom suggests that Rodgers is not going to pass up a chance to earn $35 million this year, even if he's going to host Jeopardy. And there's no guarantee of that either, because he was enjoyable, but I don't think he's the leading candidate to be the host of Jeopardy. I think there are a lot better hosts suited for that job. I think LeVar Burton would be great. I think Ken Jennings would be great in the role. So Rodgers is doing what he can to play every card he's been dealt, but ultimately he's not going to be able to trump the Packers. They're not going to move him unless he sits out the season. And even then, they'd be pretty reluctant to try and get equal value for a guy coming off an MVP season. As Henry burst free for about 10 yards, but this one's coming back.
Big 1st and 17. He just got 2 yards. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Police sirens love it.
New York, baby. How is the apartment hunt going, Kenny? Did you get sniped out of the last apartment? Did that work out for you? What happened?
We didn't want it after all.
Okay.
We went back in and we were just like, we don't think this is the right apartment for us. So I got another one.
Nice. When do you move? Does it have exposed brick? Are we going to be able to see the inner workings of your building from the DK SimFam broadcasting studio?
It does not have brick. It's going to be white walls.
Oh.
Yep, no brick. I'm going to make a little set for myself.
Yeah, I mean, you got to do. Otherwise, you won't look like a stand-up live from the improv. You're not going to be able to get your tight five out there. As Ryan Tannehill has been a disaster today, Kenny. 0 for 5 now through the air.
Yeah, my captain, what's going on here? Good thing we're not in the same free roll.
Yeah, M. Roach. Tannehill is such trash in the rain. You are not wrong, my guy. This has been painful to watch. And now the Seattle Seahawks, if they can score a touchdown here going into the locker room, this game's going to be pretty much over. Going to take about 72 yards to get there. Tyler Lockett back there returning that one. Haven't seen much of Lockett. Instead, it's been Olsen. It's been DK Metcalf. It's been a little bit of Chris Carson. A little bit of Will Dissly. Olsen in motion here.
Oh boy. This has been an ugly sim for the Titans and just an ugly sim in general.
It's been a very wild weather Wednesday sim, but hey, this game continues to be a low-key blowout. I do have that Top Shot pack unopened.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Maybe we'll talk that up on the stream.
Hey, David said, Ducey, why don't you use the room with the little window behind you anymore? That was not, I don't live there. That was, I was on vacation, or I was on a business trip with my girlfriend who's a nanny. So it was technically a business trip. And I was just broadcasting from a room in the house, that's all.
I can go in and check out I got a little auction action going in lovely Madison, Wisconsin, Kenny, where I'm not even gonna broadcast the site to you guys because I don't want you outbidding me and snapping up my old AFL collectibles. But oh no, Russ puts it on the turf and the Titans have new life. Runs for about 15, but losing it at the end. Jonathan Joseph jumps on it. And now the Titans in plus field position. Let's see if they can do anything with it. Let's see if we can get a Ryan Tannehill completion. Just one for the first half. Okay. 0 for 7.
I have a pretty... I did the throwdowns pack for Top Shot, and I just got pretty hurt by it. Did not go well.
That's unfortunate. I mean, this is just the basic packs. I expect it's going to be more... like Hamo Diallo is going to be my top guy. We got a completion.
Wow, Tannehill did it to Humphreys. I also have an Emmanuel Quickly 3-badge rookie, and I thought that was a really good investment. That was good because I moved some cards so I could afford it, and I went out and got it, and it's depreciated in value a lot, and I am really sad about it. It also was like it's not like I bought it at its peak.
Right.
You know, like I didn't get his 3-badge rookie when it was like when it first came out. I think it was like $500. And I got it more than at a 50% discount off of that. And I was like, okay, like this is a good long-term, collector's item for me. I'll keep this for a long time. And it's gone down considerably. I mean, I am hoping that like this is one of those things though that in like 10 years it's worth like thousands, Like I think that's possible. Right?
That's possible, yeah. I mean, yeah, the way the card market is blowing up, I mean, there's obviously going to be peaks and valleys there, but it does seem like it's going to be a sturdy, oh my goodness. Tannehill now 1 for 10 as we're about to get a 50-yard field goal attempt.
How did I captain this guy? That's what I want to know. How did I throw this guy in my captain spot? What kind of a fool would do that? We're going to get a field goal try from 50 yards.
I am skeptical, but hey, Stephen Gostkowski, a little bit more respect on his name here in Simland than he has in the real world. But
Didn't
that
get
was
it.
a very 2020 Stephen Gostkowski field goal, because that one didn't even make it out of the back of the end zone in the air. Instead of trying to return to the Seahawks, just take over at their own 40. So that Russ Wilson fumble, no negative effects other than allowing Tannehill to complete his first pass of the day. Kevin Byard with the stop there. Russ only picks up about 4. Kenny, I dropped the picture of the Kessler NFL standings mini helmet, like the mini gumball helmets. You know, you put the 2 quarters in, you get the mini helmet with the sticker. They got the 16 team NFL standings from like 1969. It's beautiful.
Love it. I see it. It is very gorgeous.
Current high bid on it right now, $18. If I can somehow throw that into the broadcast cave, make sure that one's well displayed. I'm not sure if I can have the old NFL helmets there, but I'm hoping it'll be kosher. Just beautiful.
I think that I want to get your take on, actually, I don't know. I think everyone has the same take, but I wanted to just talk about this, your Mercedes thing for a second. Because here's the thing with me. I play devil's advocate a lot. I like to see things from everyone's point of view, right? That's just who I am. And for me, you know, I was looking at this and I was just like, okay, well, I am like sort of an unwritten rules guy. I get it. Like, I understand not swinging on 3-0 when it's like a 15-run game. So, you know, I get it. Okay. But even if you subscribe to the idea that you shouldn't be swinging 3-0 in a 15-run game, how would, like, the fact that they're throwing Willens Astadio, who's throwing, he's not even trying, Christian. He was throwing 40 miles an hour. He's just lobbing it in. And I get it. Some of these guys don't throw very hard. He was not even trying to throw hard. And Lance Lynn even said this, and so did Alex Wood, pitcher for the San Francisco Giants, having a great season. They both said, like, look, you got a position player pitching, all bets are off.
Yeah.
Right? And so that's the thing. Even if you're one of these guys like Tony La Russa, who's like, you can't swing 3-0. You can't. The fact that there's a position player pitching cancels it out. Like,
yeah.
there is no argument here whatsoever for against what he did. Like, it should be a non-story. It should be a non-deal. And I don't think, if I were a member of the Minnesota Twins or the Chicago White Sox, the Minnesota Twins, because they lost. If I were on the Twins, I would not care for 1 second that he swung 3.
Yeah, I mean, you're losing by 11 at that point. Why would you care at all? I mean, if you don't want that to happen, don't lose 15. Don't fall that far behind. And like you said, once you get a position player on the mound, all bets are off. Just let it be batting practice. Give the fans something to watch. You know, if they stuck it out that long for a blowout game, oh my goodness, we're going to get a 56-yard field goal from Jason Myers that, we're going to get a return. We're going to get a return
out of it. Here we go. Oh, here we go. Oh, he had the edge. What happened there? He had the edge.
Very, very, very close to being noteworthy, but instead only about a 30-yard return there from Adoree Jackson. We are headed now into halftime. It's a 14-0 game. It's been exactly that bad for the Tennessee Titans. Ryan Tannehill has 12 passing yards. He's lost 11 yards via sack. 1 net passing yard for this Titans offense right now. So if you, like me, stacked up Jonnu Smith and Corey Davis, you were having an extremely unfun sim. Russ, on the other hand, 139, a pair of touchdown passes, making up for the fact that his running game kind of sucks.
Yep, it's been a pretty tough sim so far. I am 40th out of 44 in my own little free roll there, so that's how that's going for me. Russell Wilson does have 16.36 points. Greg Olsen, we mentioned, has 5 catches. He has the one of 2 touchdowns here for the Seahawks. You've got Derrick Henry just sitting on 31 yards and a fumble. So I was right to fade Derrick Henry, but that's about it. DK Metcalf does have a touchdown catch as well. Carlos Hyde's done nothing. And Ryan Tannehill has 12 yards and 1 rushing yard. He's got, I think, 1 completion, which was to Adam Humphries. That's it.
This has been just a grim day. A lot of babysitter Billy candidates in this one, but so far it all starts with Tannehill being
nothing for Johnny Smith, nothing for AJ Brown, Corey Davis. You mentioned he's too cheap. Apparently not cheap enough.
Yeah, brutal, just brutal.
Very brutal.
Yeah, we're still into the Packers talk over there on Twitch, and CJ trying to suggest that it's not going to be Blake Bortles if Rodgers holds out, and it's not going to be Jordan Love, which does seem accurate. I mean, we don't really know what we're going to get out of Jordan Love right now, but he hasn't been super reliable.
I don't think he's that good.
I think CJ is suggesting that this could be a Ben Kurt situation, which I would not be very happy about that either. I think in that if you were going between Bortles, Benkert, and Jordan Love, it just shows you how incredibly screwed you are if Rodgers doesn't show up. And that would put Gutekunst's feet to the fire there to figure out something to do there. Maybe that's when you start working the phone, see if you can work out a deal with like the Raiders that brings back Derek Carr or Marcus Mariota. But man, I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think it's going to come to that. It would be pretty much unprecedented.
I got to say, Christian, I think we brought Doge back. It's now up to 40.6 cents.
Wow. Yeah, look at that.
And it was all after we got on the air. So I think that we brought Doge back.
You know, this is clear. Yeah, we are clearly engaging in some price manipulation. The SEC will be on us shortly, but that's okay.
That's what they're saying. They're saying we brought Doge back.
Yeah. I mean, it's been a rough day for cryptocurrencies just all around. Bitcoin, Ethereum, all down double digits.
Ross, it's been a rough day for the Tennessee Titans. I'll tell you what. 6 Premier League matches on today. We've got day baseball. We've got day hockey, day playoff hockey. Should be good. And then the play-in tournament tonight, LeBron and Steph. I will just say to everyone out there, pace yourself. It's a long day. Go out and get some sunshine, get some rays. We got a lot of sports to cover today.
Another catch for Olsen, who remains a must-have. They're going to finish in the money today. It's been him, Metcalf, and Russ, the triple-headed attack for this Seahawks offense. They seem destined to extend that lead, although we have seen them get close before and fail, whether it's by a fumble, whether it's by a sack and horrible field goal attempt. Ooh, Inanimate Carbon Rod saying he spent the weekend in Port Washington, Wisconsin recently. Lovely town up near Green Bay, up on the peninsula up there, Door County, where the hit ABC TGIF show Hit Step by Step allegedly took place, although it was, of course, not filmed in Wisconsin. It was filmed on some Hollywood backlot where I was looking up Step by Step the other day. Apparently the oldest daughter, Stacey Keenan, who's also in My Two Dads, now an attorney. From child star to like assistant DA in Los Angeles. Very impressive.
I saw something that 2 characters from School of Rock are dating now.
Yeah, that was like
engaged maybe or something. Yeah, I don't know. It was on one of those big Instagram meme accounts. Oh, big fumble, no. And the Tennessee Titans get it back again. I think that was Olsen coughing it up.
I think it was Disley. I think it was 89 instead of 88. Is that Olsen or Disley?
No, that's Olsen. I think Disley is 87 maybe. Let's see. And that was definitely Olsen. Yeah, too old to be playing football apparently.
Yeah. So another turnover, our third of the day here. We're only in the third quarter right now, so a good day to stack the defenses up.
2 turnovers by Frangelico said it was Disley. So there you go. So we were wrong. 2 turnovers by the team that's winning. The Seahawks have turned it over twice. Tennessee Titans have turned it over once, if I'm not mistaken. And so that would run counter to what you believe with the scoreline like this. Tannehill's got a man on the left side. He's got another completion. Tannehill's starting to heat up here. AJ Brown. That was big.
Brad Schmidt correcting me, Port Washington, not north enough to be Door County, it's Nozawa County. Thank you for that. I am a Dane County resident, so I don't get over to the eastern side of the state nearly enough. Most of my experiences have been in Milwaukee, occasionally Racine. Never been to Kenosha. I've heard good things and bad things.
JE, what's going on? Saying hi to us. Terrence Holden says, clearly Disley, dude.
Yeah, we messed that one up. We
clearly Disley.
I don't know why I thought it was Olsen, even after looking right at the nameplate. I was like, all right.
I thought I saw Olsen on that nameplate. T. Green said he was down. I don't think he was. And Madden didn't. 3rd and 2, big play here for the Tennessee Titans if they want to get back in this game. Tannehill under center, hands it. Henry, where are you going, buddy?
Yeah, this not great day continues, but might be 4th and go for it territory here. Ball at midfield, 1 yard to gain. You have Derrick Henry, even in a bad day, you got to figure he's going to be able to give you at least a yard, use that big body and fall forward. Instead,
they're going to punt.
Brett Kern comes out.
No, it's got to be a fake or something. No, wow.
And it is a
terrible punt.
21-yard punt.
The camera didn't even know where to go, Christian.
Absolutely brutal. Seahawks now a chance to put this one away with a scoring drive, make it a 3-possession game. That's definitely Greg Olsen. He didn't fumble, and he's wearing number 88. So picks up 7 yards there. 7 for 67 and the tutty. He is trending hard towards Krusty Koff, player of the game honors.
2nd and 3. Clock ticking here. We're coming up on the end of the 3rd quarter. Got a couple minutes.
All right, here we go. So Muhammad Al-Hindi telling us, all right, so looking back at the replay, said Olsen on the nameplate, but it was Disley's number. Okay, so I feel better.
It did say Olsen?
All right, I'm going back. I'm dialing up the stream. I'm gonna go back and look at this.
I'm gonna look at it now. That seems like it would not happen. It would say Olsen on the nameplate. Let's see. Where was the fumble? Fumble was, it was right here, around here. Okay. I'm looking here now. I got it in 1080p. Let's see. It did say, oh no, it said Disley. Wow. Disley looks just like Olsen.
Yeah. Look at the replay. 'Cause the replay is where I saw it and I was like, oh, okay.
Right, the replay when he's like buried in there, it looks like the D looks like an O, and then you see like it kind of looks like it. Yeah, it kind of looks like Olsen, like when he's sideways. Like, hold on, I'm gonna take a screenshot and send it to everybody.
Oh yeah, no.
Also, you have to remember, guys, that we are watching in
the Zoom box, which is it's like terrestrial broadcast off a CRT monitor. As this drive going nowhere for the Seahawks, so Tennessee remains alive. Seattle about to punt this one away.
Hey, people were asking in the chat, so figured I'd let you know. The next Sims, we've got the rain up next between the Lions and the Bucks. Koff and BK. Then we've got the wind with the Falcons at the Jets. That's Koff and Zach on the call. We've got the slate interrupting our wonderful sim day. It should be great. Talking about tonight's play-in games. Shirag's going to be joined by Matt Meiselman. And then at 6, Jags and Bills in the snow. Rossi and BK are back. And then the Moose and Thomas Frozen Fruit Juice are on the call. For 8 o'clock, we got Broncos, Ravens, and then 10 o'clock, Chiefs, Packers.
Oh, no.
And another fumble. This is what, number 4 on the day, Christian?
Yeah, it's Derrick Henry, 2 today. And, I would love to babysitter Billy him with 2 turnovers, but I still feel like this is Ryan Tannehill's award to lose.
I don't know, man. No one rostered Ryan Tannehill. Everyone rostered Derrick Henry. That's the difference there. Derrick Henry was he the most popular option on the slate? I think he might have been.
Let's see what his numbers came in here. Derrick Henry. Looking for it. I don't know if we were passed along Derrick Henry's ownership numbers, actually. Ryan Tannehill, though, only 35.3% owned.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a little unfair to give him the babysitter Billy when no one even believed in him to start with.
That's a fair point. You raise an interesting point. As Seattle stuffed again.
See what happens. All right, now we know the difference between Will Dissly and Greg Olsen. We'll see if one of them catches a touchdown here. Nope, not that time.
2 straight runs that go nowhere for Carson and Hyde. A first down that gets thrown out the back of the end zone, and now
Devian Clowney, who is a member of the Browns now. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, I'm going to help punch up that pass rush. You should get plenty of good looks on the opposite side of Myles Garrett. Olivia Vernon had a nice little bounce back year last season.
Yeah, that's going to be a really good defense. And they got Greg Newsome the second in the draft, and they got John Johnson the second. Am I right?
John Johnson and Troy Hill. So they added some very good defenders into that secondary, which is very key. Their safeties last season were just absolute garbage, but this year, yeah, they should have a nice little upgrade. I mean, you still have Denzel Ward, who plays lights out on that side of the field. Flank him with Greg Newsome. You also have Owusu Koromora, who was a guy a lot of people thought was going to be a mid-first round pick. He slides all the way to 52nd. The Browns trade up, snap him up. I like that as well. So this is, I mean, I cautious optimism for the Browns team because they definitely seem like a real contender. Yes, you need to believe in Baker Mayfield pretty hard to get him there, but I think Kevin Stefanski is exactly the right guy to unlock his best oh my goodness, a third Ryan Tannehill completion. What a day we are having.
Another completed pass.
37 passing yards for him now, and that's going to take us into the quarter break. Jonnu Smith, welcome.
Jonnu Smell. He has kind of smelled. TP asked, have we ever seen a shutout in the Sims? Because it appears like we're heading for a shutout. So I'm looking back in our wonderful Madden. We have a whole document on Google of like every Madden sim ever. So I'm looking, I see one from September. The Eagles beat the Bills 14-0. That is one. There's another one. Bless you. No. The week after, actually, we saw one in September, 7-0 Panthers over Browns. So there's 2. We got another one later in that month. Rams, a lot of them in September. 3. So I think there's definitely been some, but they have not been very common. So I'm going to keep counting, but I think that's 3. And I think, of course, our production staff will double check what I'm saying. There's 4. So yeah, so 5. So the Jets have been shut out. That's interesting. So definitely has been some, but it is kind of rare. You don't normally see a shutout on the Sims, Christian. We could see one here.
Yeah, few and far between. I mean, maybe the Titans are starting to come alive. We did just get a Jonnu Smith catch. He, A.J. Brown, and Adam Humphries tied for the team lead with 1 reception each. No one with more than 15 receiving yards on that side of the ball. Greg Olsen, on the other end, 7 for 67 and a touchdown. DK Metcalf, 3 for 34 and a touchdown. Don't think the Seahawks will be passing the ball too much here in the fourth quarter, nursing a 17-point lead, but we'll have to wait and see on that. Russ Wilson getting a little bit done with his legs to supplement an okay day through the air. The 2 passing touchdowns have really made it for him.
I'm also just not seeing that many shutouts, though. So I'm going to keep looking, but I think I haven't seen one yet since we had them in September, and that was 6.
Yeah.
So, and I'm looking through the end of the year tournament. I looked through the fall. I think, before that there was let's see. So yeah, I'll keep looking here for you guys, but I'm pretty sure that there's not that many shutouts.
Yeah. It's rare.
So yeah, I'm still stuck on 6. I see another one says 7.
Ooh, another completed pass.
Wow. Yeah, maybe we won't get it. There's 8. And then in 2021, let's see. So there were 8 that I counted last year. And then in 2021, we've seen 2. We've seen, let's see. Yeah. So you get Tannehill trying to throw one. Another completion.
Corey Davis, welcome to the parade. 5 completions now for Tannehill, which would be great if this were the first drive of the game and not the first minute of the 4th quarter. Titans threatening to score. We have seen one awful Stephen Gostkowski field goal attempt, so you got to figure they need at least 15, maybe even 20 yards before they can feel good about taking the 3-pointer here. Okay.
Tannehill and Jamal Adams not able to force a fumble.
Picks up 5, so the drive continues. Now into field goal range, technically, so they might try one here. It would go horribly.
Christian, I'm not seeing a whole lot this year. I'm into March. There's 3. I only see 3. This could be our first shutout in a long time. TP didn't remember one, and he's been here for a few months now. They get the first down there. There's 3. Just trying to make sure I don't miss any. I'm also hoping that while I'm looking, they score and it's all moot.
Would be nice. I mean, definitely.
They can score here. They're definitely on the doorstep. Tannehill complete to Adam Humphries, wide receiver 3 coming through.
Would be nice to maybe get another fumble here. I mean, we've seen a bunch of them. Why not? Why not just keep the shutout going? Give us something to talk about.
Yeah. Okay, so we did have a couple of them. Tannehill 2nd and 4. Got the completion. Boom. Boom goes the dynamite.
So after starting off basically 1 for 10, he's caught fire a little bit here, trending towards a 50% completion rate thanks to this one pretty good drive. That's something like 6 catches in a row in the passing game, but they are taking a lot of time off the clock, Kenny. Under 5 minutes to play, you're down 17.
I still don't understand why they didn't go for it late in the 3rd there.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Oh, boy, he just threw it out of bounds. So I think if I'm not misspoken, this would be the 6th shutout in Simlands this year. There were 8 last year from what I can see on this doc. And this would be the 6th. The Titans trying to avoid that fate. Derrick Henry gonna plow his way inside the 10. Unnecessary juke. We have not seen a shutout since April. We also thought we were going to see the Titans score, and then they fumbled inside the 5-yard line earlier. So you never know, Christian. You never know.
Big 3rd down. They can settle for a field goal here. It doesn't matter. They're down 3 possessions anyway.
Can they get points? No, they cannot.
A.J. Brown was double coverage with a 3rd defender in the area, and Tannehill could not put it on him. Are they going to go for it here, 4th and 4? Or are they just going to take the points and avoid the shutout?
They got to go for it. There's no way you can kick a field goal. We could get a shutout still yet.
Fingers crossed.
Tannehill.
Nickel.
Time, throws left side, broken up, incomplete. And the scoring drought continues for Tennessee.
We are
perhaps on their way to being the 6th team to be shut out in 2021 Sims.
Oh, Russ just lackadaisically running his way through that hole and paying for it. Only picks up 2, and he should have gotten about 20 there. Did not hold down the sprint button and instead got lit up. Second and 8, clock running. Seahawks happy.
High formation.
Burn time.
They have milk clock switched on now. And that's a run up the middle into wall defenders. Chris Carson, 3rd and 2. They'll take this down to inside 3 minutes. Will the Seahawks? It's good sim today, Christian. Who are you giving your awards to? Let's do award time.
I mean, I think we're gonna have to crusty cough Greg Olson because he's had such a great game. A must-have if you're gonna finish in the money. And the babysitter Billy, we got some options here. I mean, Tannehill has been garbage. Derrick Henry has 6.5 points, though. I think it's going to have to be our guy, DHL Tractor Cito. A nothing day for him. Maybe that changes here. They're about to get the ball back with about 2 minutes to play.
I mean, it's also 2 straight bad games for Derrick Henry. After, a 40-point game from him?
Yeah, a guy who is very heavily owned over in the $250 free showdown. He was rostered 77% of the time, second only to Russell Wilson. Russ came out with about 20 points in the flex. Derrick Henry not even sniffing double digits right now, which is unacceptable.
Throw caught. Corey Davis.
Tannehill making
For what it's worth, Tannehill is making a charge here to make you feel a little bit better about passing on him for the babysitter Billy award.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I feel like he's going to be throwing it a lot unless he has a touchdown strike to Derrick Henry. Can't imagine we're going to be revisiting these awards. So, player of the game, Greg Olson, not my kid award, Derrick Henry.
Can they avoid the shutout? They're getting closer. They're inside the 30. The Tennessee Titans do not want to be shut out. Mike Vrabel giving him a talk. A.J. Brown with the catch there.
Time keeps ticking, though. Under 1:10 to play. Into field goal range, so they could field goal, onside kick, touchdown, onside kick, touchdown, send us to overtime. Seems
incomplete. Incomplete from Tannehill.
Does stop the clock at 1:01, preventing the Titans from burning one of their timeouts. They got all 3 still.
But don't think we're going to see any more Derrick Henry involvement. People want to see a screen for Derrick Henry. Not going to happen. Throw is incomplete. We got 58 seconds left and 2 plays to get 10 yards here for the Tennessee Titans. It's 3rd and 10. And again, we've seen 5 shutouts so far in Simland this year. By my calculations anyway. That's unofficial. Looking through the Excel doc. We saw 8 unofficially last year. Deep ball going for it all. He's going to get it into the end zone, into the hands of
Quentin Dunbar. At this point, don't even bother with those timeouts, Titans. Just accept your loss, accept your fate. And Ryan Tannehill is
looks like they are
25 today, 40% completion rate in the rain.
Chris Carson runs it up the middle. We should be
one more.
We're in the end here.
One more handoff. That should do it. The Seahawks going to run away with this one. It's a shutout. The Seahawks defense made a late play there for player of the game on. Actually, I got to look and see. What were you getting out of the Seahawks defense in the flex today? 27 points in the captain spot. 18. You know what? Let's change it up. Sorry, Greg Olson. You are no longer the crusty cough player of the game. It's going to have to go to that Seahawks defense. 3 turnovers created and the shutout and a couple of sacks. 27 points. We've got him in the captain spot. Slightly less than Olsen had, but Seahawks D, man. 20% owned compared to the 44% for Olsen. Seahawks D putting together a masterpiece in this one.
There are your awards. From Christian, I didn't know if that sentence was going to end, but it just sounded like it was.
It was good enough. Tannehill with the 36.6 passer rating, 107 yards through the air.
Not very good. Well, coming up at 2 in the rain lines, Bucks, Cough, and BK. 4 o'clock, we got Falcons, Jets in the wind, Cough, and Professor Zach Thompson, followed by the slate with Sharag Hira, Matt Meiselman, getting you ready for tonight's play-in games. That is the schedule in the next few hours on the Dream Stream. Until then, though, until that next sim, let's enjoy the sweat. We broke down everything on tonight's MLB slate, the hockey slate, the basketball slate. I'm there. Your friend Jesse Cofield's there.
TV's Jesse Cofield?
the Jesse Cofield as seen on TV. Let's take a watch, shall we?
What's up, everybody? Happy Wednesday. Welcome to The Sweat. I'm your host, Jesse Cofield, getting set here for 55 minutes of DFS and betting hot takes and advice. Going to start it off with DraftKings contributors Kenny Ducey and Gary and Thorne, along with RotoWire's Eric Halterman. So, guys, we're talking MLB price check and your favorite plays for tonight's MLB slate. Kenny, how about a pitcher at 8K or up that caught your eye? A lot of big names here: Clayton Kershaw, Max Scherzer. Are you taking a guy on the more expensive end?
No, I'm not. And good morning, Jesse. I think that everyone here is going to take a big, high price pitcher, and for good reason. There's a lot of great pitchers out there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a way to save money and still win and still pay over $8,000. That's Zach Eflin at 8,300. Yes, that Zach Eflin, the guy who people call Zach Elfin because they don't know his name. Miami is really that bad. They have a 77 WRC plus over the last 2 weeks. Zach Eflin is a sinker ball pitcher, and Miami against the sinker has been dreadful. Negative 3.3 weighted runs per 100 sinkers this season. And, Eflin, what he can do for you is he can get you 6 or 7 strikeouts. He's got a decent 24.5% strikeout rate. He hardly walks anybody. The Marlins are a very, very good team to target. The Phillies also, by the way, can hit lefties decently well, and I still think that Tyler Rogers' slight regression is coming here. So I do think the Phillies can win this game. I think Zach Eflin can pick up a big win, go 6 or 7 innings, and I think he's a fantastic, fantastic return on $8,300.
Okay, Garion, are you doing what Kenny said and taking a pitcher who is a little more pricey here?
Yeah, I mean, I'll play by the rules. Although I will say the $8,000 tier we've chosen is Shohei Ohtani erasure, and I don't like it. Just play Shohei Ohtani. But over $8,000, there's so many good pitchers on this slate, and most of them have obvious matchups to exploit. So it's going to be interesting to see where the ownership kind of trickles down. But Jack Flaherty has been incredible. If you take out his first start back on opening day, he gave up 6 earned runs in that start. Since that point, he's basically been the guy who in the second half of 2019, we were starting to be like, is this the next great pitcher in the National League? Because he's got a 1.47 ERA across his last 7 starts, a 2.30 FIP. His strikeout rate is above average. It's not elite, and that's maybe something that worries me a little bit when you've got guys like Burns and Scherzer on this slate. But I think just the atrocity that is the Pittsburgh Pirates kind of makes up for some of that. The Pirates so far in May have the lowest isolated power and the lowest WRC plus in the league. For the season as a whole, they have the lowest isolated power against right-handed pitching. So I just don't see how they tack 3 or 4 hits together against Jack Flaherty. I think he's going to have a fantastic start, just like he's had for the better part of the last month.
All right, Eric, what do you think? Are you going with a pitcher who's a bit more pricey here?
Yeah, I think Garion is right. There's a ton of very good pitchers going tonight, which should, I hope, suppress the ownership percentage of the one guy who is in a tier above everybody else in the league right now, or maybe in a tier with the injured Jacob deGrom and maybe Garrett Cole, and that's about it. And that's Corbin Burns at over 10,000. When you look at a lot of baseball stat lines early in the season, you're used to seeing a 157 ERA and thinking, okay, there's no way the underlying numbers support that. But they actually say he's underachieving. Every single ERA estimator I can find has him even better than a 157 ERA. Sierra has him at 136, xERA 125, xFIP 126. His FIP is 0.48. So apparently he's been unlucky to have an ERA of 157. And that's not really surprising when you consider he's striking out over 45% of opposing batters, and he has walked one guy. Unfortunately, he has now walked one guy. It was going to be fun to see if he could go the whole year without one while striking out nearly half of the league. He's also getting an above-average ground ball rate. There's nothing he's doing wrong here. He's facing a weak Royals lineup in a pitcher-friendly park. If he was the only guy that was this good, I would worry that the entire contest would be on him, but with so many other good options, I want to stick to the best guy here.
All right, guys, how about hitters over 5K? So, Garion, are you paying up for the most expensive guy, Ronald Acuna Jr. at 6,200, or you could save $200 with Mookie Betts? He's 6K on a hot streak. Do you want to pay up on this end, or are you trying to be a little more conservative with hitters?
I mean, there's a lot of guys to pay up for it. I do think the issue you're going to run into is, as Eric and Kenny and I were all talking about, is there are so many elite pitchers on this slate that it feels like you're going to have to pay up for one, and you might even want to pay up for two. So you might not have the money to spend as freely in this particular section of the player pool. However, if you do, someone like Aaron Judge, I think, is in a fantastic spot. He's $5,900, so super pricey. But Yang, someone we got familiar with during the 2020 season in the KBO. I mean, he's formerly one of the best pitchers in the KBO, but was coming off a really bad season in Korea his last year. And while the surface numbers don't look terrible so far in the majors, he's got a 3.38 ERA. His expected ERA is nearly 2 full runs higher. He's giving up a barrel on 16.7% of his batted ball events. That would be the second highest mark in all of baseball, had he nearly the innings to qualify. He's just a soft tossing left-handed pitcher who's giving up tons of hard contact inside the strike zone. And that's not a good recipe to go up against a Yankees team that isn't at full strength, but Aaron Judge is at full strength. This is someone who so far this season has a 238 WRC plus against left-handed pitching. He's got an OPS above 1,000 so far in May. He is riding a heck of a hot streak right now. And I think seeing any left-handed pitcher, he's going to do some damage right now.
All right, Eric, you're probably paying up for a pitcher. If you can pay up for a bat too, who is it?
Yeah, I'm going with Max Muncy at 5,300. He's been, solid, very good hitter for quite a while, but he's on one of his best hot streaks that I can remember. In his last 12 games, he's had 5 homers, OPS of 1193. And actually, if you look at this season as a whole, he's been a little bit different. He's walking at an incredible 22.1% rate, and his strikeout rate of 23.8% is his best since joining the Dodgers. So he's showing as good. He's always been a good plate discipline guy, but now it's elite. He also has his highest barrel rate since 2018. His lowest launch angle, interestingly, which is leading to his highest expected batting average. So there's a lot saying that this is the best season we've actually seen of Muncy, and it's his best stretch within that season. He'll get the platoon advantage against Merrill Kelly, who is very much a back-end starter, ERA over 5, mostly just because he doesn't really strike too many guys out, 17.3% strikeout rate. So he's going to give up a good amount of contact, and I think Muncy, with the way he's hitting, should be one of the best guys to take advantage of that.
Kenny, a pricey bat, please.
Sure. It's a one that I don't know if many people are going to be on, but like Gary and I am looking to attack Yang and a Rangers bullpen that has a 4.10 ERA this year, near the bottom third of the league. It's DJ LeMahieu at $5,600. Look, he is heating up, guys. This was one of your favorite plays last year, all season long. This guy just produced, and he's finally starting to look like that guy again. He's got 7 hits in his last 5 games, and we mentioned the great pitching matchup, but for me, the way he's looked the last 2 nights in this Rangers series, he has 6 hard hit balls. Of course, they all haven't gone for hits, but he's putting the bat on the ball, and it's coming off pretty fast. So I think that this guy, you know he's got premium lineup position. This team is going to score a lot of runs tonight, just like they did last night with the 6. I think they'll score at least 6 here against Yang and the gang with, in the Rangers bullpen. I think that DJ LeMahieu here has a great chance of putting up 10 DK fantasy points without even hitting a home run. And that's not to mention the fact that he really hasn't barreled up many balls this year. And I think those are coming as well, just with the way that he's making contact. So I think that the upside here is pretty good, but you have a really safe floor at $5,600. And that's exactly what you want if you're paying up for a high price guy. I think that the range of outcomes here is pretty good. I don't think he's going to get you fewer than 10 fantasy points. So fire him up.
All right, Eric, how about a hitter in the 4 to 5K range? You have so many options here.
Yeah, I'm going to go the guy who needs only 1 hit to have more hits than his entire team had last night, and that's Mitch Haniger. Not much is going well for the Mariners offense this year, but a surprising amount is going well for Mitch Haniger, who missed a year and a half with a long list of injuries, including some that are very uncomfortable for men in particular to hear, so I won't go into too much detail there. It's been a rough 18 months for Haniger, but he's suddenly in his best form ever. Tied for second with 12 homers already. His career highs across the board in his StatCast numbers: 272 expected batting average, 557 expected slugging, which I believe is within 1 point of his actual slugging. So everything he's doing is deserved. He's getting the platoon advantage against Tarek Skubal, who I kind of liked heading into the league because he struck out a ton of guys in the minors. He's not doing that in the majors. In fact, he's not really doing anything. Just a 20.4% strikeout rate, walking way too many guys, and he gives up a ton of balls in the air. Since he joined the league last year, he has the lowest ground ball rate among pitchers who have thrown at least 60 innings. So when you get a guy who's hitting as many homers as Haniger these days, I think he's going to have a lot of opportunities tonight.
Kenny, who do you like in that mid-range?
I'm going to fire up a guy facing his former club, and that's Kyle Schwarber at $4,100. The guy's been getting pretty hot. He's got 13 or more DK fantasy points in 4 of his last 6 games. But the biggest thing here is he's hitting cleanup for a team that I think is going to knock around Jake Arrieta pretty hard. Jake Arrieta, Eric likes to talk about those ERA estimators. Well, his expected ERA is almost a full run higher than his real life ERA. And that's because, the strand rate is pretty high. You've got a low strikeout rate for Jake Arrieta, and the hard hit rate is up now to over 41%, which would be the hardest that StatCast has ever tracked since they were, born in 2015. And thank goodness for that. So I like, Jake Arrieta to kind of struggle tonight against the Washington Nationals, a team that was seeing the ball pretty well last night. They've got most of their guys now healthy. And I think that Kyle Schwarber here is really starting to see the ball pretty well. And he also has that 18% boost in ISO against right-handed pitching. So I think everything kind of adds up here for Kyle Schwarber to have another game. And, you know that he's got the home run upside every time he takes the field. And he's shown it, especially over the last week. So why not tonight?
Gary, and who you're rolling with in that 4 to 5K range?
Yeah, I'll just back up what Eric was talking about because I also had Mitch Haniger circled on this slate. This is a lot. This is mostly really about Tarek Skubal, who comes into this game having allowed 19 barreled baseballs so far this season. That is the most in all of baseball. Pretty much any stat you want to go by, he's absolutely terrible. And Haniger, even in last night's game, like even if you want to use the worst case scenario for this Mariners offense, Haniger had the 2 hardest hit balls that any Mariner hit last night. One of them was a barrel. Both had expected batting averages of over 600. So he probably should have had 2 hits last night. He just didn't happen to have them. And that's the kind of season Haniger has been having. He has a 140 WRC plus against left-handed pitching so far this season. So I think he's underpriced, and he's the most expensive bat in this Mariners lineup, who I actually kind of like as a stacking option against Detroit tonight.
All right, now let's talk value bats before Thor really loses it. Kenny, who are you going with?
Yeah, it's a guy on a team where, do you know who's playing for the New York Mets? I don't think anyone really does. Khalil Lee made a nice play last night, if that name rings a bell. Jonathan VR is one of the last men standing here for the Mets who seem to lose a new player every single day. So with that, I don't think anyone knows where he's going to hit in the lineup. He hit leadoff against a lefty, in their last game. The game before that, another left-handed pitcher. He hit 5th. This is a right-handed pitcher they get to face now tonight in Uncle Charlie Morton. I would not be surprised to see VR up top once again because Pilar now is out, and we know that this team loves VR's defense or base running, really, I should say, not defense, and speed on the base paths. So I think that Jonathan VR here should be the leadoff hitter. He's $3,400. Charlie Morton, I'm not the biggest fan of. I think that, he's sort of been very up and down this year, but his last 4 starts have not been pretty. He's not striking anybody out recently. He didn't make it out of the first inning 2 starts ago with 4 hits. So, yeah, I think that VR here has a good matchup, and he's got 9 DK fantasy points over the last 6 games. So with that, maybe the Mets don't score 8 runs here, and it's not like a great lineup to be part of. But for me, I'll take the leadoff guy on a team at $3,400 who's red hot and who's got a decent matchup here against a righty that's been struggling lately in Jonathan VR. I think he's a really good value here.
Gary, and who's a value you think is a really good value bet?
I'm surprised that Kenny didn't go with this guy because I know he loves picking on Frankie Montas. I'm going to take Kyle Tucker. It's a weird spot for Tucker. He's someone who, unfortunately, no matter what he does, no matter what statistics he puts up, hitting 7th is always just going to kind of diminish his value. He's not someone who you can expect to get 5 plate appearances in a game. But in May, he's arguably been one of the best hitters in all of baseball. He's got a 365 isolated power and a 203 WRC plus so far in the month. He's on absolute fire. He gets a right on left matchup tonight in Montas, a guy who hasn't exactly been great so far this season. I think this is a really good spot to fire up Kyle Tucker. And yeah, maybe he doesn't get 5 plate appearances, but he's going to have 4 really good plate appearances, despite hitting 7th in that lineup.
Eric, which value bet are you rolling with?
Yeah, I think most people want to hear the dogs taking this one, but I'll give you mine instead. And that's a guy at 3,300 who I think most people would be very surprised if you told him when he broke into the league 2 years ago that he's still at 3,300, and that's Gavin Lux. He really was a huge prospect. I was supposed to hit for contact and power while playing middle infield. I was supposed to do everything. Really didn't do much at all. Over the last 2 seasons, he had a 655 OPS. That's because he never really got a true starting role, just 151 plate appearances across those 2 seasons. And the start of this year was pretty bad too, but enough injuries have meant that he's finally becoming a regular, and it seems to be paying off. He's hitting more or less how we expected. He's hitting 346 with 2 homers and 12 RBIs in his last 14 games. So I think that the talent is real. I think once he reaches his peak, he's going to be well more than a $3,300 player. He'll get the platoon advantage against Merrill Kelly, who I already talked about as somebody I'd like to pick on. So I think a lot of reason to like Lux these days.
Steve also wrote about him in his article on DK Nation. So look, you and Steve, best buddies. All right, guys, finally, let's take a look at the GK Sportsbook. We love to do that. What's your favorite MLB bet for tonight, Gary, and what's it going to be?
It pains me to say this, but I am looking at the Red Sox money line against the Blue Jays. Despite the fact that the Jays are basically the Rockies when they play in Dunedin, they've got a 137 WRC plus in that single A ballpark. The Red Sox are also a very, very good offensive team, and they can take advantage of those similar ballpark factors. This really, though, just comes down to the pitching matchup. And at this point, if you're going to give me Ross Stripling as a favorite, I am going to take the underdog. Ross Stripling is coming off his best start of the season, but he happened to give up 4 hits in the first 5 batters he faced in that best start of his season. It's a low bar when it comes to Ross Stripling, whose ERA is hovering around 6. He's giving up a 661 slugging percentage to right-handed bats. Like it's just not been good. So I think he against Garrett Richards, who has a 2.6 ERA across his last 4 starts, I just like the form Richards is in versus the form that Stripling is in with 2 very good offensive teams.
Eric, your favorite MLB bet for tonight, what's it going to be?
Yeah, we're going to go with the under in the Phillies Marlins game. That's set at, I believe, 7.5. It's 2 shaky or worse offenses. The Phillies sit 19th by WRC plus, and they've been without JT Realmuto for the past few games. I especially like this one if he's not playing tonight. Marlins are 24th in WRC plus, and that's more or less, I think, what people would have expected from him. I love both pitchers. Zach Eflin's already been discussed tonight. He's hardly walking anybody, just 2.4% walk rate. He's got his strikeout rate back right around league average. It was mostly a low strikeout guy for most of his career until he spiked up to the high 20% last year. And he might end up back there this year because in his last 4 starts, he's averaging 8 strikeouts. I'll note that his strikeout prop is at 6.5. That would be an interesting over here. And Trevor Rogers on the other side, I was surprised that I didn't pick him as my pitcher. I basically pick him every time. We had a Corbin Burns this time. Otherwise, I would have. He's incredible. Struck out 30% of opposing batters in his debut last year, but nothing else went well. So his ERA was very high, but this year his ERA is all the way down at 184. Strikeout rate still even higher, 32.6% this season. So I think 2 very good arms and 2 shaky offenses means I'll take the under even in a hitter's park.
All right, Kenny, what about you? Your favorite MLB bet for tonight?
Yeah, I'm really glad that all of us, by the way, made it through the values section without bringing up Jared Kelenic. Let's wait till he has another hit before we decide to play him in DFS. A great walk last night. I like the Astros minus 121. Look, they were on a 6-game winning streak before they lost last night to the A's. They had 13 hits in that game. And Gary alluded to it earlier. Now they get to face Frankie Montas, a hitter's dream, 43% hard hit rate this year. The guy's just never been good. Throws a fastball right down the middle, including a sinker that he elevates
right down the middle of the plate. I think the Astros here should have a pretty easy time hitting him. They did last postseason. Zach Greinke on the hill, on the other hand, owned the A's his last time out against them. And look, to a lesser extent, struggled against the A's in the postseason. Frankie Montas, if you remember, got blown up by the Astros in last year's playoffs. So I think that this is probably a pretty bad matchup for him, and his very low strikeout rate and high walk rate against a disciplined team that makes hard contact. And the Astros had 13 hits last night. That just, you don't usually have 13 hits and lose and out hit a team by 5 and lose. So I like the tables to turn here for the Astros and the win.
All right, good stuff, guys. Appreciate the time as always. Hockey playoffs are upon us. We're going to be talking about that next. The Sweat. We'll be right back. Hockey playoffs are upon us. Here to make sense of tonight's 4-game slate are DraftKings contributor Jeff Ulrich and RotoWire's Paul Bruno and AJ Scholes. So guys, like I said, 4 playoff games on the docket tonight. Let's start in Boston as the Bruins even the series with a thrilling Game 2 OT win over the Caps. So if you're looking for plus money in this game, would you rather bet Washington on the money line, plus 140, or take the Bees on the puck line, plus 155? Or, do you hate both those options, Jeff?
If I was going to choose between one, I would definitely just go with the Washington Capitals money line. These two teams have just played. They're just every game is 1-goal games. Even in the regular season record between these two teams was 4-4, and the goal differential was 25-24 Boston. These two teams are just destined to play 1-goal games every game of the series, it feels like. So I would rather lean towards Washington money line. If I'm being honest, though, I think I'd rather I kind of just hate both of these. I think I'd rather go into the player props. Washington's still starting Craig Anderson. It looks like that's just the way they're going to roll. I would rather go with a guy like Taylor Hall to score a point here. He's minus 118, scored a goal and 7 shots in the last game. He's playing over 17 minutes. So I'd probably rather dip in there. I kind of like targeting the Bees offense, but I really don't want to start predicting who's going to win this series or this game anyways. I think Boston's going to win the series, but with how close they're playing, I'd rather go to the player props or something like that.
Paul, do you like either of these, or are you just like, I hate them both?
Well, I have a marginal interest in the puck line in favor of the Bruins tonight. I think they're going to win this game, and I think we're seeing the thin end of the wedge in terms of all the numbers that Jeff said. It's pretty close, but I think you're going to see that disparity grow as the series extends. I believe the big edge in goal is on the Bruins side of the ledger with Rask over Anderson, and it's only going to grow as the season progresses. They're also the healthier team. In addition to the top 2 goalies being sidelined in Washington, the bigger issue is that center, they're very weak when you consider Kuznetsov is in COVID protocol. I think the Bruins will take advantage of the last change at home tonight to get the perfection line, some very favorable matchups, and that's going to be a key. I think the Bruins are going to roll tonight.
AJ, what do you think?
Well, I'm with Jeff. Between the two, I'd rather take the money line at plus 140. Now, having said that, I'm also agreeing with Jeff and looking at other options here in this game. And one that I think, based on these first 2 games, consider the 60-minute line and taking tie at plus 330. These teams are just so evenly matched. They might get Evgeny Kuznetsov back. It sounds like it's about his conditioning, but honestly, I look for this game to go to another overtime, and so plus 330 on that is where I'm going to get my value out of this game.
Yeah, fun fact, guys, Bruins versus Caps is the only head-to-head matchup in Stanley Cup playoffs history with 10 plus consecutive 1-goal games. So Yeah. All right. Well, next up, the Hurricanes have a 1-game series lead over Nashville. They're rolling into game 2 as minus 190 favorites. Paul, is it smart to take the plus money on the money line with the underdog Preds 163, or do you think Carolina rolls in this one?
I do think Carolina rolls in this one. I predict an easy win for them too. Look, they're 6-2 on the season against Nashville in that series, and we saw more of the same in game 1. So in horse racing terms, we call that quite a form chart, I think. Look, the Canes have a much deeper offense, and a big part of that advantage at center, where the Preds have had no answer for Aho, Trocheck, and Stahl. On our pod at RotoWire, in fact, AJ and I have slammed Johansson and Duchesne all season long as a 1-2 punchless punch at center that they have there. They've combined for only 13 goals, 35 points on the season, costing the club $16 million under the cap. That's not good value at all, and that continues tonight.
AJ, you agree?
For me, this is a spot to look puck line at Carolina minus a goal and a half. You get value at plus 138, which is pretty good, all things considered. Look, they got goals from Teravainen and Svechnikov in game 1. Contributions on the back end from Pesce, solid net minding from the youngster Nedeljkovic. I expect them to continue to steamroll the Predators in this one. Maybe Nashville can snag a game at home, but look, this could be a sweep here, and you can get that value, the 4-0 sweep at plus 335 right now.
Jeff, I know you think that Carolina rolls.
Yeah, I like all these calls. I mean, Carolina right now, it kind of feels like looking at these lines. I mean, they're a little bit of like the Rodney Dangerfield of the NHL. Why are they only minus 190 here? And then you've got Colorado as a massive favorite over St. Louis. Are you telling me that the Predators are that much better than St. Louis, or Carolina is that much worse than Colorado? There's really good value here on just taking the money line with Carolina. Look, maybe the Predators steal a game. UC Saros stops 50 shots one here, but you're not getting a big enough number at plus 163 to take that on the money line with the Predators here. Like I said, or like AJ alluded to too, just taking the plus money on the puck line here is probably a better bet. I mean, you could easily see like 4 2+ goal wins by the Hurricanes, and maybe the Predators snatch one, like I said, from the jaws of defeat or something. But I think Carolina is just the far, far superior team here. These guys already alluded to the lackluster Nashville offense. Yeah, there's nothing good. There's no way I want to take any part of the Predators at this number. I think there's really good value on the Hurricanes tonight.
All right, guys, the Jets and Oilers open up their best of 7 series tonight in Edmonton. Now, the Oilers are favored in game 1 at minus 159 on the money line. AJ, do you think that the best bet here is picking one of these teams to win or looking at the total? So, I mean, it is set high at 6, but you got to take into consideration these are two teams that both averaged over 3 goals a game during the regular season.
Yeah, between those two choices, I'm a shade the over here at minus 105, but for me, again, the real value comes looking at the puck line. The Oilers minus a goal and a half here at plus 155. Let's not forget the Jets struggled down the stretch. They could be without Pierre-Luc Dubois, who hasn't been great for them, admittedly, goalless in his last 17 games. But that's still going to stretch their depth. They may still be without Nikolai Ehlers, who's basically been irreplaceable for them on the wing in the top 6 there. If those guys aren't playing, this is one that could get out of hand early. So I think the puck line, another great value here at plus 155.
Jeff, you into the puck line here?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that's one way you can go. I think I'd rather, like AJ, I think I'd rather go with just taking the Oilers to win in some fashion than attacking the over-under. It's the playoffs. I mean, and he just alluded to, what is the Winnipeg Jets offense going to look like here? Like, are they going to have enough punch? I mean, Mike Smith is playing well. You could get like some kind of 4-1, 5-1 victory by the Oilers, right? And on the other hand, I mean, Connor Hellebuck could just come out of nowhere and make this a close game too. So I think I'd rather just take the Oilers on the money line, if I'm being honest, minus 167, maybe getting a little bit of value there. I think just with how beat up the Jets are and just quite frankly, how terrible they were down the stretch. I also like Leon Draisaitl to score 2+ points. He's plus 110. He's way better odds than you're getting on McDavid on that prop. So I like Draisaitl a lot tonight in the player props as well.
Paul, what are you looking at?
When I look at the season series here, I see that the teams combined for less than 6 goals 4 times in the 9 games that they played. I thought that number would be much lower, expecting more shootouts along that ledger. That said, I think I'll go with the over because McDavid and Draisaitl will be pumped to finally get going. The captain, in fact, has scored 22 points in 9 games versus Winnipeg this season, no fewer than 2 a game, and averaging 2.5. That doesn't leave much more for the rest of the 2 teams to do in order to get to the 6-goal total tonight. So I'm taking the over.
All right, the Colorado Avalanche came into their series with the St. Louis Blues as big favorites, and they've showed us why, rolling over the Blues 4-1 in game one. They're minus 315 favorites in game two. Jeff, what would it take for you to bet on the Blues in this game?
I mean,
nothing.
You know, when you get this big odds in hockey, I mean, to be honest, usually it's okay to like take a shot on a team this big, but quite frankly, I think these odds are about right. They're about fair. Colorado deserves to be like a minus 300, 315 favorite right now. So I don't really think there's any value either way in this series. This is a money line or even the puck line that I'm not sure I'm that interested in right now. I think that there's some chance here that, you know, you see St. Louis bounce back a little bit, or at least come out with a concerted effort in the first period. And I don't think it's going to matter much. You might have a better shot at like a 1-goal game here. So maybe taking St. Louis on the puck line at plus 1.5 is something to think about. I would probably rather just start drifting into the player props for this one too. You have some interesting props on shots on goals. Mike Hoffman over 1.5 shots on goal in the DraftKings Sportsbook. It's minus 167. They're thin up front. Are they going to get David Perron back? Hoffman plays a decent chunk of minutes anyways and is a high volume shooter. So I like that player prop, but I really have no interest in betting this money puck lines or whatever. I think that the Colorado Avalanche deserve to be this big favorites, and I think you're probably going to see a sweep here.
Paul, are we going to see a sweep?
You know what? I know many media types, including these two guys, who are showing the Avs a lot of love, which seems even more reasonable after that dominant Game 1 win. But I'm not selling the Blues short, though, because it's a veteran team, only one season removed from their Cup win, with much of that core intact. The season series was 5-3 for Colorado, not 8-0, as you might guess from what these two guys are saying. That plus 260 on St. Louis to win tonight is enough of an invitation for me to give this team a puncher's chance as they take a bite out of the Avs team that may be feeling pretty good about themselves after convincing opening win. It still counts as just one victory, folks.
All right, AJ, what do you think?
Well, I think we need to clarify for everybody out there that Paul is friends with the Binnington family. Like he's from the same town. So him being on the Blues is not a surprise to me. Now, look, I do think classifying that game as a complete blowout might be a bit of a mistake. It was tied 1-1 heading into the third. Nathan MacKinnon basically decided he'd had enough of St. Louis. He scores 30 seconds in. It's basically a 3-1 game until he gets the empty netter at the end. Look, am I betting my kid's college fund on this game? Certainly not. But would I put a couple bucks, 10, 20 bucks at plus 275? I'd certainly consider it.
All right, Paul, looking at DFS, all these games can be found as showdowns in the DK lobby. So who's your favorite captain play in the NHL tonight?
You know what? I'm doubling down on St. Louis here when I say that I'm going to looking at Ryan O'Reilly priced at $12,900 in DK's showdown format to remind us of why he's one of the best two-way centers in the league. He finished the regular season on a tear, one of the best offensive stretches in his career, and he knows that he has to show the way for them to have a shot to tie the series tonight. Over his last 10 games, folks, 9 points, 27 shots on goal. Not bad for a guy who's pretty much primarily a playmaker, a passer. AJ, this is the kind of a call that gets me many return appearances on shows like this one at DraftKings and continues to pay for your kids' college fund when you pay attention and buy what I'm selling, as I showed it once again with yesterday's picks.
Ooh, AJ, what do you say to that?
Well, look, I know I just said I would take a flyer on the Blues here, but across the board for captains, I'm looking at Nathan MacKinnon for Colorado. I think, yes, expensive at 16.5 here, but he completely took over that game Monday and just decided enough was enough. And you compare him to, maybe a Connor McDavid. I like the matchup here better for MacKinnon. Hellebuyck has been nothing like the 2019-20 version of himself that won the Vezina Trophy, but this is a guy that could still stand on his head from time to time, and I think that gives me MacKinnon as a slight edge of best captain play across the board, just over Connor McDavid because of the matchup there.
Jeff, your favorite captain play in the NHL tonight?
Yeah, a lot of fire coming from those other two guys. I love it. I like going to the Oilers game. I like going to Leon Draisaitl here. I love the fact the Oilers have him paired back on the second line with Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, Kyler Yamamoto. Those three have been very, very effective in stretches for the Oilers. And I think going up against a thin team like the Jets here, I will take the discount on Leon Draisaitl. 9 points in his last 5 games to end the regular season as well. This guy's just as motivated as Connor McDavid to get the Oilers over the hump. Don't sell him short at all. And again, I think that all the attention, they're going to match up the top lines with McDavid. That's just going to leave Leon Draisaitl free to do whatever he wants. I love the matchup here for him, and I like the price.
All right, good stuff, you three. Quick break, and then we're talking NBA play-in tournament with Julian, Kenny, and Ryan. Stay tuned. The Sweat will be right back. To the Sweat, and welcome to NBA Best Bets. I'm here with DraftKings contributors Julian Edlow and Kenny Ducey, and host of the Four Seasons podcast for Ball is Life, Ryan Mogjosh. And guys, I want to know what your favorite NBA plays are on the DK Sportsbook tonight. So we got 2 games this evening. Let's start with the Grizzlies and Spurs. Jules, not really a juicy matchup here, but Grizzlies are 4-point favorites at -109 or -167 on the money line. Of course, you can bank on the Spurs too. So which money line spread bet do you like in this game?
Yeah, like you mentioned, not the juiciest of games. Not necessarily a game that I will bet tonight. We will see, but I strongly lean to Memphis -4. It's square, but it just feels like a spot that we can trust the Grizzlies. San Antonio is not the Spurs of old. It's not the Greg Popovich of old. There's not quite as many bodies that you can trust there anymore outside of a guy like DeRozan. There's just nothing really that pops to you about the Spurs. And that's how they got people for years. They lull you to sleep and they beat you. But Memphis has experience in these type of games. They played in a great play-in game with Portland last year. They played in, a play-in game on Sunday where they lost to the Warriors that was for the 8 seed, essentially, 8-9 seed. And they were down 17 entering the fourth quarter, and they showed a lot. They took a lead in that game, despite the final score kind of not showing that Memphis comeback. So the last 2 times these teams met, Memphis won pretty handily. I think it was around 30 points the last time. So I will take this young, exciting Memphis team to finally get over the hump and win one of these big games.
Kenny, do you agree?
And you're muted.
Kenny,
turn it on. Let's go.
Unmute
I pulled a Julian
yourself.
there. I do think this is a really juicy matchup here. I disagree with Julian. I think that the Grizzlies should be further out from the Spurs here. I think that would make them about 5 or 6 point favorites. So getting -4 is a really good deal to me when you consider the mismatch that we have in the front court and on both defensive sides. We saw it with the Celtics and the Wizards last night. If you can control on defense and on the glass, I think you have a pretty good chance here, especially with both offenses just kind of meh. So I like the Grizzlies. The last 2 games these guys played, they out-rebounded the Spurs 98-80. They also, won by double digits very comfortably. But the biggest thing here is, the Spurs are just looking really lethargic. Over the last 10 games, they had a lot to play for, and they lost 10 of 12. And they also were down in the ranks in defense and rebounding. I think they're 18th in rebounding. So to me, the Grizzlies are a team that can control the glass here. Jaren Jackson coming back late in the season really helps them. And they just have a lot more weapons than the Spurs do. Julian mentioned it. Not a lot of really talented scorers there for San Antonio. And they also, by the way, had almost everybody on their team on the injury report in one form or another over the last week. So I'm not too, really confident that they're going to be 100% healthy. And Trey Lyles is also questionable for this game. So give me the Grizzlies -4. I think they really control this game on defense with the stronger of the two and on the glass.
Brian, where are you going?
Yeah, I don't really want any part of this game. I'm going to stay away from it. I'm not betting anything that has to do with this game. But if I had to choose one, I'm leaning Grizzlies money line. I've bet against Pop for years and years and years, and it's not gone well for me. And even with this inconsistent Spurs team that doesn't wow you with anything that it does, they still have Pop, and he has experience more than anybody else. I don't really like getting involved with this game, but like I said, if I had to choose one, I would choose the safe route and go Grizzlies money line.
All right, Kenny, how about a total of 225.5 in this one? Would you go over or under?
I think I really like the under here. These are some good defenses here. The Grizzlies are 17th in pace over the last 10 games. And I mentioned that the Grizzlies, to me, are going to be controlling this game. So if the Grizzlies are going to control it, I think they're going to slow it down here with a slow pace. I am concerned about the Spurs defense. I think that I had liked the under last night in the Hornets-Pacers game for similar reasons. And, the Hornets defense just decided not to show up. That could always happen, but the Grizzlies have played a really slow, really methodical game over the last month or so to really get to this spot. And I think that we should see a lot of post play from them as well. Not a lot of threes on either side. So I think the under here of 222.5 is a pretty good number, and I would take that.
All right, Ryan, would you take it?
Yes, I would take it. I'm going under as well. We saw last night in the late game. This is playoff basketball now. This is half-court sets. This is energy, effort. This is defense. Like Kenny said, Memphis has been playing good defense lately. The Spurs can't put up a lot of points in a short amount of time. All this equation equals under for me, 222.5.
All right, Jules, over or under 222.5?
With the guys here, we will make it 3 for 3. I like the under. Not many points to add to it. It should be a slower game just based on these teams' paces. It should be a tighter game just based on the the spot and the situation. So yeah, there's not much more to say. It feels a little high. And we did see, that Indy game just got out of control. A young Hornets team that, hasn't been in these spots and didn't play defense. Memphis has been in these spots and they will play defense. This one should be a lot more, we saw a huge number in that Celtics Wizards game. It stayed close for most of the game. Then the home team broke away and it stayed under. I kind of see something like that for this game.
Okay, things get a little more exciting later tonight as Steph Curry's Warriors take on LeBron and the Lakers. Ryan, you said on Monday you think the Lakers would roll. So are you backing them at -5 tonight?
Yes, I am. I think the Lakers are playing a bit of like a possum right now with this whole season. The current trend is just load management and not taking the regular season very seriously, especially with big stars that are allowed to turn on the switch and try when it matters, which unfortunately is the day and age that we live in right now. But that's exactly what the Lakers are doing. And I think LeBron is obsessed with these narratives, and he's been setting up this position for so long with that press conference where he says his ankle will never be 100% again. And he had another press conference recently saying that Steph is the league's MVP. I just think that he's milking this, and the Lakers are milking this, and LeBron's not as hurt as everybody thinks he is, and AD is not as hurt as everybody thinks he is. They've been resting for the playoffs, and the playoffs is now, so I think they turn it on. I think they handle the Warriors.
Julian, do you agree? Is it the Lake Show?
Yeah, I got my, I wrote up my NBA best bets on Tuesday. They didn't go that well for Tuesday, but I made sure to include Wednesday's games in it because I knew this one was going to be a spot where the money moved on the Lakers. So I locked it in at -4.5. I like it at 5. I like it at 5.5. I think that the Lakers are going to be relatively dominant in this game. They are a title contender. They are the team that I think is going to come out of the West. They are the team that I've bet to come out of the West. Playing in this play-in game was not necessarily part of the handicap there. But here we are, and I think playing in this game makes LeBron angry, and you don't want to face an angry LeBron. Steph Curry's been fantastic, nothing negative to say about him, but if the Lakers can limit him at all, there's just nothing behind him on that Golden State team. And the Lakers' dominance will show. The Lakers have size that Golden State just cannot compete with talented size in Anthony Davis. We'll see what kind of role Andre Drummond plays if Golden State struggles with him, or if the Lakers have to get him off the floor because he can't play in the pick and roll. I could see either situation happening. But yeah, this is a spot where the Lakers roll and show they are for real. They are going to be favored once they win this game. They are going to be the favorites against the 2-seed Suns starting that series on the road. Yeah, this is a pretty sizable wager for me on the Lakers. And if you get nervous and you don't want to lay the points, get some money line in there, parlay it with something. You can parlay it with the Nets game 1 money line to beat the Celtics. That is -110 if you put those two together. Great night for Jason Tatum and the Celtics last night. They're coming back to reality Saturday in Brooklyn. A lot of ways that you can do something with this Lakers game.
Kenny, you scared of angry LeBron?
I am very scared of angry LeBron. I would not fade angry LeBron. The one concern that I've had about the Lakers really is on the defensive end. And it seemed like they might have pulled that back over the last few games of the season with Anthony Davis and LeBron James back. It still is a little bit in my mind that this team was just really good on defense without both of those guys. Then Anthony Davis came back and all of a sudden their defense went into the gutter, into the garbage can. So I'm not sure what's going to happen here, but it does seem like the common denominator is LeBron James being back helps that defense and helps this team as a whole. And I just think that, like Ryan said, they've kind of been gearing up for the playoffs all season long. They're going to turn it on tonight. It is, again, one of those situations where does momentum matter? Does any of the games that we saw over the last month, do they even matter? Because you still have Anthony Davis and LeBron James. You can say the same thing about the Nets only playing like 8 games together. I don't think it does. I think that these guys will show up. This is a team that does have some chemistry winning the title last year, and they should dominate against the Warriors team that, look, give them credit. They've been good all season long, but just not at the level of the Los Angeles Lakers. This was always like a borderline play-in team, the Golden State Warriors. This is not a team that really has top 3 talent out west. So give me the Lakers to roll here.
Okay, Jules, the total in this game is set at 219. You going over or under?
Under. Lakers control the pace. They're a defensive team. They're going to limit Curry. This game will turn into grinding out possessions if it does wind up close late. I think the Warriors are really going to struggle to score, and the Lakers don't mind using the shot clock up. I like this under a lot.
Kenny, do you like the under?
I do like the under. 2 top 5 defenses. You mentioned the pace there, Julian. I think that this really grinds to a halt. And the Golden State Warriors, you have to remember, too, not a high-powered offense whatsoever. The Lakers, that's been really arguably the bigger struggle for them is on the offensive end over the last couple months with so many injuries. So I actually think that, yeah, this is a great under to take.
Ryan, do you like the under as well?
No. And everything I just said about that in the previous game about this is the playoffs, this is defense, that's all true. But 2 things stand out to me on why I'm taking the over here. One, the Warriors threes. If you look at the over-under for Warriors players and the threes they're going to hit, they are high. Everybody's expecting them to shoot a lot and shoot well. Lakers have a top probably 7 defense in the league. I am aware of that. But the second reason is these are 2 veteran teams. I don't think they're going to come out and be nervous or spooked at all. They've been here before many, many, many times. I think there are no nerves. I think they come out firing. I'm taking a slight over here.
All right, guys, amazing work as always. 2 for the under, 1 for the over. We'll see how that works out. All right, I'm getting into the PGA Championship with Len Hochberg after this quick break. Stick around, The Sweat. We'll be right back. Block of the show. I'm here with RotoWire senior golf writer and 2020 DFS writer of the year, Len Hochberg, for, of course, PGA Tour Chaser Fade. So we got to Chaser Fade some players for this week's PGA Championship down in Key West. So Rory McIlroy tops the board at 11.5, followed by Justin Thomas at 11.3. Are you chasing either of them at those very high prices?
Well, Jesse, this tournament, it's a major. It is super long. The ocean course at Kiowa Island. I think we're very limited this week in who we think can win, who I think can win. I think we've got about 10 or 15 guys, and Rory McIlroy and Justin Thomas are two of them for sure. Rory has already won at this track, albeit 9 years ago. I think they are both suited to this track. I think it comes down to personal preference for who you want to play in your game. I give Rory a slight edge over Justin Thomas in the chase.
All right, Dustin Johnson is the highest priced golfer in that 10K range. He dropped out last week with a knee injury. So chase or fade, the extra week of rest actually helps him get back on track.
Yeah, it certainly does. And we don't know exactly what the injury was. He didn't even call it an injury. He called it discomfort. So it's very vague, but we do know he hasn't been playing well coming into the tournament. So it would seem if you're going to play one of the high priced guys, he would be an obvious fade. But if you're looking to separate yourself from someone, if you're playing a big GPP game and you want to go where others aren't, well, take a gamble. Yeah, take a gamble on the number one player in the world. So I think for most players, I think Dustin Johnson kind of has to be a fade. It's just an unknown. But I think in some exclusive territory, he might be a way to take a chance on someone.
Okay, Len, Hideki won the Masters in April, then followed it up with a 39th place finish this past week. So at 9,400, are you chasing or fading him at the Ocean Course?
Yeah, I mean, just the sheer odds of winning two majors in a row when you hadn't won one previously. I mean, that's pretty long. But now that the Masters is out of the way, all he has to do is win the PGA only. But I just don't think this track is suited for him. He actually did about where I thought he would do last week. He made the cut, but his life has changed, and it's still changing. He's the Masters champion. Everywhere he goes, he's the Masters champion. I think it's going to take a little bit longer for Hideki to get his feet firmly back on the ground. I look for maybe a made cut, but not too much extra from him this week.
Okay, where are you looking for DFS value in this event, Len?
Yeah, there are 70 in ties going to make the cut this week, Jesse. So, and we have 156. So that's not quite half. But when you take away the club pros, the 20 club pros, we're down to 136. And you can take away maybe about 5 or 10 of the legacy champions, some of the guys from the international tours, maybe making their major debut. We're really down to about 125 guys to consider. So 70. So more than half the field is going to make the cut. Lots of sevens, lots of sixes. Quickly give you some names and dollar prices. Adam Scott, 7,900. Joaquin Neiman, 78. Matt Wallace, really playing well, 7,400. Jason Kokrak and Matt Jones at 71. Ricky Fowler at 7,000. I don't know what to expect from him, but I do expect him to make the cut, and maybe his major expertise can give you a little bit more. And all the way down at $6,600, the Belgian Thomas Detry was in the U.S. Open last fall, made the cut.
Okay, so we talked a lot about which golfers you do like, Len. Which golfers should we be looking to fade, though?
Yeah, I think Dustin Johnson is the obvious choice, and that's really probably not helping too many people. But I will say that one guy who I am looking to fade, and it's a bit of a risky play, is Jon Rahm. Jon Rahm is priced so high that he almost has to win to make it worth your while. Well, Jon Rahm has never won a major. He's never won really a super big tournament. What is Jon Rahm's signature win? All the other guys in the top 5, top 6, they've won majors, they've won tour championships, they've won the Players, something like that. Jon Rahm really hasn't. He's come very close in majors, but not like runner-up close. So it sounds blasphemous, but fade Jon Rahm just because his price is so high.
Okay, finally, Len, who do you like to win this week?
This is the longest course ever. I'm going to play the guy who hits the ball longer than anyone ever, and that's Bryson DeChambeau. But we all know Bryson is so much more than just like the long drive champion. He really plays well in all facets of the game. He's really one of the better putters for someone who hits the ball so far. It's a kind of a nice combination, right? Hits it farther than everyone, good putter. But if he plays his game, this course is suited for him better than anyone else. Of course, it's a big ask, but I'm going to go with Bryson DeChambeau.
Amazing. Friend of the program, Bryson. Thank you so much, Len. Appreciate the time. As always, that's going to do it for the sweat, but we have 6 Madden Sims coming your way on this wild weather Wednesday, starting with Titans at Seahawks. It's going to be Kenny and Christian on the call, and it's going to be raining. So that will take you all the way till 10 p.m. Chiefs at Packers, Jeff and Tom in the snow will close out our 6 Madden Sims, and the sweat will be back tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. We'll see you then.
What's up, DK Sim fam? Happy to be here with you on a Wild Weather Wednesday. A little hump day action for the Mad Matinee. He's Brandon Cristal. I'm Adam Kaufman. Of course, we are getting ready to head on out. Where do you feel like going? Where do you feel like going? Where should the sim take us, everybody, today? I think we should follow our hearts and go to virtual Tampa Bay, home of the defending Super Bowl champs, against Detroit. What's up with you?
Not a whole lot. Thankfully, it's finally not raining here. It's sunny. I may get my softball game in, two softball games, and then I go down to the hockey game where I'll be a little late because of said softball game.
There you go. You are just
rain here. I miss hockey.
You are living at arenas these days.
Oh, no doubt. This is
all
what,
about it.
Basketball playoffs hasn't even started. I've got Saturday night. I will be at Portland versus Denver at Ball Arena. So I will be there Monday, Wednesday, Saturday, Monday, and likely Tuesday if there is a fifth game in the Avs and Blues opening series. Why wouldn't there be a fifth game? You would think, but maybe that'll sweep them. I don't know.
We make the mistake, BK, of thinking of you as just a Broncos guy. No, Avs guy, Nugs guy, all Denver, all the time. That's what the man is all about. Thanks for being with us here, DK Sim fam. We'll catch up with you in the chat, see what's going on as well. This is the Mad Matinee. The dude Dan Campbell wants a pet lion. For real. He does. For anyone that missed that the other day. The guy said he wants a pet lion. He wants a pet lion just chained up on the sidelines at practice. He wants, I don't know if that's a motivation tactic. Maybe he's taking the whole, biting kneecaps thing a little too literally. He now wants something out there, a dangerous animal, unless you get Siegfried and Roy around anyway, to come on out and keep people in check. That's what he's looking for. Rain here on a Wild Weather Wednesday, by the way, in Tampa Bay. Here's what I want to know. I mean, isn't this am I mistaken? For some reason, I thought Tampa was a dome or had dome abilities, but obviously not as we look around the stadium.
No, it does not. Raymond James does not.
I guess I just mistaken.
There was just a Super Bowl there. There was definitely not a dome.
I know. What can I tell you? This is wrong. Taking a look, seeing what we got going on in the chat here, by the way. Freak of nature. Koff, what happened to you in the NBA contest last night? Tell you what happened to me. Freak of nature.
You have Jason Tatum?
And that's what happened to me. I didn't have Jason Tatum. So I had him in an earlier build in the middle of the day, or even not long before lock, actually, with that first game at 6:30. I did have him, and then at some point in time just went for, it's not like I even swapped him out for another star. I just kind of went a little more balanced than stars and scrubs, and obviously that didn't work out great for me. I mean, I was good enough to do pretty well in some head-to-heads, but yeah, in our last-minute NBA contest, I was up at, I don't know, third, top 5, certainly top 10 for most of it, and then as that Celtics-Wizards game wore on, I think I finished 20th overall.
That's not terrible, I guess.
No, but it's outside the money. Got to be in the top 15 to finish in the money.
You sent me a contest. I actually looked at the lineup earlier because I was trying to figure out how many great players I could sneak in. The answer is 2.
Yeah, well, with just the 2 contests available to you as well, the 2 games tonight, as Tom Cruise says, Koff and BK, it's about to get all professional up in here. Who was on earlier? Who was on for the nooner? Were you here?
A bunch of non-professionals. No, I've been working on my podcast stuff.
All right, yeah, I want to talk more about the podcast. Maybe
tomorrow the first episode drop.
Christian and Ducey. Well, yeah, of course. You get those 2 guys in here. What are you looking for? Just a competition of airspace, really. Koff, Chris, top of the morning, gentlemen, says Ray. Freak of nature, great energy in the sim. Guru noting the popular pirate ship there at virtual Raymond James. J.E. Damkoff, Tatum went to town. My whiz kids last night. Yeah. I still do think Washington will figure it out. I think the Wizards, Russ Beal, they are absolutely capable beating the Pacers, regardless of that shellacking that we just saw take place against the Hornets. But we'll see.
The most surprising thing to me, and I'm guessing it certainly bit you in the behind, you had Sabonis in your lineup, right?
I did have Sabonis, yeah.
I was like, oh, they scored 144. He must have scored 50.
Well, what happened was he didn't play in the fourth quarter. So
they were up by too much.
Yeah, he played the first 3 quarters. They were up by, I think, 30, 31, something like that at the end of 3. He was 1 assist away from a triple-double and just didn't play in the fourth quarter, which is just one of those classic regular mindset, as a fan, you get it. You don't want him there. DFS-wise, stinks. That's a bummer. You hate that.
Yeah.
Let's see. Ducey and DeAndrea says undercover boss Tom, who is our technical director, brought the likes to around 110. Let's see if you can top it. Well, now I feel challenged, everybody. Now I feel challenged. It's good to see that just instinctually you guys have started hitting the like button upon our arrival and this second sim of the day. But yeah, we do want more. Can we get to, I guess we need to make our goal 225 in order to top them. So let's get to 225 likes by the end of this sim. This is where we ask you to show your allegiances, folks. Smash that like button. Show us we're worth it. We love you.
I got my NBA lineup in against you.
Oh, you already did it.
I did it. Well, I changed it around a little, but I like this version better. So now I'm excited. I think I'm excited. Let's see.
The Guru says my NBA lineup stunk last night. Biyombo, a total flop. Russ didn't do so hot either. No, Russ I faded. That's the thing. I didn't have. Well, let me look at it. So now I don't even totally remember. Also haven't got your lineup for this sim, by the way, the Mad Matinee. What do you have?
A lot of Bucks. Pretty much name all the Bucks. And then Stafford, not Hawkinson, which would have been cool because he's had a big play. Stafford and then Prater. Only Lions are Stafford and Prater. Captain, my man Godwin. I seem to always captain Godwin when the Bucks play. I got Tommy. I got Gronk. And I got the Bucks D because I got to think they're good for a couple sacks and maybe a pick.
All right.
Especially in the rain.
And off. Kerryon Johnson shy of the first. 3 for 12. Out to the 17, second and 4. We have the same captain. I went Chris Godwin as well. And we certainly weren't alone. He's owned in almost 19% of lineups in our small contest. 62% overall. After him, again, sort of a balanced approach. I faded the QBs. Tough to fade Tom here in this one because I do like him in this game, even in the rain. I have MJJ, Marvin Jones Jr. I have Kenny Galladay as Lions are just shy of the end zone out to the 2. First and goal on the way. It was MJJ there. So along with he and Galladay and TJ Hawkinson, who you noted before, is up to 38 yards receiving already. I also have Danny Amendola and his one-time teammate, Rob Gronkowski. So it's all about the pass catchers for me today. There's a touchdown.
Kerryon Johnson.
No, DeAndre Swift.
Oh, Swift. Sorry, Swift, 32. Look at that.
I
wish I had
Look
him.
at that.
I wish I had Swift.
Likewise. What happened in my, let me see. What happened in my lineup yesterday? So, did well for the first game. I had McDermott, I had Sabonis, I had Bridges, who I thought Bridges was really going to do that much more. Holiday, it's Justin Holiday. Really, it was the Celtics Wizards game that burned me. I had Kemba, who was great, but I had Smart, who was cold, Fournier, who was just, I mean, he had a good game, just again, real life, but he was dreadful fantasy-wise. And Hachimura, with the early foul trouble, just never recovered.
Yeah, I caught Marv Albert's notes about him being the second Japanese player of all time. And the first never actually played. He was 7'8", 330 pounds, and he never actually made it to the league.
I felt bad, not that he's out there checking it, obviously, but I did feel badly about all that. There was a lot of Marv slander on social media last night, and like, yes, if you turned on that game and you were listening, it sounded like the first quarter he was half asleep. Like the 9 o'clock tip was just too late for him. And then obviously throughout the night, constantly mixing up names, calling guys by the wrong name, all that. And so Twitter was
NBA games are fast.
Yeah, well, Twitter was just out for blood. And I get it, to some degree. It's a playoff game. You want a little bit more, but at the same time, you got to recognize how old he is. He's retiring, so this is the swan song. This is the end. And on top of that, as Brady uncorks one with 2 minutes to go in the first, and it's picked
off.
Lions, Trufant with the interception. The other thing is, it's a broadcasting icon. Just an absolute legend. There was, for a solid 20, 30-year period, there was no one bigger in broadcasting than Marv Albert. And yeah, has he lost his fastball? Of course. He wouldn't be out there throwing BP at this point in time. But we got to crap all over a guy on his way out the door. And maybe as someone who works in the industry and broadcasting, not unlike yourself, and it's and have been trained in it, so not just not everyone who winds up in front of a camera or behind a microphone is trained in broadcasting, obviously, especially in this era of social media. I don't know. It felt unnecessary. It felt just Twitter being Twitter, and I don't know, lay off. If it's that bad for you, mute it.
That's the thing, is you can watch the player that scores. So if he gets the name wrong, as long as your eyes work, you'll see that it was the correct player.
Right. It's not like he was doing radio where he was just messing everything up and you truly couldn't follow what was happening.
I said to Glash, how crazy would it be if you go from being the voice of the Connecticut Sun to one of the top 2 announcers on TNT taking his gig? You and Kevin Harlan do the Thursday night package.
Was he prepared for that?
He said that would be amazing. I go, well, a lot of people are pushing for Iron Eagle. I said, I love Iron Eagle, but I got to think they'll put Harlan on, the conference finals. I guess that's the best way to define it. Because sometimes on a Thursday night, you can't tell. The better game might be Bucks Sixers is the early game. The late game is Nuggets Blazers, which is, it's a fine game. But more people are tuning into the early game. And Marv, Kevin Harlan might be on that early game and Marv might be out west, or vice versa. You can't really tell until the conference finals, or I guess All-Star Sunday. And this year, I think, didn't Kevin Harlan call it, or did Marv call it? I can't remember. But I think while Birdman will be in there, I think you'll see the conference finals will go to Kevin Harlan in the coming years. Or it may not be Birdman because of his CBS gig. Right, if he's under contract with CBS, It might be Brian Anderson.
Could be.
Brian Anderson could easily jump in there, and then be Brian Anderson. And maybe when Birdman's contract's up, they work it out where TNT is a bigger part of it.
Or maybe Brendan Glasheen.
Or maybe Glash, if the Connecticut Sun stuff goes great. Here's the other thing too. Yeah. CBS, when Ian's contract's up, CBS may just throw more stuff at Ian.
Sure.
Basically setting up to be the
sure
Nance
replacement left on the schedule, but
no, but I'm saying to be the Nance replacement, put that in his contract.
Yeah. 68 in the air for Hawkinson, by the way. He's 3 for 68, so he is your leading receiver, catches and yards at this point. 7-0 through 1. DeAndre Swift with the touchdown. So we've got BK, AK, we got Tara Lynn producing, the illustrious TL, and then Undercover Boss Tom is our technical director, and Frangeli getting it done in game ops. And speaking of, let's see how things are going.
Not great for me.
Tests. Yeah, I'm very middle of the pack. Out of the 133, 57 for me right now.
No, I should have captained Swift and played the Lions D, not the Bucks.
Hey, it's easy to say that right now, right?
Well, right, but this is all. I may go back to being happy with my lineup by the fourth quarter, but as of now, that's what I should have done to this point.
We do have a guy named Brian Anderson in the YouTube chat who says, I'll announce some games.
Sure. Who wouldn't?
Sean says, I hope Glash gets it before you guys. He's better at it. I don't think either of us is vying for that job.
Yes, I hope Glash gets it too. But
yeah, I would root for Glash to get it before me also, because I'm not going after it.
I had a friend one time.
Different interests.
I had a friend one time who got a job, and he's one of those people that, is a BSer kind of by nature. But he gets some new job where he moves cities. I'm like, oh, well, touchdown. Look at this.
There we go. Marvin Jones Jr. Like it.
We were all at the Final Four. This is a long time ago. We were all at the Final Four in New Orleans in 2003 when your Cuse won, even though you were still in high school.
I was not.
Junior high? Were you in junior high in 2003?
Middle school, yeah.
Okay. Well, I was there as a college graduate.
It was my sophomore year.
Okay. So I was down there watching that garbage.
No, it was my junior year. My junior year.
Talking to our buddy, and he's like, I'm like, well, how'd you get that job? Because maybe he'd either moved to New Orleans or moved from New Orleans. I guess he was in New Orleans. We were staying in this place, and I think about it. He's like, oh, no, they just called me. I'm like, oh, did you put your name out there or something, or a recruiter? He's like, nope, they just called me out of the blue. And I'm like, so no one recommended you? No. I was like, well, this doesn't add up. Like, you don't just get jobs because someone randomly dials a phone number and goes, hey, do you want to do this job? Like, there's something missing here. I wasn't trying to give him a hard time about it. It was more like, oh, did someone in another department reach out, or a boss that you had at another place? And he'd only been out of school for 4 years at that point. So it wasn't like he had a 20-year track record. Because there's a chance that Jeff, what's his name, that runs TNT now and Turner Sports, Jeff Zucker, who used to run NBC, is watching the Dream Stream. And even though he likes Glash, likes you more, Koff, and reaches out to you via one of your many other jobs and says, would you like to do Thursday night basketball? And even though you're not going for it, I would think if they did call, you'd have to strongly consider it.
I would have to strongly consider it. You are right about that.
Just because you could take your kids to the slam dunk contest.
Yeah, I mean, who wouldn't want to be part of that?
Right. But you're not actively pursuing.
It would mean Thursdays I would have difficulty doing the Dream Stream, folks.
True. Or maybe even Wednesdays because you got to travel, prep.
That's right. I mean, maybe even the early part of Friday. I mean, I guess I could still hang out like primetime and Madden After Dark on Fridays. But yeah, Wednesday, and I mean, there's an element of prep too, some real prep that goes into it. So, part of Tuesday could be lost. I'm not sure it's worth it, guys. I might need to just hang out in Simland.
Also, it's worth noting that you don't go for those jobs. Maybe you do if you're Iron Eagle, right? Or if you're someone at that level.
Right.
That's already in their pool of candidates. You let your agent do the work and let them know. But they're going after you in this instance. And it's only about a handful of people who would qualify.
True. We qualify to be here with you. He's Brandon Cristal. I'm Adam Kaufman. Again, TL, undercover boss Tom Frangeli. Early second quarter, it's 14-0 Detroit against the defending real-life Super Bowl champs. 3rd and 10 on the way for Tom Brady and company. And smash that like, because we have a point to prove. If you can help us get to 225 by the end of this sim, that would go so far. So far. Bragging rights are important, folks, and we are trying. So smash that like button. Up over 300 people watching along just on the YouTube. Never mind the thousands more across all our other platforms, whether that's Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings. Give us a follow there. DK Nation, DK Playbook, the Game Center, wherever you're finding us, we do appreciate it. And especially those of you on YouTube and Twitch, because you're in the chat. You're part of the fam. You're here with us. We love that. Nice run out for a first here for Tampa. We're going to have a flag after the Leonard Fournette game. Oh, boy. Come on, Evans. Illegal block in the backfield.
Highest paid not quarterback on the team, and look at that. Blocking
1st and 6. You don't run into those often. Fournette will try again. Gets a little bit beyond the logo. 2 for 4 for him. 2nd and 4 coming.
I did pull Glash, and I think I'm on with Rossi here in a little while, in a couple hours. I'll find out his take on team building. But Glash...
Are you evaluating the importance of the quarterback position?
Well, I'm just checking the box to make sure that everyone else, really in the world except for Kenny, is going quarterback first, Packer second.
It's so funny that you're going through exactly what I went through, because he and I had that conversation weeks ago, long before you got perturbed with it. I was remarkably.
And he's had it with Glash too, because then he tried to explain the rookie quarter. And look, the rookie quarterback thing has merit. Like, all of his ideas sort of have merit, but together, and or to just say out loud you need a tackle before you need a quarterback is ridiculous. Because the biggest point, this is the easiest point, really good quarterbacks make up for okay tackles. Patrick Mahomes couldn't overcome it. But in general, Tom Brady, even as well as Mahomes played in that Super Bowl, Peyton Manning lots of years, Drew Brees, Aaron Rodgers had a bunch of left tackles and guys that get hurt in game. They make up for it. Really good left tackles, just ask Joe Thomas, do not make up for bad quarterback play, no matter how well they block their man. Or two people sometimes. So, yeah, Russell Wilson for sure. Yeah, Russell Wilson's maybe the best example. His O-line's been atrocious, and he's gone to 7 Pro Bowls. Yeah, Tom wasn't a part of this yesterday. But Tara Lynn, who I'm looking forward to getting her take on camera tomorrow, oh, that is my take.
Yeah, you just established that.
I could have told me, I don't know, an hour ago.
Who'd you think it was?
I wasn't paying attention. I'm trying to get my my caucus built.
Repeated Slack notifications.
Sorry about that.
I was going to keep typing. We were going to hear one of those every half a second until we dealt with it.
Well, especially because Tom is as enthusiastic as anybody that works behind the scenes as far as chiming in with solid takes and opinions about whatever we're talking about, which I appreciate. So, sorry about that, guys. Anyway.
Kilgore, as we got a touchdown.
Hey, Mike Evans. The one guy
really played and decided not to, and how's that going?
Me
touchdown.
Too. No, good. Good dancing, too, with Fournette there.
You look good.
Great dancing. Well,
Sean says, whoever is on Messenger while we're on the sim, we hear your chat.
Okay, sorry.
In fairness to BK, I don't want you to think he wasn't paying attention. That was the sound of him receiving chats, as part of our group channel. It was me incessantly writing just to make that sound until we dealt with it. And then also Tara Lynn and Tom, among others.
We spent way more time on it than if you said, hey, BK, I think you're feeding back the Slack chat.
Well, the best is, I'd have to scroll back. Hadn't you in the Slack chat earlier said, like, whose is that?
No, I didn't say that. I didn't. But here's the other thing, too, is that's how it sounds in my ear all the time. So There's no way for me to know that I'm feeding the sound back. Had I have played something else from an open window,
oh, you would have found out.
Then I would have been like, oh, that's me playing ESPN.com or CBS Sports or whatever. So that's usually I find out
that one's me. I'm getting a call through the computer, guys. That's me. Hang on. Let me see who it is.
That was me calling you. Tara Lynn's loving this. Maybe you and I won't be here tomorrow. It'll just be Tara Lynn and. Wait, is it you, me, and her tomorrow?
All right, it wasn't important, guys. It was an automated call.
Oh. I didn't realize you were actually answering the phone.
Yeah, I wanted to see if it was important. I get antsy when I don't know the number. Like I
can answer the phone in my computer.
There are two types of people in this world, and there are a zillion different examples of that statement. There are a couple different types of people in this world. There's those who never ever pick up a call when they don't know the number, and those who always pick up the call when they don't know the number. And I am very much in the latter category, because I get a lot of calls from people that, maybe it is work related and I just don't have their number stored, or maybe but what comes along with that.
What area code was it? Because if it was like a 212 or 404, that could have been Turner Sports calling.
It could have been, yeah. What if after all this they were listening and said, you know what, Marv is going, and we don't have this Iron Eagle thing figured out.
Devin White,
what are you up to? So no, it was just an automated, local town police department fundraiser kind of situation.
Whenever I get an automated call, I block the number.
Do you?
No, but I'll usually answer it. I'll answer it. Tara Lynn says cough definitely leaves voicemail.
I love that that's like an old person thing. Like, you leave a voicemail. You bozo.
Here's the thing too.
Do you leave voicemail?
Should I say?
And just real quick on that. I don't always leave a voicemail. I used to always leave a voicemail. In more recent years, I don't leave a voicemail. Just saying what's up. Driving, give me a call. I will occasionally do that to certain people, But more often than not, if it just goes to voicemail and I'm not calling with a purpose, like, you know, it's another thing about like, hey, got to run something by you, give me a shout. And I feel like calling versus texting. But I won't, you know, otherwise, like if it's not important, I probably won't leave a voicemail because I won't care whether they see the missed call or not.
Yeah, I think I'm kind of where you are, almost the exact same, where I'll leave a voicemail if it's important, and it may even come with a text as well to be like, hey, I need you to call me, you know, or did you listen to my voicemail, especially because people have visual voicemail.
Right.
And you don't always know if they get the, not to get the voicemail, get the missed call, right? There's definitely ghosts in the machine, or they're outside of a service area, or their phone was off. What if their phone's off, right? And it goes straight to voicemail. You don't know if they sent you there, or what if they're on an airplane or in a tunnel or a subway.
Good point.
So to just always assume they see the missed call, and then it also gives them the, oh, I didn't even see the missed call. And they may be telling the truth.
Now we're getting a lot of people with the two types of people in this world comments, which I'm here for, by the way. Keep them coming. Sean says there are two types of people in this world, those who can cook and those who can't cook. And I will add, there's Dalvin Cook. Meeker says if someone wants to hire you that badly, they're not going to be like, well, he didn't pick up, first call out of the blue, how dare he, offer rescinded, which is great. Brooks says
an idea of how much they want you to take that job. Like, well, we'll move on to the next guy. What's Glash's number?
Yeah, he was unavailable. Must be doing a Madden sim. Well, he's not prioritizing us. Brooks says there are actually three types of people. There are those who make it happen, those who watch it happen, and those who say what happened. I like that. I feel like I've heard that before, but I like it. I mean, I can't believe Tara Lynn's going to come at me for voicemails when I have watched her Instagram behavior. Like, this is some real pot kettle stuff going on right here. Bucky says, we don't rock off. Quick question, though. The Madden Stream free pool, is this based on Sims or real life? Everything is based on these Sims that you're seeing right here in terms of Madden streams, if we're talking about the same thing. But Bucky, I'm not totally sure I understand your question.
By the way, I was correct. Tara Lynn is joining you and me tomorrow at 2 Eastern.
Good. Look forward to that.
We'll get her take on the quarterback team building tackle.
Yes, do your research, Tara Lynn. You're gonna be asked many a strategic football question by BK.
I need to remember to get
I'm
my
just gonna talk to you about
golf
voicemails.
lineup in. I need to get my golf lineup in.
You want to do a golf contest?
I'm not going to take Jeff's. Yeah, I guess I can do one with you too. I'm not going to take Jeff's advice this time because it did not go great for the Mets.
Hey, he's one of our analysts. You're supposed to pump up our people.
I'm not saying you shouldn't take it. I said I'm not going to.
I'm not going to take it. That might be worse. Aaron says, Cough, I called Westbrook under 60 points last night. And was ridiculed. Well, you know, I wouldn't have thought it would play out that way either. I wouldn't have ridiculed you, though. So, you know, to all those people who did, you should feel vindicated, my friend. Mo says, Cough, we fade in Anthony Davis. It's early. It's early, obviously, on the lineup building. We're still 5 hours away from lock, but I don't feel so great about the Anthony Davis play tonight as things sit here right now.
Well, this is what I was going to ask you, not to get some insight, because I already built my lineup and I'm not going to change it no matter what happens.
No matter what. He
but
get ruled out, and I'm playing him.
I'm still playing him. I will not go back in and change it. Actually, it'll be good because what time does the first game start? 7 Eastern?
7:30 Eastern.
Well, either way, I'll be sitting here at 6 Eastern doing a sim, so I'll have time to kind of look at it with Rusty. Give me a player that's not one of the big three tonight in Steph, LeBron, and AD that you're excited about. One player.
You want me to give you this? All right, let me.
Yeah. You're the one that works for Ostimo and DraftKings and does all this.
Sure.
Or, you know, it's the thing that you look forward to most every day is sending out contests.
I do. I thoroughly enjoy it. Even did some showdowns for the Celtics Wizards last night too. I
tried to get into one of those with you, and you said no tomorrow.
Because by the time I saw your text, it had already locked.
Oh, I was ready. I was going to be all Tatum all the time. I was going to captain and beat you by 100.
I had him captain, so you wouldn't.
Oh, maybe.
I had him. He had like 110 in the captain spot. All right, so not the big three, Curry, James, and Davis. I would say some guys that are in really good spots tonight. As we have, there you go, interception on the part of Dean in Tampa Bay. That'll help your DST.
Jamel Dean with the pick after the Levante David sack.
So
my Tampa's winning this game, by the way. DeRozan,
Murray, JJJ, Jaren Jackson Jr., Podol.
Pirtle. There's an R in there that you can't see, but trust me.
My behind there it is.
I swear to God, his name's pronounced Pirtle. Why would I?
I'm not saying
the
pronunciation's wrong. I'm just telling you there's no R to be found. Dylan Brooks.
Well, Brett Favre reverses the V and the R.
Favre. Those are all guys that are in pretty good spots tonight based on some of the metrics that I'm looking at here.
Okay. Now you got me rethinking my lineup.
Oh, man. We've reached the break. 14-7. Detroit still in front. Must be a lion on the sidelines, folks. Stafford, 141 passing, a touchdown to pick. Brady, similar, also has a TD and an interception, has 105 passing yards. We'll look at the running and receiving numbers as well. Still 6 for 28 for Kerryon Johnson, who is far and away your leading rusher. In fact, all other combined rushing statistics total just 3 yards. That's it. Although Swift is 1 for 2 with a touchdown. You have Hawkinson at 3 for 68, a touchdown for MJJ. Marvin Jones Jr. 3 for 50 with his score. Mike Evans 3 for 36 and a touchdown. Taking a look, knowing stats are not fully updated just yet. Obviously, takes a few moments with the manual scoring, but and that's not the name of a person. It's not Emmanuel scoring.
I know sometimes when you say it, it sounds like Emmanuel scoring.
Yeah, it's as fun.
I've gone down as this game's gone on.
Manny scoring.
I'm up. I'm down to 123.
I'm in 95, so not great either. How about our dude, Undercover Boss Tom, though? I tell you, he makes contests for these things, like makes lineups for these contests, whether he's working or whether he's not. A lot of the time, he won't even be working the sim, and I will see him hanging out top 10 on the leaderboard. He is here with us today, obviously, doing, technical directing that he does, Undercover Boss Tom, and he's sitting fourth at this moment. He's just, I'm going to start to, pick his brain on Madden lineup building. Why don't we got to have him on here? Turn on your camera, Tom. You could be 3-person booth. Expert.
Well, once we find out whether he would draft a quarterback or a tackle first, I guess.
Yeah, right.
Focus his team around that.
That's real life lineup building. That's different. It's organizational builds. And do us a favor, folks. We want to get to 225 likes by the end of the sim. We are up to 161 with 340 people. The math checks out. We can get there. So smash that like button, hit the subscribe button on YouTube. We greatly appreciate it. We are on a mission. It's very important that you think of us more highly than you do Kenny and Christian, who had about 110 likes for the first sim. Now, we all know it's easier to get likes on the first sim of the day, but we want to show that we are, that you guys are so in favor of being here, hanging out with us, that we want to top that 110 that they got, get us to 225 by the end of this sim. Hit that like. Appreciate you.
So when's the next Celtic Beat podcast come out after the big win last night? It's got to be pretty exciting.
Tomorrow or Friday. We got to figure that out. Line up whomever the guest is going to be. Not sure who we will effort to get for that one.
You should try and get Tatum.
Yeah, I think the players are a little trickier this time of year.
Yeah. Have you had players on before?
We have. Yeah, not this season. This season's obviously just been weird with, all Zoom availability and everything else. But
well, they still have phone availability if you just call them.
Yeah, but organizations, for the most part, it seems, maybe it's different place to place, but it feels like a lot of the organizations have, unless you're a broadcast partner, like you're the radio.
Yeah, they kind of shut it down, or if you have a relationship with somebody, maybe. But
yeah, they're not giving you the one-on-ones.
No, is Jeff still the PR guy there?
One of them.
Yeah. He's been there for since Larry Bird was a rookie, it feels like. I may be exaggerating a little. He did used to get us Doc Rivers all the time. That's because Scott Hastings, who I worked with, played with Doc Rivers, so it's an easy get.
No, you're not exaggerating. He's absolutely been there that long. He has been there forever. Robert says your ego couldn't handle 225 likes. Sure, we could.
So my first Shelby Harris podcast comes out tomorrow. Rather, Shelby's first podcast.
I thought it was
comes out
launching
tomorrow.
last week. What happened?
He went to Vegas.
All right, well, that sums it up.
We were going to tape on Wednesday for our Thursday launch. We'd already done the preview, thankfully, and which is kind of good because it gave it more time to build for Apple to load it and Spotify. Because when you launch a new podcast, it takes a few days for everything to populate. Apple actually emails you. It takes 2 to 4 weeks, and then it took a day, or 2 days.
Now,
but
well, go ahead.
No, but so he calls me on Wednesday because we're not going to be able to tape the podcast today. We'll just have to do it tomorrow. I'm like, okay, because I'm going to Vegas for the day. I said, okay.
Day.
Who with? College D-line coach. He played college football with Colton Underwood, the bachelor who recently came out of the closet and is, one of the bigger bachelor celebrities in that world, right? And then his wife. So they were literally just going for the day. He was going to gamble with his coach and Colton, and his wife was going to shop. They ended up not coming home till like Saturday morning. This is Wednesday. Maybe they came home Friday. I don't know. They might have come home Friday night, actually. But anyway, so we were able to tape this first one yesterday with Mike Purcell, the nose tackle, nose guard. And then we're going to probably tape 1 or 2 more to just start to have a few in the can so that when last-minute trips come up, I'm going to be out for a week after Memorial Day up in the mountains camping. Not that I couldn't get stuff done up there because I'll still bring all my stuff with me just in case.
Yeah, you don't want to miss
it. It's good to just kind of be ahead is what I'm realizing. And I already kind of put it in his ear. I'm like, look, we got to figure out, like, training camp is going to be a challenge. He's like, well, we got off. I'm like, this is his idea. He wants to do it. I just, you kind of got to stay on him a little bit. We got a bunch of good guest ideas and some cool stuff potentially in season, some mailbag stuff that's going to come with maybe an autographed picture. Like, imagine that. You tweet at us or email us, and if we pick your question, send you an personalized autographed photo.
Of you as well, or just Shelby Harris?
Just Shelby. I don't think anybody listening, I mean, if they want one, they don't have to.
Dreamstream fans might want that.
They don't have to be a part of the part of the podcast. They can just ask me for an autographed picture and I'll make it happen.
Do you have your own 8x10?
I do not, so it will take a little bit of work. I'll have to print it out somehow.
Just to find a Google image picture of yourself and just print it off, just a regular printer in black and white. Sign
well,
it,
the most famous
fold it up,
one.
Put it in the mail.
The most famous one is Peyton Manning patting me on the head at a press conference.
That's true. I remember that.
So I could just print that out, and then I can sign it. And if they ever run into Peyton, he can sign it.
Yeah, if you ever just casually cruise past Peyton Manning, hey, look, man, I've already got BK.
I got the harder one.
That was
Hey,
tough
you're
to track down. That was difficult. But if you could sign this, I mean, it would really complete the picture for me. So with the podcast, because you were talking about like the iTunes and Apple and like everything with the actual distribution of it. This is a larger conversation that I'm sure people don't care about, so we'll go quickly, and then you and I can get together offline on this. Who's in charge of that? Like, are you doing all the uploading and
the uploading in the podcast construction? I can do, or I do, and actually it worked out well because we're doing this on Zoom right now because we can't be in the same room by PA rules. We technically could, we can't do it at the Broncos facility, which is where we're ultimately going to do it from because we have a broadcast studio there. So Zoom actually for now kind of works better because you can get people from all over. Not that we can't do Zoom from in there as well. But I recorded on 2 channels, and it's our first podcast, and we've got Mike Purcell on, and I'm sitting there, and I'm maybe starting to chime in right as Shelby there's a little bit of a lag or a delay, just like with anything on Zoom. And I was able to go in last night and clean it up to where you don't hear me going, yeah, well, yeah, and then realizing they're talking. One of them, so I do the editing and the uploading. All the back end, like getting it started, our web person at iHeart did.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying I don't know how to do that. I just don't know how to do it. I'm sure it's not rocket science, but She does it.
Not saying I don't know how to
Every
do
time
it.
we
I just don't know how to do it.
Well, every time we launch a podcast, she does it across all those platforms.
So someone internally within
within iHeart.
iHeart, but within your specific
iHeart
office.
Right. Whereas like the graphic was built by someone else somewhere because we lost our graphics people in the pandemic.
Yeah.
We didn't lose them to the pandemic. Their job was cut.
Yeah, it's an important distinction, obviously.
Yeah.
14-7 Detroit is in front. A few minutes to go, third quarter, incomplete pass. By the way, your question, Bucky, I'm not ignoring you, says if there's a 5K free pool answering different questions and the like, is that based on the Sims or real life? Truthfully, Bucky, I don't have an answer for you. I could effort it. I would say that if it's a free-to-play pool that is related to the Madden Sims, it would be based on the Madden Sims. It wouldn't be, we don't do in the time of the Dream Stream and the year plus that we've been doing these Madden contests. There have never been any Madden related things that have focused around real life football when the NFL was in season. If it's labeled Madden, if it's associated with Madden, it has to do with these Sims. I can't see any other way that would exist.
They could do something around the release of the new game, like how many players will be rated 99, like things that aren't released. Like they could do it in partnership with Madden, potentially. Who will be the highest rated O-lineman,
Sure.
And they could, just like they do with some of those pools. Final thought on the Shelby Harris podcast, just to put a little bow on it.
Mm-hmm.
Best I can tell right now, and I would love anybody in the chat that can prove otherwise, so I quit saying this out loud. Best I can tell till Richard Sherman gets another job, and I don't even know that he has his podcast right now with Chris Collinsworth. And we know Greg Olson's retired, and I don't know if he's still doing his tight end podcast. I did some Googling, and I didn't go crazy, but it looks like this Shelby Harris podcast is going to be the only active NFL player with a podcast.
Like that.
So we'll see what we can do with that. Maybe we can get some big promotion behind it. That Shelby do some national radio spots once we get a few in the can. If anybody knows of an active NFL player that has a podcast, let me know. We know about JJ Redick, The Old Man and the Three is a really popular podcast. It's already had a couple different versions, and CJ McCollum still has his podcast that's out once or twice a week. Mm-hmm. But other than that, Ross Tucker is not an active player, Tom.
Exactly. Tom.
There's lots of former players with podcasts. I could sit here for the rest of the sim and list them.
Morton Anderson, you heard of him?
Morton Anderson, he and Tommy Freespops do one. Yes, Ross Tucker. Ross Tucker's been doing the Ross Tucker football podcast for a long time. Aqib Talib has not one but two podcasts.
Tom is wishing now that he just hadn't typed anything. it's that emotion. Damn it.
Sounds like tell Brandon to plug that cord back in so the clicking can distract everyone.
Hey, turn on the Slack again. I'm going to go back with the tail between my legs. Terrelin says it's okay, Tom.
He's got to own it. It's fine.
We've all been there. Hey, keep hitting that like. Can we get to 225 by the end of the sim? We're what are we? Approximately 50 away. So let's get there. Smash that like button. Appreciate you. 21-7. Late third quarter, about a minute to go. BK, AK, Tara Lynn, Tom, Frangeli. Hawkinson, the bonus, by the way, folks. I may have mentioned that, but if I didn't, he's there.
Let me ask you, I'm going to hold this up to the camera. Can you see that shirt?
Kind of. Not super well, but that's in part because you're not my pinned window in Zoom.
I guess I could just text it to you.
You could.
I'll do that.
Tom, you're still the undercover boss. Don't worry, buddy. You got to do a lot more to get stripped of titles.
So you know how iPhone has like when you start to text a photo or whatever, a screen grab, it'll give you like the 8 or 10 people that it thinks you might want to send it to.
Right. Yeah.
Obviously, I text you a lot, and you'll pop up in there pretty frequently.
Sure.
But I have 1 or 2 people that pop up all the time that I don't text hardly ever. If I do, it's very sporadic. And I'm like, why does my phone think I'm texting this person with any regularity?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Is
I'm
it
gonna
anybody
talk to him.
interesting?
It is, and that's only what made me notice it, but I don't feel like saying it out loud.
Charles Barkley.
No, but he works with him on TV.
Oh, there you go.
I probably text Charles more than I text Kenny, and it's happened to me for the last 3 days. I see Kenny's name pop up because it's in there as Kenny, quote, the Jet Smith, which is just silly, but that's how I have it in there. And I'm like, why does it want me to text? I haven't texted him in probably a month.
I'm not sure. End
Yeah,
of
me
3,
neither.
folks. Tampa.
After we get through, Tom. Did Tom say mine does that with my ex? Was that Tom or was that
Carolyn said that. Mine does that with an ex that I haven't talked to in 2 years, and it's brutal.
2 years, right? You almost want to take them out of your phone and be like, let me just write their number down somewhere, and it pops up.
Like that. Carolyn never has never have successive slacks come through so quickly as Tarolyn mentioning an ex and then goes, cough, Lakers or Warriors tonight. Like, don't spend any time on my ex. I could see where this is going.
Harpo said, do it, BK. Drop the name. I just did. It was Kenny the Jet.
Yeah.
But
do
honestly,
it, BK.
I don't even know the last time I texted Kenny the Jet. Let's see.
Drop it and pick it up again. Hawkinson 6 for 110, a touchdown. TDs for Jones and Evans as well. Obviously, Swift earlier. Those
April 22nd. April 22nd.
You just did a deep dive.
Today's May 19th.
What is this? Hang on. I see your. All right. So why am I looking at this shirt? This Mickey Mouse shirt that you sent me here.
There's also Jayhawks on it.
Oh, I see.
Should I? It's $34.95 on eBay.
No, why? No.
I
mean, not unless like you have a. Where would you ever wear that other than maybe Disney World?
This is the one other. These are my two options. I'll send you this one, and then I'll tell you why. Okay, so.
Okay.
Kenny the Jet still on here as one of the 8 people I should text to. Here's you. You're 6 spots past him somehow.
Oh, man.
Everybody else on here are people I text. Mom, a couple colleagues, a couple
Mom.
These are all people that I text.
All right. I like the second shirt better. Another Kansas.
Okay. It's about the same price.
Yeah.
It describes the size. I want to read the description of the size in a second. But the reason I'm looking at these 2 Hawaiian shirts, my cousin's turning 40, and we're going to his birthday party in Palm Springs, and it is Hawaiian shirt encouraged.
Okay.
And my cousin's kind of a silly idiot. He's a real estate guy that also does stand-up comedy in LA. So
you want to be dressed for the occasion.
Yeah. Actually, this one's $6 less and free shipping. But here's my only holdup, because $28 in free shipping, that's nothing, right? That's how much. That's not even what we play for in a sim by hundreds of dollars. Or I mean, in a head-to-head. But this, God, I have to read the way they describe the size. No small, medium, large, extra large. Measurements. Brands will vary in measurements. Please refer to the measurements to ensure the item will fit you before purchasing. Pit-to-pit measurement, 27 inches. Top of back collar to tail measurement, 33 inches. That's all it says for size. Can you, I mean, I think we can both conceptualize that.
Mm-hmm.
Why would it say small, medium, large, extra large, double XL? Because now I have to go find one of those tailor tape measures to measure pit to pit and figure that. And does that mean
it wants to make sure it's the right fit for you? I respect it.
What's wrong with small, medium, large, extra large? I can also guess then. I'll be like, well, it says small. I can't wear that. Oh, it says XL. That's too big. You know, come on. Help me out here. But for $28, it's probably worth rolling the dice.
Just go with what you think. Go with your gut.
The Mickey one also feels like it was forced. Like it's not really a Jayhawk shirt or a Mickey shirt. Somebody
it really doesn't belong in there.
2 together.
Going back to Tarolyn's question, by the way, of Lakers or Warriors tonight, folks. Love to hear what the people are expecting. Shout it out in the chat. Also, obviously, what you are expecting. I think
somebody mute BK.
I think.
I said the Bucks are going to win. They have to score here for that to happen.
I think Golden State is going to win tonight. No, wait. Let me think. I'm neither outcome is going to surprise me. First of all, so let's just put that out there. I'm trying to. What's the other one is San Antonio and Memphis.
I didn't even care about that game. I only care about the Lakers.
Yeah, I think the
Warriors.
I mean, ultimately, ultimately, I think both teams are getting into the playoffs, so I will put that out there. So it doesn't really matter all that much who wins tonight in that regard. I know seeding-wise and matchup-wise in the true first round, that matters. But
you can make the case they already were in the playoffs because they finished in the top 8, and this whole plan thing's stupid.
Yeah, you could. You absolutely could.
I'm just doing that based on, I don't know, the last 35 years of playoffs.
I'm going to take... It hasn't been that long. I'm going to take Golden State tonight and the Lakers in the second play-in contest. That's what I'm going to say.
Okay, I'll take the Lakers.
4th and 1, Tampa. Brady going for it. Touchdown! O.J. Howard.
The Lakers... I don't have O.J. Howard in my lineup. The Lakers they're going to have to be one of the first teams that'll go from the play-in as a 7 seed to be the favorite. They'll be the favorite in every game against the Suns.
Right.
Or as the 8 seed probably against Utah. So
I mean, there's still, if I'm not mistaken, there's still the favorite to win the championship.
No.
Or second
the
behind
The Nets are.
Favorite to come out of the West in the
Yes.
play-in tournament.
Yes.
So
silly.
it's,
It's silly. I'm taking the Lakers tonight. We can bet offline.
There you go.
I'll do a showdown. I'll do a showdown in that one with you.
Yeah, we can do a showdown for both. I don't care.
I'm not going to do the first one. I don't have that energy.
What time are those games tonight? 7:30 and
10, probably.
Probably. But let's see. Let's find out for certain. Yeah. 7:30 and 10. Carolyn, thank you.
I'm going from my softball game to the hockey game where I'll be watching that game on my iPad.
You're just giving up on seeing your family on weeknights at this point.
Well, the hockey games work. I'm being paid to go there, so the softball is recreational.
Do you? I'm not insinuating you wouldn't want to go, but do you have to go as part of your job versus covering it from afar?
Yes, but not to the road games for some reason.
Would you want to?
It's a good question. I mean, it's hard to cover both teams right now, and I'm tasked with covering both teams. Like, when I get done here, I got to go listen to the Nuggets shoot-around audio and see if anything there is relevant. Probably not, because they don't play till Saturday, but...
How far are you from the arena?
30 minutes.
Okay.
They're like, do you? No, the PR person's like, are you coming to morning skate? And I was like, no, I'm not. I'll see you at the game. Although at morning skate, you can get way closer to the players. You can be kind of in the lower bowl.
True.
In the game, during the game, I'm in the press box. And they had 8,000 people there the other night. It was rocking, dude. You would have thought it was 18,000.
Is all of your media availability, like all of your media responsibilities, done over Zoom?
Right now, yes.
Whatever it is.
Yep, it's all done on Zoom.
So why do you have to be there? Other than to say you were there and obviously take in the atmosphere.
I think it's that. It's to cover you're covering the game, not just the post-game press conference.
You're not even covering the game, really. You're covering.
No, you're right.
You can cover the game from your couch.
Sure.
You're covering the event.
Yeah, the event. You do see more when you're at a game. I mean, look, I went to all 8 Broncos home games, and I definitely saw more than when they're on the road. I'm having to text people to ask questions that are in the press box, about something they might have seen.
Oh boy, Brady
That's
fumbled.
The ball game.
Turnover.
That is
Detroit's
the
got it.
Ball game.
Well, we still got 5 minutes left.
Maybe
Maybe
Matt Brady
Detroit will
field
turn
goal
the
here.
ball over right back.
It might. I've got the Bucks D. It's got me at 123rd place.
I'm in 83rd, so I'm not faring much better. DeMac Lion, though, is in front at this moment by...
Here's the better question.
About a quarter of a point.
Because I'm tasked with covering these teams now, and we're kind of splitting up the Broncos' reporting duties, even though I still have to cover everything, certainly in town, as best I can throughout the whole season, off season. If the Avalanche were to go to the Stanley Cup Finals, would they want me to go? Also, because I'm going to be on vacation at the aforementioned birthday party in Palm Springs. We're staying in California for a week.
It's a good question for your employers.
Yeah, I'm not asking you. I guess
I can't decide.
But I was thinking about it. Like if it's Boston, let's say the Bruins make it. It's Bruins and Avs.
Sure.
I could come stay at your house. I could
Come
come
on
to a
over.
bunch of Sims
Yeah, that'd be great.
because there's gonna be days in between games, and
I'll
other than being
I'll
at Zoom.
push on over and we'll both sit at the DVD wall. Be right next to each other on different laptops. Touchdown, MJJ, second of the
Told
day.
you. Ball game. I was wrong when I said Bucks would win. Can I stay at your house? They'd probably put me up in a hotel if they're sending me. But how close do you live to the Boston Garden? It's not called that anymore. TD Bank North.
You would
Fleet,
be
the Fleet Center. It's called Fleet Center.
It's called the TD Garden.
Not
Used to be
Fleet.
called- It
Fleet
was
Center.
it was the Fleet Center a long time ago.
Is Fleet still in business?
I don't think so. I think
Wow.
Fleet merged or was bought out by TD Bank, and then it was the TD Bank Garden, and then it became the TD Garden.
Because
It
they're
was
no
the
longer a
Fleet Center
bank.
when they built it. When they
I've
tore
been to the
down
Fleet
old
Center.
Garden, which wasn't
been to the Fleet-
sponsored. It was just the Boston Garden. When they tore
I-
that down, and then obviously built a new arena, it was the Fleet Center.
Spring of '99, I saw a terrible game between a bad Celtics team and a worse Timberwolves team at that Fleet Center. Paul Pierce was a rookie.
It's a young buck.
Mm-hmm.
Dom says, why does
KG was
BK
in-
get in? Glass still has to sit on the porch. Well, it's very easy. I like BK better.
And I'm fully vaccinated at the time. Lash wasn't.
That's true. That's
So
the
it's
more
both.
that's
Both
the
of
more
us.
that's the more honest answer. That's not the fun answer. Flash, if he came by,
I was
now,
thinking about that. I'm like,
and that
Boston.
he is fully vaccinated.
Obviously,
I'd probably let him in. Probably.
obviously, if they're sending me for work, they're going to put me up. But like, you live in
would
Boston.
rather, with
sort
regard
of.
to my proximity to the Garden, you would rather be at a hotel.
Yeah, I'd rather be at a hotel kind of all the way around. But maybe I'll come over and do. Maybe in between games, I would come over and do some Sims.
Sure, hang out a bit.
But Washington, I could say at my aunt and uncle's, and they actually do live pretty close.
How do you feel about that crazy household of yours? How do you feel about going on the road and then staying at someone's place with dog? Is that appealing to you?
Well, I just want to feel like I'm at home, right? And that thing people always they miss home even when they like traveling for work. Hey, is that my captain, Godwin, finally making a catch?
DJ says, maybe read Twitch every once in a while, BK and Koff. I'm out. Good day. CJ, we'll see you later. I look at Twitch periodically, but I'm not going to lie. I've said this before. The production crew is more zeroed in on Twitch, whereas I am more zeroed in on YouTube, and we kind of divide responsibilities. So if anything noteworthy comes across on Twitch, it makes its way to me. Man, Tampa again losing the ball.
This Lions D was the play today. What are they doing?
You're not kidding.
Is that 3 turnovers?
At least. Kenny Galladay, by the way, setting himself up for the babysitter Billy with the goose egg. How about T-Pike? Undercover boss Tom, the quiet assassin who has moved into first place. And not just first, but first by about 3 points.
Canada can only have so many national banks. Jay Duncan letting us know. Fun fact, Canada can only have so many national banks. TD equals Toronto Dominion. So they had to take bank away from their name. All right.
Interesting. Does anybody in this contest own the Lions DSD, by the way?
I don't.
I see a decent chunk of people, about 20% of people with the Tampa defense, but I don't see anybody with Detroit.
What game do Rossi and I have?
You guys coming up, well, not next, obviously.
No.
Zach next in about an hour. You and Rossi have Jaguars Bills at 6 o'clock, which, if it factors into your lineup building, is a snow game in virtual Buffalo.
Oh, not in Jacksonville.
Nope.
I can't play Trevor Lawrence yet, and he's a lot better in the snow than Minshew.
CJ's asking, did we acknowledge or did you specifically acknowledge the Rogers tweet that he had this morning? I have not.
Specifically did not acknowledge, but I will scroll through my tweets. Oh, wait. Am I logged in as me?
I don't think we're getting to that 225 likes, guys. You are showing your preference for Kenny and Christian. I just want you to know. That's okay, though. We like it.
I'm looking for CJ's tweet about Aaron Rodgers.
Smash that like, hit the subscribe button. Got a couple minutes left here in this one.
Let me ask you this. So George Karl's pretty active on Twitter. He lives here in Denver, and
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, does a lot of radio. Not a lot of radio. He does a lot of radio with one station, I should say. But he's pretty active on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
So he tweets, "This week marks conference finals anniversaries for my 3 best NBA teams. The 96 Sonics, 25 years. The 01 Bucks, 20 years. The 09 Nuggets, 12 years. Those teams didn't win championships, but they're all special rides for the cities and our team." So I said, 12-year anniversary, coach. That feels like a stretch, but that 09 team was definitely the most fun I've had covering basketball playoffs. So my exception is pretending that a 12-year anniversary is a thing, because 25 and 20, sure.
Yeah.
And if he's going to just fudge these numbers, every year in the playoffs will mark an anniversary. Next year will be the 26th, 21st, and 13th. Like, we're just going to start throwing that around.
Yeah, he's
like
just
it's special.
Unreasonably linking those together.
Yeah, the first two made sense, 25 and 20. Those are our anniversaries. I'm sorry, we live in a world of round numbers. I choose not to at times. I don't set my alarms on 0s or 5s, but in general, we live in a world of 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 50. Round numbers. SNL did a huge party for their 40th, which is more of a birthday that's celebrated than an anniversary. But I ever tell you I asked Peyton Manning what that was like being at the SNL 40th? And he goes, it's Chevy Chase, man. It's just awesome. I'm like, that's the best you got for me, Peyton?
So that's it?
Yeah, this was at his locker that following season. Because that was like in February. That was the weekend of the All-Star game. And I asked Chuck, I'm like, did you get invited? He goes, I don't know. I was too busy with the All-Star game. But they were in New York at the All-Star game.
Yeah.
Like, if I would have been there, I would have been pushing the gas pedal, be like, dude, we have got to get to this party.
CJ here says, I was going to call him Scoops, says he's got his sources. He wonders if his sources line up with your sources, saying that Denver is happy with what they have and they are not pushing a Rodgers trade.
I don't know if that's true. Pushing a Rodgers trade and wanting to make a Rodgers trade are two different things. It doesn't do him any good to push the trade until the Packers are open for business, because all you're doing is negotiating against yourself. So if you call up and say, hey, we want to give you these 4 picks and this quarterback and these 2 young players, and no one's called and said anything, I realize that is one way to get a deal done. But when you find out they're open for business, and you say, okay, what are the Raiders giving? We're going to do this. Like, you don't need to overbid today.
I'm sorry, completely unrelated. A comment in the chat from Lindenbaum. LMAO, Detroit defense dominating Tampa Bay offense and running on Tampa defense. Very credible.
It's all rigged. That's why our lineups have nobody has the Detroit defense, because we all knew
it's not even it's not even the whole like the rigged thing at this point in time for me. The NFL, and we're not even talking about a video game. We're not even talking about Madden now. The NFL as a league, the reason that like we have our play on it, the Any Given Sim Day, but the reason Any Given Sunday exists as a credo, a motto in the first place, is because any team can win any given day. Correct? I mean, am I wrong? Why, whenever this happens, like whenever the underdog wins in Simland, do we look at it and say, well, this would never, ever happen? Well, then why don't the good teams just go 16-0 every year? Or now 17-0? And why doesn't the favorite always win the Super Bowl? It's the dumbest thing in the world to me when we see these in the chat. And like, Jordan, I guess I'm going after you, but you're not the only one, in fairness. But I don't get it. I don't, like, we never ever see upsets. It's just so stupid. It's so dumb. And with that, Detroit wins in the rain in Tampa. Good day for the defense. Bad day for Tom. That would never, ever happen. Like, what the hell are we doing?
Tom, who does not have the Detroit defense, is still somehow winning. And he's a guy literally running the game behind the scenes.
Yep. Well, I don't think
and he has Galladay. You're winning with Galladay.
He's got the babysitter Billy and the crusty Koff Cristal in his lineup, I would say. But what are your awards here?
Yeah, you're right. You hit it right on the nose. Marvin Jones Jr. is going to be the crusty Cristal, Krusty Kaufman player of the game. We probably should have a 4th or a 5th K because 3K is not great. So
not ideal.
So 4Ks will be all our names. Krusty Kaufman, Krusty Cristal. They're like a hyphen, all hyphenated. And then the babysitter Billy Not My Kid Award, Kenny Galladay.
Tough go. 31% owned. Goose egg.
Also, Krusty's actually spelled with a C. Krusty the Clown spells with a K. So we're okay. We're off the hook.
Yeah, that's true. Not the way they do it in Simland, though.
It's true. It's true.
What do we got here? Just seeing if there's anything else in the chat. Yeah, Noah asking about weather coming up. And some people responding to some of the stuff that I was just saying. All right. Jay Duncan, I'm glad the C's won last night, or Koff would have exploded. By the way, happy birthday, Koff. I wanted the Wizards last night. I really did. I would have preferred the matchup with Philadelphia, or just the lottery at this point in time. All right, so you've got coming up next, Falcons, a little less than an hour, in the wind in virtual Meadowlands against the Jets. I will be with Zach Thompson for that. I'm sure we'll get into more NBA there. The slate with our guys, our NBA guys, Sherrod and Meiselman. You'll have those two together talking about tonight's two-gamer. And you know Sherrod, the Wolfman here in Simland, is going to be excited because he is a big Lakers guy at heart. So any and all DFS or whatever related questions you want to get into, he will be happy to answer along with Matt. 6 o'clock to kick off the late classic. Jags at the Bills in the snow. BK will be back with Jason Rossi. And then you will have BK's Broncos without the BK in virtual Baltimore in the rain. Jeff Ulrich, Tom Carroll. It'll be Tom Ace and Moose together for a snow game. Chiefs and Packers. Aaron Rodgers talk. Madden After Dark, 10 o'clock tonight. But as we say, thanks to producer TL, undercover boss Tom, our TD, and Frangeli in game ops, BK, AK. It's so many just random letters and initials. You will
Speaking
have
of random letters and initials. Did you ever think about the idea that the alphabet's in no particular order?
What? What does that mean?
Well, like it's in an order, but there's no real reason for it. The alphabet A to Z, we know it the way we know it, but why does A have to be first? Why can't G be first? Like there's no numerical reasoning behind it.
Now. We're out of time.
All right, we'll do it. We'll do it tomorrow with Tara Lynn at 2 Eastern.
We gotta go. Go to Wikipedia and look that up, Tara Lynn. Your book report is due at whatever time the sim is tomorrow. All right, Tour Junkies next. See ya.
What's going on, golf addicts? DB here with the Tour Junkies, and this is Tour Junkies After Dark, presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. We are the Tour Junkies. We just recorded our own podcast covering the PGA Championship 2021 from the Ocean Course at Kiawah Island in Charleston, South Carolina. And now we've been sipping on a lot of podcast juice, adult beverages, and it's late on Monday night. We've recorded a DraftKings show for DFS. We've recorded a betting show. Now here we are with you. We are a few deep, and we're going to talk about the golf course, some of the cool things that we've learned, because we have learned some good things. We had a special guest on that knows a lot about the course. Pat will tell you about that. And then we're going to talk about the DraftKings bets on the sportsbook side that we think you better hurry up and get on, because the numbers are good on DraftKings Sportsbook. And we're hoping to make you some money. So there you go. Pat, I'll kick it over to you, buddy. While you're still with us, tell us about the golf course quickly, and tell the people why they need to go listen to our special guest that we had on to talk about the golf course.
Well, yes, we are at the Ocean Course at Kiowa Island Resort in South Carolina, just outside of Charleston, which is a fantastic town, by the way. If you've never been there, great town. Good town to drink some after dark drinks if you're ever there.
The best
restaurants, food, and anything else. But anyway, this is a Pete Dye design course. It is playing almost 7,900 yards. You heard that correctly. It is a very long golf course. As a matter of fact, it is the longest course ever for a major championship. So I think that means you're going to have some distance this week. It is a par 72, 156 players in the field. Now, a little different twist this week. We got T70 in ties as opposed to T65 in ties that make the cut. But this course is consistently ranked as one of the hardest courses on tour. You got the it's a coastal course, kind of a link style course that they try to emulate that style overseas there. Now you've got seaside paspalum greens this week, which is something we don't typically see on tour, only on a few events, but it's a good grasp for these harsh sort of seaside temperatures and winds and things like that we get. Now, winds are something we always want to look at on this course going in for the week, and I don't think the weather as far as the rain is concerned is going to be all that big of a deal, but the wind could be of concern. And you know what? That's where our special guest, Mr. Kyle Peters, who is a caddy on tour, caddy in the event this week, he talked about the weather here. He talked about the wind direction and not just like how hard the wind could blow, but the wind direction and what is the best wind direction to play in on this course, all kinds of different things. He talked about scrambling on this golf course. He talked about a few guys that he thinks could have a good chance to win that might be under the radar. He talked about the grasses here with the paspalum greens and things like that. So there's a lot of things that you can go back and listen to the podcast and hear Kyle Peters tell you on this golf course.
Yes. Also, Kyle today, right before coming on our show, walked 18 holes and then on the Ocean Course at Kiowa.
He ran it back.
And then his player was like, hey, we're going to play 18. And then he did it again. So he saw plenty of the golf course today. He is quite familiar with the course. You do need to check that out. Wherever you listen to podcasts, it's on our DraftKings DFS preview show. And it's also on our YouTube channel over on Tour Junkies. If you want to check that out, it's great stuff. A lot of good talk about the paspalum greens, about how much you should be weighing those or not. He had some interesting takes on that. I've seen some people on Twitter saying the opposite. So you need to go check it out. It's good stuff. While you're here, give it a thumbs up. Give this video a thumbs up. Subscribe to the DraftKings channel if you haven't already. And leave us a comment. We want to know this because Kiowa is a tough course. The Ocean Course is tough. I've played it 3 times. I'll be playing it again in about a month. And I want to know, what's the toughest course you've ever played? So if you've played golf ever, literally one time, then the toughest course you've ever played is the one course you've played. What is the toughest course you've ever played? Do that. I would like to know that. Okay, let's get into it here, Pat, for the sportsbook side and just talk about the top of the board. Rory's your favorite. We're recording this on Monday night, so odds may have changed. Rory is your favorite at 11.5 to 1. You got, people are talking about Jordan at 15 to 1, the big bulky golfer Bryson at 16.5 to 1, DJ 18.5 to 1, Victor Hovland 20 to 1. What are you going to do at the top end of this board? What's your go-to?
Well, I'm going to continue with the theme I've kind of gone with this year, especially up at the top, and that is when I get a guy that is, one of the best players in the world, and all of a sudden I'm getting some value on him more than you typically see, I'm going to hammer it. I did it with Justin Thomas at the Players Championship. I did it with Rory McIlroy at the Wells Fargo at Quail Hollow in a great field, and I'm going to do it again this week with DJ. I think you're getting a great value with him at 18.5 to 1. I will hammer that all day long. He is a world-class player. I don't care what the form has looked like recently. It was unbelievable in the fall, and it's fallen off a little bit, but what DJ is one of those guys that just can come back anytime. He did it last year. He shot 80 like in two straight tournaments, and then went on an unbelievable run where he won several tournaments, and then he won the Masters and whatever else. And so DJ can do that once again, and we're getting him at probably the highest number we've seen all year long. So at 18.5 to 1, I'm going with some DJ. And outside of that, on the really, really short end, that's about all I really have here.
I actually couldn't agree more. I mean, I love the value with DJ at 18.5 to 1. I think the value is tremendous. Yes, he just withdrew from the Byron Nelson, citing an injury. He wasn't hurt. He was doing backflips on his yacht on Instagram. Like, just calm down, people. He's okay. He's a South Carolina guy. He grew up, an hour and a half from this place. It suits his game from a course fit standpoint. He can win if the scoring conditions, if the winning score. That's another thing we talked about with Kyle Peters was, his projections on the winning score, which I think are important. Yeah. He can win if this thing turns into really tough and brutal and you just got to grind it out. But he can win too if it becomes a little more of a birdie fest for a major. So I love that with DJ. 100% on board. I'm going to dip down and give you, talk about a guy who can do the same thing, who can win if it's a birdie fest or a little better scoring than we think, but can also win if he's got to really grind it out and par is your friend and hit fairways. And if you miss greens, get up and down and, grind your way to victory. Patrick Reed at 35 to 1. I love it. I think it's great value, similar to DJ. I think you get great win equity out of Reed. He's gonna be able to close the door if he's there late on a Sunday. He's a major champion. He contends on tough courses. I think Reed is a no-brainer here. I think it's a great value, 35 to 1. You tend to get a good value on him. The public doesn't like to bet Patrick Reed because they don't like him. I usually love that when that happens. So I'm on P Reed kind of in this mid-range at 35 to 1.
Well, another guy here in that range that I like is also Daniel Berger at 30 to 1. There's a good bit of a jump between kind of that 18.5, like I mentioned DJ, Victor Hovland's at 20 to 1, who I don't mind Victor either. But then there's a good bit there, there's nobody in that 25 to 1 range where we usually have several guys. It kind of jumps to that 30 to 40 to 1 range. And I like Daniel Berger here. I think he's in a good spot. We've seen him play extremely well recently. This is a good course fit for him. As long as he can just putt well here, I like Daniel Berger on this course. And then after that, in this mid-range, it's kind of tough for me, but I think the next guy is Abraham Answer at 55 to 1. Abraham is not a guy that is very long off the tee, which is what you want to see here, but he's extremely consistent in all other facets of the game. He's been in great recent form, doesn't make a whole lot of mistakes. I think Abraham Answer makes a whole lot of sense here. He's got a caddy, by the way, now, South Carolina guy who's obviously has a lot of experience, I'm sure, on courses like this, including Kiowa. So I think that Abraham Answer could be a really good play, and you're getting him at 55 to 1. Love that number for him.
55 to 1 is an interesting range here on DK Sportsbook. I love Paul Casey at 55 to 1. He could have won last year's PGA Championship at TPC Harding Park. Morikawa just took it from him. Casey, not a major winner, never won one, which is crazy to think about. One of the best long-term, short-term ball strikers ever to play. I mean, just tremendous ball striker. Can hit it in the wind, can hit it if it ain't windy. He's just a versatile player. Been playing well. I feel like the PGA and the Masters is those are the two majors Paul Casey can come up and win. So I like the play at 55 to 1. Who knows if he'll get it done? Maybe he won't. I think Willie Zalatoris at 55 to 1 is also interesting. Willie Z, Casey, and Answer there at 55 are all interesting numbers. It'll be interesting to see how those lines move throughout the week. But I mean, Will Zalatoris, we know, is a premier talent, nearly won the Masters. Plenty of length, plenty of confidence, needs to win a golf tournament to make it to Eastlake and the Tour Championship to play for a shot at $15 million come August. But, doesn't need to win it for his PGA Tour card. He's got that locked up, but the kid still needs to win. And he's an interesting player, got all the talent in the world. It's an interesting number at 55 to 1. So I'm looking at that one. I want to move down the board a little bit, talk some long shots. There's a guy at 90 to 1. I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Is he 90? I think he moved. Hang on. Yeah, let me make sure he didn't move. 85 to 1. Still great number. 85 to 1. Matt Wallace. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes. Big fan of Matt Wallace. In the last 24 rounds, at 85 to 1, he's 9th in strokes gained approach. He's 23rd in strokes gained around the green, which is going to be very important here because you're going to miss greens. Even the best ball strikers are going to miss the greens here. You got to be able to get it up and down. He checks the box in playing in difficult conditions. He checks the box playing in the wind. He's coming off a 6th-place finish at the Wells Fargo, a 3rd-place finish at the Valero Texas Open. Matt Wallace at 85 to 1 is a European Tour player who I think is playing as good as almost any Euro. And, he's confident. Posting videos last week that he was here at the PGA getting in some early prep. So he got in his prep early. He's rested. He's ready to go coming off the 6th-place finish 2 weeks ago at Wells Fargo. I love Wallace at 85 to 1. I bet him before today. He was the only pre-tournament bet that I had before Monday. I think it's a lock. So I think you got to have some exposure to Matt Wallace. He's one of my favorite plays in the field.
Yeah, I like Matt Wallace a lot. I think he is a good play. We've been on him the last several weeks when he's been in the field, so I'm with you there. Obviously has plenty of distance, too, for this course, so I think he's a good play. Another guy that I think that's been just sort of hit or miss, and I definitely think there's some risk there, which is why he is at 100 to 1, but that's Gary Woodland. I mean, I think Gary Woodland is a guy that plays good on hard courses, and especially on courses like this where it's just difficult and it's, you've got to have the distance off the tee. He does have that. We've seen him play pretty well recently. It's been kind of hit or miss, but I think that's one of the reasons you're getting that value at 100 to 1. So I like Gary Woodland there. Another guy at 110 to 1 is Cameron Tringale. He's just all year. He's been super solid. So why not maybe he breaks through this week? He's one. We've seen the breakthrough winners in the PGA Championship. There's been guys like, your Sean McKeels, your Rich Beams, your guys that just come out of nowhere and win it. Maybe Cameron Tringale does that for you this week at 110 to 1. I think that could happen, but he wouldn't be a surprise to me because he's been playing well. I mean, it's not like he's like a guy out there that just comes out of nowhere.
He's been playing well, but I mean, come on. His first win, you think is going to be the PGA? That could be tough. That could be tough.
But that's what we see. I could be wrong, but I'm sure Rich Beam and Sean McKeel had a lot of wins before they won their PGA. Like they were winning all over the place, weren't they, before they got those? And then who was the guy? Who was the Asian guy that won and beat Tiger? Y.E. Yang. Y.E. Yang. He had a lot of PGA Tour victories before he got that first PGA championship.
15, 20 years ago, though. Freaking gas was like under $1 a gallon.
Yeah. Anyway, just saying, you never know.
I think there are two names that when you look at the values on DraftKings Sportsbook right now, you better get it because DK is saying here, we appreciate you. Thank you for betting with us. You're a valued customer. Here's these two numbers. If you look at these two names at any other sports book, they're like almost half the number. Okay. This is as of recording Monday night. The first one is Siwoo Kim at 130 to 1. That is a tremendous value. Siwoo Kim has won on a Pete Dye course in a stronger field than this, and that is the stadium course at TPC Sawgrass for the Players Championship, I believe in 2017.
Yeah.
Won the tournament at like 500 to 1. He's won since then on the PGA Tour. He hits it plenty long. He's in good form, almost great, good form, solid form, good scrambler, good approach play, just solid all the way around. 130 to 1 for Siwoo Kim. Stupid good value. I got some crap for this in our show. Max Homa is 160 to 1 on DraftKings currently. You can find him at 90 to 1 on other places. 90. Now he just won the Genesis in like February. He just won. The Genesis is not a slouch event. That field is tough. That field is strong. There are plenty of good names that play in that golf tournament. Max Homa has turned a corner in his career. He's got a different level of confidence. He's playing freed up. He's got plenty of length. He's got enough length. He's not super long, but he's got enough. He's a good iron player. He's got confidence. He's got the total package to contend and win in a major late on Sunday if he needs to. If Colin Morikawa, as a rookie, can win the PGA Championship, Max Homa can win Sunday. And at 160 to 1 on DraftKings Sportsbook, great value. I mean, I think I'd bet him at 100 to 1. So you're getting a good value. That's all. I think Homa's too good to pass up. You need to jump on it now. Let's talk about, speaking of value, let's throw out a couple top 20s. I like long shot top 20s. I'm not going to give you a top 20 at like plus 175. Okay, we're not going to do that. But I do think a name I just mentioned, Siwoo Kim, is plus 400. I mean, 4 to 1. Siwoo Kim as a top 20 is a tremendous value. Max Homa is 4.5 to 1 to top 20. I really like this guy. Matt Jones is 5 to 1 to top 20. He just won the Honda Classic. You and I were both on him at 150 to 1 pre-tournament outright. He's a good ball striker. He's got enough distance. He is a great scrambler. Australian, great out of the sand. There's a ton of sand here. Love Matt Jones to finish top 20 at 5 to 1. And then finally, I'm going to go with Joel Damon at 8 to 1 top 20. Joel loves a good, tough golf course. He hits his long irons well, which he's going to have a lot of at Kiowa. Coming off a win, here in the last few weeks. I think Joel Damon 8 to 1's that's a good enough value for me. Top 20, I'll take it.
All right. Well, a couple top 20s that I had also were one, Joel Damon at 8 to 1. Also had Siwoo Kim at 4 to 1. But the few that I had that were different, I had Aaron Wise. I like him at 5 to 1. A guy that we've seen play pretty well recently, and somebody who I thought we could probably have a win by now on tour. Well, he's got a win, but this year, I mean, he's at 5 to 1. I like that. John Catlin is a guy that we've seen. He's a European Tour player, but he's American. But he plays strictly on the European Tour. He's played very well lately. He's at 7 to 1. I like him as a top 20. And then Sam Horsfield, another European Tour player. Wow. I like him as well at 12 to 1 to finish top 20. And the last guy I like is Jason Kokrak. He is at 4 to 1 as a top 20 as well. And he's a guy we've seen in good recent form. So I like all those guys to finish in the top 20.
I like the Kokrak play. There you go. Tour Junkies After Dark presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. Give the video a thumbs up if you don't mind. Leave us a comment. Toughest golf course you've ever played. Check out the Tour Junkies channel on YouTube as well. May your screens be green for the PGA Championship 2021. See ya. Out.
Why don't we get into our picks? Who is not going to win the DJ Pie /Solly / Big Randy Memorial? That we always pick somebody that is close to one of the top guys on the odds sheet as who will not win the tournament. And the goal is to fly as close to the sun as possible on picking this guy. And I'm ready for your guys' picks. Randy, start with you.
Well, yeah, I tipped my hand a little bit. Obviously John Rahm, and then the two automatics. Good to see Ricky get an invite this week. He for sure.
That had to be cool for you.
Yes, exactly. And then Finau. Come on. It is nice to see Finau's odds start to drop. He's, I think, down at 40 to 1. If you want to apologize for that, Solly, anytime, DJ and I will happily accept.
I mean, I listened to the recap. I didn't hear you guys talk much about him missing the cut at Wells Fargo. Seems like such a perfect golf course for him.
Not concerning.
Maybe a little too perfect.
You don't get to talk about when he misses the cut, right? Because a second place and a missed cut is equal in your guys' mind. So you don't get to cover. You don't get to do that. It's
not only win or lose. It's history's mind as well.
It's just win or lose. That's all that matters.
Nobody talking about David Lynn this week. That's all I'm saying.
All that matters.
Randy, is Rory automatically considered as a can't win in your book because he's not alive?
That's a great question. Not necessarily. We might, guys. I hate to say it, we might be on a sort of a zombie apocalypse.
I was going to ask if there's any breakthrough science, on the horizon, possibly. Any Lazarus drugs coming out this week?
I think Rory might be Walking Dead here sooner than later. If this
Ted Williams is coming out of the freezer.
Yeah.
Time
The mixed splitter.
All right, TC, who's not going to win?
Am I the only one throwing a perfect game on the can't win?
You and Neil somehow.
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm going to say Bryson. I say Bryson all the time.
I'll join you too.
I had that as well.
Okay.
So let's
like
get out ahead
it's
of it.
more just like, I just want to root for Bryson not to win.
It just seems like a lot. Seems like a lot going on this week for a Bryson golf course. I say that he finished third at the Players or something,
right?
Another Pete Dye golf course, but it just feels like
doesn't seem to be there right now.
It feels like a lot. Yeah.
So he'll win by 6. Well, all right. Before we get into picks here, No Laying Up is, of course, brought to you by our friends at the DraftKings Sportsbook. You can get 100 to 1 odds on Bryson DeChambeau recording at least one birdie this weekend. You heard me correct. That turned $1 into $100 in free credits if Bryson has a birdie this weekend. DraftKings has brought their expertise to legal sports betting. It's a legitimate sportsbook based right here in the U.S., so you can rest assured your funds are totally secure. DraftKings, America's top-rated sportsbook app, is safe, secure, and reliable. Deposit and withdraw your money at your convenience. So head to the app right now and check out all they have to offer, including player props, live betting, and a lot more. And if the sportsbook is not available in your state yet, don't forget about the DraftKings Fantasy app. They're offering a shot at $1 million top prize for this weekend's major. They've also got these really fun championship series we've been talking about where they're minting 100 millionaires in this 21-22 season. In order to have a shot at $1 million, you need to win a qualifier contest, and the championship final contests are actually in person all over the country. It's pretty fun. So download the top-rated sportsbook app now. Use code NLU when you sign up. For a limited time, all new users have a shot at turning $1 into $100 in free bets if Bryson DeChambeau sinks at least one birdie this weekend. Enter code NLU when you sign up to get on the action. Only at the DraftKings Sportsbook. Must be 21 or older. New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania. Only bonus paid out in 4 $25 free bets. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for detailed gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
We rocked them, baby.
Great stuff, killed them, baby.
Great stuff.
I had so much fun doing the pools during the Masters.
I was concerned with how much fun I had doing that, but why don't
Did you guys tweet at your guys after they missed the cut?
Yeah.
Oh, you fucked up my team.
That's why Faldo blocked me. I picked him to win.
I told Maddie
Faldo or Dick Faldo?
I told Maddie and Leash I'm never talking to him again.
Yeah, you messed up my team.
Why don't we send it to Neil first for his picks, and we'll be back shortly to round out ours.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. The Beluga coming to you live from an undisclosed location. He is in the pouch. He is honoring the Draft King himself, TC, with the middle part from the infamous portrait of my youth. Tough scene. We're getting out of the pouch this week. 200 nuggies, excuse me. 5 plays, count them, 5 plays. Excited about Major Week. First up, Keegan Bradley, top 20, plus 225. I'm not proud of that bet, but a man that came in T3 9 years ago feels like a horse for the course. Let's go, Keegan. Top 20, Tommy Ladd. That bet hit 2 weeks ago. We're going back to the well, plus 225. We got 40 nuggies on Keegan. We got 40 nuggies on Tommy Ladd. Next up, Bryson DeChambeau to miss the cut, plus 300. 30 nuggies there. God, I would love some Timmy. What is happening? I don't know what to do. I think we're going to see that in the wind. Excited about that. Will Zalatoris, top 20, 60 nuggies, plus 150. Is it a pouch dodge? Maybe. The guy's been hot. Come on. The guy's got to get out of the pouch. Let's go. And then last but not least, 30 nuggies to win Daniel Berger, plus 3,000. He's hot. The Beluga got an inside tip. He's excited about that one. Let's go launch him at Kiowa. Back to you, boys.
All right, who wants to start on our end? Randy, why don't we go to you?
Yeah. Listen, we have 5 picks as always this week. I'm excited about this. I'm excited. Let's start. I have 2 parlays and then 3 regular bets. So let's start with the regular bets. I have love Cam Smith this week. The mangy dog. A slight home game reading, being close there in Jacksonville, Florida.
Coming off a win at Stream Song.
coming off a win at Stream Song, very familiar with Paspalum, just like they have at Jack's Beach. I'm taking him 20 nuggies to win at plus 46.50.
I love that. You know what? I got a Cam Smith take. It's a Cam. There was a couple coyotes roaming around out of Chambers Bay. Cam's a coyote instead of a mangy dog.
They're maybe the mangiest dogs.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He's the coyote.
That's like dog killer or coyote, like
exactly.
That
exactly.
opens up a full new vertical. So yeah, he's just a type of guy. I feel like he's gonna win a big tournament, and why not this one? Next one, pure heart play, Mr. Mickelson, top 40. Let's do it.
My
20
God.
nuggies plus 250. Why the heck not? And then my third single play, we're actually going to the LPGA. They're in Williamsburg, Virginia this week. And Madeline Sagstrom, who, of course, total homer. We love her. But she finished runner-up in this tournament in 2019. They did not play it in 2020. She's 100-1 this week. So I'm taking plus 10,000. I'm putting 20 nuggies on Madeline to win out in Williamsburg this week. And then 2 parlays. We're coming back to the PGA. I got a kind of one that I'm hoping will hit. I'm taking Cam Smith straight up over Tony Finau. That's minus 110, parlayed with DJ over John Rahm. That's a bit of a flyer, plus 105. So combined plus 292, 25 nuggies on that parlay. And then my last one is just kind of a pure heart play. Guys I want to see do well. We got Spieth over Bryson, JT over Rory, Ricky over Sergio, Colin Morikawa over Patrick Reed, and then Will Zalatoris over Corey Connors. All 5 of those parlayed together is plus 25.86, putting 15 nuggies on that.
Does that add up to 200 or 100? Did you remember we're doing 200 for majors?
No, let's double them all.
Double them all.
Double them all and boost them.
I love that.
Had a feeling I could sense that one was coming. All right, DJ, what do you got?
Yeah, a couple things, Randy. I've got 5 plays as I always do. I had one guy. I don't know if we really talked about him a ton. Daniel Berger. I know he was a hot pick coming out of a great week last week. I got him for a top 20 plus 138. Just a comfy one.
You got to wonder if he brought his armada up.
You got to wonder. Yeah, that's a great point. The Commodore, Daniel Berger, plus 138. I'm putting 30 nuggets on that. Next one is a parlay. I believe 5 matchups. Rahm over DJ. I think we talked through that. Hatton over Honest Abe. Despite what the models are saying, I love Tyrrell Hatton. Berger over Webb. Spieth over Bryson, of course, and Randy. I hate to do it. I'm gonna go Sergio over Ricky. That's a real kind of a pillow fight matchup. I think Sergio's coming off 3 straight miscuts. That's. I'm weirdly excited to follow that matchup and see how that goes. Rory, I'm gonna hedge all my Rory stuff. I'm gonna pick him to win Group A over all the horses. JT, Rahm, DJ, and Bryson. Anytime you get Rory, plus 250. I think that's a good feeling. So I'll put 20 nuggets there. And then 2 winner plays, of course. Jordan, of course, to win. Plus 1,400. I'm going to put 100 of my nuggets on that because I'm going to be so emotionally invested in it anyways. It might as well, hit that big payoff. And then my last winner play, of course, is Max Verstappen to win in Monaco. Plus 140 to take the Monaco Grand Prix. So 30 nuggets there. Those are my picks.
All right, DraftKings.
Oh, a lot of different directions we can go this week.
Of course.
Randy, I thought about going to Kingsmill. I thought about Angel Yin. Seems to be trending. She's got a decent record here in the past, but I'm not going there. We're going all PGA. Got a parlay to start things out. Joaquin over Hideki, Spieth over Bryson, and Honest Abe over Hatton. We're going 50 nuggies there at plus 561. And then I'm long. I'd like to remind everybody I am long on Joaquin and Sung Jae to win this. That was in my season long bets.
I'm also I'm long on Hatton as well. That's a good reminder.
And
It's like
and then
disclosing your
of course. And at some point, I'd like to ask, like, can I have my Spieth funds deposited?
No, we've been over this.
Okay,
get on with it.
Okay, and then I'm going the Wiley Coyote, Cam Smith, top 10 plus 400 for 20 nugs. Tommy Fleetwood, top 5 plus 1100 for 20 nugs. This feels like a very Tommy Ladd course.
I hope we get to a very Tommy Ladd course soon because it's been a bummer.
And I got Zalatoris, top 10 plus 400. And then I got Big Tone Dog. I like this course for him. He's been a little up and down here of late, but plus 550 for a top 5, 90 nugs.
Whoa.
And then one guy I didn't make a play on it, but I'm gonna get in the pools and do all that. I think Russell Henley, he's plus 225.
Big Charleston guy.
Or sorry, plus
yeah.
He's basically 225 to 1 to win, and all the accompanying odds with that. Charleston guy seems to play well on layouts like this. So
that'd be fun. I like Russell Henley.
I do too.
Starting it off with a 100 nugget play. Wow. Top 10 plus 163. Jordan Spliff. All right, that's my big play this week. I cannot foresee a situation where he's not inside the top 10. It's not adding up to a win for me. I don't think he's going to win. Of course, I'll be rooting for that, but it just isn't quite seem like it's there with the putter. But hope to be wrong there. A couple guys, like I said, the data golf models were spitting out, just absolutely loving. Corey Connors for a top 20, 40 nuggets at plus 225. Feel really good about that one.
A good bet.
Neil's gonna love that play.
He will. I got Keegan Bradley. Unfortunately, sorry, TC, plus 225 for a top 20 as well. 20 nuggets on that. Played well here in 2012. Of course, nothing happens in between the 9 years, but in between, it's just going straight off of past history at this golf course. Always plays well
What
here.
if he unpacked his suitcase from Kiowa? I'd be wearing the same clothes.
Cam Smith, I'm in on him as well for a top 10, 20 nuggets at plus 400. I feel really good about that one. And then my winner, who I think is going to win the tournament, Victor Hovland. 20 nuggets plus 2,000. Feel really good about all of those, and I am ready for some major championship golf.
He seems like he's going to make the leap here soon, right?
This would make a lot of sense, right? Yeah. I mean, with Morikawa winning last year and just the way he's been trending, this seems like a good venue for that to happen.
I'm a little bit spooked that like the Paspalum, Cam, and Leash, and those guys are going to want to play it off the ground a little bit more.
Which is tough to do.
Not gonna, yeah.
I think they're pros. They'll probably figure that out in the practice round. I have a feeling, but who could say?
Or they might watch this video. Could have just saved him a number of shots. Yeah. Who knows?
Bones is on the bag for Max, and there's rangefinders in play this week. I'm sure that'll be an unnecessary storyline that won't really affect your viewing experience, but I'm sure we'll be hearing plenty of that. But anything else before we wrap up?
I'm a little bit disappointed that Randy didn't pick like a low club pro play or a.
Well, if our friends at DraftKings want to make that available on their
stand up that market,
I for sure would dabble in that.
Well, I am looking forward to watching some major championship golf. We'll be doing live shows at the end of every round. They'll be available on our YouTube channel. They'll be available live streamed on Twitter, and they'll go on our podcast feed after those are done. And we'll be around on Twitter all week, so get in on the fun there and be super fun and really nice to us, please, because Twitter's been a tough scene lately. But thanks everyone for tuning in. And if you're listening on the podcast, go check out the rest of this podcast. Will be our quick little hit with Scott Van Pelt, who's on site. And if you're watching on YouTube, head over there, the podcast feed, and check that out. Cheers.
Cheers.
Crack on.
What's up, DK Sim fam? Wild Weather Wednesday continues. Simulation number 3 in Madden land of 6 on this busy Dream Stream day. He is Zach Thompson joining us now. I'm Adam Kaufman, and of course, the two of us ZT together yesterday. A lot of NBA talk, and 2 games into the play-in round. We can get into some more of that. But first, for this sim, wind on a Wild Weather Wednesday in the virtual Meadowlands. What stands out to you? What are you looking for?
Yeah, so I decided I was going to build around Todd Gurley because he catches so many passes for the Falcons and very involved as the running back 2 as well. Not the running back 2 is in the number, but as a running back as well. Yeah, thank you. That's what I'm trying to say. So he is my captain's pick. Went with him. This Jets defense is solid, but I think that the Falcons will rely on him. I actually think he could be lined up for a really nice game as a receiver on shorter passes because we do see teams lean towards those shorter passes in the wind. That being said, I do have Matt Ryan and Julio because, man, they just connect for so many big plays. So I do have the 2 of them as well. And then on the other side with the Jets, I got a little weird and went with both tight ends, Herndon and Ryan Griffin, and then Chris Hogan to round things out.
You did get a little weird, but I like it. I like the sound of that. So, Brandon Christoph.
I wasn't going to go kickers in the win.
The 2 of us had the same captain, Chris Godwin, and it did not go well, or really anything for the Bucs for that matter. It was just a down sim, beaten in Simland in the rain by the virtual Lions.
Yeah.
But
so here's the tip: Brady in the rain, he's pretty bad. Like Brady in any weather,
fade
pass. Yes.
You and I, though, we are like-minded, my friend, because I also have Todd Gurley at captain, and we're alone because 30% of people have him there in that slot. 71% owned overall, Todd Gurley. Julio Jones is in my lineup. Le'Veon Bell as well. I wanted to pay up for a Jet, and that's the one that I went with. He is 16% captained, 80% owned, and that meant I had to go really cheap. As Gurley almost broke one off, could have been gone first right there instead of 1st and 10 for the 47. So I have Brashad Perriman, Russell Gage, and Chris Hogan, now a lacrosse player in real life.
All right. So I tried to get Le'Veon in there, but couldn't with Ryan and Julio, and decided I was going to stick with them. So similar thought processes to put our lineups together. We will see if they pay off. There is Gurley making that catch out of the backfield. For some reason, I think we're going to see that a lot today with the wind. The wind here in New York. Virtually.
Like, undercover boss Tom, our technical director, sliding in ever so gracefully as we were talking about what you do and don't do for that previous sim, the Bucs and the rain, Brady in particular. He goes, worked for me, though. He won the last sim, our Madden contest.
Oh, there we go.
And it feels like I made
Who's your captain yesterday? T-Pike.
He even had a goose egg, and it wasn't like a punt play goose egg. Kenny Golladay had a goose egg, and he was in his lineup, and he still managed the victory. Marvin Jones Jr. was his captain, had a very good day.
There you go.
He was the Krusty Koff Award winner, so he had the MVP and the LVP both in the winning lineup.
Still get the dub.
That's right.
I like it. Good work. Yeah, sounds like that Bucs secondary, which was good in their playoff run, as we see another catch by Gurley.
Start.
Yeah, not so great for that Bucs secondary at times in these sims. Remember, these are week 1 ratings. So all the progress that the Bucs made on defense throughout the season does not figure into their ratings here. Also, the Falcons' defense, which was supposed to be pretty decent, is higher rated here in these Madden sims than they were after they really struggled during the early part of the season. Kind of turned it around a little bit towards the end, but still pretty low ratings here. Look at Gurley, one man to beat.
Man! Eight on the feet for a second, 3 for 45 on the ground already.
Yep, and a couple catches already as well. Really workhorse back featured here, and as a result going to just rake in those fantasy points. We could see the exact same thing when we flip to the other side if Le'Veon Bell is in that role for the Jets. Again, week 1 lineups and ratings, so that's why Le'Veon Bell still in green in these sims.
Someone by the YouTube name I Smack Those says, Kaufman, ZT, my favorite two commentators. Thank you for being here with us. Also includes Ridley, 200-plus yards and 2 touchdowns today. Bold prediction, and I don't like it because I don't have Ridley or Ryan in my lineup, but Professor Z over here probably a fan.
I would like it for Ryan. I don't have Ridley, but I'd be okay. If it means Ryan's having a big game. Maybe if he takes a few more sacks like that,
there you go.
You get more yardage opportunities.
You see?
Wow.
That's a real glass half full view of the land right there.
Hey, he only had, 15 more yards to go before the touchdown, so he had to take an 8-yard sack to
Bucky
just
says,
create more space.
Weren't
more
the lights over 100, Conf? What did you do last sim to remove them, LOL, JK? It's funny you say that, Bucky. We were just talking about that before we came on. We were up to almost 200 likes before or at the end of the last sim going into this one, and something happened, and admittedly there were more in the other column as well, and both the numbers were basically cut in half somehow between the last sim and this one. I don't really know what happened, but all that means now, folks, is that if your like was taken away,
I was going to say that could mean
do it again.
Hey, look, it's another Gurley catch. It means you could give us a second like. It might be a rare opportunity for you to give your like twice in the same day.
I like it. I like it. I like the aura of positivity surrounding Zach Thompson today. 4th and 6. If we got any Youngway Koo owners out there, you're about to celebrate because there's an easy little chip shot of a 30-yard field goal, even in the wind.
Yeah, that's cool.
3-0. Hot Atlanta. Jets getting the ball. Halfway through the opening quarter, Zach Thompson.
Solid opening drive.
Darren Lynn, undercover boss Tom, RTD. Frangelico, otherwise known as Frangeli in game ops. Great to have everybody with us. So, teased a little bit of basketball. BK and I, we at points, just really, we didn't talk a lot of basketball.
Did you talk basketball? No?
We really didn't. We, it was like passing mentions, but no real actual analysis. So, first playing games happened last night in NBA history, and we've talked about how we feel about.
Wait, weren't there some last year?
But now this thing is under. Well, I mean, last year was different. It was like this is the first year of this incarnate.
Bubble don't count.
The bubble was just different, because that was a much larger play, and where not even every team was, what do we have? Like only 22 teams went to the bubble in the first place. It was just totally different. Totally different. Okay. This right here, obviously, is the tried and true, and I think probably not going anywhere.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it's here to stay, people. Yeah. I think it is here to stay.
In the eyes of the NBA and marketing and whatnot, it has worked out. I don't think it's going anywhere. And so what'd you think of those first 2 games? Neither was close.
Nope.
Obviously the Pacers blew doors off the Hornets to advance. That went as, Atlanta got it off the fumble and a touchdown just like that. Who's got the Falcons DST?
Yeah, Falcons DST with the score. If it stands, we'll see. It was close on that fumble. He was almost down. This might come off the board. Don't count your points just yet.
Well, we'll see. As that is reviewed and they
Herndon.
Look at Chris Herndon.
Maybe. Nope.
Yeah, coming back. All right.
Sorry.
So 33. Jets have the ball again. Sam Darnold, where in Simland, he is still a Jet. Member of gangrene. Sounds more like a disease. Lev Bell, a rush right back to the line of scrimmage. 4th and 2, so a punt on the way.
Well, so now we got a punt.
So we had both went with the Pacers, provided that Sabonis played, and obviously.
Right. We said if Sabonis played, it was going to be Pacers by a significant margin, and it was.
Sure enough.
We did both say it was going to be the Wizards, though.
We did.
And I think maybe that was. I don't know.
We should have listened to Charles
talked
Barkley.
about this.
Charles Barkley guaranteed a Celtics victory, and he was right.
Yeah.
Never happened.
The Nets thing, man.
Yeah.
I really don't want to. I don't want to have to live through this Nets series. We were talking about this. I'm saying I'm not going to watch it. I always end up watching it, but I don't know. It's going to be tough.
Of course, I'm going to watch it. If it's I mean, to go back to what we talked about yesterday, if it's a Lakers-Nets NBA Finals, I really might boycott that. But of course, when the Celtics are involved, as they are with this first round series against the Nets, I'm going to watch. I'm just not going to enjoy it because I know which way it's going to go, and I know that like
will you watch all the way to the end?
It depends.
I might not.
Ugly it is. It depends just how ugly it is. I mean, what do you anticipate? Are you thinking the Nets are going to sweep, or are you thinking the Celtics could steal one game because Tatum and Kemba go nuts again?
I mean, after last night, I think the Celtics take a game, maybe two. Honestly, I'm not sure that that's even a bad thing for the Nets, just to get more reps together, right? Like, is it almost better for the Nets to be more prepared by playing 6 games against Boston instead of 4? Get more time for their big 3 to run together. I could see that actually working out better for them long term if everybody stays healthy. Obviously, if the more games results in injury, then it's a different scenario. But if you're just saying extra games could actually benefit them moving forward, and I mean, Tatum was so good last night. If he plays like that, yeah, they can take a game or 2.
I mean, he's not going to play like that every game, though.
He doesn't have to for them to take a game or 2. He has to play that way for a game or 2. Right?
Yeah, no, it's true. I mean, man, and I say this as a Celtics fan. If they take not one, like one is different. If they take 2 games, if they push the Nets to 6 games without Jaylen Brown, that's about the worst thing that I can envision happening. Because that might be enough to tell ownership, upper management, well, heck, with another all-star in the fold, the way Jaylen was going, we might have won that series. I think we got something here. Let's run it back.
Oh, I see. You're trying to avoid the false optimism.
Yeah, I think that's bad news if they go out and actually give the Nets a fight, because it's going to make them think that they're
boy,
they really are. Matt Ryan unleashes. Got it. Completed to the 4. Julio! 49-yard pickup.
Nice catch, Julio. Thanks for not scoring. I want my captain to score. We want Gurley with the touchdown. But nice, big, long reception there. Matt Ryan, 50 yards in the air. Julio hauls it in. The wind might have affected it, but...
and in the wind, notes T-Pipe.
Yep. When you've got Julio Jones, he's still bigger and taller than everybody else.
No,
so you
not
just
going to be Gurley
like that.
Touchdown!
Julio
finishes the job.
Did the work. Give the man the touchdown. I think there is a case to be made that Julio is the second best wide receiver in Madden 21. Tell me I'm wrong.
No,
I don't think there is any case that he's the number 1.
I think there's a case to be made. I mean, who are your top handful?
I mean, Tyreek Hill's number 1. End of conversation.
Okay.
Done. Just way too many touchdowns, way too fast, way too much big game potential. I think Julio's 2. I really do. Devontae Adams has had a few monster games, but he has a tendency to disappear. But I still think he's probably top 5. I think.
I don't think I'm willing to put him in the top 5. I think he's too inconsistent.
He's inconsistent, but I like the ceiling, right? Like if I'm putting together lineups, I like the ceiling, and I like the fact that if he's in a matchup, unless he's in a matchup against a really locked down outside corner, he's going to produce. He tore up in multiple games in a row. He tore up the Broncos. You just know he's going to produce against bad defenses, and I feel like that's worth something. That's worth it.
I don't disagree with that. I guess I just think when I'm rationalizing it, if I'm thinking about the top 5 players at no matter the position, okay, within Madden.
Yep.
These are guys, quarterback's a little bit different because you can only have 1, but running backs, receivers, tight ends. If they're in the top 5 to me, it's like these are guys that I am consistently rostering. And I don't consistently roster Devontae Adams.
Okay. So who would your top? So I'm trying to think who else would be in the top 5. You've got.
Good question.
You wouldn't put Beckham in the top 5, right? Because I don't think I would, but
I think a case could be made, in part because there's so little there on that Green Bay or Cleveland team. Like when it's Green Bay, like I can justify and often do, fading Adams, rostering Jones, rostering Funchess, rostering MVS, maybe even Lewis. I could make that case. I could tell myself that story, as we like to say, not roster Devontae Adams. When it comes to Cleveland, who is it really other than John Ross that you feel
John Ross plays for Cincinnati.
Or not John Ross. Who am I thinking of?
Jarvis Landry?
No, because he's cheap and inconsistent as well. Like he's usually a guy that's in the 5 to 6K range.
Yeah.
No, we're talking about OBJ.
We're talking about OBJ.
This is twice, Tom. This is twice today.
All right, so Michael Thomas has got to be top
like Chubb and Hunt aren't guys that I'm consistently rostering on Cleveland.
Okay.
Who's wide receiver 2 behind Beckham?
Jarvis Landry. It's Landry and Higgins. Cheap? Yeah. Landry's always way too cheap for a wide receiver 2. But he is.
Yeah.
Higgins is wide receiver 3.
But he's
more Peoples-Jones is the wide receiver 4.
Typically priced around Landry, or is he more expensive?
Landry's usually a few hundred more, depending on the little bump or decline in their recent performance. The recent performance factor sometimes moves them up and down a little bit. They're very close usually, though.
Yeah. So
I don't know who else your top 5 would be. I mean,
Cooper's another guy to think about there on that team. Sure.
Yeah. So top 5.
How about Bobby? Harpo brings up Bobby Trees. What about Robert Woods?
I like Bobby Trees. He's not even the wide receiver 1 on his own team, but he does put up good numbers. I wouldn't. Would you put him over Adams though? Because I would not. So my top 5 would be.
I guess I wouldn't put him over Adams, and this is where it gets complicated. I wouldn't put him over Adams in terms of being better, but he is a more consistent roster for me.
Because he's more consistent in general.
Right.
And usually a little bit
and he's not priced the way Adams is.
Right. All right. So if we're just going top 5 regardless of price, right? We're just saying top 5. It's Tyreek Hill. Then I think it's Julio.
I think judged hard in the chat for my brain fart there. My goodness, people. Calm down. It's all right.
Julio. I mean, I think it's Julio, Adams. Keenan Allen was really good, but it's kind of not that great anymore. Diggs, nope. Doesn't get enough targets. They run too much.
Yeah. Germ says on Twitch, he's got his ranking. Says Hill at 1, Julio 2, to your point. Yep. Michael Thomas at 3. We haven't brought him
I think Michael Thomas. No, I said that he would definitely be in my top 5.
Funchess at 4, Gallup at 5. That's interesting.
Yeah, I don't think I mean, those two, Funchess and Gallup, I think are good because they're cheaper.
Right.
Like, they're cheaper. If you're going per dollar.
You put Reynolds in that same category, or Higgins in that same category.
Yep. But I wasn't, and whatever. I wasn't originally talking per dollar. I was saying just top 5 receivers. If you said you're picking the best 5 receivers, don't worry about salary. I would say it's Hill, Jones.
What about Godwin?
Thomas would be 3. And then I'd have probably Beckham 4 because he does bring a ton of upside. So I would probably go OBJ 4. And
People asking
then
in the chat about Chris Godwin or Amari Cooper.
Cooper's been good. Cooper might be 5 for me.
Malik says Mike Williams. Nah, that's the Madden 20 days.
Yeah. Madden 20, Mike Williams was top 5, no question.
Yeah.
Keenan Allen gets more catches now. And remember when we first switched to Madden 21, and both of those guys were awful because Tyrod Taylor was the quarterback, and it was like, just pass. He's just going to run, so don't. Shows you how dependent these receivers, at least in Madden 21, how dependent these receivers are on quarterback.
Shutting out Allen Robinson as well.
Allen Robinson, can be very good, but he also has total no-shows. Like, he has more zeros than any other top receiver than any other top receiver has. Like, just complete goose eggs. And a lot of that has to do with Trubisky. I get that, but it makes him a trickier play for sure.
Josh says, watching this with the volume down, call me when Tara Lynn is back. Well,
she's here.
She's here. She will be on air tomorrow as part of a 3-person booth with me and BK. So you basically have to tolerate the two of us, and with her joins in town.
She has to
with us.
She has to tolerate us as well. So
true. Yeah, she has no choice right now. I hope you like Zach and I together because it's just a marathon. Yesterday, today, tomorrow as well.
We back. Yeah, this is our time slot, man. We're just setting up right here, 4 o'clock. You and me,
just posting up.
That's right.
Jeff says Marvin Jones is up there for me, coming off a big one.
Yep, I can see that. Marvin Jones, I think, again, probably better if we're talking per dollar play than straight up. It's going to be so interesting to see how those guys do with Goff instead of Stafford. And then vice versa, like how the Rams guys do with more consistent quarterback play. I think Woods might be really in the top 5 conversation. Matthew Stafford, though. But we'll see.
Lawrence says, this is next level here. Who do you think goes top 5 when the new Madden comes out? It's impossible to know, right? Because, you base that on X Factor abilities, superstar traits, ratings, obviously. Like, you would think Diggs would be part of it. You'd think DeAndre Hopkins would be part of it. Like, these guys who have just generally been...
So the reason why I think those two guys... Right, so those two guys specifically, Hopkins and Stephon Diggs.
Yeah.
I don't know. It will really not depend on their ratings. It will depend on how the AI adjusts and how the gameplay just is adjusted, because they adjusted so much. They almost overcompensated in Madden 21 for running quarterbacks. And I think that sort of had to do with the cover athlete, right? Like, this is Lamar Jackson's game, so let's let Lamar Jackson run wild. And as we know in these sims, he runs wild. He'll get to do it tonight at 8 o'clock. Make sure you tune in. But running quarterbacks just run all the time. So you've got Kyler Murray, you've got Josh Allen. Those guys run all the time. And because they run all the time, they're not throwing it to Hopkins and Diggs with the volume, because those guys were great in real-life fantasy because they were getting so many targets, so many catches. Whereas now in Madden, they're not getting that kind of volume.
It's 10-0 Atlanta. Jets with the ball, about 3 minutes to go in the opening half. Some people shouting out Thielen. You know that's not right, dude. Thielen is very inconsistent in these things.
I think Thielen actually was better in 2020.
Yeah.
Madden 2020.
Boss Tom says excited to see the Justin Jefferson update. I agree with that, coming off the year that he had, obviously. His rookie was incredible. Curious to see what he is. Would you say in your Madden analysis, and just from doing a zillion of these and writing about them and being part of the roster compilations and everything that you've done, that and I'm not saying this about Madden as a whole, Madden as a game, like if you go out, you buy it, you play it, you have your franchise and all that, just purely these computer-on-computer simulations that we have now at this point run hundreds, thousands of even. The wide receiver one, would you say the wide receiver one is the position that slights people most often, most consistently?
That slights people. How do you mean that?
In terms of like roster building, lineup construction for these sims, you feel like generally you're going to get reliable production out of the guys that you expect you're going to get it from at quarterback, at running back one, at tight end one, but then wide receiver one is something of a wild card.
Yes, I would agree with that. Yep. And a lot of that has to do with the slot receiver too, because that does change where they line up.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, there are some wide receiver ones. I mean, we mentioned Diggs and Hopkins, but another one, Tyler Lockett, is always crazy cheap because Russell Wilson runs all the time.
Yeah.
Same thing for tonight. Hollywood Brown, crazy cheap because Lamar Jackson runs all the time. So it's those wide receiver ones specifically that I feel like just don't get the volume because the quarterbacks are running so much and making the decision to run. It's not usually called run plays, but and again, this would be different if you and I are playing it. And actually, we can feed our wide receiver one. The AI that's controlling what these quarterbacks are doing, they're running more and effectively. Even Dak runs quite a bit.
What to you is the most consistent position? Kingwa nominates slot wide receiver.
Slot wide receiver is pretty solid as we see a slot wide receiver touchdown. No, that's not Jamison Crowder. So he's not their slot receiver, but he is in both our lineups. So
yes, sir.
That works for both of us. Chris Hogan. Did he do a lacrosse celebration? I heard lacrosse celebrations are a thing. I don't know.
What would that even look like on a football field? Like pretend you're holding the pole and just like swing it, basically?
It would look like a baseball celebration, basically.
Passing? No, no, because obviously in lacrosse you don't necessarily swing it the same way. You can have more of an over the top motion. It doesn't have to be from the side.
Kind of
exactly.
Well, you can't use a prop or else you get fined.
True. Can't run to the sidelines and actually bring out a
hide a lacrosse stick. Hide a lacrosse stick in the field goal post. Run over and grab it.
Viewed as a weapon. What's this guy doing?
That's true.
Robbie Noble, hoagie flex. And with that, by the way, with that score, Zach Thompson is in first place. T-Pike
Screenshot, everybody.
Won the 2 o'clock. Zach Thompson leading the 4.
Let's go. It's too early. I'd rather lead at the end, but it's fun. I'll take it.
Tom says, you got to love the Toms. THOMS.
Thanks, man.
Hello.
I'll be part of the Tom group. That was loud.
Yeah, it was loud, right? Yeah,
hey, look, there's another catch for Gurley. That's going to help me.
Must be BK's Slack notifications again. Steven says, Koff, is your NBA contest filled yet? Well, I will. Stop it. I'll go to the DK SimFam Friends League, take a little look-see for you.
How'd it go last night with the $2?
Yeah, still at $2.
How'd you do?
Spots left. So, it
had to be what Westbrook and Westbrook, Tatum, and cheap everywhere else.
No, so I didn't have either of those guys. Russ, I felt good about fading. I just, not because I thought he was going to be bad. I thought he'd be much better than he was. I just, liked the options elsewhere and didn't want to commit that kind of salary to one guy. Tatum I did have in a build earlier in the day, and I took him out, and clearly that was a mistake. So I think the only true stud I had was Sabonis, who was great and would have been that much better had he played the fourth quarter.
Oh, I know.
Finished an assist shy at the triple-double. Tatum, originally I had both of those guys and just, some cheaper plays around them. And I think looking at that lineup, what was versus what became, I would have had probably another 20 points or so, which would have landed me in the money. Still didn't have a bad night necessarily. In our last minute NBA, I finished 20th out of the 75. I landed at, it wasn't a great night either, obviously. I finished at 255 and a quarter. What about you?
I did not actually get back to finish my lineup.
No kidding.
So I didn't. Yeah, it's one of the rare nights I did not get back. Thankfully did not reserve entry into anything, so it didn't cost me anything. But we had other stuff going on. I was away and did not get back until after. It was an earlier start, and I knew that.
Yeah,
but I just
30.
Yeah, I was like, oh, well, now it's 6:45. There that goes.
CJ says, sorry, Koff, won't join your NBA contest. Too much going on. Can't follow up close enough. That's okay, CJ. That's, it's only 75 people. We'll fill it. I'm not worried. 3 hours till lock.
You and me both, CJ. I will not be in tonight's either. I headed to the Little League field after this and will not have a chance to check back. And I guess tonight I could probably build it now and be okay. Last night with all the Pacers, there was no way you could build that ahead of time. Tonight, there's less injury questions tonight, right? We know pretty much who's playing.
at this point, unless there's some surprise. But yes,
Right.
I did notice that our guy Glash and not producer Drew, pardon me, TD Drew C. Those two guys finished in the money in the contest last night.
Hey,
So,
there we go.
good for them. Yeah.
Tatum was the guy to have, right? It was Tatum and Sabonis to build around.
Tatum definitely. Tatum had because I did okay. I did fine. Not as well as I would have wanted in the classic contest for the 2 games, but I also did a whole bunch of showdown contests just for the Celtics, not the first game. And those all went great because I had Tatum in the captain spot where he had 110 points. So
that's not bad.
Yeah,
that's acceptable. That's acceptable. Knocked away.
Halftime.
So the Falcons 10-7. Falcons get out to the early lead. Big catch by Julio. Touchdown catch by Julio. And then the Jets come back with that late Hogan touchdown to keep this interesting headed into the second half.
And you are still in first, by the way, at the break, barring any stat adjustments right here by our dude Frangeli.
It's all good. Matt Ryan has 153 yards and a touchdown. That's helping me. Gurley is run for 54, so he's on pace. Both of those guys actually on pace for the bonus. We'll see if they keep that pace up. Gurley also one of the leading receivers, 5 catches for 39 yards. Chris Herndon, who is also on my team, that would explain why I'm in first, but 5 catches for 38 yards. On the other side, the 2 touchdowns, Julio Jones and Chris Hogan. I still have a 0 in my lineup too, by the way. No Ryan Griffin yet.
Yeah, I'm getting a goose egg out of Russell Gage right now.
Yep, before I had Griffin, I had Zacchaeus in as a punt play, just because not my name but kind of close.
Yeah,
and he's got a catch for 16 yards.
It's not the same as rostering Cousin Chris, though.
No, it's not nearly the same. I do that on the regular. On the regular.
Let's see here. Lindenbaum says, come on, people. I don't even follow the NBA and I play. Still 17 spots left. Calling people worthless for not entering. That's a little over the top, Jordan. We'll fill it. Don't worry. You got almost 3 hours.
Plenty of time.
Don't need to attack people. Jeff says 7:30 is great for me as a dad with little kids. That half hour is golden. Yeah, it's just 7:30 is much better than 7. It really is when you've got young kids, that is a very different time.
And 6:30 is harder, right? For me anyway. 6:30 last night was like, nope.
No, I'm with you. Meager says, come on, CJ, just pick random people and join me at the bottom.
No, those are the lineups that usually win. No, just kidding.
Dion says, what's up, Koff, Professor Z? So I need some good golf sleeper picks. Tommy Freeze Pops got me in the money on golf even last month. You got any golf thoughts?
PGA? Yeah. Yep. I wrote up a preview over on the playbook and had some value picks in there. There's a lot of picks in the 7K range that I like a lot. I have a lot of experience at PGA championships, and with all these majors, I feel like we sometimes chase it like a regular tournament, and we forget that there's always veteran players that end up on the leaderboard that we go, wait a minute, Matt Kuchar, he's still, and there's like a few surprise guys like that tend to pop a little bit more in these, where it's more of strategic. Usually the scores aren't, it's not birdie fest like last week's, where it ends up being more of a grinded out kind of tournament, and the veteran players do a little bit better. So I do, I mentioned some of those over there on Playbooks. If you go over to playbook.draftkings.com, you can find those. But I do like Cooch. I do like Justin Rose, I think, is over. I'm trying to pull up salaries here, and my browser's not cooperating. Let me pull up salaries, and then I'll give you a couple.
Sure. Makes sense. 10-7 game, Atlanta on top. ZT, AKTL, Undercover Boss Tom, Frangeli.
never good when you give out a value play and then you find out, yeah, that guy was way more expensive than I thought he was. Yeah, so Kuchar's at 7K. I feel like he's a pretty good play. I really like Keegan Bradley a lot. 7-3, been playing well, and did finish third on this course when they last played it. And I mean, that was a while ago. It was 9 years ago when they played the PGA Championship here. But he did finish third, so he's got some positive memories there at the Ocean course. Ian Poulter at 7-1 is another guy who tied for third with Bradley. I like Bradley better, but you could go with Poulter. I usually use him in special. He's so good in match play, right? Like he's just a match play specialist. So I usually use him for those kind of things, but you could definitely consider him here. A couple more veteran guys that I like a little bit higher. Paul Casey at 7-7, even Adam Scott at 7-9. If you're looking really cheap, like I'm talking really cheap, there's a bunch of guys down there that nobody's going to use because they're the PGA pros and they're very good golfers, but they don't really have a chance to contend. But Denny McCarthy is hidden down there. They buried him at 6'2", and Denny McCarthy has actually done really well lately. He made a bunch of cuts and posted a third place finish at the Honda Classic at a very difficult course, which there are some correlations. So I think McCarthy as a 6'2" punt play, if you're talking super cheap, is an interesting one to consider. Also, let's see, give you one more here. I like Taylor Gooch as well down there at 6'6".
Hopefully it helps, folks.
I did make my pick and a bet with Emerson yesterday.
What do we got?
Yeah, so we've got lunch on the line. He picked Jordan Spieth. I picked Justin Thomas. And we said head-to-head, whoever finishes higher, the loser buys lunch.
Now, how's this working? Does the other person just order them some takeout to be delivered to your place, or is this a?
We didn't work out these details.
These are important details.
We'll figure that part out. I wouldn't make him deliver it. I don't live that close to him.
That's what I mean. You won't have to see that guy face to face anyway, do you? Doesn't Glashow cough for Emerson lunch? Well, I can't. He probably does owe Emerson lunch. He definitely owes me lunch, though. He has weaseled out of that multiple times.
I mean, it's not that hard. You just go on to whatever place and you say, "I'm ordering you lunch today. What do you want?" And you order it and have it delivered to his house.
So there you go.
That's my plan anyway. And if I win, I'll tell him what I want, and he can have it delivered here. Maybe I'll eat it on the stream with him. There we go. We could do it. That's what we should do. It should be a day that I do the noon stream with him several times. So I could send it over to his house and he could eat it while we do the game.
I like that. I mean, Ducey's usually eating during the sim anyway.
Exactly.
Same thing. Nate says, how do I enter your contest, Koff? Well, Nate, if you are part of the DK Sim Fan Friends League, and I hope you are, go to the DK Sim Fan Friends League lobby, and that contest is right there available for you. It's called the Last Minute NBA. Tara Lynn, here on Hump Day, a Wild Weather Wednesday, says, happy Wednesday. Smash that like, chat. Yeah, I don't know where these all went. We were right around 200 likes before, and for whatever reason, it's below 100, and it's it's a YouTube thing. It's not like everyone 100.
No, it's probably me.
No, this was the case before you even showed up. It happened sometime in between sims somehow. It has nothing to do with you. But what could do with you is whether or not people are willing to smash it now. So hit that like button, because Zach and I are together. Let's get up over 100 easily. We're not that far. 350 watching on YouTube, thousands more across all our platforms. And yeah, Twitch, I see you. Got about 30 people watching over there as well.
Always good to have the Twitch fam in the house on a Wild Weather Wednesday. You can't see it as much in this game, but it is windy here in the virtual Big Apple. Sam Darnold just throws that inaccurately all the time, so you might not know that it's windy. 4th and 20 now. Jets going to have to punt.
Midwest Heather says, hi, DK Sim Fam. Hi, Robbie. Always here. Got you on in the background all the time, Koff. Someone says, oh, it was Robbie. Robbie Noble says,
what's up, Robbie?
Said yesterday he's said I entered Comps NBA and I didn't fill out a lineup, and then a upset face emoji or whatever we want to call those.
Yeah,
folks,
that happens.
But it doesn't have to happen. Just to at least get the dummy build in there. Join the contest, put the dummy build in, so you have something, and hopefully remember later in the day to go back and see if you want to tweak it. But avoid the empty lineup, folks. That's never fun.
That is the right way to do it. You just got to throw something in there as a placeholder and then go back in and tweak it. And even that dummy lineup, you can just totally avoid the uncertain situations, right? Like if you don't know if Sabonis is going to play or not, just don't play any Pacers front court.
Right.
Then that way you're unaffected either way. But if you do get back to make the adjustment, then you can get Sabonis in there and he can go off like he did last night. He was an all-star for the first time this season. Where do you think he ranks now? Like, is he somebody the Pacers are going to try, but do you think they can build around him and be legit contenders quickly? I mean, their playoff team, obviously, but I'm saying contenders.
Quickly, no. I mean, I just think, and that's less about Sabonis. It's more an indictment of where we're at in the league. I mean, you need multiple stars to be viewed as a contender, and so you think
he could be one of those stars?
Yeah, I absolutely do. But you need another guy of that level or better next to it.
So Sabonis, LeVert, Brogdon, no,
not enough to contend. That's enough to be. You have those three guys healthy. That's enough to be a playoff team,
right?
But that's
like a real playoff team, not a play-in tournament game.
A real playoff team. I guess we call them a top 6 team now, but not enough to be a championship contender.
Aside from Brooklyn, who in the East has a better 3 if healthy? I mean, Brooklyn, yes, okay, granted.
Well, let's think about it. In Philly, you have Embiid and Simmons, and who are you calling your third?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I mean, I guess you'd say. I mean, you wouldn't say Curry, Harris, right? You'd say Harris.
Harris, I guess. Yeah. So then for the.
Would you say that? I think Giannis, you'd say that those 3 are better, right? Yeah, Giannis, Middleton, Holiday, probably better.
I mean, honestly, and I'm not comparing them to the Nets, but if we're presuming health, like you said, where are you putting the Celtics of Tatum, Brown, and Walker up against those 3 that we just mentioned? Those sets of 3. I think they'd be right there. Yeah. With the Bucks.
Again, if we're assuming health, I think they're right there. Bucks, Sixers. I think the Pacers are just a tick below those.
Correct.
Guys, those ones that we just mentioned, I think because LeVert has been excellent, but he's only been excellent when he's kind of been by himself. We haven't seen him really to put up big numbers when he's on a team with other stars, right?
Right.
It'd be interesting if Washington added a third because their 2 of Westbrook and Beal are pretty good. If you added,
I mean, you could one more guy and you're above those teams we just mentioned and getting toward the Nets conversation.
Yep. Depending on who the other guy is.
Right.
I really like Hachimura, but he's not in that conversation yet.
No. Sure. Could have used him staying out of foul trouble yesterday.
Yep. First catch of the game. No more goose egg for you. You did lose 2 yards, but
however,
not a goose egg. Take the win, man. Take the win.
Have your thoughts from yesterday on today's play-in games changed at all?
Nope. I think it's Lakers and Grizzlies that win. I would like to see the Warriors win. I really would. Do you think Steph can do it? That supporting cast.
I think the Warriors can beat the Lakers in one game. Either way,
I think they can beat them in one game.
Yeah.
I think it's definitely,
I'm gonna take the Warriors tonight. But no matter which way it goes, and I think I said this to you yesterday, and I definitely said it on the previous sim earlier. Either way, I think those 2 teams that are playing tonight are coming out of the play-in in general. I don't think it'll be Memphis or San Antonio.
Yeah.
So I think we're just delaying the inevitable of both these teams being part of the Western Conference Championship or Western Conference playoffs.
Do you think both of these teams would rather play the Suns? Do you know what I'm asking? Because let's say winner plays the Suns, loser, if they win the next game, plays the Jazz. Is it important, or does it matter for either? I mean, I think it matters less for the Lakers, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Lakers are beating anyone they play.
Yeah, okay.
At least in round one, obviously.
Right. All right. See, that's why I think that's what makes me think it's Warriors, right? Like, because I feel like there's a scenario where Steph goes off in the third quarter, maybe like what we saw Tatum do last night, right?
Right.
Just like goes off, and the Lakers go, you know what? We're pretty confident we can beat the Grizzlies. We're just they're not gonna tank, but they're maybe not gonna push all their chips in, right? Okay, we're good. We'll live to play another day by not going all in here and instead taking on a Grizzlies team which we think we can beat, and then playing the Jazz. Like, is there a scenario where either of those teams you would?
If I'm Golden State, I'd rather play Utah.
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
Only because I think there are a couple guys in Phoenix, whether it's Paul, Booker, whatever your view of the world. I think there are a couple of guys in Phoenix that can get for one game, or periodically or somewhere sniffing it. Like they can get not Curry hot, but they can get hot. Like they can be hot. Utah doesn't have a guy that can compete with Curry in that regard, to me. It's a much more balanced attack.
I mean, Donovan Mitchell, but probably you're saying healthy.
Yeah, I mean,
did you see last year in the playoffs? He was
no, I know, but he's living in reality. He's not that guy right now.
True.
So I mean, last year in the playoffs was obviously a different animal. Ryan 241 passing a touchdown. Darnold just 75 and 13-7 right now.
Yuck. Yeah, we did have a bank shot field goal off the post, but it counted, bounced in, so it's all good. Gurley has run for 69 yards and caught 6 passes for 43 more yards, so very involved as that receiver out of the backfield. Some of these RB1s I think are actually the ones that are RB1s and third down backs are some of the most reliable. We talked about how unreliable a wide receiver one can be. If you've got a running back one that's also the third down back, they just get so much volume, and it's pretty reliable, right? When you've got a guy like Gurley or even Bell on the other side of this one, although he's struggling a little bit in this one just because Darnold's been that bad. But Aaron Jones, who's in play tonight, another one for the Packers, who's that third down back and the RB1, just tons of volume for them. There's your boy Perryman, 1 catch for 7 yards. Unfortunately, Gage 1 catch, -2. Yeah. And he got 1 yard after the catch. Positive 1 yard after the catch.
A couple of cheaper dudes, and they're playing like it.
Yeah. Well, Ryan Griffin still outscoring Ryan Griffin in my lineup, which has fallen out of first place. I am in third right now.
All right. Well, you're still in the conversation, though. I'm in 63rd, so.
Yeah, I'm trying to see the guys in front of me.
Off the lead right now.
The entries in front of me do have Gurley as captain, except for one that has Jones as captain. So I actually I'm trying to see who I kind of need either Griffin to catch something or more Herndon. He's been pretty good. Nobody in front of me has Herndon. We'll see. See how it shakes out here in the fourth quarter. Low scoring game. Do you think there's a scenario? I mean, how all in do these two teams go tonight? It's tricky because
it is tricky. I don't know. I mean, what do you mean?
It's not lose and go home.
Like if they need to, or LeBron and AD going to play 45 minutes? Is that your question?
Yeah. Let's start there.
No, I don't think. I think the Warriors will push differently than the Lakers. I think the Lakers will be comfortable if they lose tonight, knowing they have one more game, one more opportunity. Right. get in against an inferior team.
Yep. I agree, and that's why that's what's making me think that the Warriors have a chance at this one, because I do wonder if they push those guys to those minutes levels. Where if it's lose and go home, I feel like it's they play as much as they need to, right? This is totally different. But it's not lose or go home; it's lose and play again. You know, so it's a scenario we haven't had before.
So it's
it'll be
interesting
interesting to see how they
successful
manage.
as as we've entered the reality, and now we're seeing it a little bit. Couple games in, a few more to go. Whatever it is, are you enjoying this? Is this what it's designed to be for you?
As you see a nice catch there by Julio. The games last night were not good games.
Correct.
I mean,
Neither of them at all.
Unfortunately, I wish we had more competitive games, because I do think there is a level of drama to the, and I understand only one is lose and go home, but a one-game playoff series, there's a level of drama there that when it's close at the end really matters. It's why Game 7 is so much fun. It's basically just Game 7s. That's all we get. So hopefully we get some close games tonight. That's what I'm hoping for. Either way, though, it's worked for me because it's just so fascinating to see the storylines. So yeah, it has. I know you're not a fan.
Game here. It's not even conceptually.
Because
I'm not.
I get it. No, you're saying 20 of 30 NBA teams are in the playoffs, and that's bad.
Right.
I understood.
Also, and I hadn't
not debating that with you because you're right.
I hadn't even thought about this, until I saw some people tweeting about it last night after Tatum went for 50, and people were saying, "So, how do we?" Because first it was Mark Stein saying Jason Tatum with the first 50-point game in play-in tournament history, that sort of thing. It's like,
Yep.
there have been two. But then people, to that point, people were responding how do we categorize this situation? Because these
So does Tatum now has a 50-point game in the playoffs?
Well,
Or
so
not?
that's the thing. They're not regular season games. They're not considered playoff games.
Right.
They should be, though. They should. I think
they have to be one or the other.
Well, they got to show up
But,
somewhere
right,
on
they're
your
not.
basketball reference page, right? Like they need to exist in some form. In the same way that you have wild card games in baseball. Like wild card play-in games. Those are playoff games. Like I think these have to be considered playoff games ultimately.
I think you're right.
It's not like
it's got to go somewhere.
Right. When it comes to career compilations of statistics at the end of the line, and who knows, maybe there's because this thing isn't going anywhere. Like we've said,
Right.
as Matt Ryan hits the passing bonus, maybe maybe there's a team that's just annually in the play-in tournament. These
Right.
games need to exist. So it's
When we
not
go to the Hall of Fame resume, we don't want to be like, he scored so many thousand points in the regular season, so many thousand points in the postseason. Oh, and 200 in the play-in tournament.
right. What does that mean? No, it doesn't need its own separate category.
No, it
So
does not.
I don't know. Was the league unprepared for that? Shouldn't there be answers to that question? As we have for Atlanta.
Docker. No,
Hurst.
Hurst. Okay. Not quite as much of a vulture as I was thinking there. Tight end one, Hayden Hurst. Love the moss. Love the touchdown. Puts this one on ice for the Falcons.
James Saxton, by the way, in the chat. Cough, we had our baby boy last night. Healthy boy.
Hey.
Ready to watch some Sims now. James, congrats. man.
Congratulations.
Very cool. Congrats to you, to the entire family, and that's just excellent.
Going for two.
Enjoy every second of it. And for you, a 2-point conversion to Todd Gurley.
And I have the quarterback too, so that will help. I had dropped to 8. We'll see what that does for me. I didn't have Hurst though, so that'll probably hurt.
Everybody congratulate James in the chat. About 400
Congratulations.
watching on YouTube, and hit the like for James too. That's really kind of for us, but you can do it anyway. Really though, give him a congrats. That's great.
It's really kind of for us, man. But we appreciate it. Sure. So yeah, Gurley now.
I don't know why that hadn't been worked out prior by the league.
Yeah, you would. I mean, you got to have an answer for that. I think.
Right.
To me, they're playoff games. I don't know why they're not calling them playoff games. I don't understand the hesitation there.
Yeah.
Is it just because then teams get more playoff games for being worse? But I mean that could be the case anyway, right?
Like then we're just compiling statistics ultimately. Like really, what's the difference? Maybe
what's the difference between that and losing 2 games in the first round and getting 2 extra games then?
Well, yeah, all right. I've come up with one reason why they might not like it, to play devil's advocate. What if you make it to the play-in tournament and obviously you lose in the play-in tournament and you wind up in the lottery? Obviously. So, like NBA draft lottery teams, just the way it's always like you don't wind up in the lottery unless obviously it's trading for someone else's pick. You don't wind up with your pick in the lottery if you made the playoffs. That's the whole point. That's the way it works. That's the lottery. So how can you be a playoff team and be in the lottery?
I hate the lottery, so I don't care about that. Sorry. That's where I am on that. I guess I see that as an argument, but I mean, they got to go somewhere. I think that's the bigger issue, right? Where would you put them? Would you put them in postseason or would you put them in regular
playoff
season?
games? They're absolutely playoff games in my mind. I'm just trying to figure out why that hasn't already been outlined by the league.
Maybe Chirag knows. He can talk
Chirag,
about it.
get your mic for us. Say hello. He will. Don't worry. He's trying to figure out where the button is. Looking aimlessly at his computer. Chirag and Meiselman here. Hira and Meiselman will be up with you after this sim for the Slate NBA edition to outline really nothing but the Lakers. Chirag is only going to talk about the Lakers for the entirety of the Slate.
True. But hey,
forget the
I could use
Warriors,
it, man.
forget the
It's okay.
Spurs, forget
I got to know which Lakers are going to play and how to play them.
It's all about his Lake show. No, he'll be taking your questions, helping you out with DFS and everything else. But Chirag, for real.
As long as they're about the Lakers.
Join us for a second. Unmute yourself because we're into something here, and we need an answer. Maybe you have an answer. Is Matt in the Zoom here too? Let me look. Yeah, Matt. You guys did this with us before. Join the conversation. We need to figure this out, fellas. So Atlanta's up 21-7 here. A couple minutes to go. What? These play-in games, statistically, in the annals of history, where are these going? Zach and I both feel these are playoff games, but the NBA has not classified them statistically as playoff games. Where does Jason Tatum's 50-point game go when people are looking back on his career? Where does that get counted on Basketball Reference?
In the play-in tournament game, there's going to be, my understanding is that there will be a section that will be specifically for the play-in games. They will not be counting this as playoff or regular season records. So
I think that's dumb. Do you like that?
I don't like it. But if, for example, somebody scores a career high in whatever their career high is in three-pointers, say Steph breaks the record for most three-pointers in a game, it would count as the most three-pointers in a play-in game. It would not count as the record for most three-pointers in a NBA game.
I find that to be disgusting.
That's weird.
But you have to understand.
I see though with the record thing that is interesting. The records that I kind of get the point there.
But you also have to keep in mind.
I think we're just searching for records that don't need to be like. Who cares that Jason Tatum has the most points in a play-in tournament game ever?
You have to understand.
Touchdown Jets, by the way.
You have to understand that because if you look back on the history of the league, players were unable to play in these games. And if you look into the future of the league and they have this playing game for 10 seasons into the future, let's say a decade from now, the Wizards play in it for 5 times.
That seems about right.
or there's a team that plays in the playing game a bunch and a player scores 30 points and he was in the top 20 all time of scoring. That's going to impact. That's the reason why they don't share it, is because it could impact the all-time records, and the all-time players did not or were not able to also accrue these potential stats.
Yeah, but Matt, here's what I hear going down the line. Here's the stupidity that I envision hearing at somebody's Hall of Fame induction. Like You know, in the same way that we recite, like, who's the all-time leading scorer in Olympic basketball, right? It's Carmelo Anthony. And we talk about that. It's different. Carmelo, and not everyone, Chirag, has had the opportunity to participate, obviously, in international basketball and be part of Team USA and all of that. You know, Carmelo Anthony, for not LeBron, not Jordan, not Kobe, not who, like Carmelo Anthony, he's the guy when it comes to Olympic basketball. Why? Because of volume. The same reason people hate Russell Westbrook, because of volume, because of stat padding, because of opportunity. Are we really going to listen to a guy's Hall of Fame, you know, induction blurb one day and this guy averaged 33 points a game in a half dozen play-in contests in addition to his playoff average and regular season? It's so dumb, man.
Well, it could mean something if he's able to carry their team to the playoffs every time because of those performances. Like, X player went undefeated in playing games in his career. Like,
oh, gross. Congrats on being the 7th seed.
I have more of a question. We kind of have a precedent for this already, right? The NCAA tournament they've had play-in games for a few years now. Do those count as NCAA tournament games, or are those just...
The NCAA can't make up its mind in that regard. Remember, like a few years ago, those became the first round games, and then the field of 64 was the second round, which everyone thought was dumb, and it made no sense. And then the NCAA finally decided, you know what, you're right, that was stupid, to only have a first round that features 8 teams. And they decided, you know, let's go back to just calling them play-in games, and then the first round's the first round again. So I
think the stats still count towards the total.
Towards the tournament. Well, but that's the problem with college in general. All the stats, even though, yes, like there's a certain classification for tournament stats that are isolated, all the stats for your entire season just go to your season.
Right.
So, like, whether a team played 38 games or a team played 34 games, that's just your season. There wasn't regular season, postseason, the way that if you were to look up whomever's college stats right now, that's how it would show up for you.
The Falcons just threw the ball on 3rd down. Like, not to distract your basketball rant with the sim, but Ridley just got an extra catch because they threw the ball on 3rd down, which is an interesting play call. Go ahead.
The slate is coming up next with Chirag and Matt. Zach and I will also be on the show to continue this conversation. And maybe by 5:50, someone will tell you who's playing in the game tonight, or games. Oh, goodness. Well, obviously we're not going to solve the world's problems by the end of this sim, but I like the input, guys. I think we're all in agreement that nobody knows what to do.
Just enjoy the games. That's all you got to do.
That's it. There you go. Make your lineups for tonight. Make your lineups for tonight. That's what it is.
Just enjoy it. Listen to Matt because he was all over Jason Tatum yesterday. He said it was the best play on the slate. So we're going to come with some fire.
110 points in the captain spot in the showdown yesterday.
It's true. I did say Doug McDermott was the worst play on the slate. So, you know,
I'm not trying to out you, bro.
Listen, take the good with the bad. That's how DFS works. That's how it goes. Dean says, Koff, I'm just curious whether you guys know or care that you've literally spent 95% of this Madden Sim football game talking about the NBA playoffs. Dean, I didn't know it was 95%. I do care that there's just way more important things happening in the NBA tonight than there are on this sim football field. That is the reality of where we stand here in mid-May. Zach, your awards, sir.
Yeah. Player of the game, Matt Ryan, over 300 yards passing, 2 passing touchdowns, edging out Todd Gurley with just a few more fantasy points, but did hit the bonus with 319 passing yards, and he did it all in the wind, people. So give the man the player of the game. The Not My Kid award goes to his wide receiver 3 and your player, Russell Gage, who had 1 catch. Thanks for showing up. You lost yardage when you made that catch, buddy. 1 catch, negative 2 yards for Russell Gage. He is the Not My Kid award LVP winner for this one.
My lineup plummeted to 115. Flagrant foul is our projected winner. What about you?
Yeah, I slid to 10th, but top 10 finish, I'll take it.
Not bad. Not bad at all, especially out of the 131. And to remind people, our last-minute NBA contest, let's see, how many slots are still available for the people with it locking at 7:30 Eastern? Up, full, just like that. All right, so you don't even need to worry about it. You've done your work. And
you can join other contests, though, with Matt's advice.
Yeah, I mean, we'll get into that.
What Matt says.
but you could do what Matt and Chirag say to, craft your lineups within that contest tonight as well. So here's what you got going on later on. Jaguars, Bills in the snow. Brandon Cristal, Jason Rossi will be together. That is less than an hour from now. 6 o'clock, the happy hour sim. Prime time, Broncos, BK's Broncos, and Ravens in the rain without BK. Jeff Ulrich and Tom Carroll, and that'll be Tom Mace and Moose together again. Chiefs, Packers in the snow, and what's better than snow at Lambeau? That will be Madden After Dark tonight. The two of us together again tomorrow. Look forward to that, obviously. We will probably, Dean, talk a little basketball. And whatever else. Oh, we love you guys. You know that. All right. Chirag and Matt coming up right now. NBA, the slate, getting you ready for the 2-gamer tonight, and DFS and a whole lot more. Fellas, take it away.
Thank you, Koff. Thank you, ZT. What's up, everybody? Welcome to a special. This is a special. It is a real special Wednesday edition of the slate. Joining me, as always, on Wednesdays, Matt. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing well. I am ready to change it up because we usually have these massive slates to break down, and now we've got 2 games only to talk about. So I guess we're going to get pretty in depth here because there are just not that many players playing tonight.
Well, you know what? I was thinking about it, and I wanted to get your take on some of the series lines and some potential parlays there. We can do what to do with the Nets, with them being such favorites over the Celtics in that series. So before we jump into it, make sure to get all your questions in right now from the chat, YouTube, Twitch, Periscope, wherever you're at. Join us with your questions because we will get to them, and that's the point of the show. So without further ado, though, I want to know what your take is for this slate. Do we need to play 2 studs from the Lakers and Warriors, or is that too much spending up for a couple guys with kind of some lackluster value options that are focused in one game?
Yeah, I think this is a pretty tough call, and my initial lean is to just not play Steph Curry. I don't think he's, just an easy fade by any means. And if I had to pick one player tonight to be the highest scoring player, it would be Steph Curry. So it's not like he's over-owned to any really significant degree or overpriced or anything like that. He's probably even underpriced a little bit.
Yeah.
Just relative to where the other studs are. So like he should score more than LeBron or Davis because they have to compete with each other. He's really the main option on his team by a pretty significant amount. So it's going to be tough building lineups. Like I'm not sure how you can differentiate that well playing LeBron or Davis with Curry unless you play for a blowout in the other game, because the common build, as you sort of started to lay out there, I think a lot of people will play Curry and will maybe play one of LeBron or Davis. I think there will be plenty of lineups that don't have any Lakers. But then you start filling it out with Spurs, and the Spurs are just underpriced across the board. Jakob Poeltl and DeJounte Murray are the 2 most significantly underpriced, I think. But the whole Spurs team is kind of where the value is. So playing Curry with a bunch of Spurs, that's kind of the chalk build. And then trying to fit in different players with that, I just don't think is the right GPP move. It's probably, it's almost certainly the right move in cash, but we might need to get a little more creative because on a 2-game slate, there are just so many lineups doing the same thing, and getting 1 or 2 moves right, that's not enough to win. You kind of need to get the whole situation correct to beat everyone who has very similar lineups. So my lean is to not play Curry, but I'm curious if you think there's another way. You play Curry, you play Davis, and there's a cheap guy no one's thinking of, something like that, because that could be a way to go too.
Honestly, the only way that I see an opportunity to not play, for example, Steph and AD, is you have to get Drummond in there. So it sets up for a game where the Warriors are really lackluster inside, and Draymond, to an extent, while he can't lock up AD because Davis can just shoot over the top of him, he can definitely disrupt him, get under his skin, bump him off the spot, not let him get comfortable in the post. He works that kind of mid-range to elbow area, and Draymond can definitely push him away, front him, kind of denying the ball. And what that sets up is for Drummond to be the recipient of big to big passes, second chance rebounds, and I see a potential here where Drummond could be the leverage play off of AD. And then with most people likely going to AD because of the size issue with the Warriors, that we can have some kind of sleeper value in LeBron. LeBron hasn't been playing particularly well, so people will likely look at that game log and say, let's go to Curry. He's a lot safer. Let's go to AD. He's a lot safer. And I think that can leave a potential here for LeBron to maybe sneak in a little bit.
So the one thing we have to consider a lot more when there's only 2 games is what position eligibility these players have. And if LeBron was point guard only, I think I would agree with everything you just said.
Yeah.
I still agree with most of it. I think Drummond does make sense, but I don't know that Davis actually will get that much ownership, because LeBron is point guard / small forward. So you can play him with Curry. It's not really that big of a deal to do that. He's a little cheaper than Davis. But I think most people will play Curry without a top end Laker, or at least like some decent percentage. Maybe half the lineups have LeBron or Davis, and half of them have neither, and just are playing Curry with Draymond, Jonas Valanciunas, DeJounte Murray, DeMar DeRozan, and you play kind of a balanced lineup that doesn't have LeBron or Davis in it. So I think it's really hard to fit LeBron or Davis with Curry, and that makes that move a little contrarian. But I also think that playing one of them instead of Curry is the contrarian move that fits better. So both things are unique, but I think you can actually use the other good players much more easily if you just play LeBron or Davis and don't play Curry at all. Maybe play Wiggins instead and hope he's the guy who takes a lot of the shots. Maybe the Lakers just defend really, really well, which certainly happens a lot of the time. I mean, the Lakers, when they're healthy, are probably the best defense in the NBA.
They officially were the number 1 defense this year, even though AD and LeBron missed large chunks of the season.
Right. There are other good defenders on the Lakers. I don't think Drummond helps them there, but in the backcourt with Schroeder and Caruso and Caldwell Pope and Matthews, like a lot of guys that can defend, and they can especially defend on the perimeter, all of those players. So it's not like it's a good matchup for Curry at all. It's actually the worst matchup I think that Curry could have. The Lakers don't play especially fast either. So I think the best way to get leverage, while I like the Drummond call, I think he'll be lower owned. I think LeBron could provide some leverage, but I think the best way to get leverage is just don't play Steph. The other way is don't play DeJounte Murray, and maybe you go with some Spurs backups. You hope that game's a blowout, but that seems just a little bit too much of a long shot there. I don't think that that's especially likely that game doesn't stay close. And Spurs and Grizzlies are kind of even teams. But yeah, playing LeBron or Davis, not Steph, maybe playing Drummond with one of those guys. Like I think there's a lot you can do there where you end up with a lineup that not a lot of people are replicating.
What do you think about this lineup that I kind of put together while you were going over those things, just mentioning, fading? What do you think about playing all 3, LeBron, AD, and Steph, and then you get the bunch of Spurs values, and then also Looney, he's pretty cheap. I think Looney has to play a healthy amount of minutes now with the Lakers being a big team, and then you have the opportunity to go potentially with KCP at shooting guard, maybe Patty Mills, setting up where even Caruso, who's back, Grayson Allen has been decent. Does it make sense to maybe even look at a lineup build that's contrarian by playing all 3 studs?
Yeah, I think the way you would want to set that up is if you're playing for the Grizzlies Spurs blowout, because if that doesn't happen, you essentially need overtime or even 2 overtimes for the LeBron, AD, Curry thing to totally pay off. But if the other game blows out, then you don't really need that, because then all of the chalk there just doesn't really do that much. I mean, theoretically, if the Grizzlies were to be up 25 going into the 4th and then kind of extend the lead where the Spurs starters don't come back in, maybe you want one of Joe Val or Morant, and then you play guys like Brandon Clark, D'Anthony Melton, Desmond Bain, Justice Winslow, like a couple of those guys. And then you fit LeBron, Davis, and Curry. So I think that unless you think there's a really significant chance of a blowout there, or at least you set up the lineup for one, it doesn't make a ton of sense, but that's the scenario. I mean, it's not, the Pacers were similarly favored over the Hornets last night as the Grizzlies are over the Spurs tonight, and that game was a blowout. I mean, teams that are 4-point favorites win by 30, not all the time, but
yeah,
one out of every 10, 15 games. So
Yeah.
it's not that it can't happen. It definitely is in a large field, that's certainly a viable way to build a lineup.
Sounds good. Let's get into some sportsbook then. You mentioned that the Grizzlies were 4-point favorites. Now the Lakers sitting at 5.5-point favorites. That line has also moved. That opened at, correct me if I'm wrong, 3.5, and then it moved to 4.5 and 5.5.
So it didn't open there. This line actually opened on DraftKings at 7 and got all the way down quickly to 3.5 or 4. I think the line opened pretty close to the end of the Lakers' last regular season game.
Yeah.
And there was just very immediate concern about the health of both Davis and LeBron, who, I mean, maybe you can explain what was going on there. Portland was up a ton of points. And because of that, the Lakers were locked into the 7 seed with, Jokic was playing against the Blazers, wasn't in the game anymore. And the Lakers were still playing their stars in the 4th. And both of them nearly got injured. I mean, they both had kind of scares with their ankles. So maybe you have some idea what the Lakers were doing, but I think that's what happened. The line moved dramatically towards the Warriors due to the fear of injury, and then it came back up once it was clear that both of those guys would be playing.
Makes sense. So my perception or understanding of it is that the Lakers just didn't get as many reps as they would have liked. This was a condensed season, fewer practice opportunities. The injuries robbed them of continuation throughout the roster. There had been new pieces that were completely infused with Drummond, who barely got to play, 3 games with LeBron and AD at the same time. Schroeder in and out of the lineup, coming back from that entire health and safety protocol situation. So my take was that they were just trying to get some reps together because they know they're going to need to play in the 4th quarter, important crunch time minutes. And what better way to get it when the other team is not as pushing and they can run through some of their sets.
Yeah, you mentioned Schroeder. Just to go back to DFS for a second, if you think that LeBron or Davis doesn't play the full game because they just aren't 100%, maybe they're just dealing with the injury throughout the game, they're coming in and out more so than normal. Schroeder and also Drummond, of course, are the 2 guys who are next in line for just being involved, playing more minutes potentially. Schroeder would benefit a ton if LeBron were to get re-hurt during the game. And he shouldn't be popular either because he's a point guard and he can only be a point guard. And you've already got Curry and Dejounte Murray there and John Morant there. So I think he's very similar to Drummond in that regard. Kuzma's probably a little too expensive, but yeah, just to bring up Schroeder, I think he's a very strong leverage play. Kuzma is a bit more of a long shot. You probably do need an injury for that to work out. But LeBron could just have kind of a passive game and Schroeder plays really well without any injuries.
Yeah.
So that could work out either way.
That makes a lot of sense. I want to touch 1 second on Morant. He's been playing monster minutes for a while now, 38 in those last 2 games and 35, 37. But his fantasy output, the one game that he did play well was the game he played. He only played 29 minutes and he scored 46 fantasy points. At 8,300 in a 2-game slate, if Morant doesn't score 50 points and you play him, you're pretty much out of luck, right?
So that would normally be true on a bigger slate. But I think if you play Morant and he gets in the 40s, what you're really betting on there is just that he is close to outscoring or even just outscores Curry. Because he's significantly cheaper and he'll be much lower owned. So if you play Morant and he gets 45 and Curry gets 47, let's say, that savings will get you some players that other people couldn't afford.
Right.
Or if the Lakers just crush the Warriors, which I do think is on the table if they bring their A game. And the Lakers are a significantly, I'm sure you agree as a Lakers fan, but the Lakers are a substantially better team than the Warriors are. I don't think the blowout there is out of the question either. And I don't think this is the case where, it's like the last game of the season. And if a team's down 25, they're just going to keep trying because they have nothing to lose. The loser of this game has to play again in 2 days. So, if one team's up by 20 or 25, the opponent could just say, all right, let's just,
pack it in. You saw Westbrook last night. Westbrook last night with I think it was 6 minutes left in the game. He just went back to the locker room. He tweaked his foot on one of his layup attempts on Jason Tatum. He didn't finish that game. And that sets up a scenario where it could happen again with Steph, where it's like, hey, we need a nuclear Steph game to make the playoffs. And the Lakers are just throwing everything at him. And they've been able to maybe not shut him down, but at least slow him down. and they figure that, hey, we're going to need 42 minutes from Steph coming up in this next game. So why not just save him?
Yeah, I think all those are reasonable outcomes. So if you're playing Morant without Steph, because you're probably not fitting both into a lineup, then you're fading DeJounte Murray, which we can get into, but I think that's a little more extreme than necessary.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you play Morant without Curry, and Curry just is out of the game for the last 5 minutes because the Lakers are up by enough, Morant doesn't need to be that great to be the better play. He just needs to be good, and Curry needs to be bad.
Makes sense. I was looking at some player props for this slate. What do you think about a double-double from either ADs, 81, 82, Drummond or Davis? Drummond at plus 136, Davis at minus 106. Does that make any sense, or is it viable to look at a potential double-double from one of these bigs?
So I'm just trying to think for a second how I expect the Lakers to run their front court, because the Warriors might play a stretch of this game without a true center.
Yeah.
You mentioned Looney before, but when he's not on the court, normally it would have been James Wiseman playing center. Now it's Draymond Green.
Yep.
Like, I don't know that Drummond gets his full allotment of minutes while Draymond is out there. I mean, it kind of depends how the game goes, right? So if the Lakers are doing well with Drummond out there against Draymond, they'll probably just roll with it. And if they're struggling, like the court spacing for the Warriors is too much and Drummond's too slow and all of that, then he just could lose minutes, and maybe Davis moves up to the 5. And then like Kuzma or Markieff Morris plays the 4. So like, I think Drummond is a good DFS play. I don't know that I want to bet any player props on him though, because I think there's a lot of variance in what he could do.
Makes sense. So would you lean though towards Davis as a potential double-double play, or is there something maybe going to points, rebounds, and assists with AD, who's sitting at now 37.5?
Yeah, so you tell me, is Davis healthy, and is he going to play 35 plus minutes? If that's the case, then I probably like it. And if it's not, if there's a reason to be concerned there, then I'm a little worried about
Davis.
betting on
Davis is playing 35 minutes tonight, unless it's a 20-point blowout.
I mean, I do think he's the guy that should do well. I don't know. Do you think Draymond spends most of the game guarding Davis? Because I feel like he could be matched up with LeBron a bit too.
Yeah, I could see that as well. And then because Juan Toscano-Anderson has been playing well at their kind of wing forward guy, so if LeBron is working it and breaking down the defense, they could put Draymond on him and have Juan Toscano-Anderson try to guard AD. I think that's really where it sets up how is JTA going to play. And he's been playing a healthy amount of minutes. I mean, 26, 33, 30, 28, like the minutes are there for him. And he's really significantly seen a boost with this Kelly Oubre injury. So I see a scenario where if LeBron is taking over the game and just dissecting the defense and setting up the corner shooters where they put Draymond on him and he fights over kind of those Drummond picks, because that's what it's going to take. What the play you're going to see is if LeBron has the ball in the center and they're not running curls, they're going to run Drummond as the main primary screener, and then LeBron's going to attack in the middle and go from there.
Yeah, I think what you've kind of laid out and what we've been getting to is just there's a lot of ways this game could go. I feel like there's a lot of matchup nuances that we really just don't have a great feel for. Like, I think we have a good idea of what the options are, but just not so much which one will happen. So that just makes me wary of all of the prop type things in this game, because you don't really capitalize on variance when you're betting over unders. But you can capitalize on it from DFS, or if you want to make a bet like AD to get a triple double, it's like you think he just goes absolutely nuts. Yeah. I'm not sure if we have a line, but you know what I mean? Like something that pays more but has a lower probability. Like that's the kind of stuff I would be looking at for this game. But I do think the betting lines are just really fair for it. Like I think the Lakers are correctly favored by about 5.5. And it's just, I think everyone has a pretty good sense that the Lakers should win, but they're not some kind of lock to win.
Makes sense. Let's get into some series lines then. Hey, people, if you have any questions, shoot them up in the chat right now. We will get to them and make sure to answer whatever questions you have for tonight's slate. But I have some questions for you. How should we look to bet this Nets Celtics series? Nets favored minus 1430 on the line for the series winner. So is it a series correct score? Is it the total games played? Or maybe you look at the game spread and you think that the series will not go more than 6 games. Nets to win it in 1.5. What's your thoughts here for the series?
So I think the Nets may just be a bit overvalued in everything across the board. That isn't to say they're not going to win the championship, because I do think they're the rightful favorites, just maybe not to the degree that people think, because their health is not a guarantee. And they have not had that many stretches of this season where they've had even the players that aren't the big three, like Joe Harris has been dealing with an injury.
Yep.
They've had COVID protocol issues with guys like Claxton and some of their other supporting players. And Blake Griffin is pretty old and has had a lot of injuries. And even if Harden and Durant and Irving are all healthy, that probably is enough where they beat anyone. But there are other important players too. So the Nets have some concerns, and most of them are health related. So I'm probably more interested in following the series as it progresses and looking to take advantage if someone is hurt during the series or clearly looks like they're playing at less than 100%, something like that. But I do think that there's merit to just, looking at Celtics related bets. There's no particular one that I'm not excited about, but I do think the Celtics have a better chance than most people are giving them credit for. I'm certainly not picking them to win, but I think that they're more likely to get a game or two than most people would expect.
I definitely see them definitely getting a game or two. But that's the question is it a game or two? Because if you say one game, you have plus 175 here, plus 350 if you're going on these series correct score, and then total games played over to, if the Celtics get 2 games, that's over 5.5 at plus 130. Makes a lot of sense here to maybe look at 6 games and expect that Tatum will have 2 of them. But I just don't know. Like, they looked really good last night as a squad, but now I'm concerned about that Robert Williams injury. Robert Williams, I would consider him a difference maker because of the lack of inside presence that the Nets have. That's their weakness. When they match up with Joel Embiid, or if it ends up happening, Joel Embiid is going to clobber the Nets. There's nobody that's going to stop him. But Robert Williams was going to be that guy that, yes, he's not a threat like Joel Embiid. You can't compare whatsoever to the two players. Their styles are completely different. But you have a guy that can set screens, rebounds, force you to have to defend inside. I don't see the same vibe from Tristan Thompson. So I think what's really going to come down is what and how Robert Williams, if he's able to make an impact, if he can push them over, because we know Fournier can score. We know Kemba can score. We know that Jason Tatum will score. Obviously, he just dropped 50 on the Wizards last night, but Smart, is he going to be defending Harden? Is he going to be defending Kyrie? Does Jason Tatum get tired of defending KD the entire time for the entire series? Is he worn down? Will they be able to get 2 games? And I think it comes down to Robert Williams' health, and he's not been able to stay healthy this entire season.
Yeah, he is a big loss, and somehow they managed to play way better when he left the game yesterday. That was probably just a product of Tatum and Kemba catching fire, because I don't think it had nothing to do with Tristan being better than Robert Williams. It just was kind of a fluke. He left the game, and then the Celtics perimeter guys just couldn't miss from that on.
Yeah, and also you have to keep in mind Westbrook. There was just something going on with he just couldn't connect. He was taking his threes, and when Westbrook is firing on all cylinders, he lifts that team. And when he's not, everyone's like kind of looking around, who's going to make the play. Davis Bertans like sitting there like, oh, like.
And Rui Hachimura was in foul trouble the whole game. So
Yeah.
there was a lot more of Bertans, just not knowing what to do and having a terrible game just in general. I mean, Marcus Smart is an unbelievable defender. And against the Wizards, there's only 2 guys they need to guard, really. Against the Nets, you have 3. So, I mean, maybe the Nets just try to exploit whoever Kemba's guarding, essentially, because he's by far the worst defender in the Celtics starting lineup, maybe on their whole team. I like the call. Like, you can't really be that confident in the Celtics without them at full health, at least, they're not going to have Jaylen Brown, but full health for what they should have right now. So that probably means Robert Williams, but a full strength Celtics team with him, I think the over 5.5 makes some sense, but I'm a little concerned. Yeah, I think you want to make sure that he's back for game one.
Yeah. Are there any other scenarios or series that you're looking at to kind of find an edge, or what's to make of this Hawks and Knicks series since it's pretty close? What's to make of this Trailblazers Nugget series since that's pretty close as well?
So I'm not sure if we'll have time to get into all of them. There's basically two major edges that I'm looking at. One of them is just, I think the Knicks are still overrated. And I know I've said that to you on the show many times, but I think the Hawks beat them. So yeah, that's like, it's as simple as that. I think the Hawks are just better. I think the Knicks finished below them in the standings this year, despite the fact that the Knicks were as unaffected by COVID or just injuries in general as mostly any team, with the exception of Mitchell Robinson, but he's still out. So they don't really get credit for dealing with that because they still don't have him. Randall played the whole year, right? Missed maybe 2 games.
Yeah.
So on the Hawks side, they dealt with a ton and they still finished as the 4 seed. I think the healthy Atlanta Hawks are really scary. And as someone who's rooting for the Sixers to come out of the East, like I'd be much more excited about Philly.
They finish as a 5 seed, so the Knicks have home court advantage here. So if this goes down to Game 7, it will be an MSG.
Right. The Knicks are the 4. They got the tiebreaker over Atlanta, right? Same record. Okay. Yeah. So the Knicks, even with the home court, I actually don't remember offhand what this line opened at, but the Knicks were favored and now the Hawks are. It's been really close to pick them though, both ways. Or unless it's moved back. You have it up on screen now. I can't really see it.
Minus 109, minus 117. So it looks like the Hawks are now favored.
Yeah, I don't know. The Hawks, I'm not sure if they ever got to plus money, but I think those odds were flipped yesterday.
Yeah, they were.
And most people are betting the Knicks. Yep. Like the series splits for this one are like 85-15 New York. Yep. Because there's just a lot of Knicks fans. I mean, I think that's really the reason.
Yeah. I mean, that you make a lot of points, and I'm kind of afraid now because I'm on the Knicks bandwagon, and I'm actually on the Julius Randle bandwagon, and I like him considering he's the ex-Laker, and I'm really happy to see him just tearing the league up. But the Hawks' depth is what kind of scares me now when I think about it. But Clint Capella led the league in rebounds. Will he be able to limit Randle and Nerlens Noel on the boards? Taj Gibson, he still will make an impact. But
the Hawks' interior defense is the best aspect of their defense. I mean, everyone knows Trae Young is not much of a defender, and Clint Capella is. Like that's the core of their defense. So I think it will be problematic for Randall going up against him.
And the player that has the most upside, yes, Randall is dropping triple doubles as a big, and he has 30, 10, 5 lines like that. But the player with the most upside in this series is on the Hawks side, and that would be Trae Young.
Yeah. And the Knicks are a good defensive team, but the Hawks do have more weapons than I think the average basketball fan realizes, because they haven't had them all at the same time. Like the amount of games that Trae Young and Bogdanovich played together is pretty low.
Yeah.
And DeAndre Hunter missed a bunch of games and John Collins missed a bunch of games. Like having all of that together, it makes it really hard to defend. And their second unit, I mean, when Randall's not on the court, the Knicks run their offense through Derrick Rose.
Yep.
The Hawks' second unit is just better than that. I mean, Rose had a good year, but Bogdanovich, and I don't really want to say much about Lou Williams. I don't think he's that good, but to just lead the offense for 6 minutes each half, I think he is perfectly suited to do that, even if that's what he does.
Yep. Lemon Pepper Lou definitely can catch fire for 6 minutes. We have some questions coming in from the chat. So what do you think about the Anthony Melton tonight?
I think you need the blowout. It's hard to say whether he'd play true garbage time. Like if Memphis is up 40 in the fourth, he's not going to be in. They're going to play like the real scrubs on the team. But if you're in that kind of half blowout situation where he has a really strong third quarter and they're up 25 or 30, like that's the scenario where he really goes nuts. Or something happens to John Morant, foul trouble, injury, whatever. He's not cheap enough to really be a value play, but I think there's a few different ways where he could have some upside.
I mean, if you're looking at DeAnthony Melton at 4,600, I think Poeltl makes way more sense at 4,900.
Yeah, that's just an ownership thing because anyone on the Spurs is like essentially any Spurs player. I should mention Drew Eubanks briefly because if you've got foul trouble here, then Eubanks. But I'm not even sure that Eubanks is ahead of Gorgie Jang in the rotation. Like I think he is. The Spurs have 3 centers who play semi-regularly, so that it seems hard to really different. This is kind of why I don't want to play Curry because I just don't love any cheap players on this slate besides the same Spurs that everyone's using.
Makes sense. More questions coming in. What do you think about Caruso in a GPP?
Yeah, I think there's just too many guys there. How much do you think Caruso plays? 15 minutes?
Yeah, I wouldn't put him. I don't see him playing over 20. There's depth here where Schroeder's going to start, and if Schroeder starts and has his conditioning back, I see him playing about 37 minutes, maybe even 35 to 37 minutes because it's an elimination game. The only way I see Caruso getting there is if it's in garbage time. I think KCP plays a lot as well. They're going to just need his defense and stretch on the floor. KCP showed up last playoffs. He's going to be confident, ready to fire. He knows that's his role. So, and when he plays minutes, he plays a lot of minutes, and I just don't see Caruso getting there. At 4,200, you're going to definitely need him to score at least 20 fantasy points. And yeah, he can do that, but I would like the upside there if Schroeder was questionable or missing, or there was like a lineup change that we could expect something to happen. But now I think it's more about continuity. So Caruso is not a continuity piece. He's a spark plug off the bench type of guy.
Yeah, and when he was having big fantasy games a couple of weeks ago, he was a much more integral part of the offense because both LeBron and Schroeder were out. So he just had to do a lot. I mean, I don't think, barring a blowout, he might not spend any time on the court without at least one of those guys.
Well, so probably the other portion is if you think either KCP or Schroeder get into foul trouble, then Caruso will come in because he's a noted defender from Frank Vogel and he'll be the one to guard Steph. Like that's the other way that we can get Caruso to have a big game is if one of those other guards get into foul trouble.
Yeah, I almost think it has to be Schroeder because you still have Wes Matthews to play instead of KCP. The Lakers have a lot of good defenders, and he'll be on the court. Yeah. Maybe he racks up like 4 steals in 10 minutes in the first half, and then he's playing so well that he just gets extra minutes in the second half because he's played into it. But yeah, I think you're right. He needs something weird to happen, either foul trouble to a starter or blowout to really be good.
Yeah. I think
so. Before we wrap this up, to go back to the sports book for a second.
Yeah.
I think so. I mentioned there's 2 angles I like for series and playoff betting. Yep. I think we need to pay attention for people who are looking at this from a sports betting angle to the way that this sets up for the Jazz or Suns, depending on the result of the Lakers Warriors game.
Okay.
Because Utah's the 1 seed, Phoenix is the 2. And if the Lakers win tonight, if the Lakers lose tonight, that's a big deal for Phoenix because then you have the Lakers becoming either the 8 seed or not in the playoffs at all.
Yeah.
And the Warriors are not nearly as good as the Lakers are. And that sets up with a much easier path to the finals for the Suns. So that becomes an appealing future bet, I think. If the Suns' first round matchup is Golden State and then their second round matchup is Portland or Denver, who they're better than both of those teams. And then they only have to play one of the Clippers and Lakers. So I think that that's the only situation in this play-in round that really has an angle where it affects a team's finals odds. But the Suns, I mean, you would have to imagine the Suns will be watching this game hoping the Warriors win. And the Suns have done well against Golden State this year too, even in games where Curry's played.
I just think they have good amount of depth when they can take care of the Warriors. The Warriors, if Curry's not going nuclear, I don't see the Warriors having the correct amount of depth. It's going to take Draymond dropping a triple-double in addition to Curry going off to be able to carry them for 4 games. And I don't think that they have that in them.
Yeah. And so from the other side of it, there's not as much that's exciting if the Lakers win.
Yeah.
But it's certainly a good thing for the Jazz and Clippers. And I guess the Mavericks too, although I don't think they have that much of a chance against the Clippers. Yeah. But for Utah and the Clippers, they don't want the Lakers in their bracket. So those teams are hoping the Lakers win, and then they don't have to see them until the conference finals.
Yeah. More questions coming in from the chat. The Guru is asking, since we're not on Caruso, do we like KCP as a better play? And honestly, at 4,000, I think he makes a lot of sense. His floor is relatively safe, and there are chances and potential for him to have a blow-up game too. Like, they might need an additional score. If the Warriors decide to go small and they take Drummond off the court, they can play, as you mentioned, play Wes Matthews and Pope at the same time. They've done that many times to spread the floor for LeBron, and I could see them playing that scenario where Pope gets a lot of minutes, even up to 35. You've seen him play, have 35, 38, 33, and we saw what he was able to do in the bubble. So I think Pope makes a lot of sense, and you need to decide on some value for this slate. And that's a guy that at 4,000, if you can get 30 minutes from a value play, like in the game that has the, it doesn't have the higher total, but there's more potential here because you know that he has to be the one to pick it up if you're going to play him.
So I think he makes the most sense in that lineup you were alluding to earlier, where you're kind of not using much of the Grizzlies Spurs game.
Yeah.
Because if the game's close late and maybe you get an overtime or something, Caldwell Pope is probably playing down the stretch and he gets a ton of minutes in that scenario. Like, I think that that's his upside, but I don't think he'll be contrarian. I mean, he's not going to be a chalk play on this slate, but there are enough people that are going to use him as one of the guys to fit in the studs. I think Patty Mills is another where it's just like, what's his realistic upside? I mean, he could just make like 7 out of 8 threes and get there that way, but unless he goes nuts scoring wise, like, he doesn't do anything else.
Right.
And the same is true of Rudy Gay, who's pretty cheap also. KCP is a certainly safer play than those guys because of the minutes.
Yep.
But as I've been saying, I think I'm just trying to get out of this price range and just play the guys who are all in the mid tier, because this is just not a stars and scrubs kind of slate. It's a stretch to find value here. I mean, KCP at 4,000 is a sketchy value play, even when guys are out, and no one's out right now. So it's not that he can't do it. Like, he's shown the upside even in games where the Lakers are full health. But if other people are going to play him too, then I'd just rather try to play a bunch of guys between like 5 and 9K and make a different lineup that way.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. And 5 to 9K, we have a lot of players that can exceed value at these cheap prices. I mean, DeRozan has flashed 50-point upside many times this year. Wiggins has been a primary scorer when Chef has been off at all. Drummond, that leverage for Davis. Murray, 6,300. He could easily score 30, 35 fantasy points. JJJ has been working his way back. Dylan Brooks randomly catches fire. So there's a case to be made for all these players in this price range. So
so before we're done here, we should get into DeJounte Murray a little bit. Just like, is that worth it if he's the highest owned player on the slate? Like, I'm a little torn there because he's just, it's Murray and Jakob Poeltl are so clearly the best value plays.
Yeah.
That I'm almost inclined to just say, all right, play one of them. If you're making more than one lineup, just kind of split that, because if you have both, then you're just doing so much of what everyone else is doing. So I don't know, which one of them do you think is safer, or which one would you rather have?
I'm probably leaning towards Poeltl just because he's a bit cheaper and he doesn't have to do as much. And the fact that Grizzlies are a bigger team up front. If Valanciunas is playing 30, 35 minutes, Poeltl will be there to definitely defend him, and he'll be in that rotation, and he's shown already that he can get all the minutes and play all the minutes. So I think Poeltl's a little bit safer one, whereas with DeJounte Murray, you can get a little bit of leverage off of him by spending up a little bit more and going to DeRozan. And they play similarly because when DeJounte is not in, there are times where DeMar is the primary ball handler.
So DeRozan's underpriced too. And I think if there's one thing to do in GPPs on this slate, it's to not play both of them together, Murray and DeRozan, because in all likelihood, they're both going to be pretty good and neither is going to be amazing. But there's definitely a chance that one of them just kind of takes the lead and one of them catches fire, and then that's just the guy who takes all the shots and the other one takes the back seat. Like there's not a ton of upside for them both to have ceiling games because Memphis is pretty solid on defense. They're not amazing, but they're pretty solid. And next to Curry, I think those three Spurs that we're talking about are the three highest owned players on the slate. They all could be higher owned than Curry. I'm not sure, but those should be the top four, the three main Spurs and Steph. So limiting your Spurs to 2 and maybe even 1, I think, is the way to go because the amount of lineups that play all three of those Spurs guys, it's just going to be, I don't want to say the vast majority of lineups, but half the field might be playing the three most notable Spurs guys. So playing J-Val, who you have on the screen, like instead of one of them, I think makes sense, or Morant, Schroeder, Drummond. Like there's a lot of pivots that are worse plays, but they're going to be so low owned across the board. And I should clarify, like it's a 2-game slate. No one's going to be 5% or 3%. That's a core rotation piece, but to get a 20% owned player instead of a 60% owned player is a big deal. It's a third of the ownership, and 20% wouldn't be that low on a normal slate, but for 2-gamer, it's pretty low. So playing a couple of those guys and not just jamming all the Spurs, I think is the way to go.
Yeah. So I want to know your take on Valanciunas, 7,600. If you remember last year, he dropped a triple-double in that play-in game where Memphis needed to win to continue to play. So I really like J-Val. I mean, his floor is so safe at 7,600. Like what is the only way, or how does he not get there? Like he's only had under 30 fantasy points one time in the last 10, and he only played 20 minutes in that game. Like this guy's a monster.
Yeah, the matchup isn't that good, but he certainly is. So I think one of the ways he doesn't get there is Morant just goes nuts and doesn't give him the ball.
Okay.
I probably want one of those two guys in any lineup. Like I think the Grizzlies offense it's not that concentrated. I mean, maybe Dylan Brooks just is, he just, has as good of a game as he could possibly have. And neither Morant or Valanciunas gets there, or it's a blowout, or one of them gets in foul trouble, something like that. But I think either Morant or J-Val should be pretty good. So that would be one way, is Morant is just the guy for them and J-Val just doesn't get that many touches. The other way is foul trouble. And I really don't, it's not so much that he is going to have a floor game. It's just if the construction of the slate is such that guys that are 5 and 6K score as much as him, and just he's priced out of the winning lineup. That's basically the way. But I do think it makes sense to focus on one Grizzlies player at least. And the ownership on J-Val could be a little high. So that's kind of why I'm leaning towards Morant, but I don't think J-Val is a bad play at all. I don't want to play him in a lineup with Curry and then get stuck with, the Patty Mills and the Rudy Gays and KCPs maybe, and have that. I think that'll be a pretty commonly built lineup. So I think J-Val just overall, you're right. He is someone that is definitely worth having a lot of interest in.
Definitely. Good points. 2 more minutes before we jump off. If you guys have any final questions, I did want to bring up here, I found something really interesting. J-Val, minus 770 to record a double-double. So you get the double-double bonus. It's setting up here where is the play maybe from a sportsbook perspective to look at his rebounds prop at 14.5. Like that's a lot.
He always gets the double-double. I mean, there's a reason the line's there. He's a double-double machine.
Yeah.
Almost as much as any player in the NBA, I would think.
Yep.
So
rebounds are weird sometimes.
Yeah, rebounds are weird sometimes because it's dependent on how many shots the other team misses. So you kind of have to get into the matchup a little bit. And maybe it's a little like for center rebounds, you want the other team shooting more mid-range jumpers and not threes. So like maybe the fact that DeRozan doesn't shoot any threes is a good thing for keeping the rebounds from being long ones and close to the basket, that sort of stuff. But that is those are things that I just don't have any particular insight about.
Yeah.
I certainly think Valanciunas will get a lot of rebounds in this game, whether that's 12, 15, 17, I really can't say.
Yeah. Yeah. I really like J-Val. I think he makes a bunch of sense, but if there's other players that are cheaper than him that are going to kind of exceed their value, and even if they score similarly to him, then that makes him kind of a worse play if he scores 45 and you get Wiggins at 6,600 to score 45, or even a chalky Dejounte Murray at 6,300 to score 45. That almost makes him a bad play.
Yeah. So, and then you could have guys on his team that just, do more than him. So maybe the rebounds just bounce Kyle Anderson's way and he ends up being the guy. And Jaren Jackson could end up getting extra minutes if Valanciunas is in foul trouble. Like, unless you're planning for a blowout in one of these two games, I think the move is just playing a guy or two from every team.
Yep.
Because it's just the pricing is a little soft for the Spurs, but overall the pricing's not that soft. And there's not value plays really. So having a bunch of players on the same team in the winning lineup really is only likely to happen if games go to overtime or one of the two at least is a blowout. Like, that's really the only way. So playing like Brooks, Morant, Valanciunas, Kyle Anderson all together, unless the rest of that lineup is 4 Spurs and you've got nothing from the other game and you just hope like one game shoots out, the other one doesn't stay close. That, like, you kind of need that sort of thinking when the slate is small. That's basically all I'm trying to say.
Cool. Great points. We touched on a lot of stuff for tonight's slate. If you have any more questions or concerns, comments, whatever, you can find us on Twitter. But remember, there's one thing I want to let you know before we jump out of here. That is Hammer the Over. Hammer the Over is our big promotion, and it's for the Dallas and Clippers game. Just go to the DK Sportsbook, opt in for the Hammer the Over. You can bet now. It's very simple. Handle it over there and get to hammering the over. But outside of that, that's all I got. It's been a fun slate. I'm looking forward to just hanging out and watching a bunch of hoops all week long. I'll be back on Monday with Julian, and tomorrow we'll have, I think it's Koff and Jeff to come up to talk about some slate, and then Friday will be Steve and Matt Lamarca also to cover the slate for some MLB. But outside of that, hope everyone has a good day, enjoys the slates. It's about to be a really lit time in the season. Good luck. Peace out.
Screamers, Jason Rossi, Brandon Cristal with me. Brandon, what's up, dude?
What's going on? My second sim of the day, the rain. Really affected Tom Brady and the Bucks 2 sims ago, and the Lions rolled into Tampa, beat him by 2 touchdowns.
Smoked him. Love it.
Yeah.
We're going to get snow in this one. We got Jags, we got Buffalo. Smash that thumbs up. I did see. I know wild weather Wednesday, the thumbs up. It takes a little while. Let's get it going here. Maybe you can win some cash on this late slate. Again, BK with me here for this one. We got Jags, Buffalo in the snow. Lineups have been yacked. I don't know where my head's at. Haven't locked up. Everyone's showing a hockey conversation with Bruins in there. So a lot of people with like different Canadian accents. And they worked with Moose last night. So, but anywho, what are you looking at here? I know you just plugged one in. Who did you captain? We can get to the whole thing after.
I was going to pay up for Josh Allen, but then you look and I have a hard time paying up for a guy that's not over 20, right? I'd rather go get a little more value and then I can add a little more firepower, I think. So I captain Stephon Diggs. I don't care about the snow. Stephon Diggs will be fine in the snow. It's my prediction. Even though he played in Minnesota where it doesn't snow in the games because of the dome. Did play Baltimore, Maryland. Snows a little there. So I captain Stephon Diggs. I was able to get down with no problem and still have a respectable lineup. Now, I've been terrible the last couple of sims, well in the 100, so who knows how it's going to shake out.
Things have locked, just so you know now. So you have Diggs in the cap, you got Allen. Where'd you with the other 4 spots go?
So my third bill, I think was able to get Chris Conley. He had a huge sim the last time I did a Jags game. And Chris Thompson. And then I know I said a 6 player. I just can't remember. I'm clicking on it now. So a lot of drama here.
So while you say that, just so people know, we do know there's a little bit of a sound thing.
Lee Smith.
We'll work on it. Lee Smith. Yeah, there's a little echo, but don't worry about it. We are working on it. It may be me. It could be somebody else. I don't know. We're figuring it out. I'll get yelled at later. So for now, we apologize for any inconvenience. So I have similar lineups. I have John Brown on the captain. There's going to be a big change. I got Allen Diggs, Lee Smith, Chris Conley, Chris Thompson. So similar. Not exact. Similar. As we go into this one.
Yeah. Like I said, being similar to me is not good right now based on my last couple of sims. See if that changes here today or in this one.
Yeah, we will. So again, it's Jacksonville, and it is Buffalo. We see snowfall, which I always laugh, and we do a good job here at DraftKings. On a lot of things, but one is like I always want there to be like in Jacksonville for this game. Like just see snow in Jacksonville, which I think we could do, but obviously just not realistic. Then again, it is simulation football here. We see you guys in here. I'm just checking out the chat here. We got Free Piercy. We see Thunder Ring Ice in there. Chickadee. Like to see it. Love to see it. Appreciate you guys being here. Rock Forever, James, Edward, DFS Queenie, Pizza Man, Thomas, Mike, Bizzle. We see Robbie in there. What's going on, dude? Hunter as well. So we see you guys. Smash that thumbs up on your way in. Any echo that's coming up, we apologize. It's all good, though. We'll get it all cleared out. My cat's meowing at me. All right, we did get word that looks like we could have a echo issue. Should be gone because we got the best in the business. Andrew, our technical director. We have our main man, the producer extraordinaire, Michael, coming from the West Coast, streaming through your internet webs wherever you are. And we have Jimbo and Ops. Here's the hand. A big run up the gut. Devin Singletary starting off the game. Just to let you know, Thunder Ring Ice dropping some facts as Josh Allen has fumbled in his last 7 games, FYI. And yes, confirmed the echo is gone. That's why we got a great crew. If it was just me here, forget about it. It just echoes and madness the entire game. I feel like the band Echo the Bunnyman for no purpose tie-in, but I'm just letting you know.
I don't have an echo, if that makes...
No, we're all good now because you fixed it. You went and fixed it, and we appreciate it.
Glad I could fix it. So we had our carpets cleaned today, which is something you realize after you do it. Like, why don't we do this all the time? Like once a year, even though there's dogs and kids.
Yep.
It's going to build up like the few $100 it costs to have what feels like almost brand new carpets. Not brand new, but almost brand new.
Yeah.
But so they're still wet. So every time I walk somewhere, I'm just walking on wet carpet and I have to remind myself, like, oh, that's not,
Yeah,
dog
who
pee.
spilled something?
Yeah, it's not something for one of the kiddos. It is just clean carpet.
Love that. Dude, is this professional company coming in and getting it done?
Yeah. So we had done it once before at our old house. We've been in this house since 2017 and haven't done it. But again, babies and dogs, it's just one of those things where you're like, we'll get to it. And finally my wife's like, hey, it's almost summer. It's been a while. Let's just do it. But then instead of using one of the companies that I do that does a lot of stuff with the radio station, she just found somebody on Facebook and he did a good job. But I'm like, we probably could have gotten a little bit better price.
Yeah, well, hey, I like it. And you know what? We're getting back to the point, getting people in the house. So, hey, get a cleaner in there.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, finally, it's going to be very interesting. I was joking with a family friend as Josh Allen and company is moving again. There's a first down on the last play. It's Allen finding, I believe, was Singletary on that. It was on the screen. But, yeah, I was talking to my wife, like, we clean a fair amount here. But you know that, like, deep clean, like what you're talking about, especially if you have carpeting. We have in our bedrooms and the baby's room and a little bit downstairs. And I was like,
do you have a carpet cleaner? Like, we have one of those vacuum carpet cleaners because the dogs use the bathroom in the house way more than dogs this age should, but that's a different conversation.
We do, but we don't have enough I think it's really useless to us because we used to live in an apartment that was all carpet, so we had like a diesel one, and now it's literally like 1/8 of our house is carpet. But I still think it's such a smart way to do it. The Guru says, I bought a carpet shampooer. So clutch when you have kids. Works wonders. Good to know. Love that. That's kind of what BK is talking about, but getting it done on the profesh side. Freaking nature jumping the great energy in the sim. Love to hear that. Appreciate you. See Dom in there. Hey, how you doing, man?
Yeah, carpet shampooer does it.
Yeah, some of those are like I had something similar to that, similar to one of those, but it was just like the whole, like, you could see everything, like the vacuum sucking up. It was like,
yeah, we've got one of those. We've got one of those. It just doesn't have the shampoo function.
Yeah, I didn't have shampoo. Mine was it was like water. But that's another completion there. So here's Josh Allen, 1st and 10. What a drive to start this game. A little under 5 to play at the 14-yard line. Again, if you're just joining us, BK captain Steph Diggs. I went John Brown. We both have
Steph Diggs touchdown, and I'm going to feel like a genius here. Sean Preston in the chat with a piece of info I didn't know, so I appreciate this, Sean Preston. He says, note to all who play DraftKings on Sims, the computer DK program goes all the way back for every individual for the entire season since this new season has started. The app doesn't. The app does like the last 10 or 20 games or whatever. I shouldn't say I always look at the app. I built my lineup on the desktop here this time, but 98% of the time's on the app. Is that a first down? Pretty close.
It's going to be close. They're 3rd and 1. Beasley on the catch gets it down there, but that's good to know. Thanks, Sean Preston. Again, good pointing out there, BK, because, I always usually do it on the app, and I notice it only goes so far back.
I'm usually fine with that because, one, you realize they probably don't tie together as much as they should other than usage, right? If someone has nothing, they're not going to all of a sudden have every now and then you see, like, wait, he had 0 catches for 10 straight games. He had 9 for 98 and a score.
Josh Allen going to take it all the way to the end zone in the snow.
Should have paid up for him in the captain spot. What an idiot.
Talked about it. Hey, still got time. But what a start there for the Bills all the way. No Obi-Wan, I did not. He asked me if I brought my man card today. I did not. I lost it. I'll tell you this very quickly since you're talking home improvement. I said this yesterday that we turned the AC unit on because it's been very warm here in New England. And,
yeah, sure.
We turned it off for the first time the other night, especially with the little guy. I'm cheap. I would keep it off and figure it out. But my wife went to do laundry, and it's our HVAC units where our laundry is. There was a big puddle down there. She said, I'm not, and we just had a company come out and just do our checkup on our HVAC. She's like, I'm not even going to have you look. I'm going to call them.
Wait, they checked and then that happened?
Yeah, so they just came and checked. So I always think it's like I said, it's like whenever you call, like my iPhone's acting up, then next, or whatever phone you have, or a device that has a newer, model out, they always seem to break it right at that time. But with all this being said, so the guy comes out, he was coming later in the day yesterday, and I went downstairs. So he's looking at the puddle. He goes, "Oh, that's a little strange." And then we talk about like the filter that you put into your, for your HVAC system, so to keep all the dust and crap out. Long story short, it wasn't plugged in.
That'll do it. I guess.
I unplugged like the pump system
Yeah.
as part of your HVAC to put in the new guard there, and when I did that, I never plugged it back in, so everything works. But that's why there would be water, because the condensation doesn't get sucked out through the pump system.
Well,
So I lost my man card.
That's only one. That's because it's not an everyday thing that you use like a computer or a phone. That's like one step above just turn it off and turn it back on.
Well, that's what we said. That was the joke, and I felt so embarrassed with the guy here. So I basically just started asking a ton of questions just because I was embarrassed. Instead of just letting him leave, I like extended his like time here. Just be like, what about this? What water filtration? It was bad. So those I remember.
I think you and I are similar in that I have no problem admitting that I know what I don't know. So when it comes to anything in the house beyond maybe just basic yard work or pretty basic stuff, I'd much rather hire someone so that I don't even attempt it.
Yeah.
I'd rather and go through the headache of not getting it solved soon enough. And my wife's like that too, because she knows where my skill sets lie and don't. So she'll be like, no, just call somebody. Like, let's just take care of it.
Well, that
so
was
never
what-
even really a fight. It's got to be tough when you're one of those guys that thinks, or gals that thinks they can fix everything, but you always kind of only do it halfway, and then they still have to call to get a professional.
I think that's kind of what my wife was thinking. She knows that's what I would have done. Like, I didn't even look at this situation. She like called right away to get a sack by Buffalo. So it was literally like,
Oliver.
get some.
Yeah, first round pick a couple of years ago out of Houston. I'm in 14th place.
Look at you. Screenshot it, baby. But it is funny how that stuff works. Like, yeah, if it was me, just say we didn't call, and I would have, like, I don't know, messed around with a couple things, put some tape on something, and be like, yeah, we're good, don't worry about it. I'll put like a towel to clean it up. And they're like, yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, Andrew says he wishes he knew cars better.
Oh, me too.
I think cars are a little. Certainly, one of our cars is too complicated to change the oil. But I remember my dad used to, and my dad wasn't the handiest guy in general. Like, I think he could do a couple of basic things, but he could change his car oil, engine oil. And I was like, I always, as a kid, I was like, oh, that seems helpful. Then you have to go to the place. But when you think about a Jiffy Lube type place, or really anywhere you're going to go, and you're going to spend between $25 and $40.
Yeah,
for them to do it in about a half hour, give or take. Like, unless it's something that you enjoy doing and you are a car guy or a car girl and it's your thing, that's one where I'm like, it's not even a thought. It's like, okay, when can I fit this in? Okay, bam, done.
Yeah, no, I think yeah. Aside from that, when other parts of cars, like if you know how to like mess around with transmissions, or you know how to like do brakes, like that's the one that I have a friend who has a skill that like just learned, doesn't do it for a living or anything, just knows how to change brake pads. And I'm like, now that would be nice.
Well, right. If you're somebody that can just do that kind of stuff, my buddy Steve, who was in the Army and retired and met a girl from, we're best friends in 7th grade, retired, his last base was in Colorado Springs, and met a girl from there, married a girl. So I've got one of my best friends since I was 12 years old that lives an hour away. And we see each other in a non-pandemic year. Every few months, play cards or watch a game or whatever. But his father-in-law... picked off.
No,
touchdown.
That's a
Sorry.
touchdown. It's our guy.
Sorry.
Oh, wait. Yeah, that's Conley, right? It is.
Chris
I didn't know it was-
Conley. Look
I
at
had no
that.
idea he was a captain in this game, by the way, but that's
Yeah,
what's
well, he's earned it.
He sure has here in Simland. Both of us paying down for him. He was only 3,600 in the flex. Goes up and gets it. Gets a very strong secondary here too for Buffalo. So, good start there for both our lineups. Hope you guys are enjoying it so far too. Throwing in those dart type throws. I'm in
third place.
Not putting the vulture
No.
call on that because he's too consistent.
Oh, but so my buddy Steve and his father-in-law, who lives 20 minutes from me, I went over there just to say what's up. This is 2 years ago or whatever, and they were changing the brakes on all the cars. They just taught themselves on YouTube.
Well, that's
I was
what
like, I would just never do that. Like, not only would I not change the brakes on one car, I certainly wouldn't do it on 3 cars all at the same time. But they realized once they figured out how to do it, like, oh, this is pretty easy, and so they just went ahead and did it on all of them. I guess the weirder thing is, how's the timing that you would need to change your brakes on 3 different cars?
That's more intriguing. But yeah, our guy, the guru, says brakes are a cakewalk. You got to try it. Watch a Google tutorial on YouTube. But to me,
I guess I could see it, because assuming you can get your car jacked up, which I don't even know if I have a jack for either of my vehicles, so there's that. But you can get it up and it's up and you feel safe about it. I could see brakes being relatively easy because you pop the tire off and the disc is right there. I don't think there's a lot of extra parts. That probably is one of the easier things. I'm certainly not trying to minimize people that are brake experts. But like the second you pop the hood on the engine, especially the way new engines have everything's kind of covered and hidden, and you have to unscrew. I mean, just to get our battery out, we have a 5-year-old Suburban, and the battery just was dead to the world, about 6 months ago. And the AAA guy comes over, and he's doing it. Like I started to try to do it on YouTube just for a second. And then my wife, as I was doing it, called AAA, and he showed up in the middle of me messing with it. And he's like, no. And there's like 8 more things, even with the YouTube video, that I was like, oh. He's like, yeah, and with these, you got to do this and that. I'm like, oh, okay.
Stephen Boss jumps in and says, I don't know much about working on cars either, but brake pads are pretty easy to change. Just watch a tutorial on YouTube. All right.
But I'll go the other way. And look, you and I do this obviously for a living, but my buddy D-Mac, who's been afternoon host here in Denver for forever. Right. He always says, because we're not going to pretend like we're auto mechanics fixing engines or brain surgeons by any means or anything else. But there's a skill to this. And he always says, he's like, oh, you think you can come host a radio show for 3 hours? Just turn the radio down for 4 minutes during the commercials and see if you can be interesting. See if you can be interesting and informative and keep the conversation going by yourself, not with a partner. See if you can do that. And then let's talk about giving you a half hour, then an hour, right? Sort of like the people who think they're funny and think they can go do stand-up. Like, okay, you can make a couple jokes. Can you get up there and do 5 minutes, let alone a half hour, an hour?
Can you do a set? That is always the question. Real quickly, Madden fans, refer your friends to DraftKings to play free in Madden contests. Simply scan the QR code that will be appearing on your screen, and you can visit, or you can simply visit dkng.co/friend. That's dkng.co/friend, and send the link to your friends. And when they make a deposit, you both play free. So simply scan that QR code, open up your phone, get the picture or your camera out they've been taking those pretty selfies with, flip it over, post it on the screen, it'll grab it, automatically open it, send it to you. So we'll get here to the second quarter. Again, it is 7-7. Chris Conley touchdown from Gardner Minshew, and Josh Allen rushing touchdown.
Must be said BK called AAA because he was out of gas. To this point, and I'm 43 years old and been driving for 43 minus 16 is, that many years. 27 years. I have never run out of gas. Now watch it happen to me on our next game. Look at this. Pick 6.
Gone the other way.
Extra fast in the snow.
Seriously, he must have the good cleats. There it is. So Josh Allen had such a hot start to this game, and gone.
Wilson.
It could be anybody. Anybody Wilson. There's so many Wilsons in this.
A lot of Wilsons.
Just bad, bro.
I really want an electric car. And so we have the Suburban and my wife's car, and that car's got 80,000 miles. When that's done, I keep saying I want a Tesla. But really, with all these electric cars that are out, the GM's making, there's a bunch, right? That Mustang one looks awesome. The Mach-E or whatever it's called. In the next couple of years, I think an electric car is in our future. I think it's probably in all of our futures. But I know that if every night I don't make it part of my routine to plug that car in, I will get a call from my wife about her the battery running out somewhere in the city almost every time she drives. Like, she just doesn't have, like, she forgets to put her phone on the charger a lot of times. And as I'm going to bed, I'll set it on the charger for her. Like, it's laying next to the charger. We even have one of those chargers where it, like, sits up. It's not even like you plug it in. It's like you just sit it on the little
Oh, you just
dock.
plug it into the. Not plug it in.
Yeah,
you just place it.
Yeah, you set it and it charges from the back, and you can look at it. But regardless, I haven't run out of gas. Must be, but if I did, I would call AAA.
I was gonna say, first of all, I would too. First of all, AAA. That's the reason you have it.
Yeah.
All the nonsense things that people whatever you can make fun of BK myself. Like I would be. Back when I used to drive a lot more, obviously right now with work from home and doing other things, like not driving as often, please, I was calling AAA all the time. I'm like, why not? I got this unlimited thing. Just giving them money if I'm not. That's my advice. If you have it, call them up every day. Just check in. Get a guy.
Just call him up every day. Did you see Kareem's line? If my mechanic doesn't smoke cigarettes, he's not for me.
It is so funny how there's certain things like that you just think of. Eric, there's Eric Ronaldo. What's up, dude? This is spot on radio. Not easy but fun. I miss it.
Yeah, Eric Winalda. See,
he gets it.
It'd be fun to see how many things you would really consider yourself an expert at. But Eric Winalda is 100% an expert soccer player and an expert coach and an expert broadcaster. Like, I know that Eric Winalda could not only do a soccer analysis, he could come fill in on any radio station in America, certainly where he lives, and just do a 2 or 3 hour talk show.
Yeah, without a doubt. And it's funny too, like, and just so people,
and a lot of people in the chat could too. I'm not trying to just be dismissive. I'm saying to be able to do it every day and do it well. A lot of you could be guests and could be a good third sidekick and push the conversation along. But to be the lead host, that's not an easy gig.
No, or even like the number 2 chair, whatever you want to call that. Like,
yeah.
Like, I'll say this, and Ronaldo kind of gave me a thought of it. Like, this week, Rob Ninkovich kind of making some headlines with his Tebow. Kind of ties into what's going on here with.
What did he say? I didn't see what he says.
Basically, is all like Tebow shouldn't be getting this opportunity. He's kind of taking that stance of like, this is kind of a joke, and he's not going to be any good. He's going to stink. He's not going to make the team. What are they doing? It's a waste of time. That's his kind of stance. So, but it made me think, because when Rob Ninkovich retired from the Patriots, it was actually myself and the program director at the time. We sat down with him because our third host of the afternoon show at the time had departed. And so why not try to get ex-athlete, someone that's interested in doing media like himself? So we had him in like quite often. It's so funny how when the first time like an athlete, and probably Eric knows, like to them, they probably like, oh, this is no big deal. This is like, I'm just talking, because you have so much to talk about with your career. But then it's like to get into actually analyzing things and talking about it, not in like a Q&A type of way, which took a lot from Ninkovich. And I'm not saying that disrespectfully. Like, me and him literally were like after hours working together about that stuff, because it's hard to criticize somebody because you don't want to be.
That's honestly the hardest thing, I think, for former players, especially where they've played for one team for a long time.
Yeah.
Well, and if they're in the city where they just finished playing too, maybe they played, even if they played for one team for a long time, and then the last couple of years they finish up in another city, but they work in that city, so their teammates are on that. They almost might have an easier time going back to the original team or city, like Ted Johnson, who kind of bounced back and forth between Boston and Houston.
Yeah.
I imagine because he's back in Boston now, right?
Yeah, he's doing weekends and he does
right. But it's probably way easier to be critical now, especially with Tom gone, because he has no connection other than Belichick and Josh, really, and maybe there's a couple other people in the building that I don't know, or Mr. Kraft.
I'm sure, like PR guys. And
yeah,
stuff.
Sure. But it's a lot easier because you're not being critical of your old coach, like his position coach or his defensive coordinator, because those have changed so many. I guess Patricia may have been there, but
no, he wasn't. Ted Johnson.
Yeah. So my point is, that's the hardest thing. I remember because Mark Schlereth, I worked with him for a long time.
Perfect.
And he tells a great story about Mike Shanahan calling him up and being like, Mark, what the heck, man? What's going on? And Mark going and either meeting with him or talking to him on the phone. He goes, Mike, I played for you for however many years and won 2 Super Bowls. He goes, did you ever expect me to give less than 100% or give my best? And he's like, no. He goes, that's all I'm doing now for ESPN or whomever he's working for. He's like, they are paying me to do a job, so I can't not do it completely just because I have a million friends in the building and have tons of respect for you. He's like, don't take it personally. I'm calling it like I see it. And Mike understood. And Mike and Mark actually really close now. Mark credits Mike as he's been doing games in recent years for really helping him understand Kyle's offense that half the league is running. Like Mark will go over to Mike's house and they'll go through tape hours, hours and hours and hours. And one thing that I thought was interesting was I didn't know this, and it'd be interesting to see how many people have heard this. Most offensive coordinators don't really know offensive line play. They trust their offensive line coaches to just kind of say, okay, on this we need this. So they have a general knowledge, obviously, but not specific in terms of line calls and adjustments. They really rely. And so Kyle is one of the few. I think Kyle and Sean McVay both. It's something that it's a point of pride, and maybe the rest of that Kyle coaching tree now does too. And Mike certainly did.
But think about that from the defensive side. Like, a defensive coordinator knows all about. I know it's apples and oranges, and
no, but still, and it could be because of the way
the nuance of like an
Well,
offensive line.
But on defense, you have 11 guys that all have responsibilities, but you need all 11 in theory to do different things.
Correct.
The 5 offensive linemen, you kind of need to do the same thing.
Like driving
that
a car.
may, yeah. Well, it's like, but they're all, one of them messes up and it's obvious. But you need all 5 of them to be doing whatever they're supposed to be doing. But on defense, you could have 2 guys that are doing, their own little game, stunt, twist, whatever. One's going underneath, one's going over the top. The other guy could be dropping out into coverage in his own blitz. Like there's 11 things going on.
Yes.
But with the offensive line, you need all 5 of them, and the center has to be able to set the protection, obviously. And so I don't want to pretend to be an O-line expert by any means. I just found it fascinating that it was explained, because I heard Mark saying this one time on his show, how, and then I think I talked to him about it at Broncos practice the next time I saw him, how few offensive coordinators know O-line play. And even Rich Scangarello, because I talked to him about it, his first gig in the NFL was an offensive line assistant. But he took that job. He left being the offensive coordinator at Northern Arizona or Wagner because he just wanted to work with Kyle and loved that offense. And now he's back. He took Mike LaFleur's job, so he's back being the quarterbacks coach in San Fran. But I remember talking to him about it, and he said he also didn't realize how many OCs didn't know O-line play. But because he was the O-line intern his first year with Kyle would come into the meetings, and he didn't realize either that many NFL OCs didn't know O-line play either. And so Kyle thought he just liked offensive line play, and that's why he took the job. And he goes, no, I came here to learn from you. And then Kyle took him under his wing. And other than the 2 years that he was here and then in Philly last year, he's been with Kyle a bunch of years.
There you go. Interesting. It's fascinating how that, what makes one thing, what connects to another, especially in the NFL. And like coaching, like, hey, I got to worry about all this other stuff. You worry about that.
Yeah. And really good head coaches, they know what everybody's doing, but a good head coach coaches the coaches, right?
Yeah, and it's also like that, like any form of work, like you can't, if you're, whatever, your program director can't be doing every little piece of every job and know every little thing. He needs to pass it off. Speaking, Joe Humphrey asked who scored. You had a Chris Conley touchdown from Gardner Minshew, Allen on the ground for Buffalo, and then a pick 6 by the Jags defense. Jaguars threatening again here with 2.5 left to play in the half. There's a catch across the middle. Chris Thompson's playing well here so far. He's got 6.3. My guy John Brown, goose egg so far, but Allen doing well. Stephon Diggs slow start, and Chris Conley, obviously you mentioned, has the touchdown.
I'm in 7th place. If Diggs can get going, I'll be rolling. One other thing too, and I don't know if Eric's still in the chat or if he's bounced, is it'll blow your mind how bad coaching is in every sport at every level. Really bad coaches when kids are little can mess you up and certainly make kids not like the sport. Then you get into middle school and high school, especially if you start playing politics, coaches start playing favorites, and or they don't really know what they're doing. And then even in college and the pros, there are a lot of people that have jobs because of who they know and or what they've done along the way, but they aren't necessarily great coaches or even really good coaches. And you can talk to guy. Is that touchdown? He rolls into the end zone.
It does. It's at our. Oh no, that's DJ
Chark or Didi. Yeah, look at Didi.
Didi getting in there. So this is going to be a 2-score game here with under 2 minutes to play. See what Buffalo can do. Last time we had a back. They had the pick 6. So we'll see if Buffalo can get cooking here. But Didi Westbrook into the end zone. See, Westbrook was 42% owned in the free showdown. So happy.
Appreciate this from Winalda. He said, for the record, if I'm really an expert here, you guys do a great job. It's truly the only reason why I'm still watching fake football. LOL.
There you go. He's an expert on a lot of things, but don't, Winalda, don't give me this pro football to the Hall of Fame talk anymore. I can judge. All right, I have a voice and eyes. It's my only issue with Winalda, but I love that.
What he says?
He was like, one time he was saying that, like, if you don't play or like.
Oh. Well, I'll let him clarify that.
Yeah, well, he can point it out if he wants to or not. But I heard him.
You can be critical of Hall of Fame voting processes across all sports. They all have
I'm
flaws.
just pulling people out of the Hall of Fame, dude. I'm just pulling people out. I'm going
they all
back
have flaws. Well, and thank you, Sean Preston, for dittoing what Eric said. There was one other thing I was going to bring up as we were going. Oh, the coaching thing. So, it's been kind of popular. And if you follow Jeff Schwartz on Twitter, who's a really good follow, former NFL offensive lineman, and he does shows on Sirius and a bunch of other gigs, and his brother's Mitchell Schwartz. he's been commenting a lot. There's these video. Well, there's one video of the two like 7-year-olds where the one kid takes a kid's head off that played for the Titans. You saw that video, and the amount of backlash from current players, former players, coaches, anyone that really watches football about how silly and dangerous it is to be doing that with 7-year-olds, and then to celebrate the kid knocking the other kid's head off. And then today, Rivals.com put up a video, or yesterday, of this kid who's 6'7", 6'8", and is a sophomore, just finished his sophomore year, is going to be one of the top O-line prospects. But the four clips they showed, 3 of the 4, he's like hip tossing guys and holding, and Jeff's like, well, those are all penalties. So this kid needs to get a coach. And then it's, it's fun to see the back and forth. Like, oh, the Rivals is just showing the kid's potential. Like, well, that's fine. But the people celebrating bad coaching, especially at lower levels, it is kind of frustrating, because really the only thing that can come out of it is potential harm down the road if someone tries to duplicate it in their setting as a coach.
Yeah. We'll see Buffalo here. Takes a snap.
How's your son again?
17 months.
Are you going to want to coach him at any level?
Probably.
I mean, he's a little, probably not in college or pros, because you're not an NFL coach. But
Not yet. We're getting there. I'll probably want to. Yeah, I'll probably want to get involved. Maybe not T-ball, because I think I've been to too many T-ball games over all my nieces and nephews, and that is the most patient. I think they're right up there with doctors for patience. But yeah, probably like when they get a little bit older, basketball. And I don't know. We haven't really ever had.
What if he wants to become a wrestler, and you can really coach him up, like the girl in the movie Fighting with My Family.
Oh,
yeah,
absolutely.
you can be like the brother or the dad, like really coaching him up.
I feel like that would actually be a bad. Like sometimes when you're too passionate about something like that, that could backfire.
You got to sell it more.
Yeah, I'd be like,
you got to look into the camera.
Flat back bump. Come on. Yeah, look at the camera. Oh, that's fun.
So, John Elway, the start of John Elway's book that Jason Cole wrote, it mentions in there, talking to, I think, John's mom, because his dad's passed, that his dad, who was a football coach forever and a college coach, he's head coach at Stanford and Cal State Northridge, among others, and then finished his career on the scouting personnel side here with the Broncos. But his dad said he never coached John, and I don't know if that means he didn't coach him when he was 6, but never was his coach, because he didn't want to ruin the father-son relationship by being his coach. And I think it's interesting. That is. Because I coach my... Oh, it's a pick.
Could he return it?
Tre'Davious? No.
What's Tre'Davious? Right, you're right. Very quick before you get to that, I just want to mention, Alden does say the hardest part about being on the inside and knowing the coaching is clueless. And it's your job to be honest. So I think going back to what you said about Schlereth and stuff and like making those calls.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, that has to be, when it's your friends or people you respect or know or whatever, that is absolutely got to be a challenge.
You have to be critical. That's part of your job. But anyways, go back to...
No, but so, because, I've got my 2.5-year-old. I coach my stepson 2 years in baseball, but I was always the assistant. And then 1 year in flag football, and we were pretty good. The next year, his dad coached, because I think he was jealous of me coaching. And they not only did not win a game, the only touchdown they scored was on a punt return. And his dad changed the quarterback every play, so every kid would get a chance to play quarterback. And obviously, it was a disaster.
Pitching, where you're going to try him out, no problem.
And so then I was going to coach him in basketball. My schedule was I was going to have to be an assistant coach. And the head coach was very enthusiastic, but a terrible basketball player and a terrible basketball coach. It was fine. They're like 8 years old, maybe 9. But he's like, why don't you coach? And I was like, I can't. But his dad had told my wife that he doesn't like it when either of us coach, because it feels like we put too much pressure on him. And it turns out he never said that. This was just his dad not wanting to coach and not wanting me to coach. So it was one of those things where I was like, well, that ship has sailed. So.
Yeah, Winston saying he had a great basketball coach in high school, but his best sport was baseball. So it is funny. But you're right. Coaching is such a huge part of it, like especially the enthusiasm behind it. Like if you have a coach that, even if you're not a great player, right? Like I was horrible at baseball. Like I'll be honest, I was bad. But like my coach was always enthusiastic, even through like I didn't play in high school, but up until like that 8th grade city leagues, even in high school I played in city leagues just to be playing with my friends. But like that's what's important to me is like coaching you up, even if you stink. Even that kid on, the Rossi on your team, like as long as the coach didn't treat him like, oh, you're bad, like what's the point? Like that's a big part of it too. especially at that young age. But I agree, like putting the fundamentals in, having some fun with it, and I'm very intrigued to see what it'll be like because my dad coached me for years, and I as a player didn't like it because I felt like he couldn't show any favoritism, and not that I wasn't the best kid on the team. I wasn't one of those coaches' sons. I was more like the scrappier player, but like
yeah, sure.
Any awards like a 6-man type of thing that they would hand out, and there's like 8 kids on the team, but I would never get it because like you don't want to do that, and I was always kind of ticked off. And then I realized. I get it.
My dad never coached me, not even in soccer. My dad's from Argentina and was a really, really good player. And I found out how good he was later in life from my high school soccer coach was my history teacher and told me how good my dad really was. And I've told this story on air, but Jeff Agus, who was one of Ronaldo's teammates, like this is who he coached, and he said that my dad is the best defender he'd ever been around. And I remember going home that night and asking my mom, I'm 16, I'm like, Mom, Dad's good at soccer? Because he played sweeper, so I never saw him score a goal. And she's like, Brandon, no matter how much I ever hated your dad, everyone always knew he was the best player on the field. And I'm like, well, why'd y'all let me quit? I quit when I was 7. I played from 3 to 7, wasn't very aggressive, didn't like it, and then played every other sport. And my aggressiveness came later, but I was built for soccer at 5'8", 140, 150 through high school.
Just flying up and down the field.
Yeah, but anyway, I played football, baseball, basketball, track, tennis, you name it, wrestled, everything but soccer. And then by the time I realized that you can't pick up soccer as a 16-year-old unless you're a true physical freak, and even then, you probably just can't play goalie. Like LeBron probably could have got to soccer as a 16-year-old, said, you know what, I'm going to play goalie, and he would have been fine. He would have been
Guru.
And then they'd have him on corner kicks. He would run to the top of the box.
Guru says, my dad coached me. I was the best kid on the team, but it taught me bad habits once I got to high school, and I was too rebellious against those coaches. See, that's kind of where the balance comes in. And by the way, there was a field goal there, so we have ourselves 25 seconds left remaining in the first half.
I think Hakeem Olajuwon, when he was Hakeem Olajuwon growing up in Nigeria, was a soccer goalie. Could you imagine how much room he was covering?
Oh, my God.
Plenty of real estate. I bet you they had the best.
7'1", 7'2".
No, Hakeem's only Hakeem. He's only 6'9".
No, really?
Go Google a picture right now of him next to like David Robinson, and there's like some all-star pictures where they're taking like the class photos, if you will, and you see how much shorter he is than a 7'1" David Robinson. It's pretty remarkable.
Google has him at 7 feet tall, but I am seeing him next to David Robinson. It does have a little bit of a.
He could have been listed at 6. Like I don't know if he was barely over 6'10", or barely at 6'10".
Wow.
Oh, but so what's funny? So my dad, he didn't coach me, but then as I got older and certainly was well into sports, right, and followed it to as close as anyone for a 14, 15, 16-year-old, when he would try to give me advice, I'd be like, I got it, Dad, or like I'll just listen to my coach. And then he'd come watch me play basketball. Like in the summer, I'd be playing basketball just in rec leagues at the Jewish Community Center, and he'd come watch my games on Wednesday, and he'd be trying to coach me up, and I'd be like, Dad, I'm 20. I know what I'm doing. Like, yes, we need to guard the guy that's hitting all the threes or whatever. Like, my team has it. I'm playing with a bunch of adults here. We've got it.
Yeah, seriously.
I appreciated his advice, but I was glad that he was there. Like, the idea that my kiddos are going to be out of high school and in college just playing in adult leagues, and I'll be watching them seems crazy, but I'm glad he showed up.
No, I feel you there. Also, could have got coaching, but had to kick some dad's butts. Winston, dude, that's the other thing about coaching. Like my brother-in-law, he was a coach in hockey, and that's a whole ugly.
Yeah,
hockey's brutal. He can't coach anymore because of situations. It's crazy. We're gonna give you a little piece from the sweat, but before we do that. It was a Chris Conley touchdown, a D.D. Westbrook touchdown. Those both from Minshew's got 2. You had Chris Thompson, by the way, quietly 4 catches, 34 yards. Had a nice run at the end of the half too. The other touchdown for Jacksonville was a defensive touchdown. You had a field goal and a touchdown by Josh Allen on the ground. And Eric Ronaldo says Barry Sanders, soccer player. Imagine that.
Well, that's a more fun conversation. I'm not trying to minimize how great some of these athletes, especially today with where U.S. soccer is. But let's just throw a few names out. Barry Sanders.
Hold on.
Allen Iverson, Reggie Bush.
Hold on. Don't do it yet. We'll do it in the third quarter because, real quick, we want to go earlier today on the sweat. Len Hochberg gave out his picks who's going to win this week's PGA Championship.
Finally, Len, who do you like to win this week?
This is the longest course ever. I'm going to play the guy who hits the ball longer than anyone ever, and that's Bryson DeChambeau. But we all know Bryson is so much more than just like the long drive champion. He really plays well in all facets of the game. He's really one of the better putters for someone who hits the ball so far. It's a kind of a nice combination, right? Hits it farther than everyone, good putter. But if he plays his game, this course is suited for him better than anyone else. Of course, it's a big ask, but I'm going to go with Bryson DeChambeau.
You get more of that every single weekday, 11 a.m., The Sweat. Again, there you go. Some picks you can toss around in your DraftKings PGA weekend this weekend. Are you going to play any?
I am. And in fact, a buddy of mine that wants me to throw some stuff down on DraftKings Sportsbook sent me a bunch of the guys he likes. So, yeah, I can throw a couple names. He likes Corey Connors. He likes Siwoo Kim. We'll see.
Yeah.
Apparently, DeChambeau, I saw where Brandel Chambly went on Tiki and Tierney's show on CBS Sports Radio and said that DeChambeau looks like he's on a different level than every other golfer out there right now, but that the wind is so tricky. And DeChambeau, I guess, told Reed Fowler that the wind is going to be such an issue that it may not matter how well you're playing because you know the wind may take your ball where you don't want it to go. I'm in 45th right now. I'm headed wrong.
That went bad quick. You were doing good there for a minute. By the way, Sean, I see that. Sorry for your loss, my man. I'm in 55th. So yeah, we were saying, different sports players. As one else said, Barry Sanders would be good. Hoover says DK Metcalf would be. DK
Metcalf, yeah. Could you imagine him as a striker?
Oh my gosh.
I get there's high school kids in Texas faster than him. It was funny watching him run in those trials and then looking at the high school state championships. The kid that ran 10 flat in Texas.
Yeah.
But all those LeBron is almost too much of a physical freak because the idea that you'd have a 6'8", I don't know, what would he be? I guess he'd be a forward. Maybe he'd be a defender. But Russell Westbrook, can you imagine Russell Westbrook at 6'4"? Put him anywhere on the soccer field. Jason Kidd, who I know grew up playing some soccer. Yep. Nate Robinson, we saw what a great athlete he was. Brings up Nate Robinson. He was an NFL level cornerback and obviously a well above average NBA player. Not a great boxer.
No, not so much. Gerald Maine says DK would be a wingback.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, I just look at even guys like you mentioned LeBron earlier. There's so many guys I think in the NBA who could just for all different reasons. The guys like a Julio Jones. I'm trying to think of a kicker. Is there any really athletic kickers I'm missing? Because I love my kickers.
Well, Todd Sauerbrunn was pretty athletic back in the day.
Yep.
Brandon McManus, who's the Broncos kicker, is like a scratch golfer. They do this home run derby, and he hit 2 out at Coors Field where the Rockies play, and nobody else. Oh, Andy Janovich actually hit 4 out and hadn't swung a baseball bat since 8th grade. So that's pretty crazy. But McManus is one of those guys that's just kind of good at everything. So, and I think he was a soccer player. Yeah, Marquette King was really athletic. There's a lot of Sam Martin, who's the Broncos punter now. He played high-level soccer.
Oh,
punters.
Pat McAfee.
But those guys are good athletes, but that's not the same as putting Reggie Bush at center mid. That's going to be different.
We're talking
Allen Iverson.
Elite, yeah.
Yeah, like those guys, right? Steve Nash could have been international easy when all this says. He used to have that soccer charity event in Manhattan every year in the summer. I went to that one time. I'd be willing to bet Eric probably saw it or played in it. But Jared Dudley played, and you're like, okay, this looks like a basketball player playing soccer. Steve Nash is out there with Giuseppe Rossi, and they look the same.
Yeah.
Is Giuseppe Rossi your cousin, by the way?
No, but it's funny. Growing up, my mom used to call me Giuseppe, and then when somebody heard that once, they thought we were related, and I said, nope. That's just the Italian way of saying Joseph.
And I think Nash's dad even played some second division in England or something. So, but you look at other like a Dame Lillard. Wouldn't you think that he would be a heck of a soccer player?
Maybe. I don't know. I've never seen his, but
he's pretty explosive. Russell Westbrook's one of my favorite examples. Russell and AI are my 2 favorite basketball examples.
Just that pure explosion, low set.
Yeah, just crazy. But you and Jason Kidd too. But you see their speed and their vision as well.
Yeah, it makes you think of like you said, Reggie Bush or running backs potentially. Oh, Chad Johnson says must be.
Oh well, Chad Johnson, who loves soccer.
Yeah.
There's video I remember during the lockout of him playing with Kansas City.
That's right.
And all the KC players, and I think they might have still been the Wizards at the time, were like, well, he's just way faster than the rest of us. And Chad Johnson's fast.
Yeah.
But he's not Tyreek Hill fast. And maybe they're Tyreek Hill, right? He's one of the fastest people in the world. And he's kind of built to be a great soccer player if you wanted to be.
Like Randy Moss in his prime or Terrell Owens now.
Yeah, the biggest issue with those guys is just their skill. But it's basically like if you have that level of athlete that would have played soccer all the way through, not as a 30-year-old taking Chad Johnson saying, all right, let's see what you can do.
Yeah, there's no catch getting into the red zone here. We're into the third quarter. It's BK at BK Denver Sports. Brandon Cristal, Jason Rossi, producer. Michael with us, crushing it. Andrew, our technical director, Jim.
You know, I bet would have been a good soccer player, even though he's not the craziest physical freak, is Steph Curry. And I heard, Steve Kerr and Pete Carroll did that podcast last spring.
Oh, yeah.
And they had, I can't remember who they had on. It was, it was Dave Roberts. It was somebody like that. But they were talking about Steph Curry's athleticism and how, like, Steph is throwing a football around and it just looks natural, like a quarterback. And Steph's a great golfer. The hand-eye, because the Guru 805 brought up Nash's coordination, that hand-eye thing, that there are some guys that are just kind of elite at everything because they have that great hand-eye coordination. That's why Tom Brady would have been a major league pitcher. Could have been. John Elway and guys like that are just good at everything.
See that? Yeah. And there's so many of those guys. Like we're just scratching the surface of some of these guys we won't even know. Like there could be, baseball players that are probably, are excellent soccer players as well, or other sports in general. It's just
I'm sure Mike Trout would have been a really good fullback in soccer as well. And he probably would have been a hell of a running back.
Well, I was thinking like a guy like a Mookie Betts too, who moves around also.
Sure.
Change of direction.
Ronaldo brings up Embiid as keeper. Yeah, that would be wow. That's ideal. Like imagine that's going back to Olajuwon. Steven Olajuwon probably is a 6'7", 6'8" junior high kid or early in high school before he came to America.
Bigger than the post.
Yeah, you're right. His arms are just touching post to post.
Like Kevin Durant.
Touching the woodwork.
At the 1 yard line.
Throw it to Conley.
See, he is out there. At the 4 wide set, Gardner Minshew's going to sneak it into the end zone. Touchdown for probably one of the better backups in the NFL today once Trevor Lawrence steps foot on the actual field. Got to be at least 10 teams that would take Gardner Minshew right now as their starter.
No, because if that was the case, he would be on another team.
I don't know. It's just he's so cheap. Why would Jacksonville give him up?
Because they have Trevor Lawrence. They'll take whatever you want to give them. I mean, they're not trading for a 7th, but they're going to wait until somebody needs him.
Sure. No, I agree with that. I just think there was probably a few phone calls. I bet you the price just wasn't what they wanted. And
there aren't 10 teams that want to start Gardner Minshew right now.
I don't think so.
No, that sounds like something Kenny would say.
Well, all right, take it easy. I don't think to get offended. I was just thinking like Patriots. I'll even say it like today. Would I rather go into the season with, Mac Jones as the backup and Minshew as the starter or Cam Newton as the starter? I'll take Minshew. Broncos?
Okay.
Broncos?
The Broncos could trade for him today. They like Drew Lock's upside, and they traded for Teddy Bridgewater.
Exactly. So I'm putting him in.
Producer Michael says it's a low blow. Kenny, as long as Kenny has a left tackle, he'd happily take Gardner Minshew. He's got Mekhi Becton.
The Jets?
No, they just took the number 2 pick. They're starting Zach Wilson.
But if you're going to tell me that Minshew would be a better just to start it off.
You're making two different comments. It's like saying Ryan Fitzpatrick.
No, my point is I think right now you could start Minshew on.
Yeah, but you said 10 teams that would want him to start. That's a different statement, the way you said it. If you want to tell me he's better than all these rookies, yeah, of course, because he knows football better.
I just look like team situations.
Even if you draft any of those rookies, probably not named Trevor Lawrence, they're not going to be better than Drew Lock day 1 in year 2 of an offense, year 3 in the NFL.
Yep. Texans.
I mean, by week 2 or week 3, they won't be. But yeah, so Minshew started 25 games or whatever.
I like it, and he's super cheap.
But if you look at his numbers, they aren't. He's not lighting the world on fire. There's a reason they had no problem going and it's Trevor Lawrence. But here, Gardner Minshew, like his passer ratings.
Yeah, but he's also
respectable.
No, yeah, but for Jacksonville, I'm just thinking.
Yeah, but you want to know the one thing Jacksonville's had is pass catchers. They've had DJ Chark and Laviska Shenault, and I mean last year he threw 16 TDs and 5 picks.
It's good numbers. I like it. I still think he would be a good option to have on a lot of other teams, and I think it could happen is Thunder Ring Eye says Packers could be looking at Minshew in the future. Packers are signing a quarterback every week.
No, the Packers could have traded for Minshew, and I guess they still could.
Oh, yeah.
Their future currently is Jordan Love. The question is how quickly can they get him where they feel comfortable? And I certainly understand why Matt LaFleur doesn't want anyone not named Aaron Rodgers, because Aaron Rodgers is coming off an MVP season.
Yeah, it would be foolish any other way. Like,
yeah,
if let's just say Rodgers doesn't play in Green Bay, at least there is somewhat of a plan. Like, this is the difference between like when Brady left New England. Like, there was no
or
plan.
Peyton Manning retires here.
Exactly. There was
or even in New Orleans, their plan. They have their plan. It just doesn't feel like the best plan. It feels like a plan.
Yeah.
And maybe Sean fixes Jameis, and or Taysom Hill becomes a real NFL quarterback.
I'm gonna go with Jameis on that one.
Well, so yeah, I am too. The upside's there. If they can just minimize the mistakes, Sean will have them rolling.
Yeah, real quick, Bishop says, bro, you bugging. No one's winning anything with Minshew or Gardner or QB. I didn't say winning. I just thought going into the season right now, there's 10 other teams I think that would like to have
He
him.
is 7-13 as a starter. That's not really his fault. He completed 60% of his passes, 60.6 as a rookie, starting 12 games. He completed 66% this year, starting 8 games. Last year, 21-6. This year, 16-5. Yeah, so respectable. 91 passer rating a year ago, 95.9 this year.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can definitely do worse. I think that if I'm Jacksonville, they're probably sitting around. One, they probably don't mind having him and Jake Luton around Lawrence for now. And they're going to wait until a team really needs him because somebody goes down. And they're like, all right, now we'll take a second for him.
Yeah, what, C.J. Beathard, I believe, there too.
Oh, yeah, C.J. Beathard's there too. So they're waiting for a starter to go down somewhere. You know, let's just say Dak's foot bothers him.
Sure.
And he can't get on the field, right? Then Dallas calls, fine, here's our second.
Yeah, but boy, that would be something. But I also think if Jacksonville also knows, hey, this guy's super cheap. He's under $1 million. We are in safety patrol here. We're on lookout.
They got the Bills D. Don't need him. Look at that. Chris Thompson gets all the yards you need.
Yeah, nice push by the O-line. But I think it is one of those deals that, like, Minshew's a good placeholder. Like, God forbid something happens to Trevor Lawrence as well. You want to have someone like him there, you know, even if it's a bad game, or if you don't want to start him week 1 for whatever reason, which would be foolish. I'm not saying they're going to, but you want to have a guy like him in the room, or at least be able to get on the field and okay, we can hold it where it is. Like, they don't have high expectations anyways. We get a fullback carry. DFS Queenie said, need a safety. Sorry, DFS Queenie. Not in this drive. Unless something really dramatic happens. The Mac Lion says, Rossi, people forget Minshew tore ligaments in his thumb on his throwing hand, so he never healed. Yeah, well, that was allegedly the reason why they were starting Mike Lennon. I still think that they know he gave him a better chance to win. I'll go conspiracy theory, even though you're right. The Mac Line, that did come out, and that was a whole situation. But they also say sometimes with those ligaments, like Brady dealt with it in the past. I'm sure Peyton Manning has dealt with these. Like any quarterback, like Rodgers talked about it, like there's going to be those moments where I don't know how these guys grit through their pain, but that's what they're professionally paid to do, especially with their hand, throwing hand at least. We get Thompson here, so we get another first down. So this will be the end of the third quarter. We'll tell you guys again about that offer, so you can get your phone out to scan the code, share with your friends. We'll get that coming up in just a minute. Again, in this quarter, it was Gardner Mitchell's going to get one last throw off here. It's caught. Goes out of bounds. There's D.D. Westbrook. He had the touchdown from Minshew, the only touchdown of the quarter. Minshew rushed one in. So as we head here to the fourth, it is 28-10. The Jaguars dominating Buffalo in the snow.
Weird day. You get Detroit rolling into Tampa.
Yeah.
And you've got Buffalo getting their teeth kicked in by the Jaguars.
Who would have seen it coming? Maybe this is the future. Jaguars getting good. Madden fans, refer your friends to DraftKings to play for free and Madden contest. Simply scan or the QR code that will be appearing on your screen, or visit dkng.co/friend and send that link to your friends. And when they make a deposit, you both play free. Again, Scan the code on your screen, and if it's me and BK's faces, that does not work. You can just take pictures, send it to all your friends, and tell them how cool we are. But scan the code on your screen, dkng.co/friend. Send the link over to your friends. When they make a deposit, you both play FREE. So we'll get here to the fourth quarter. Shout out to Jim, by the way, in ops. Just flying tonight. Great job by him. Where are you sitting right now, BK, as we get to the fourth?
Good question. Let me
I'm
pull
in
it up here.
59, and John Brown is killing me.
I am
Diggs isn't
in.
helping us.
No, if Diggs would just do something, I'm in 48.
Yeah, so you're right.
So promising early. And, Chris Thompson's playing well. Bills D is not.
Yeah. DFS Queenie says, oh, should have all known that the Florida team would beat the Buffalo team in the snow. Get out of here, DFS Queenie. Hope you're bringing that heat. Every game is like the things falling in the game. Snowflakes, baby. Everything's different. That's a good point. Also, Thunder Ring Ice talking. We were talking about Minshew. He basically says, yeah, any starter could go down, and Jacksonville's probably going to be the first call.
Well, you think about look at what Philly got for Sam Darnold. Didn't they get Minnesota's first? It's not Sam Darnold. Sam
Bradford. Oh yeah,
Sam Bradford. Right? They got their first when Teddy Bridgewater's knee exploded.
I still, and take this for what it's worth. I still think the upside to a guy like Bradford at the time was higher than what people may think of Minshew. But
that's why I said a second.
True. Again, you're probably right. We'll see what. It all depends on when it happens and what the team thinks.
Yeah, the level of desperation and what their backup situation is like.
Like Atlanta, they're not doing it. Like that's not a team that's going to worry about that. I don't.
No, it has to be a playoff team that doesn't have great options or only has one option as a backup that they don't love.
Could you imagine Minshew? That actually might be a good call if you're Green Bay. At least he's like a likable guy. I know you want to turn it over to Love when the time's right, but 1 year of just.
Well, they got Bortles there now, but we know Bortles. We know what he is, and Bortles' throwing motion changed. He has like a little hitch in it. When he got to Denver last year, nobody saw him throw, but I saw him throw a lot.
That was the report. I saw that.
Yeah, and he's got a kind of this funky hitch that didn't used to be there. Like you don't want to be adding quirks to your throwing motion. You want to be eliminating them the farther along you get. What's funny is the Broncos put out video of Drew Lock just throwing little dump downs. Quick videos.
Yep.
And you got people break down like, oh, it looks like he's taking shorter steps. It's like, come on, let's pump the brakes a little.
Seriously, the only thing people should be talking about there is who's that rookie offensive lineman with the belt. That's all people.
Oh, Quinn Miners. And so this is a nice segue into my new podcast. Tomorrow, the first episode drops, Shell Shock, the Shelby Harris podcast. And so I'm going to bring up two things. I tried to get them to talk about the rookies.
Yep.
Because I was like, how do you incorporate rookies and new guys? Like, rookies just need to know their place, do what they say, or do what they're told. Because, the kid said, and I even asked him, I go, are you going to let your belly, because he just said he's letting his belly breathe. He's like, the shirt rides up, and it feels better, and it's cool.
Sure.
Like temperature cool. Now, look, it's not very hot. I mean, it's been snowing and raining. So today it's 72. He's not that hot. But regardless, it's like you don't want to be the, hey, look at me, third round backup lineman battling for playing time. And that's what he is right now. Maybe he's a starter by week 1, and that's a different conversation. Then he can do whatever he wants.
Sure.
But the other thing they talked about, they both jumped in on the Tim Tebow thing, both Shelby Harris and Mike Purcell. And I'm looking at them, and I bring this up in the podcast. I'm thinking that they're like, they'll talk about the novelty of it and not really sweat it. But that's because Shelby just signed a new $27 million deal. And Mike Purcell, the week before he got hurt, signed a 3-year, $18 million deal for a guy that had been cut 10 times with his hometown team, no less. So Mike, who's from here, and Shelby found a home after bouncing around and being cut. And both of them were out of football for a full year. So these guys absolutely hate Tim Tebow being signed, not because they have an issue with Tim Tebow, the person, but because all they're looking at is being the guy on the couch, just wanting a team to look at them so that they have a new film that 31 other teams can see. And Tim Tebow is taking that opportunity away from a young guy. This is the way these guys are seeing it. The way I'm looking at it is like, I'm looking at it as, look, he's not going to make the team. It's a novelty. People will buy some Tebow jerseys for the Jags for his preseason games, and then they'll just become collector's items because he won't make the team, and that'll be that. He'll be 33 years old and back on TV. But they're looking at it as there is a 23-year-old kid sitting at home, or 24-year-old kid sitting at home just waiting for a phone call. Come on into Jags camp. You're going to have an uphill battle, but you're going to battle it. And they just name a position, tight end or otherwise. Yeah. And then you're going to play in these preseason games. You may only get 6 snaps, but that's 6 snaps that are then going to go out to the other 31 teams. and he is taking that chance away. Now, you could argue on the other side, he's earned it based on his reputation and who he is and all that. But do you really think he's like a long-term solution at tight end for Trevor Lawrence? So
it's a marketing ploy. I get it, but I just think that's what happens. Like, what I would say to these young tight ends, and I know it stinks, and you're living in a new world, find a way to get talked about. Find a way to do it.
Go win a Heisman, and then once you win the Heisman,
no, you know what I
go
mean.
play baseball and be on TV a lot. And once you do all that, it reminds me of, so you remember when there was a writer's strike?
This Tom's hit the bonus, by the way, but continue.
There was a writer's strike, and
in Hollywood.
In Hollywood. And it like coincided with all these big stars doing voiceovers. So George Clooney doing like a Budweiser, and they still do. Julia Roberts. And I had a buddy who was a voiceover actor at the time. He has since left Hollywood, even though he's from there and is in Chicago now. But he's like, yeah, all these big time voiceover guys are getting really aggravated at these big Hollywood stars taking all these great, campaigns, Lowe's, right, with Ed Harris and Home Depot and all these ones. And I'm like, or Gene Hackman or whatever. And I go, well, it's easily solvable. Just become a famous actor, and they can get all the voiceover work they want. So, to your point, if they can just become famous like Tim Tebow, then they can get a tryout with an NFL.
Get some buzz. Get some buzz going for yourself. Under 2 minutes. We're going to get the Lambo. Sorry. Tom's, he did it the bonus. Michael confirms.
Let me look at some awards and some not awards.
Hand them out.
Titan Twins winning our contest. Thompson's got 34 in the captain spot, but he's so heavily owned that Minshew, on the other hand, has 22 in the flex, and he's only 17% owned. Minshew may be, because he's over his average. I think Minshew may end up being our, and he's leading his team to a win. I know we don't normally weight wins that much, but to go into Buffalo, a playoff team, and you're the team that's going to end up with the first pick. Zach Moss has a goose egg. How about that? Titan Twin may end up winning our contest with a guy with a goose egg. Diggs, who I captained and was 61% owned, 6 points in the flex, obviously 9 in the captain spot. He might be our babysitter Billy, not my kid award.
I think that's a good call. Him, because Lee Smith's ownership, is 44, almost 45%. Just get one catch for 10, but you make the call.
Yeah, I think when you're a frontline guy and you're under 10, and in this case, in the flex, well under 10, you're letting everybody down. Like Lee Smith is a good lineup builder, if you will, right? Like, I think he's used a lot. I had him in my lineup.
Same.
I'm in 52nd. I'm only 26.6 points out of first. So if Diggs has a big last minute, they're gonna need him to score here, onside kick, score again, and then Diggs will
not gonna happen. I'm sorry.
Redeem himself. It doesn't seem likely. Not in the snow, at least. The weather was good, maybe. Is that Diggs? Oh, there's nobody there. He threw it to the logo.
I like that though. He's throwing to the Buffalo. So we give him Minshew, the player, the crusty crystal.
Yeah.
The shiny award, and then we're thinking right now Diggs will be the babysitter Billy unless something miraculous happens.
Right.
Exactly. I say ink it.
And if I'm Josh Allen in postgame, I'm saying, no, I threw it to the Bill's logo, just to let you know how much I love the city and the team. Guys.
Organization.
Yeah, I'm all about the Bills.
There's Steph Diggs. You're going to catch.
What's he doing now?
Well, respectful. Nah, it doesn't matter. It's not going to get him out of that hole. That ownership, that, like you said, he's a guy you start with.
Yeah, he's a building block,
Yeah.
Whereas Lee Smith is someone you round your lineup out with consistently.
Yeah, when you see you have money left over, you're like, I'll plug Lee Smith in. Why not?
The weirdest thing to me since I've been doing these sims was when I realized Lee Smith's in like year 8.
I know. Well, there's another guy you could kind of have a conversation with, the Tim Tebow way of thinking. The guy like him may have not gotten like the 15th chance he's gotten and remained in there. Which, by the way, I'm totally side note. I know we're ramping up. No idea the Bruins Capitals game started at 6:30 Eastern. 6:30.
Well, I'm going to play softball, and then after that,
tell us.
I'm going to Ball Arena to catch the last period and a half of the hockey game that I'm sort of covering.
Yeah, the Avs. It's a hell of a series too.
I had already committed to my softball team before they made me start covering all these teams this closely. I'll be there for post game. I'll see the second half of the game. It'll be fun. But my second game starts when that game starts.
Look at this guy just strolling in, no big deal. We got 20 seconds remaining. We're going to get some good stuff for you after. Again, he
My
is.
seat's not going anywhere. My seat in the press row will be there. It's fine.
And again, shout out to Andrew, our technical director, Michael, our producer today, Jimbo and Ops. You guys were amazing. Appreciate you all. This is a lot of fun. Teaming up with BK, it's always a good time. You got Shell Shocked, his new podcast. Check it out. Go to all your podcast apps. Start with iTunes. Leave a 5-star review. Get that thing popping to the top of the charts as you get a deep throw, incomplete.
It's on all your podcast platforms.
Yeah, but go give it a 5-star review. I'm going to do it right after this as well.
I appreciate it.
It's
and the first episode hadn't even come out yet, which is great.
That's the best way to do it. Smart pre-promote.
The best I can tell, this is the only active NFL player with a podcast.
Love that. And if you want something completely different that is not as exciting, you can check out the Pop Culture Power Driver, where tonight...
Exciting.
Differently, yes. Well, don't get me wrong. We have some excitement. We got good people to listen, and that is
Ticked off.
The Jags D also, what a day.
What Josh Allen do? He scored.
He scored the rushing touchdown. Yeah, we're talking 2003.
But 87% owned, and Josh Allen with that pick is at 11.44. Can he slide in?
Do it. Make the call before it goes to zeros.
Well, let me get a quick vote from Andrew and Michael.
Sure,
Allen or Diggs? Allen or Diggs?
It's very important to them.
It is. They care about as much as you and I do. All right. Producer Michael says Diggs. So there you go.
There it is. Again, shout
Good
out.
energy, though. And I appreciate everybody in the chat.
Yeah, it was good. This is a great
Back and
time. Good
forth.
conversation.
Yeah. Quick
I
hour.
had a couple other things I thought we'd talk about. But
Bruiser B got Nuggets tickets Saturday club seating. He and his wife are going to be in town. He asked about tickets. I was like, I don't know, man.
Oh, good for you, dude.
Only 77.50 in the building. I say only. It felt like 18,000 for that Avalanche game on Monday. So Nuggets Blazers game 1, 8:30 tip Mountain Time. So 10:30 your time.
Series. I love West Coast or Western Conference basketball, but that's going to do it for us. Minshew 2-2-2 through the air with 2 touchdowns, 1 interception, 2 picks for Allen. Diggs was our the Babysitter Billy Award. Chris Thompson over a 113 hit the bonus. What a day for him. Again, BK Denver Sports. Check them out on Twitter. You can check out the Shell Shocked podcast wherever you find your podcast. But give it a 5-star review now on iTunes. It really helps them out. Again, Pop Culture Pile Driver. That's where I will be. We'll be dropping a new episode later this evening about 2003 Year of Music. That is when I graduated. Me and Babysitter Billy graduated high school, so we'll probably have some weird, fond memories. But again, you can check him out. He's got some softball. He's going to be covering some action tonight with the Avs on the ice. You can tell he's a big hockey head. He's strolling in whenever he wants.
Big hockey guy these days.
whatever clears the checks. But that is
all about offsides and the blue line now.
Blue line pass. It's back somehow. But yeah, enjoy.
Power play means one team has more guys than the other.
All right. Good luck in the softball game, my man. But coming up next on the DraftKings Dream Stream, Ross Tucker and Steve Zizek analyze.
Steve Fezzik.
If I say it quick, it doesn't matter. The 2021 schedule, including adjusting rookie quarterback rankings and betting the NBA play-in games, which those are going to be some good ones tonight. Enjoy. We got 2 more games coming up for you. We'll see you soon. Have a good night, everybody.
If you'd like to make your NFL games a little more interesting, you've come to the right place. It's the Even Money Podcast with Ross Tucker and Steve Fezzik.
Yeah, Vegas, baby, Vegas. It is the Even Money Podcast presented by DraftKings, America's #1 rated sportsbook app. Here's what we do. 30 minutes every week. The best 30 minutes of on-demand audio or video content as it relates to betting on the National Football League. The schedule came out last Wednesday night. We've had plenty of time to dissect it. I even spoke to Warren Sharp yesterday, who's perhaps the greatest schedule inequity researcher on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Highly encourage you to check that out. Steve and I will get into in a little bit NBA, Major League Baseball, but we got to start with the NFL schedule release. I'm Ross Tucker, former NFL offensive lineman, 5 teams, 7 years, classic journeyman, bunch of podcasts. Check me out at Ross Tucker NFL or at Ross Tucker Pod on social media, or you can always check us out on YouTube, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. He's Steve Fezzik at Fezzik Sports on Twitter, the only two-time winner of the Super Contest, which, as many of you know, is the Super Bowl of professional sports betting. The one and only Steve Fezzik, who, by the way, had a very cool tweet, I thought, this week, Steve, that related to Joe Girardi. I like that. Tell me that story.
Yeah, so Joe and I graduated same class, Northwestern, industrial engineering. I always get a kick out of so many people you'd see, like random fans. Oh, Girardi's an idiot. He has no idea what he's doing, etc. And Joe was a fine engineering student at Northwestern. I remember one time he's studying at Tech Lives, and I said, Joe, it's midnight. Don't you have a game tomorrow? And he's like, yes, Steve, but baseball won't always be there for me. Got to make sure that I get my priorities straight. Well, look, turns out baseball worked out just fine for him.
That is really funny. Baseball will always be there for him. That is awesome. I love hearing stories about like that. So he was a pretty serious guy.
Yeah, he was the friendliest guy, obviously popular athlete and the like, but very approachable. I don't know anyone that would have anything negative to say about Joe at Northwestern. Just the consummate collegiate athlete embodied.
Are you were you an industrial engineering major?
I was, yes.
Wow. And how do you go from industrial engineering major to being you were an actuary, correct?
Yeah, industrial engineering works a lot with probability and statistics. So based upon that, becoming an actuary was a natural thing to do after I got done with college.
That's interesting because I'm not a big baseball guy, but that's not really what Girardi's known for, is he? Like, he's more thought of as like an old school coach. He's not thought of as like a metrics analytics guy. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, he is not, and that is interesting because I would make the case he's more qualified than any of the other MLB managers to be an analytics geek.
That is really interesting. Got it. Okay. So we might get into some Major League Baseball stuff at the end, but our bread and butter is the NFL. Our track record of being up over 100 units over the last 4 years together speaks for itself. And I wanted to get your thoughts. Last week, you gave us some things to look at in the schedule, some actionable items that people could look for and then take advantage of, whether it was season win total or week one lines, pretty much immediately. And of course, we dissected the Atlanta Falcons having one of the worst schedules I've ever seen. Now, I don't know if you had a chance to read Warren's story yet or listen or watch Warren Sharp yesterday on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. I want to get your thoughts on that. But before I actually get into the Warren stuff, were there anything that jumped out to you, Steve, when you analyzed the schedule and said, oh boy, that's a major problem, that's a major issue, I am placing a bet on this team's season win total, or you took a note and filed something away for either a week one line, or some of these places are even coming out with lines for the whole season?
Yeah, just breaking news. The Westgate here in Las Vegas just came out yesterday with lines every single game, all 18 weeks. You want to bet on any NFL regular season game? Boom, you can bet $1,000. There's a side and a total up at Westgate. So kudos to them. One thing that stood out, Jacksonville, we always talk about excessive travel, not good for a team. Jacksonville is the only team on the East Coast that is top 5 in travel miles. A big part of that is they do have to go to London. And I also noticed end of the year games, December and January, Jacksonville has 3 games at sites that could have cold weather in December and January. I looked at all the Southern California teams, the Florida teams in Houston. None of them have more than 1. So I'm pretty sure I'm going to be actively looking to bet against the Jaguars, fire and ice, come late in the year on the road games.
So the question there for me is that enough to go under on the win total?
Trevor Lawrence is the big question mark, and I want to see how he plays. So I think I'm going to wait and evaluate and not fire on the 6.5 season win number. I'm going to pass on that.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, you usually like to fade rookie quarterbacks, but you're you said recently that you're not so sure you're going to continue doing that.
Yeah, if there's one thing I've gotten wrong with my quarterback rankings consistently is that I sandbag the rookies and I put them down on the very bottom of the list. And for the most part, they have overperformed versus at least my expectations. And we saw, last year Burrow played very well. Herbert played very well. And it seems like I'm always starting these quarterbacks too low in my power ratings, maybe biased based upon how Elway struggled, Manning struggled early on. And in recent years, that really hasn't been the case.
It's a good point. Now, I'm curious about this. How do you recognize that you've got an issue and then adjust, right? Like this is the off season. It's May. At some point, you figured out that you ranked these rookie quarterbacks too low and you're going to make an adjustment. How did you recognize it and how much of an adjustment do you make?
Yeah, so, I had Lamar Jackson at the very bottom of my quarterback listings, Burrow, bottom 5. And I said, you know what? Let me just go ahead and take a look. For a guy like Trevor Lawrence, he probably should be ranked as an average quarterback already, given his pedigree coming out of college. Let me not start him towards the bottom when he's been so well thought of for the last couple of years. I have to start him in the middle of the pack and be an average quarterback.
Got it. Okay. Anything else? You mentioned Jacksonville. That's a good one. I hadn't heard that. Top 5 travel miles at 3 cold weather games, December, January. That's a good one. Anything else that you found?
The bad Thursday night travels, and these are probably games you want to bet against these teams just in general for these individual games, but it's bad for them across the season. You never want to travel on a Thursday, short week. You certainly don't want to travel a couple time zones. Green Bay has to go to Arizona. Las Vegas has to go to Dallas. Kansas City goes to the Chargers, and San Francisco at Tennessee. So those are the 4 Thursday night really bad travel spots.
Got it. Okay. Those are more single game situations. I'm going to fire off some of these things that Warren found to you when you're ready. Are you ready? Do you have any more?
I'm ready. I love Warren Sharp.
Okay. So one of the things Warren talked about was net rest edge. The Carolina Panthers have 12 rest day advantage over their opponents. It might be a game here, might be a full 7 days there where they're coming off a bye and their opponent isn't, whatever. But they've got plus 12 net rest edge. The Patriots minus 15 net rest edge, meaning over the course of the year, the Patriots opponents have 15 more days of rest and preparation than do the Patriots. What's really interesting, Steve, is like the dichotomy between those two. That's a 27-point delta. I mean, that's a pretty big difference. My question for you is, I give you that information. What is your reaction to it?
I imagine a big part of that is buys. Probably Carolina doesn't have to face any teams that are coming off a bye. The Patriots probably are facing 3 teams off of a bye. And so it's a little bit biased to have these extreme numbers. Does it really matter if somebody has 10 days off or 14 days off? I will say bye weeks are interesting. Teams that play on the road off a bye do much better against the spread than teams that are home off of a bye. I've thought about this. I'm not sure I can really explain it, but I would certainly look at that to see those games when the Patriots are playing teams off of a bye. If the Patriots are on the road, it's not as big a deal historically than if they're at home because of those stats. But I do think the most significant ones in terms of rest, if you're getting 7 days of rest and you're playing a team that is off a Monday night football game, for instance, that's really getting 5.5, I think that is, even though that's only a 1-game differential, that's significant in my eyes. And I wouldn't overreact to these extra 7 days of these bye weeks that can really skew these numbers to an excess, I think.
So how much of a difference is it for road bye teams than home bye teams?
I think if you're off of a bye and you're home, I'm sorry, I don't have them right in front of me updated, but it is it's no real advantage against the spread. If you're off of a bye and you're on the road, it's a significant winner to go ahead and blindly bet that team off of a bye.
Got it. All right. The Eagles have a stretch. This is another Warren Sharper, because we didn't go over all of these on the Ross Tucker podcast. It was mainly me kind of peppering Warren and going back and forth and having a dialogue, and also challenging him on how much of an impact it really makes. And do we actually have data that indicates what it really means? The Eagles, 4 games in 17 days. They're the only team doing that. It's a Sunday, Monday night, Sunday, Thursday, I guess is how it goes. Does that mean anything to you?
It does. And, I think back to last year's COVID year where I think the Ravens had to play on a Wednesday, then a Tuesday, then a Monday, then a Sunday. So they kept having to play 6-day weeks. That cumulative impact, I absolutely do think is significant, where you're just not giving your body enough time to rest. One thing that's interesting about the Eagles, they have a very much front-loaded schedule. I think in their first 7 games, they play the Lions and 6 arguably pretty good teams where they'll be an underdog. And if things go south early for the Eagles, a team that has contended, obviously, for championships in the past, I could see it just go to a full rebuild mode for the Eagles if they do start out the year 2-5, 1-6.
The Bears, Steelers, and Washington all have 6 games versus teams with more rest and time to prepare than they do. So we have the net rest edge. This is actually on a week-to-week basis. 6 times, whoever the Bears are playing, they have an extra day or week or whatever rest edge than the Bears do. 6 times for Bears, Steelers, Washington. Your thoughts?
I think that is very significant, because just that one extra day can really make a huge difference. And remember, I'm talking all the time about Thursday, where the road team has the same amount of time to prepare as the home team, and they do lousy on the road, especially if they have to travel over 1,000 miles, just because of that one extra day that they can't prepare due to travel. So I would imagine that's very significant that Pittsburgh is up against it. Pittsburgh is one of the hardest schedules in the NFL already. So we're already looking to bet the Steelers under in general for their season win, under 8.5. Here's another reason to do that. That'll tip me over the edge. I think Steelers under 8.5 is a good wager.
I think that's an interesting stat from Warren. I think in terms of like season win total, I think what's more interesting is the net game edge, meaning the Chiefs have 5 games where they have more rest and time to prepare for the game than their opponent. They only have 1 game where their opponent has more time. This is probably the one that jumps out to me the most from a season win total. That's interesting about the Bears, but how many times do the Bears have more time to prepare and rest? The Chiefs have a +4 game edge, which is the biggest in the NFL. As if they needed, Steve, any more of an edge. 5 games, they have more time, rest and time to prepare, and only 1 game they don't. So a +4 game edge. I personally think, rather than net day rest edge, how many is what is the net game rest edge? How many games they have more than their opponent, and how many games less? The Chiefs are top at +4.
That makes sense to me. And interesting, what team is going to have the highest ratings in the playoffs for the NFL? But the Kansas City Chiefs, an A+ to the schedule maker, who any chance you could give the Chiefs the very best chance to advance, you should do it. just for ratings. Ditto with Tampa Bay, right? The last thing you want to see is the Tennessee Titans to find their way into a Super Bowl.
Conversely, Steve, the Bears, Vikings, Raiders, Patriots, Titans, Washington, they all have a -3 net game edge, meaning their opponent has more time to prepare for them for the game than they do 3 times over the course of the year. So like the Bears, right? The Bears, their opponent has 6. The Bears have 3 where they have the edge. So it's -3 net game edge for Bears, Vikings, Raiders, Patriots, Titans, Washington. It's not ideal.
No, and a lot of times too, if you're one of these marquee teams and you get put on Monday Night Football more than another team, well, then the next week you're up against it because, not only are you getting one less day, but you're really getting 1.5 fewer days because you got 5.5 days to prepare. Your opponent has 7. So the game after that Monday night game, certainly not ideal for a team.
The Bengals and the Panthers each have 0 games where their opponent has more time to rest and prepare than they do. 0. That's just stunning to me that Washington, Pittsburgh, and Chicago have 6 where their opponent has more. Bengals and Panthers, not a single game where their opponent has more time to rest and prepare. The question is, Steve, what do we do about it? What does it matter?
A lot of this, I think, doing the scheduling analysis, and Warren is the best at it, is you go through and like he's made those notes with the Eagles with the 4 games in the 18 days. And obviously that Thursday game is going to be the most pressing of them all, and put just a big red check mark by that game saying there is no way I am betting on the Eagles in that 4th game. I'm looking to play against them or I'm looking to pass that game. And you can start doing that now with your schedule analysis. So you already know which side you're leaning on with a lot of these games in terms of the rest advantage in those weeks.
So here's what I asked Warren. What do we know? Like what data do we have that having more or less time to prepare for your opponent makes a big difference? I mean, like anecdotally, it sounds like it should, right? But has that been proven out over time? He said it has an impact on the point spread. Do you believe that they're aware of that, Steve? Do you believe when they're setting point spreads? I mean, they're obviously aware when one team's coming off a bye and another team's not, which is probably a lot of these. Then the other time is short weeks. Do you think that how much do you think that they weight that? And how much do they weight that?
I think the odds makers get way more credit than they deserve. I hear that all the time. Vegas knows everything. The truth is, Vegas knows nothing compared to the sharpest bettors. For the most part, remember, it's Sunday afternoon. The games are just wrapping up. Everyone's exhausted. The odds makers have been dealing all these live odds. Oh, it's time to put up the odds for next week. What are we going to do? Well, here's my power rating list. And I got the Chiefs 7 points better than average and Tampa Bay 6 points better than average. It's on a neutral site. Kansas City -1. Next game. I mean, literally, that is the way it's done. I've been in those offices because the bottom line is the limits aren't that high. You want to get the numbers up. And if you miss a game by a point, so what? One bet and you're where it needs to be. To actually think that the odds makers going through the schedule analysis with a deep dive and adjusting for all these factors, it's just not true. Now, what happens is the sharpest bettors are aware of this, and they're just salivating. They're waiting. Hey, Cleveland's off of a bye. Baltimore just played Pittsburgh. I'm betting the Browns when this number comes out because the odds makers aren't going to adjust enough for the value of that bye for Cleveland later in the year.
Got it. That was sort of my question, which was what is the actual impact? I did want to get your thoughts on some of the stuff going on with the NBA playoffs. I will say this. How about our dudes over at DraftKings? All players who place a bet on the featured basketball game will have a hand in lowering the over-under on the game. For every 1,500 players who bet the over-under will drop by a point. It's time to hammer the over. I'm sure you've seen the tweets. Get on your DraftKings Sportsbook app. Use the promo code Ross. Hammer the over. They're giving you free money. This is your chance to improve the odds. Hammer it. Hammer the over. Promo code Ross. Limited time only at DraftKings Sportsbook. Speaking of that, Steve, I know you and I were texting. I always love to get your thoughts on what's going on in these other sports. Playing games. You have an idea on playing games. I'm telling everybody to hammer the over, but you got another idea.
Well, hammer the over at DraftKings, but if you're betting anywhere else, not that you necessarily would, hammer the under, because I went back and looked going back to 2003, and in double elimination games, Game 7, if you blindly bet under, 63% of the games have gone under in the NBA in Game 7s since 2003. So why is that? I'd make the case two reasons. One is teams have made adjustments to limit the offense of the opponent. You get to know your opponent really well, and we see that as the playoff series gets deeper and deeper and deeper, the totals tend to slowly go downward properly. But also, the whole concept of winner take all and this game decides the series is huge. And because of that, teams play closer to the vest. Teams are less likely to shoot early in the shot clock, and defensive intensity is at its highest. And because of that, that all points towards under. Well, you can say, well, it's not Game 7, it's Game 1. But these Game 1s are deciding the series, and they're double elimination for the playoffs for the 9-10 seeds. Loser does go home. I bet all four of these play-in games to go under. I'm pretty confident I've got the best of it.
But it's not the same as Game 7 because they haven't been playing against each other, right?
That's correct. So we are missing out on that further reason why the total would be less. But remember, the odds makers are aware of that familiarity, so they make massive adjustments typically by the time, if you look at the average Game 1 total versus the average Game 5 total versus the average Game 7 total, it's significantly lower in almost every playoff series because of that factor. And that didn't happen here. The odds makers did not adjust these numbers like they would have tweaked an average Game 7 in a series.
Speaking of some of these playing games, Lakers, Golden State, I know you were thinking that the market still believe in the Lakers, and you think that the Lakers Golden State game will move the future odds for Utah and Phoenix. Tell me about it.
Yeah, so Utah's sitting obviously as the 1 seed, Phoenix the number 2. But the Lakers are still the favorite to win the West, despite being in a play-in game. They're the team that you want no part of. So the Lakers are only favored by 4.5. They could lose this game against Golden State. If they fall to the 8, all of a sudden the Utah Jazz just got screwed to an epic proportions. They're going to be a 1 seed that's going to be the underdog in their first round playoff game if they have to play the Lakers. So the very worst bet you could possibly make is to bet the Utah Jazz right now to win the West or win the title until the Lakers game goes final. You got to make sure the Lakers win tonight. You want no part of the Jazz who might be up against the Lakers in round 1 as an underdog.
Ooh, okay. Very interesting. You mentioned the Westgate releasing their line for every NFL game all year, side and total. I've asked this previous years, but have you bet any games during the season? Like, have you bet week 7 or week 11? Have you done that?
You know, I'm mad. I identified one bet on week 2 that I thought was just phenomenal. The Vikings are at Arizona, plus 3.5, and the line moved. It's not plus 3.5, lay $1.10 anymore. But Vikings are better than Arizona. Vikings can't be getting 3.5. But I haven't gone through the entire schedule. But invariably, there's going to be 10 or 12 that I wind up betting. And typically, with so much product out there, everyone's so busy betting the NBA, betting the WNBA, betting MLB that these numbers don't get hit right away like they would, say, if a Super Bowl props come out. People are reluctant to, tie up their money for 5 months of the year.
Wanted to get your thoughts as well. You had thoughts on Pro Football Focus ranking Tom Brady as the number 2 quarterback in the NFL.
I almost canceled my Pro Football Focus membership. This number makes no sense. This is not a lifetime achievement award. Tom Brady's going to be 44. Tom Brady is still a really good quarterback, and we can have a nice debate. Should he be a top 10 quarterback in your rankings or not this year? But to place him number 2, please. I mean, come on. Who would you rather have, Tom Brady or Russell Wilson? Apparently, there's a whole lot of people that disagree with me, and if they do, well, let's go ahead and make a side bet on which quarterback will have the better QBR rating this year, because I expect Tom Brady will be right, around 10th for the year, and the disparity or the difference between him and the very best quarterbacks, he's 44. What's been our history? Quarterbacks fall off the cliff at 41. Just because Brady didn't fall off the cliff at 43 and he wound up being 9th in the league doesn't mean he could be completely washed up this year. It could happen despite all the kale shakes he's been having all year long.
Lastly, I know there was an MLB point you wanted to make.
I don't understand why there aren't 2 MLB day games each and every day. People aren't interested in MLB. It takes the back burner to everything else, and especially with the NBA playoffs starting and with live wagering and all these games and the like, you would think MLB would reach out to all the individual teams and say, you know what, Chicago Cubs, play a day game at Wrigley and all the time, and we'll subsidize you for your revenue that you lose because the local TV is not in prime time. And the same with all the different baseball teams. Ross, how much happier are you just to have a baseball game on as you're doing your day-to-day work?
No, I think it's a good point, because as sports betting gets more and more popular, there's a lot of value in being the only game on, the only game in town. And I think they'll start to realize that sooner rather than later, that there's day games, it just becomes the background music, background noise for people while they're working. They just have it up on the screen. Once the NBA playoffs come, people aren't watching regular season baseball at night. It's just not happening. So I think that's a great point, Steve. I think this was an awesome, awesome episode. Looking forward to a special guest next week, which should be a ton of fun now that we've given you everything you need to know. We gave you the NFL schedule stuff ahead of time, and then we did the breakdown, including the Warren Sharp info and Steve's info on Jacksonville, rookie quarterbacks. I love it. Good luck, everybody. Hope you guys win some money.
Thanks for listening to the Even Money Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, the Fantasy Feast, Business of Sports, and the College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
What's up, DK Sim fam? Welcome back into the Dream Stream on this Wednesday night. We've got the Broncos and the Ravens coming at you. I'm Jeff Ulrich, joining you for the last two Sims of the day. And riding shotgun with me, Walter, we'll call him co-pilot, pilot A and B and A and B. Tom's here with me. Tom Ace. What's up, buddy? How you doing?
Going on. I really like Sims with Lamar Jackson because he usually goes off. I think you and I recently did one where he did nothing.
Right, you made fun of me for fading him, and then
and then he did nothing.
Roll or something. I think I
right. But with that said, I have high expectations every time Lamar Jackson's on the docket. So let's see him do it again. Not the bad Sim Lamar Jackson again. The good Sim Lamar Jackson.
Because I've seen the worst of Lamar Jackson, and I obviously benefit from it because, I won the free roll and all the accolades that come with winning the Madden Sim free roll. But I also saw Lamar Jackson have the best Madden Sim game ever with Rossi, where he ran for over 300 yards and scored an infinity amount of touchdowns. So I've seen the good of it, and I've seen the bad. You're right. He's a fun player to watch either way. I did put him in my lineups. Hopefully everybody's having a good night. Who'd you let us know who you put in your captain spot. I can't even remember who I put in my captain spot. Well,
I put Lamar Jackson there because I ain't no fool. I got him in there. I got Ravens DST, the Hamler, Lindsey, McManus, and Sutton. So sneaky Broncos stack here because really, you think about it, Lamar Jackson is Baltimore's offense, right? So I don't feel badly having as many Broncos as in my lineup as I do, even though they are kind of a spotty team here in Simland.
Yeah, spotty is a very nice way of saying bad. They're pretty terrible. Drew Lock is terrible in the sim. I can't remember what his rating is, but I want to say it's like 68. He's awful in the sim. I did captain Cortland Sutton after saying all that because I always captain Cortland Sutton because he's cheap. He's got good ratings, and I always get sucked into that vortex of.
They got to give the ball to somebody.
Yeah, someone's got to catch passes. Although that sometimes isn't. Nobody just catches passes for Denver. Anyways, guys. We got this game going on. Still going to be good. Maybe Lamar Jackson will run for 400 yards. If not, we'll survive. Smash that like button if you could, guys. Love to get to 200 here. I don't know what's going on with this like button. Has Kaufman been on all day? Is that why we're only at 100 likes? I just assume Adam Kaufman did the first 3 sins of the day. We're at this low.
Very, very possible.
Let's hit that like button. I know YouTube went down yesterday. That's not DraftKings' fault. We don't own YouTube yet. Maybe one day we will, but not yet. Hit that like button for Tom and me. Just, mainly Tom, but me too. I'm here.
Did YouTube go down yesterday? Oh, YouTube TV. Yeah, that's right, with all the NBA TV stuff. Yeah.
I don't know how it's all connected. YouTube TV, YouTube, the YouTube, as I'll call it.
I know every time I go on regular YouTube, it asks me if I would like to start my free trial of YouTube TV, in which I say no every time because I don't need YouTube TV. I have cable.
And what is YouTube TV? Do you just get...
It's basically like a cable alternative.
Okay, it sounds interesting. I don't know. Maybe I'll check it out.
Most people that I know that don't have cable but want something like cable have YouTube TV.
Well, okay, Stu did the sell on me for YouTube TV then. Am I getting all the CBS shows and NBC?
Yeah, I don't have it. I believe Andrew has it on our production staff here, so maybe he can give you the better sell job. But I'm pretty sure you get all the network television channels. You get your normal basic cable channels, ESPN, Fox Sports 1, MLB Network, etc. It's probably cool to have if you don't want cable. What's the cable situation like up in Canada? What are the big old companies up there?
Oh, we have 3 companies that have a monopoly on everything, and they overcharge for everything. They've improved a little bit, but they're annoying. Yeah. This is why I'm kind of interested because I'd have no problem just being check you later, pals.
Right.
But
and I think that's why companies Tuukka Rask throwing punches.
Oh, is he in an actual fight?
Well, there was a scrum in front of the net, and Tuukka took his mask off and was just punching dudes on the ground.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, I don't see that ending well for Tuukka. I think we're gonna see some retaliation at some point there. Tied game, by the way, midway through the second period, 1-1. But yeah, in the U.S., it's the same deal, Jeff. It's there's probably 4 or 5 cable /
satellite networks that control everything, and they're overpriced, and the customer service isn't great, and you get stuck in these contracts and yada 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 yada.
Fair enough, man.
Most people I know don't have cable anymore.
No, for sure. I don't really know
people
why
my
I have
age.
It. Yeah. I don't really know why I have it. I try. It's actually I know why I have it. It's because my wife still wants it. Like I would not miss a beat without cable. I don't care. But it was knocked down there. Drew Lock, second 14. Sean Preston got Lamar in the captain. Hamler, Lindsey, Judy, Ravens, Tucker. I like that lineup.
Bad boys of Pop.
93% owned. 93% owned. Yeah, crazy.
I'm surprised it's not higher.
What's up, Twitch fam? Thunder Ice, Captain Fant. I see you there, friend. Giving the hard sell on the Twitch chat. I have Twitch open. I'm one of the few people who always has Twitch open.
Twitch chats matter, says Thunder Ice 22.
I still got to watch the game though. I can't just watch the chat. I know we don't do that much play-by-play, but got to keep an eye on what's going on at least.
Yeah, I whenever I'm in the play-by-play chair, I get accused of ignoring the chat. I haven't mastered that part of my multitasking skill yet.
It's that's the one thing that I, especially like the first couple play-by-play games I did, like it's hard to you want to focus on the game, you don't want to miss stuff. You don't want to, be like, oh yeah, we're in the fourth quarter, and then you miss like 2 touchdowns or something. So you're kind of more hyper focused on the game. So, yeah, dude, you're trying to do both.
I wonder if Glash doing some WNBA, is subconsciously okay. Yeah, I call the play, look down to look at chat. Oh wait, there's no chat. Look back up. The game's still going on.
Probably. It's probably like I don't want to say it's too easy for him, but it's definitely like he's probably suffering from
he's sleepwalking.
Yeah, like instead of like 4 things going on, there's just one. So, it's probably. I think the hardest thing for Glash is probably just like trying to cut back on like doing Batman voices. So, like, oh, there's some dead air here. I should just do a Batman voice.
Yeah, for no reason with no context.
Maybe I'll throw in a Marv Albert. 3.
By the way, Marv Albert was on the Celtics call last night, and I've heard him throughout the NBA season. But honestly, a lot of my NBA watching this year has come with the TV muted while I'm doing Sims. So this was like the first time I've been hyper-focused on a Marv Albert broadcast. God love him. It's for the best that he's retiring. It was rough, man. It was rough. Yeah, Andrew agrees with me here. He was calling Aaron Naismith Marcus Smart the entire night. And like Grant Hill was making jokes. They were just going right over Marv Albert's head. It was just brutal.
Yeah.
And I'm not even a Grant Hill fan, but I could tell Grant Hill was like, Marv, wake up, bro.
Just put him on the early games. I don't know.
I mean, look, just let him do what he needs to do in his final season here. But, hey, Marv, it's been a great career. See you later.
Locke getting that off, just barely. Relly Rel, what's up? I see you there in YouTube chat. Some guys giving me some pointers and what they do for cable. It's my screen flickering. Stop that. Here we go. All right, let's go, Broncos. Somebody score here before the end of the quarter.
Jerry Jeudy with the catch. Do you think Drew Lock is going to be on another team in the next 2 or 3 years here? Like, could you see him becoming a journeyman guy?
Oh, yeah. I think Drew Lock's problem is, like, who even wants to give him a second chance? Like, if he doesn't show some kind of improvement this year, like, there's, like, I don't even know if he'll get, like, a Trubisky thing where it's like, yeah, we'll bring him in as a backup, He hasn't shown any consistent play at any point in his career. So, another 6 games of that, and, I mean, he'll get a shot. Like, Blaine Gabbert did the same thing. He was absolutely terrible for, 2-3 seasons. He still got another shot. So I guess I should.
Blaine Gabbert's still in the. Blaine Gabbert just won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, exactly.
Buccaneers.
Yeah. And you know what? To Blaine Gabbert's credit, he actually improved. Like he was
he was decent on the Niners.
He had a couple solid appearances as a backup. I think he actually played like a little bit, like you said, for the Niners was their starter. A small stretch. So to his credit, he at least improved a little bit to the point where he was starter. But like that's the path where Drew Lock is headed. You know, like 6 more games of being terrible. He's probably done, and then it's Teddy Bridgewater time. He might not even start the season. Like, let's be honest. If he's terrible in preseason, might be it. That's kind of how bad he's been so far in the NFL. So.
Yeah, and they got him at a second-round price, right? So it's not like they owe him a ton of money. They can get rid of him pretty easily.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, that's not a big deal at all. So.
Yeah, especially if Rodgers gets brought in. I mean, it's basically they might as well just release Drew Lock that day.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, I don't know what the Teddy Bridgewater contract situation is or what, but like, I mean, obviously if they could save more money releasing Teddy, they might do that, but and then just keep Lock there for a year. And realistically, like, it's not like Lock is going to a starting job if he gets released. So
right.
Yeah.
Hey, this is a good question here from Mike Bizzle. Is Hollywood Brown the worst wide receiver 1 in this game? What are your thoughts, Jeff? You've done almost as many sims as anybody, right? I mean, it's probably you, Koff, Glash. That's probably the 3 that have done the most. You probably have a good opinion.
I mean, I can't think of another one off the top of my head. Maybe the Giants. Like Darius Slayton, he's pretty terrible.
Is he their wide receiver 1? That's pretty bad.
I think so, yeah. The Giants, but yeah, Marquise Brown probably takes the cake. I'm trying to think of other teams. Even the Eagles, Alshon Jeffrey's is actually okay. He's their wide receiver 1, but he's decent. Like can have decent games.
Yeah, I was gonna say DJ Chark, but everyone will kill me.
Well, DJ Chark, the problem with Chark is Chark was an absolute monster in 2020 in the 2020 Madden game,
and he just isn't in this one.
If you're using the Jags, I mean, like DJ Chark was like, okay, you're playing him. There's zero doubt. But yeah, definitely taking a step back.
Who's the Niners wide receiver 1? Is it Ayuk or Debo?
I think it's Debo.
Or Bourne.
Yeah.
They don't seem to do much, any of those receivers in the
No, that's true.
20.
I would still say Debo is like slightly more consistent, but that's a good call. Yeah.
Obviously, the Lions have Galladay. Brandon Cooks actually isn't that bad down in Houston. Oh, big run here from Lamar. That's gone. That's house.
Here we go. Let's get this party started.
That's what you want, baby.
Touchdown. 75 yards. See, I just about missed that completely because I was reading the chat. Just about missed it.
That's why I'm here, to help you out.
Oh,
you know what? We didn't even bring up the Patriots in this. N'Keal Harry is pretty bad as a wide receiver.
Oh.
I mean, that's god-awful.
That's true. He is technically their wide receiver 1. I was going to say Edelman is okay, but...
No. N'Keal Harry.
I would still say the Ravens are worse because they don't, like...
Well, because
I know N'Keal Harry is listed as their wide receiver 1, but, like, Edelman's actually their wide receiver 1.
Yeah, and also... Marquise Brown might still have an edge over N'Keal for worst wide receiver 1 because Lamar Jackson runs more than he throws in this game.
Yeah, like legitimately, N'Keal Harry might actually be a little bit more productive. I'm not sure.
Right, just because he gets more targets. Although Cam Newton runs a lot too.
Yeah, those are definitely the leaders in the clubhouse for sure. No
interesting question from Mike Bizzle though. I don't know if he meant it in jest, but interesting topic.
Jordan faded Lamar. It only works so many times, Jordan. Trust me. Even I didn't fade Lamar today.
Can't go to that well often.
No, definitely don't want to do that too much.
Jeff, I wanted to bring this up to you because yesterday when I was signing up for, I don't know what I was doing. I was on the DraftKings app for something. And because I was off, so I wasn't joining a free roll or making a contest or anything. But I was on there and I saw that you and Rossi had a contest. So I was like, all right, I'll jump in. So I joined a couple of the free rolls yesterday. Finished in 12th, and then I finished in 2nd in yours and Rossi's free roll.
No, I know. We noticed that. We were like, I don't know if
it's like the highest finish I've ever had. I didn't even watch a second of the sim.
I know. Oh, there goes Lindsay. I thought he was going to break there for a sec. But I know we were like, all but like 3/4 of the way through the game. Tom's like, Rossi's like, hey, Tom's in 2nd. We're like, wow, there you go.
Of course, the one sim I don't watch that I submit a free roll for, I finish in 2nd.
That's the way you got to go, man.
So I think the only way I'm going to win a free roll is if I don't watch ever. And I finished 12th in the other one that I did. That's pretty high for me. Crazy.
Bad Boys of Pop says, now that we've talked this much trash about Marquise, watch him go for like 100 yards or something. True.
Jeff, this was the other thing I wanted to hit you with. Speaking of speedy receivers, I tagged you in a tweet earlier today. A website that shall not be named tweeted out who is a better over-the-top receiver, Randy Moss or Tyreek Hill?
Right. I saw that.
Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
Like, and I know that the other day you and I said Tyreek Hill is underrated, but Randy Moss is Randy freaking Moss.
Yeah.
Why is this a question, guys?
Taking it a little too far.
What are we doing?
But not that much, you know?
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Randy Moss is Tyreek Hill's speed, not dead on, but, has that type of speed, but has, like, how many more inches?
Yeah.
A foot? It's ridiculous.
An insane vertical, whatever. Yeah, that was a ridiculous thing.
Oh my God, I was like, you got to be kidding me.
I think that's it kind of speaks to the problem with Tyreek Hill of why, because he's hard to compare. Like, you can't compare him to Moss. Like, it's ridiculous. But like, who do you compare him to in history? He's very unique because of how small he is and how fast he is and how effective he is, and like he can do things with. You give him handoffs and stuff like that. Like, I don't even know. You find me a good historical comparison for Tyreek Hill. I don't really think there is one.
I'm trying to think about height here. So Tyreek Hill is how tall? Let's give me a height here.
Lock going for the end zone. Oh, he got it too. Is that Sutton time? I think.
Who'd we get?
I'm not going to confirm. I cannot remember his number. It's 14 Sutton?
Yes.
Okay, it's Cortland Sutton, my captain. Drew Lock, doing the dance, making the love, getting down tonight. 7-7. We got a game here. Lamar Jackson with the 69th rushing touchdown, and now Cortland Sutton with, I don't know how many touchdowns that is, but that was a nice pass.
So Tyreek Hill is 5'10". I'm looking up like receivers that I thought were short. Tim Brown is 6 foot. I'm struggling to find an all-time great receiver that's under 6 feet.
This is the problem. Like Tim Brown, okay, like fast, probably like decent comparison, but he really wasn't as good a receiver as Tyreek Hill. Must be throwing out Steve Smith in Carolina.
Yeah, that's a decent comp, but not as fast.
Honestly, it's probably the closest comp. Smith definitely was not as fast, but was similar, played like way bigger than his size. Was a really just good receiver, like going up and getting balls.
Santana Moss is a decent comp too, but clearly just not as fast or ever the skill set.
Yeah.
Like the skill level, I should say, of Tyreek Hill, but really nice player in his prime.
Yep.
I guess Antonio Brown is similar, right? I mean, Antonio Brown is not a tall guy. Incredible speed. Antonio Brown was, in his prime, one of the best players of his generation.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely.
5'10" on the nose too, same height.
Yeah, Antonio Brown was kind of the name that came up to me, and I think you're actually seeing Tyreek Hill morph more into an Antonio Brown player. His targets are going up every year. He's getting more used on those slot receptions. So I think you're right. I think Antonio Brown is probably the closest comparison we have for right now. That's the end of the first Q, guys. Did have some actual offense there.
We like that.
Especially at the end. Drew Lock, 71 yards and a touchdown. Basically all came on one play, but we like it. Lindsey, 33 yards rushing. Lamar Jackson, 80 yards rushing and a tutty. That is how you get it done. Guys, I'm going to remind you again. I'm going to keep reminding you because it's a cool promo. It's free. Refer your friends. We got a promo up on DraftKings right now. And the way to get it, well, play in the free Madden contest. And on the screen right now, QR code on screen, or you can visit dkng.co/friend. What you do, you send the link to your friends, you put it on your social media, whatever. When they deposit, you both end up playing for free. So you're essentially referring your friends to DraftKings. All you got to do, play in a free Madden contest, make a deposit, and you both get free stuff. It's good. QR code, or you visit the website. Like I said, dkng.co/friend. I'm going to keep reminding you guys that because, again, it's free money.
Thank you for the reminder.
Anyways,
I'm in second place right now.
Oh, look at you, Brad.
NBD.
I think I've got it set to be doing well. I have Sutton in my captain spot. I have to be doing well.
Yeah, you have. Maybe you're in first.
Oh, I forgot to put it in the free roll. I only got it in
you buffoon.
No. How many points do you have, Tom?
I didn't look. I just saw second and I exited out because I didn't want to jinx it. I half of mine not to even mention it because I didn't want to jinx it. Jason Myers throwing out Wayne Corbett. Wayne Corbett, not nearly the athlete.
Yeah, no, come on now. Don't be
Tyreek Hill was. Great hands, love him, scrappy. But no, Wayne Corbett is a bad comp, just straight up. Mike Wallace, I think Mike Wallace is a little taller. Similar if you're talking speed-wise. Santonio Holmes is a good comp. Just nowhere, again, Tyreek Hill is just an echelon above. But Santonio Holmes was really good in his prime.
He was, actually. Santonio Holmes was very, very good in his prime. It's such a hard guy. He is kind of like Corbett. He's just 10 times more athletic.
Yeah.
He actually plays like Corbett. He just,
If we're going if Tyreek Hill's a 10, Wayne Corbett is a 5 on that scale of player,
Yeah, exactly.
I want to look up Mike Wallace's height because multiple people have thrown out Mike Wallace here. No, yeah, Mike Wallace got a couple inches on Tyreek Hill. He's 6 feet on the nose. That makes a difference.
T. Johnson's thrown out Percy Harvin.
Percy Harvin gets talked about more for a player that did less in the NFL than anyone I've ever met.
I was a huge Percy Harvin truther. He was super athletic, but you're right. He really did not do much in the NFL.
No, he couldn't stay healthy.
No.
You must have been so psyched when he went to Seattle.
Yes. I was like, here we go, Russ Wilson, Percy Harvin, let the dogs out here, we're going to set some records. Percy Harvin's going to, I legitimately was expecting Percy Harvin to beat Tyreek Hill. So in a way, that is a good comparison.
Had the speed in his prime. M. Roach 1128 saying Mike Wallace is listed at 6 even, so he's 5'10 or 5'11.
Yeah,
so if we're using that logic, then Tyreek Hill probably isn't 5'10. And if you look at him, he doesn't look 5'10.
He's not 5'10.
No, he's short. Posey Wiley saying, what about Andre Rison? How tall was Andre Rison?
I don't think he was that big.
Let's see.
Andre Rison, that's actually not a bad comparison.
6 feet on the nose, probably was a bit under 6 feet. I think Andre Rison has a legit Hall of Fame case. I was looking at his numbers the other day because he came up in conversation on the Brett Favre podcast we did for Great Dane Nation. You can go back and check that out, Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Really good career, just bounced around so much because he was such a volatile character, we'll say.
Yeah.
But dude was really, really good. He had a 5-year stretch where he was just straight up dominant.
Yep. Yeah, he's fat. He had wheels too, so I actually kind of like that comparison. Deshaun Jackson, yeah. It's if Deshaun Jackson stayed a bit more healthy.
I was going to say, Tyreek Hill doesn't get enough credit for his durability.
Yeah.
I know he's been banged up here and there, but I mean, that dude's on the field.
He's like a thicker version of Deshaun Jackson and a little bit faster. But I think Deshaun Jackson is, absolutely.
With all of this said, putting him and Randy Moss together side by side and saying which one's better, if you're picking Tyreek Hill at their apex over Randy Moss, then you just haven't watched Randy Moss play. I'm sorry. Because Randy Moss can do everything Tyreek Hill does.
Yeah.
Is just taller. And has, I think maybe better hands.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's the point, though. Like if you were putting up a graphic like Tyreek Hill or this guy, I guess maybe like Tyreek Hill and Antonio Brown would probably be the best comparison.
Much better comp for sure. Like Tyreek Hill right now or prime Antonio Brown.
Yeah. I think that's pretty much, I mean, there you go.
And I think you and I maybe discussed this. I don't know. Everything blends together. I think Antonio Brown is going to be a sneaky fantasy steal this year for people. He's going to have a full off season in this offense as a number 3 receiver. I mean, Brady loves the underneath the defense guys. We saw what he did with Antonio in the Super Bowl. So you know that Brady has confidence in this dude. He loves AB. I could see him having a really nice season for a guy that you could probably get later in the draft, especially if you're in a PPR league. Like, I could easily see Antonio Brown with 6 grabs a game.
And, like, if we're being honest, Godwin and Evans both have had, like, a little bit of injury issues, especially last year.
Totally.
So. Yeah, I actually don't mind that, Cole. I think in best ball leagues, too, it's a dude, like, you could probably get for really cheap. Massive upside.
Roach 1128 saying Randy Moss, Jerry Rice, Megatron, T.O., Larry Fitz. That's my top 5 all time. Looks like a good top 5 to me.
It's pretty solid. I mean, the first 3, I don't think you get any argument from anyone. Fumble! Broncos got it.
Here we go. Let's see if the Broncos can get back on the board here. Give me another McManus field goal. That'll help me out. Larry Fitzgerald sort of vaulted himself into that discussion in the way of, like, you can't really argue against it anymore just for longevity stats. And I think what he did at his peak is close to unassailable outside of, Moss or Rice. I mean, that 08 Super Bowl run with Larry Fitzgerald, he was the best player on the field. It wasn't even close.
Yeah.
Every game.
Ooh, Sutton almost getting in again. It's really hard to argue about, like, it's hard for me to say, one of those guys shouldn't be in there. I mean, I think the top 3, Moss, Rice, and Megatron, those are locks. I think Owens and Fitzgerald are guys you could potentially make arguments against because there are some names that are, like, just, I don't want to say just as good, but had, like, nearly the same or very similar careers. So, but I really don't have a problem with that list. Like,
yeah. No, T.O. is a guy that I think has gotten a weird, I don't know, like, we remember him differently because he was such a diva and it ended so unceremoniously for him and the media kind of dislikes him. But T.O. in his prime was unbelievable. Like, better than all these dudes we're talking about, like AB, Tyreek. I mean, T.O. was like Randy Moss, just more jacked. I mean, you and I are old enough to remember, and I'm sure a lot of people in this chat are too, when that was the debate every year. It's who's better, T.O. or Moss? And that happened. There was like a 6-year stretch where that was the argument. And he was unbelievable.
Yeah, no, Terrell Owens is ridiculous wide receiver, like ridiculously good. Absolutely, yeah. I'd have a hard time taking Terrell Owens out.
Me too.
I'd probably have a hard time taking Larry Fitzgerald out, but I definitely might be able to do that.
Yeah, I think it's a really good 5, Roach.
Melvin Gordon, touchdown. Broncos up by 10. handoff action, got the power back in, and that was Melvin Gordon, right?
There he is.
Classic me. Yeah, that was Gordon.
He says he'd also throw Chad Johnson and Marvin Harrison in his top 10.
Yeah, Marvin
Chad
Harrison.
Johnson, a guy that doesn't get a lot of respect, but was excellent in his prime.
Yep. Oh, yeah, for sure.
One of the best route runners in NFL history.
Marvin Harrison definitely could be like a guy you could argue for over maybe like a Fitz or something. Yeah.
I'm biased against Marvin Harrison as a Patriots fan. I'll admit it.
I'm biased because he worked with Peyton Manning his whole career. You know?
Yeah. That's actually a good point because you look at the rest of that five, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Fitz never had a great quarterback.
No.
Rice had two pretty good ones, but Rice also had a bunch of bad ones after Steve Young.
Yep.
T.O. never really bad. He had a few years with Steve Young, but then it was like Jeff Garcia and then a few bad Niners quarterbacks, and then it was Donovan McNabb for a hot sec and Romo. So I guess T.O. had a fair share of good quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Randy Moss outside of Brady, I mean, he had old Randall Cunningham who caught lightning in a bottle early in his career for I think one.
He had Culpepper too, just chucking bombs.
And then he had the Culpepper, stretch where before Culpepper just wasn't good anymore.
Yeah.
But Randy Moss more bad quarterbacks than good, I'd say.
Well, he had a pretty good.
I'd have to look at his pro football reference.
How many years was he with the Pats though? Like 5?
Only 3.
Only 3. Okay, I mean,
and that's one of the things that breaks my heart about the Randy Moss experience in New England. Wasn't there long enough to get a ring. Should have got it in 07, obviously.
Yeah, I know. Him ending without a ring is like
he might be the best player in NFL history to not have a ring. If you want to not include, I guess Dan Marino. I mean, Randy Moss right up there.
Yeah, no, I mean Dan Marino, Randy Moss. I agree. Like that's kind of the list. I know that's like one big reason why. I was never like a big Patriots fan or anything, but I was definitely cheering for them mainly for that reason because I wanted Randy Moss to get a ring that year. So.
Pull up Randy Moss's Pro Football Reference page because
silly Eli had to do his thing. His David Tyree.
Silly referee didn't call the play dead when he was clearly sacked. How about that?
In the grass. In the grass.
You know what, Randy Moss? I'm going to take it back. He played with some better quarterbacks than I thought. Because Culpepper was good for most of his time with him in Minnesota.
Fantasy Hawk says he had GD, Kerry Johnson in Oakland. Why don't you talk bad about Kerry Johnson?
Yeah, his 2 years in Oakland were really bad for.
I know they're brutal
for quarterbacks. And then obviously he had.
That's the funny thing about Moss's career, though. When he went to Oakland, he did like nothing for, and everyone was like, "Oh." And then he went to New England again. And he was just like, "Oh, yeah, I'm still good."
So I'm looking at his first year in Oakland right now. He had 123 targets and only had 60 catches.
Yeah,
he just couldn't catch the ball.
No, it was like he was brutal there.
He forgot how to catch. Had 8 touchdowns, but
I don't think he forgot how to catch. I think his quarterback was terrible.
But yeah, okay, it's true. The targets and catchable balls are 2 different things, I guess.
Yeah.
And then his second year in Oakland, 96 targets, only 42 catches again.
It's really weird to your stretch.
Brutal. Well, maybe one of the worst free agent decisions ever, because that was a free agency move, right? That wasn't a trade.
I think so. Yeah. I remember thinking Randy Moss was like done after those. I was like, oh, the Patriots got.
Yeah, so that's why the Pats got him for a 4th-round pick.
I know.
So yeah, it was 3 full seasons in New England for Randy Moss, and then he was traded early on during the 2010 season. I think it might have been after 1 game in New England. He got traded. He was starting to get loud in the locker room about contract stuff, and it was time. They cut their losses quick there. Yeah, it was four. It was 4 games in New England that year.
Who did the Pats trade him to?
So it was either a trade or a release, I forget, but he ended up going back to Minnesota for 4 games. And then he ended up playing most of that season with Tennessee. He was released again by Minnesota, I believe. I'm getting the order wrong, maybe, but I'm pretty sure it went Pats, Minnesota, and then he finished 8 games with the Titans.
Weird.
People don't remember that. Yeah. He had 6 catches in a Titans uniform in 8 games.
Oh, Lamar did get in. Snuck in. Second touchdown for Lamar Jackson. And that was it for him, right? Like he retired?
No, so then he retired and in 2011, came back in 2012 for 1 season and played with the 49ers and was on their team that made the Super Bowl. He was ring chasing.
Vaguely remember that, yes.
Yeah. Yep, and he was effective for them.
Yeah, I remember him being didn't play that many snaps, but kind of being effective, right?
Yep. He only had 50 targets, 28 catches, 3 touchdowns. He was good in the postseason, though. So yeah, Randy Moss, weird ending to his career.
Yeah, he kind of had a couple weird spots. Like he was just either insanely good, or just
All-time great receivers tend to have weird ends to their career. It's like they don't know how to let it go, right? Like Reggie Wayne and Torrey Holt both ended their career at Patriots training camp being cut. You have Jerry Rice getting traded mid-season to Seattle from Oakland. And then I'm pretty sure he tried out for the Broncos and retired during camp. And then I'm sure he did the 1-day contract with San Fran, but then Tim Brown, I think, ended his career in Tampa. Chris Carter ended his career in Miami. I mean, there's so many examples of this. I think T.O., didn't he try to make the Seahawks at a certain point at the end of his career, and then he retired? I mean,
T.O. he had the Bengals stint, and then I think it was the Seahawks. He maybe got a camp invite or something. Yeah. He tried to get on it a couple times, right? And just never. People were like, no.
Yeah, they're like, no, dude, you're 45.
Even though
you're yoked.
Even though he's probably better than the guys they were marching out.
Right. It was just a pride thing.
Yeah, legitimately. We don't want you to make our 20-year-old second round draft pick look like a pile of dust. So. I think that's why teams didn't bring him in, legitimately.
Right. I think he could have, because I remember that preseason in Seattle, he had a really nice touchdown grab that preseason. Yeah. And I was like, oh, T.O.'s going to make this team. And then it didn't happen for probably the reason you're saying. Yeah. That feels like a weird connection, Pete Carroll and T.O. That doesn't feel like a good vibe.
Yeah. Guys, we'll go through the stats after, but right now we got a little clip coming up for your halftime enjoyment. Earlier on the Sweat today, some dudes that were around that are part of the Sweat, they analyzed tonight's play-in game between the Golden State Warriors and the Los Angeles Lakers. So tune in for that coming up right now.
Okay, things get a little more exciting later tonight as Steph Curry's Warriors take on LeBron and the Lakers. Ryan, you said on Monday you think the Lakers would roll. So are you backing them at -5 tonight?
Yes, I am. I think the Lakers are playing a bit of like a possum right now with this whole season. The current trend is just load management and not taking the regular season very seriously, especially with big stars that are allowed to turn on the switch and try when it matters, which unfortunately is the day and age that we live in right now. But that's exactly what the Lakers are doing. And I think LeBron is obsessed with these narratives, and he's been setting up this position for so long with that press conference where he says his ankle will never be 100% again. And he had another press conference recently saying that Steph is the league's MVP. I just think that he's milking this, and the Lakers are milking this, and LeBron's not as hurt as everybody thinks he is, and AD is not as hurt as everybody thinks he is. They've been resting for the playoffs, and the playoffs is now, so I think they turn it on. I think they handle the Warriors.
Julian, do you agree? Is it the Lake Show?
Yeah, I got my, I wrote up my NBA best bets on Tuesday. They didn't go that well for Tuesday, but I made sure to include Wednesday's games in it because I knew this one was going to be a spot where the money moved on the Lakers. So I locked it in at -4.5. I like it at 5. I like it at 5.5. I think that the Lakers are going to be relatively dominant in this game. They are a title contender. They are the team that I think is going to come out of the West. They are the team that I've bet to come out of the West. Playing in this play-in game was not necessarily part of the handicap there, but here we are. And I think playing in this game makes LeBron angry, and you don't want to face an angry LeBron. Steph Curry's been fantastic, nothing negative to say about him, but if the Lakers can limit him at all, there's just nothing behind him on that Golden State team. And the Lakers' dominance will show. The Lakers have size that Golden State just cannot compete with, talented size in Anthony Davis. We'll see what kind of role Andre Drummond plays if Golden State struggles with him, or if the Lakers have to get him off the floor because he can't play in the pick and roll. I could see either situation happening. But yeah, this is a spot where the Lakers roll and show they are for real. They are going to be favored once they win this game. They are going to be the favorites against the 2-seed Suns starting that series on the road. This is a pretty sizable wager for me on the Lakers. And if you get nervous and you don't want to lay the points, get some money line in there, parlay it with something. You can parlay it with the Nets game 1 money line to beat the Celtics. That is -110 if you put those two together. Great night for Jason Tatum and the Celtics last night. They're coming back to reality Saturday in Brooklyn. A lot of ways that you can do something with this Lakers game.
Kenny, you scared of angry LeBron?
I am very scared of angry LeBron. I would not fade angry LeBron. The one concern that I've had about the Lakers really is on the defensive end. And it seemed like they might have pulled that back over the last few games of the season with Anthony Davis and LeBron James back. It still is a little bit in my mind that this team was just really good on defense without both of those guys. Then Anthony Davis came back, and all of a sudden their defense went into the gutter, into the garbage can. So I'm not sure what's going to happen here, but it does seem like the common denominator is LeBron James being back helps that defense and helps this team as a whole. And I just think that, like Ryan said, they've kind of been gearing up for the playoffs all season long. They're going to turn it on tonight. It is, again, one of those situations where does momentum matter? Does any of the games that we saw over the last month, do they even matter? Because you still have Anthony Davis and LeBron James. You can say the same thing about the Nets only playing like 8 games together. I don't think it does. I think that these guys will show up. This is a team that does have some chemistry, winning the title last year, and they should dominate against the Warriors team that, look, give them credit. They've been good all season long, but just not at the level of the Los Angeles Lakers. This was always like a borderline play-in team, the Golden State Warriors. This is not a team that really has top 3 talent out west. So give me the Lakers to roll here.
What's up, DK Sim fam? Welcome on back. Hopefully you all enjoyed that little NBA discussion. We're going to hop right into the second half of the action here. 17-14 Broncos. 2 Lamar Jackson rushing touchdowns in the first half. He's on pace. He doesn't have the bonus yet. At least I don't think he does. Actually, maybe he does. I'm going to have to check that right now. But he does have 2 touchdowns. Had a big 75-yard touchdown run in the first quarter, did Lamar Jackson. Cortland Sutton and Melvin Gordon, the other touchdown scorers in this game. Lamar Jackson does have the rushing bonus, 104 rush yards. Does have a fumble as well, but he's already got 25.96 fantasy points. So massive first half for Lamar. Those Lamar games.
Speaking of the NBA clip, my man Moose, do you have any hot NBA takes or opinions heading into the postseason this weekend after this play-in business is done tonight?
I legitimately have 0 hot NBA take. Like I just don't. I've been following.
Not a one
enough. No, I legitimately don't. I'm cheering for I always cheer for the teams that just don't get there. So I'm like I'm kind of on the Utah bandwagon or whatever, you know.
Okay, I like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
get behind a Utah bandwagon. Yeah. It's pretty hot. I am not looking forward to playing the Nets. If the Celtics somehow pull this one out, they will. Jason Tatum must be considered the best player in the league immediately. They will not pull it out. This is not going to happen.
Who do they have to beat? So
they beat Washington the other night for the right to play Brooklyn in the first round. So
they are playing Brooklyn.
Correct, yes.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. I thought I missed something there for a second. Okay, so they're playing Brooklyn first round. They're probably going to get smoked. Whatever.
Yeah, it stinks. Honestly, I'm happy Tatum had the game he had against Washington. I, unlike Glash, want my young players to have great games that are going to help build their confidence moving forward, regardless of what the outcome of the season is.
Oh, Glash just thinks it's being wasted or something?
No, so when Tatum scored 60, Glash was just in a mood that night, and he was like getting mad that people were being positive about the Celtics in a game where Tatum becomes only the second player in franchise history. Mind you, we're talking about the Celtics franchise history where a player scores 60 points. Like, it's kind of a big deal.
Yep.
Dude's super young still.
Yep.
So it's just something where you look at and you go, okay, yes, this season has not gone how we thought it was supposed to, but your young star who's clearly trending towards superstar had a really, really nice game that, all of these other superstars in the league have games like that under their belt as young players. So it's like we're seeing a positive trend here. This is something we should be happy about as Celtics fans. But he was just in a grouchy mood that night. So I wonder if he felt the same way after watching Tatum do what he did last night in the playoff game, where he just took over. It was great. I wonder if there's a... Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, Jackson with the X Factor lid, got the Truz X Factor on. That's going to be a handoff to Mark Ingram, though, to the 10. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, I wonder if there's a little bit of Ewing theory going on here with Tatum, with Jaylen Brown being out. We'll see over the next, few games here against Brooklyn if he can keep up. He's obviously not going to score 50 a game, but if he can look like he did on the offensive side of the ball, maybe there is something to Tatum needs to be the true focal point of an offense to unlock his full potential, because there's some guys that don't quote unquote play well with others, at least early on in their career. Maybe they evolve into guys that can do it, like we're seeing in Brooklyn. I don't know. It's just something to keep an eye on. I love Jaylen Brown though. If he was healthy, I'd give the Celtics more than a puncher's chance. But
J.K. Dobbins, touchdown. Surgical little drive there. Everyone getting in on the rushing. Lamar, Ingram. But it's going to be Dabo. Touchdown.
Yeah, that's a little frustrating. You kind of want Lamar to finish the job there.
Yeah, I can't see Dobbins being super heavily owned.
You and I had a game with the Ravens recently. I think it was the same Lamar stinker game we were talking about pregame, where J.K. Dobbins had like a 97-yard touchdown to the house.
That's right. Dobbins is 24% owned in this sim in the big free roll. 2.8% captain. He's got a tutty. He's got 10.9 points now.
Must be saying, Tom, didn't you say that Boston should hurry up and lose? Yes. Because I think it's more important now for them to have as good a draft position as they can, because they just need help. The franchise, the roster needs help. So, like, I'll always try and spin it positive for my squad. Like, look, they're going to have this series against Brooklyn that's going to be good for Tatum's growth, yada, yada. Like, I was in favor of the Celtics losing out and just, cutting their losses with this season and not forcing me to watch this dreadful basketball team play anymore. Because it's been a chore to watch this team this season.
Yeah, if there's scoring down on platforms and stuff, guys, obviously providers might be down. I don't know, but you can always send a message to support if you're wondering what's going on there. Providers obviously, can't really do much about it, but I'm sure they're on it either way. Here goes Drew Luck in the shotgun. I do see you, DK Twitch fam. I do.
What's up, Twitch fan?
Thundering Ice Dude, you went to YouTube to dislike the stream because why? Because I didn't answer every single one of your questions.
How dare you?
I mean, I see them. I legitimately told you, man. I'm not gonna. I can't respond to every comment that people say. I appreciate your good contribution, though. Moss said Andrew Walter. I see it. give a guy a few seconds, man. Like, we'll get there.
Take your dislike back.
Anyways, appreciate all you guys showing up either way. Smash the dislike or the like. I don't care. You guys decide. It's up to
Jeff,
you. Choose your own adventure.
Your boys get underway tonight against Winnipeg, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
look, there's lots going on. So we're talking about lots of stuff. You know, Tommy's giving me his NBA Celtics take, which I admittedly I don't know anything about. So,
with your boys, the Oilers tonight, though. So that's going to happen while we're on the air, right?
Yeah, I mean, the Bruins are playing. The Bruins are playing. The Oilers are playing. That's going to be happening. So there's lots to follow. You know,
are you going to be locked in? Are you going to be? Am I going to see like fired up Jeff here watching his team in a playoff game? Like,
no, it's only game 1.
Are you DVRing it? Like, what are we doing here?
If it was a game 7 or something, yeah, I'd be, but no, it's just game 1. I've been there, done that. I know how these go. You can't get too excited about one game.
But you guys, I mean, with Edmonton, I mean, this has got to be the best you've felt about this team in a very long time.
I'll be dead honest. Like it's like I'm so numb. From the last,
it's had to have been brutal.
It's 15 years of just awful, terrible. Everything is terrible. Like every move we make is terrible. Outside of just getting gifted like a couple of number 1 draft picks. So. I legitimately, my body is just like, yep, well, just, don't, like, cool, we're in the playoffs. Like, I will get excited if we, like, win this series. That's when I'll start to get excited. I'm honestly, that's how I feel. Like, it's probably how, like, a lot of, like, Cleveland Browns fans felt last year, when their team made the playoffs. Like, yeah, wow, we're in the playoffs. Like, can't wait for us to lose because that's going to happen. And, I mean, like, they did extremely well, but... it's post-traumatic syndrome.
You have PTSD right now, no question. But like, I don't blame you, dude. Like Taylor Hall is out here playing awesome hockey for the Bruins.
Yeah,
like,
we traded Taylor Hall for Adam Larson.
Like you couldn't make that work.
Defenseman. That's what the Oilers did. That the Oilers as a franchise did that straight up. Like
imagine if Taylor Hall was still on this team in Edmonton. How nasty!
Oh, well, and to that point, like the Oilers could have traded for him at the deadline. Like, anyways, it's just I mean, we could fill 2 hours with me talking about I wouldn't even be commenting. I could just go over the Oilers' moves over the last 15 years and make everyone sad. Here's a pun.
I think you should do that one day. Whenever they end up losing in the postseason, you should just go through the list of depressing Oilers things that have happened since Gretzky left Edmonton. Well, they won 1 cup without him, right? Am I mistaken there, or?
Yes, they won the cup in '90 without Gretzky. Yeah.
Gotcha. So everything post 1990, just go over every depressing thing. Him leaving in general, though, has got to be depressing.
I'll give you a little history of the Oilers. Okay.
Good. I like this.
They got rid of Gretzky. They still had a very good core because they kept their other guys for a while. Yeah. Anderson was there, Messier, had some other dudes. And they had a competitive team for a couple years, and they blew it up. They drafted some young guys. And the Oilers from about 1997 to about 2003, 2004, so they were competitive. They weren't that good, but they were competitive. Then it just all went to heck. They tanked. They started getting first-round draft picks. The draft picks didn't work out. They tanked more. They got more draft picks. Finally, they tanked. They didn't even really they were done tanking, but then they won the lottery and got McDavid. And then they still haven't been able to build around that. So we've gone through 3 cycles of tanking, and we have 2 of the most elite players in the league. We have the most elite player in the league, another top 5 player in Draisaitl. some good young talent that's budding, but we still like the Oilers aren't a complete enough team. I mean, I don't think that I'm sure they're probably gonna win this series. If I had to guess, maybe they'll have a chance against Toronto, but like they're not a complete enough team. They needed to add a secondary scorer like Taylor Hall. They need a little bit more depth on the defense, although their young defensive core is getting a lot better. And I don't know how Mike Smith is going to hold up, although Mike Smith's been very good this year. So they're close, I admit. Fully, this is close to being a complete team. They're not there yet. It's all going to depend how psycho Connor McDavid goes. If he goes complete, like full-on nuclear, like, yeah, maybe we'll get to the conference finals, maybe in like best case scenario Stanley Cup finals, but I just no expectations here, none, zero. Good, we made the playoffs. That's about it.
Love the fiery Oilers history here.
No, that's why I bring up 06 Tyre Woods, because I think it was 06. That's the last time the Oilers made an actual run. Was in 06. They put together that that run with like a bunch of kind of half scrubs. So
yeah, that was a fluke, and that can happen in hockey. We see fluky teams get to the cup all the time, or at least make runs.
It can happen. We've seen, the Blues kind of had a run like that. The Blues were a pretty complete team. So.
Yeah, the 2019 Blues were interesting in that they were the worst team in hockey on like January 6th. And they ended up just getting incredibly hot once they brought Binnington up. And that can happen too. When you bring in the goalie that just, catches everyone by surprise, he dominated.
Yeah, if you're a solid defensive team and get a little bit extra secondary scoring, get that goalie going. Absolutely. Cortland Sutton, 5 catches, 74 yards, touchdown, having a pretty solid game. Jerry Jeudy, 4 catches. Anyways, guys, one more time, going to remind you tonight, little promo that's going on DraftKings right now. Refer your friend. Refer your friends to DraftKings to play free in the Madden contest. And what you do is you simply scan the QR code. It's on the screen right now. Or you visit dkng.co/friend. Send that link to your friends when they deposit. You will both play for free. It's as simple as that. Share it on your socials if you want. You know someone who's thinking about playing on DK, maybe is interested in DK. It's an easy way for you guys both to play free. So, again, nice reminder for you guys. It's up on screen, QR code, or use that link.
Love a good QR code. Just point the old camera at it. Boom. Link pops up. Click on that. You're good to go. Free to party. Do your thing.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
Love a QR code. At the restaurants, I like that they're doing that now on the table. Oh, we got a goal here from Boston. Here we go. It's tied at 2, baby. The Garden's rocking. Who was it?
Who was it?
Who was it? Was it Marshy again? Yes, it was. Power play goal. The Rat. Putting one in. You love to see it. Little tic-tac-toe. Bada bing, bada boom.
Who's Brad Marchand?
Brad Marchand. I love Marshy. He's the guy that you have to hate on any other team. Like, I get why he's so hated.
Yeah.
But that's my guy.
Yeah, and then Jordan Warren in the chat was asking, well, how did the Oilers get rid of Gretzky? That's just a whole other chapter.
There's an entire documentary about that.
Yeah, I mean, basically the Oilers had just the worst owner in the world, Peter Pocklington. The dude is, I'm not sure if he's in jail right now, but he's definitely been investigated for fraud at various times. He sold Wayne Gretzky for money because he was broke. That's what happened. That's legitimately, the Kings paid him, traded some players and some picks, but they also sent him $20 million. So that's you think your franchise had it bad? We had the best player ever to play the game, and
by a mile.
Our owner was so desperate that they're like, yeah, here, give me $20 million. So you can't complain as an Oilers fan. 80s were amazing. One of the best teams ever. Maybe
I think you can, though. I really feel like you can complain because, if they don't sell Gretzky, right? And yeah, they did get one more cup without him. But let's say you hold on to Gretzky, how many cups could they have realistically won? Because he was really good in LA for a few years.
Minimum 8, minimum with that team. It's the best hockey team ever. I mean, I don't care what anyone says. The Oilers in the 80s were unstoppable. Unstoppable. You couldn't stop them. Just legitimately so much talent on that team. So, and like I said, honestly, the people who were alive in the 80s, and I was very young, but they'll take it for whatever came after. I mean, that franchise in the 80s was just it was really only about 6 years when everything was clicking, maybe 6 or 7, but yeah, that franchise in the 80s was just disgustingly good. So probably the best team ever in hockey. I'm sure Montreal Canadiens fans will be like, no.
I was going to say, there's probably some random Canadiens team from the 50s that.
There's the Canadiens had a dominant team in the 70s, but
you know what I mean, though. There's always the old guy that's no, it was actually the 1927 Yankees. That was the greatest baseball team ever. It's all right.
Yeah. But yeah, it's another. I mean, that's actually, if you're really going back into Oilers history, that's the worst thing that's ever happened to the franchise. But tons of other stuff too. So, like I said, we not only actually, if you really want to get technical, we've made the two worst trades in NHL history with Taylor Hall and Wayne Gretzky, easily. I think the Eric Lindros trade by Philly is probably up there too, because Philly ended up giving them Forsberg. It turned into just the players that Colorado got from the Eric Lindros trade.
It won them a cup.
It was so many good players that got out of that. It was just so.
I love this. The two worst trades in NHL history. What a distinction. Tyre Woods saying the 90s Red Wings could have competed with the 80s Oilers. Your thoughts?
90s Red Wings were very good. There's not a chance they would compete with the MT Oilers. Don't forget that the 90s Red Wings, it took them forever to actually win a cup. They won the President's Cup a couple times, but then they couldn't get it done. And finally they did a few times, but
Jay Duncan saying, Moose, we had the best player for a few months here in St. Louis. Then Mike Keenan ran him out of town, shaking my head. You would be shocked, or maybe you wouldn't be. Wayne Gretzky, I think he only ended up playing 21 games for the St. Louis Blues. You see more Gretzky Blues throwbacks than any other Blues player here in St. Louis. More than Brett Hull, even.
Absolutely.
You see more Gretzky. I have a Gretzky throwback. I impulse bought it at the farmer's market one day.
Oh, it's a good buy. Why not?
It just complete impulse buy. I was walking around with a Bloody Mary, and I was like, you know what? I'm doing this. This thing's sick. Those old 90s Blues, those really ugly jerseys.
Yeah, with the stripes.
Yeah, with the horn on it.
Yeah. Those are pretty ugly.
They're ugly, but they're so ugly that they're cool.
I know. You're right. It's they've become kind of fashionable because they're so weird looking. I absolutely, when those jerseys came out, I hated them. The Blues have had some good jerseys too, so it's kind of weird.
Yeah, I remember during the pandemic, there was a day where it was this day in Blues history, they debuted the ugly jerseys. We did a whole segment on it.
Yeah.
And how when they originally debuted with those, everyone in St. Louis hated them because they were red. And at the time, St. Louis, Detroit was a massive rivalry.
Right.
And then obviously with the Blackhawks, big rivalry too with Chicago and St. Louis. So everyone here was what are we doing?
Yeah. That's really what just they probably could have saved them if they didn't put the red in. The red just is what am I looking at here? There's just a sash of red. It's why?
It's so unnecessary.
Yeah. Those were some underrated dad jerseys.
Yeah, and I have one.
Well, but you kind of got to get it now. because like
You have to.
Gretzky wore it when he was there. I mean, that's the
Exactly.
Gretzky. Oh, Lamar goes down.
I think it is kind of cool. I mean, it's sad that Wayne Gretzky didn't just stay with like one team his whole career, but the fact that he was just like on the Blues for like a month with Brett Hull, like on the same line, is insane.
Yeah.
It's crazy they didn't win it.
I wish
that team was stacked too.
I wish he had won a cup somewhere in America. I think that would have been cool for his career.
It would have been good for hockey.
Yeah. It's too bad. He almost did it in LA. Came close in the other spots kind of too, but
Ashley Edwards saying the worst thing that happened to a franchise is Al Davis sat Marcus Allen, then was traded to the Chiefs, who beat us like 6 games straight. Yeah, that's got to be brutal if you're a Raiders fan. Marcus Allen, that's one of your probably most beloved players in franchise history, has the iconic Super Bowl run that they still show highlights of. He was actually good in KC for quite a few years. And then obviously Chiefs-Raiders, big rivalry.
that's awesome, Damon. Dropping that in the chat.
Jay Duncan mentioning Grant Fuhrer was also great goalie for
There's
the
another
Oilers.
St. Louis dude. Yeah.
Yep, played for
He
the
had a
Blues
big-
for a while.
Yeah, he did. Grant Fuhrer, super athletic goalie. Perfect kind of goalie for the Oilers. Make the big save. He'd have his nights off too, but you know, if you let in 5 goals on that Oilers team, like you're probably still winning 6-5, so it didn't matter.
I love fanboy Jeff. This is
Juan
great.
Flores, my favorite hitter in hockey is Brian Marchment. Look up Brian Marchment on YouTube if you don't know who that is.
I like his suggestion of Scott Stevens, though.
Scott Stevens is great. Brian Marchment was he legitimately made an art out of like the open ice crossbody check. Like YouTube it, you'll be like, wow. Brian Marchment.
Someone asking in the chat, didn't Marcus Allen retire with the Seahawks? No. According to Pro Football Reference, he finished in 97 with the Chiefs. Like, he played till 97. Did not realize that.
That's crazy.
That's insane.
How old was he?
He must have been real old, because I'm pretty sure he played college football in the 70s for USC.
Yeah.
He might be, Damon, you might be thinking of Franco Harris, who finished with Seattle.
2 minutes left here. Broncos driving. Actually,
Let's see if Denver finishes this thing.
They just got the ball and they just got sacked. Oh, that's a nice little move. Judy. Block at 154 yards. Judy at 52 yards, 6 catches.
Jay Duncan saying, flipping John Casey and Yzerman from center ice. I still shake my head all these years later how it went in. I'm pretty sure the anniversary for that was like yesterday or 2 days ago. Blues fans pretty much tortured franchise until they won that cup.
They're in 7. Big play. Gonna go for it even if they don't make it.
Oh, nice.
He nailed it. Sutton over the middle. Sutton's got to be close to the bonus here. Waiting for an update. What do we got here? He is 120 yards. Not sure how many catches he has, but big day for Cortland Sutton. If you got him.
I do. I'm in 20th. Ooh, that actually dropped me because he must be. Oh no, I went up. 19th. Nice.
Yeah, if you guys got golf questions, you can drop them. Jake,
yeah.
Comments.
Major on the way here.
Yeah, gonna be windy. Gonna be really tough, man. Gonna be kind of crazy, quite frankly.
The PGA always seems to be a little crazy.
Yeah, the venue this year is just it's gonna be awesome.
It's on a beach, isn't it?
It's essentially on a beach. Like it's off the coast of Kiowa Island, which is like just it's in a big open spot right on the exposed to the Atlantic Ocean. You know, a little wind comes in and like nothing's blocking it. So I love it, man. It creates variables. It's gonna be fun to watch. It is gonna be tough to break down, you know, for DFS, but really just emphasize guys, you know, hitting those irons well. got a sharp short game perhaps to help him. But yeah, it's going to be fun either way.
It's funny, they're showing like the B-roll of the guys all doing their practice rounds, just warming up and stuff on the putting greens. And they're all wearing shorts. Like they're really playing up the whole beach vibe here.
Yeah, completely. Even the course looks beachy. There's like white sand. In the traps and
it's
stuff.
really, really interesting. And that's a tournament that'll look nice on TV.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I think it's gonna be great to watch. It started tomorrow. Still a bunch of big contests on DraftKings as well. As we get lock in the shotgun, 30 seconds left. Flag.
So I know Denver is in a position here to possibly put some more points on the board, but I'm going to go ahead and give the Krusty Koff wooden nickel player of the game to Cortland Sutton. Less than 30% owned, hit the bonus. So Cortland, congratulations. And the Babysitter Billy Award is going to go to Philip Lindsay. Over 40% owned, less than 4 points last time I looked in the flex. Brutal game for Phil Lindsay.
That is pretty cool. I didn't realize it was that high owned either. Okay, here we go. We got second and goal. They're on the one. Yeah, they're on the one because they just got the pass interference. They're going to go shotgun again. Spreading it out. Interesting. It is Lindsay in the backfield. Maybe get the carry. No. Going to run it.
No, throws it.
They do have 2 timeouts. I have no idea why they haven't run it yet. They got 2 more chances, though. So
they're afraid of Calais Campbell up there up front.
Maybe they just really want Philip Lindsay to get the Babysitter Billy Award. 2 chances here to win it, though.
I do not think they're running the ball here.
No, I think the sim has decided we're passing here. And that's...
just missed him. He missed him. He was open. He missed him.
He had a little window for sure. All right. I guess they've decided it's Drew Lock or bust here. Not a great strategy, but we'll see how that works out for him, Cotton. 4th and goal. Oh, now this is... Wow.
Now they're stopping him. Now they're just going to stop him.
Power formation.
No, he's throwing it.
Oh, he's
wide
got
open.
Open. Touchdown. 87. Fant.
Ashley Edwards wanted the ham daddy. Sorry.
Times Roman Fant. What I always use when I'm constructing my Word documents.
Do you like him as a play next year in fantasy, or just Drew Lock stinks, so no thanks until Aaron Rodgers gets there?
I don't hate it. They still have...
Tight end position is so bad.
Yep. He was actually pretty consistent with targets, too. Like, he wasn't terrible with Drew Lock, so... maybe Drew Lock does. I think with Fant, you'll get him at a nice valuation. Very athletic guy. The targets should be there. I think that with bad quarterbacks too, maybe a little bit more prone. Just take those easy ones over the middle, then go looking like too crazy. So, yeah, no, I don't mind Fant. I mean, if Aaron Rodgers goes there, it's definitely go time. But
which Pats tight end should I draft, Jonnu Smith or Hunter Henry?
I would side with Jonnu Smith. I'm not sure. Yeah, it could be a situation where they just both eat into themselves so much that neither is great. But I would definitely go Smith. He's a better red zone target. Hunter Henry, I know he's more of like the outline guy who might get spread out more, but honestly, I don't know how good Hunter Henry is. Like, we've been talking about this guy for like 4 or 5 years. He's never really come through with a big season. I think Smith has a little bit more. I think he's gonna be on the field more too.
I like that.
All right, so we got 11 seconds. They do have 3 timeouts. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Okay, here we go.
So,
are we going to see Lamar's arm here?
Yeah, they need a really quick completion. Could happen, though. They do have Tucker, too. So, like, 55 yards is in play.
Okay. Yeah, but hey, remember, light rain.
It is Wild Weather Wednesday with the rain, folks.
People forget.
Not to mention this whole time.
Litzow saying a deep bum to Hollywood here.
They definitely need to get at least to like the 35 here, but can they get off quick enough is the question. 4, 3, 2, no.
Last play of the game.
Hail Mary, win or nothing, go home. It's knocked down. That's going to do it. 24-21. The Denver Broncos pulling off the upset. Wow. Crazy. Any given sim day, folks.
What it
Good
is.
for you, Denver Broncos. Good for you. As Homer Simpson once said, the Denver Broncos. It's not the team I wanted. That's okay. You got to start somewhere. Good for you, Denver. You pulled through for it. Drew Lock, 217 yards, 2 touchdowns. Lamar Jackson, 110 yards, only passing, but massive day rushing. Hit the bonus and everything. 137 yards for Lamar on 10 carries, 2 tutties, and a fumble. Gordon scored a touchdown. Melvo and Dobbins also scored a touchdown. But that's going to do it for us. Tom and I will be back, though, so, we'll say goodbye later. You got another hour of us. We'll talk more golf. We'll talk more basketball, whatever Tom wants to talk about. But
I want to talk hockey.
We'll talk hockey then. Get ready. I like that idea. It's good for me. Coming up next, though, on the DraftKings Dream Stream, Pat Mayo, Rick Gaiman make their PGA Championship DraftKings picks, previewing each player in the field for this week's major championship. So if you've got golf questions, guys, you got to watch this video, and then you can come back and ask me more questions after. So here we go. See you in a bit, guys.
If we're looking at Hideki, let's just use round numbers here. 5% ownership on Hideki, 25% ownership on Victor Hovland. I think objectively, I think that Hovland is a better play. But is he 5 times as better a play? Probably not. And what the point that Ben made too is that when you're dealing with a 25% own and a 5% own, and you do have them rated somewhat similar, at least within the same ballpark, is that when you're trying to beat 177,000 other entries, if the 5% guy wins, you actually have a chance to win. If Hovland wins, yes, you would need him to win, but you're still taking on 50,000 other entries.
Yeah, and you will need to have not only first if Hovland wins, but you'll need to have second and third and 3 more guys inside the top 10. If you get a Hideki at 5% as a winner, you have a little bit more flexibility with some of your other guys. You just don't need to be as perfect. And, Hideki could be a really good reason to play Jordan Spieth or play some of these chalkier guys at the top and say, okay, well, my next man in is going to be the guy that I think gives me a lot more leverage on the field than my first man in.
Next player up is Webb Simpson. Webb's results this year, shockingly good when you go and look at his game log. He did just withdraw from the Wells Fargo Championship with a neck injury. He never hit a shot there and screwed up a lot of people's one-and-dones and DraftKings lineup because he didn't tell anyone until the tee-off had actually locked. But when we started referencing players off the beginning, accurate players, good iron players, good short game players, and hell, let's just call him a Pete Dye specialist. Why not Webb?
It's a good question. And then one that I don't have an answer for. The neck injury / withdrawal that burned everybody is likely to keep his ownership down. The fact that he's not very sexy, he doesn't bomb it, I think that's okay. He hits that little baby draw. I think if he hits it in the fairway, he can get a lot of run out. And then once he's in the fairway, he's one of the best players that we have on the PGA Tour. He can throw darts. He can get up and down. He can get a putter going. He's won a major championship. There really is, to me, not many arguments against Webb Simpson other than the unknown of the injury and the fact that he hasn't played since Heritage. That's the last time we saw him, and he finished in the top 10 there. So I don't really have many concerns if you're willing to take on the perceived risk. He could have just woke up with that neck injury. I mean, he's on his home course, been not even going to try it. I'll save it, make sure I'm ready in a couple of weeks. I'm not that worried about it.
So next is Patrick Reed at $9,100, a similar type of player, less consistent, but when he hits his upside, we know how good it is. We've seen him win on longer courses than you would expect over time. Harder courses, you need to get the ball up and down. Patrick Reed's probably the guy that you're going to tap on the shoulder, number 1 overall draft pick. Would he be your number 1 guy? You're in the rough, 23 yards from a hole, have to get over a bunker and need to put it within 3 feet. Is Patrick Reed the guy?
I think he has to be, right? I mean, he's proven it not only time and time again, but in big spots. He loves that stuff back against the wall, whether it's a difficult course, whether it's a big time event, whether it's a Ryder Cup, whatever it is, he loves that. So yeah, he's probably the guy. And I mentioned him earlier as the other way to win. The one way to win at Kiowa is hit every fairway, hit every green, get hot with the putter, run away with it that way. The probably more likely way is you're going to miss greens. You are going to have to get up and down. Patrick Reed's awesome at that. We know he's a big game hunter, right? We talk about his 9 PGA Tour wins. He just did it at Torrey Pines in what I perceive is going to be a similar fashion in February. I mean, there's a lot going for Reed because he actually has winning upside. We talk about that a lot, Pat, and a lot of guys don't have it. Patrick Reed actually has it.
Others melt coming down the stretch. Patrick Reed does not. It infuses him. Bryson, Reed and Justin Thomas, I feel like are the best three if they're within 2 of the lead or 3 of the lead going into Sunday. Obviously, they don't win every single time, but you're terrified if you have a bet on anyone else.
Yeah, he's just not going anywhere. You worry when that putter is going to heat up. I mean, he gained 6 strokes putting in like 2 of his last 3 starts. It can get absolutely scorching, and then he doesn't have to be as great everywhere else. And he hits that. He has, what I like about him is he has a go-to shot off the tee, that little low draw that he runs out there, and he knows how to control it. That's super valuable, just kind of getting yourself off on the right foot, especially as fairways become more and more difficult to hit.
Patrick Cantlay's next at an even $9,000. His betting market has plummeted. He has been bad for about 6 weeks now. He's missed 4 consecutive cuts, if we don't count the Team Zurich, which I will only count when I talk about Cam Smith or Mark Leishman because they won. Other than that, I'm just really going to throw it out. In stroke play singles events, Cantlay's been bad. He's essentially been bad since the first 2 rounds at the match play. Like, I think he got so triggered he didn't make it to the next round after playing so well that it broke his brain. Now he's no good anymore, but no one is using Patrick Cantlay. I don't want to use Patrick Cantlay. I'm not going to be using Patrick Cantlay because everything just looks off for him right now. But coming into the season, if you were to say this is a long Pete Dye course on the coast, Patrick Cantlay would be one of the first 5 names you would say.
I am a huge sucker for Patrick Cantlay, and I'm having trouble also finding a way to get in on him this week. You know, he has been from tee to green, however far you want to go back, a year, 6 months, whatever. He's been one of the best players on tour. I will say, while the rest of his game hasn't been great, I'm hoping that the reason for his recent run is the struggles with the putter. So I've got 6 straight events here, single events or individual events in which he's lost strokes putting. I'm scrolling back in my database. I can't really find another occasion in which he's done that. We know he was switching between kind of a mallet style and his normal blade putter, and he's trying to figure it all out. That is scary stuff. But if that's the one thing that I think is really bad, which I believe that to be true, I'm a bit more optimistic, but man, Pat, I'm like a 3 out of 10. Like I'm worried. This is a shockingly bad stretch of golf for him, and I don't really know how else to explain it.
If it was just the putting, I could live with that and gamble on that it flips. But the irons have been so bad when that is the one thing that he does so well. Like when I think about Patrick Cantlay in my mind, I think about a guy who's putting from 24 feet for birdie on every hole. And if he makes 4 of them during a round, he's going to be great. If he gets super hot with the irons, watch out. But he's not that guy right now. And his scrambling is around the green game, by and large, has improved so much. He's really a test case for Hovland of someone who goes from bad to really good around the greens, putting in the effort and letting the years go by and really figuring that out. But when you have to rely on it every time, like what's happening right now, it's not good.
Yeah, it's ugly stuff. I think we broke him. He was very popular that first week that he missed the cut, Players Championship, misses the cut there, and then has really never been the same. The match play throws him out of whack. It's bad, Pat. I wish I had a better case for him.
Well, I got a good case coming up next for $8,900. Cameron Smith, my pick to win this tournament, my one and done selection of the week. So get on him at 45-1. The Aussie, he loves the wind. It's all about driving with Cameron Smith right now. I've seen him pop enough times with the putter. I'm not too concerned about it. No, he could have a bad putting week, and then he's not going to win. But the putting can be up there. We've seen the spike weeks. The around the green game is immaculate. And I feel like he's a lot like Spieth in the sense that if it comes to you need some magic out of weird lies, and it does feel like that's going to be the case here, that he's probably the guy that you want. The long irons are so great. And although it's on the ocean, there's very little water that he can hit the ball into 8 times in a row off the tee to really sink him.
That is true. You know, I look at the strength of field of some of these really good results that he's been in. So just going back a little bit, you know, we go to the CJ Cup. That's a no-cut event at the end of last year. 78 of generally the top players in the world. He finished 11th there. 4th at the Zozo, runner-up at the Masters. That was that stretch of golf. 4th at Riviera, the Genesis. That's a great field. 11th at the Workday. That's a WGC. 17th at the Players. 10th at the Masters again. 9th at the RBC Heritage. Then he goes out and he wins the Zurich Classic with his partner, Mark Leishman. There is little to say about Cam Smith that worries me. I agree with you. The short game is immaculate. Magical, I think, is the word that you used. And if he can just find enough fairways, or even not find fairways, just don't lose strokes off the tee, I think he becomes a very appealing option here. And he's proven to us now like a half a dozen times in the last couple of months that it doesn't matter who else is in the field. he can find a way to put his name on the first page of the leaderboard.
So, hey, we're both on Cam Smith. Here we go. So he's destined to miss the cut now. And bet him to miss the cut at like 3-1, and you're going to be fine. Will Zalatoris, people are kind of jumping off the bandwagon just a little bit. He's $8,800. But at the Byron Nelson, where I bet him to win, I know a lot of people bet him to win. He was very highly owned on DraftKings. He ended up inside the top 20. And why did he end up inside the top 20 and not first place? Because he couldn't pot. It was ridiculous how bad he was. He led the field in approach. I think this is such a nice time to buy Will Z here.
I couldn't agree more. This is the blueprint. We talk about it all the time. He gains 9.5 strokes, leads the field at the Byron Nelson. He loses 4.3, his second worst putting performance as a professional. Obviously, a very small sample size compared to some of the other guys in this field. But I only have in my database twice in which he has lost over 2.2 strokes putting, and he lost 4 last week. Unlikely for that to happen again. I agree. Especially if people are hopping off the Zalatoris train, this kid's legit. He's awesome, and this is the time to buy.
It's funny too, because it's really dependent on what you look at, like, and what the expectations are for some players. Like if it was, I don't know, like I played a lot of Patton Kizzire last week. If Patton Kizzire had come T17 instead of second, you'd be like, oh man, Patton Kizzire had a really good week. He was very highly owned. He was $7,300. He did exactly what I wanted him to do. There was just so much hype around Will Z last week. He was expensive. People bet him at 25-1 or 30-1, whatever he ended up coming in at. And it's been 2 weeks in a row now because I bet him at Quail Hollow as well, and he missed the cut there. That the expectations for him were set so high that there was no way he could ever really achieve them. And as we just kind of pointed out, that the ball striking was there. That was fine. It was just the putting. And I look back at his 2 past majors. So the Masters this year didn't qualify the time before, then the U.S. Open. 2nd and 6th. It's almost like Cameron Smith. When the field gets tough, he gets good.
And that is a great point about like the perception versus reality issue that most people have. We're going to have that conversation when we get down to Sam Burns as well. So I agree. There are certainly expectations that you have to kind of throw out the window and say, did this person play well? Is there a reason for us to buy back in? All that good stuff.
Daniel, how's your burger? Is up next. Per the betting odds, he's actually one of the relative values in the DraftKings pricing at $8,600. Stormed the leaderboard on Sunday at Byron Nelson, which is, of course, I don't think has much in relation to this one because it was super easy. But the ball striking was excellent. He putted very poorly on day one and almost recaptured everything by the end of the week. He was very, very good. He's been very, very good at a lot of these things. But I think that he's going to be just a bit too popular for me, and I don't think that there's a significant difference in terms of where I grade the talent levels of Berger, Zalatoris, and Cam Smith at this point, that I'll probably end up playing Smith and Zalatoris and not Berger. Can't play them all.
You certainly cannot play them all. I am likely more bullish on Daniel Berger than you and probably most. I talk all the time about the blueprint for winning. Daniel Berger lays the blueprint often. He's gaining strokes on approach in 7 consecutive events, and you start to look at what he has to do. Like to reach the ceiling, what does Daniel Berger have to do? A lot of guys have to do crazy stuff. They have to gain 5 strokes putting, or they've got to start chipping in a lot, things like that. Daniel Berger doesn't have to do all that much because he's so strong in all of the categories. So you look at what he did last week, gains 2 strokes putting over the course of the week. That's worth a 3rd place finish. When he won at Pebble, he gained 2.5 strokes over the course of a week. I mean, we've seen him do this before. He finished runner-up at the WGC FedEx St. Jude, gained a stroke and a half putting. He just doesn't need to do all that much. So I think it's a pretty reasonable request for Berger to flash the floor, which I think he has a pretty good one. And then if he can gain seemingly 2 or 3 strokes putting, he's going to contend.
So let's take a quick scan at the ownership percentages on these guys. Berger's pushing 20%. Zalatoris is pushing 10%. Cam Smith around 12%. And then next at $8,600. Finau right now might not crack double digits for the, I don't know, first time that I can remember on DraftKings. And I like this course for Tony Finau a lot. And if it came down to, let's say it was just a 1v1 Berger versus Finau, I think they're still pretty similar. Berger, I agree, is playing much better, might be the better player overall. But with the way this is set up, it's just weird that everyone's off Finau.
I think on paper, Finau looks really good, and I don't disagree with you. My concern is what he's done off the tee recently. So he started to turn it around a bit at the Wells Fargo Championship. He was a small winner, but he still missed the cut. But he lost strokes off the tee at the Masters, the Valero, Texas Open, the rounds that we have from the match play, which of course is wonky data, and you can take it for what it's worth. But I always worry when guys seem to struggle with one of their best weapons, and I'm worried that that's what Finau's doing right now. And then you always have the question of is he going to make enough putts? But if he can figure that out on paper, I think this is a pretty good setup for him.
All right, well, you kind of talked me out of Tony Finau now. Thanks, Rick. He's definitely going to win now. Scotty Scheffler, I found in the betting market, seemed incredibly overpriced in the mid-30s versus some of his, like, you can get Will Zalatoris at 65 to 1 in the betting market and Scheffler at like 35 to 1 in the betting market. Yet Will Zalatoris is more expensive than Scotty Scheffler. The DraftKings pricing is far more reasonable. I just don't really have a take on, this is one of the guys where I look at him, I'm like, I can see it. Probably not going to win, though.
Yeah, I think we go through stretches, especially with these young guys, not knowing what they are, where we get, Zalatoris is hot for 6 weeks at a time, and then Wolf gets hot for 6 weeks at a time, and then we're on Scotty Scheffler. And it feels like we're on Scotty Scheffler right now. What he's doing with the driver is great. You always love to see it. And then the rest of his game is much more of a question mark. The putter is not good. He's lost in 3 of his last 4 with the flat stick, and some of them have been really ugly. I think it is, now he finished 4, I believe it was T4 last year at the PGA Championship, which is his best major championship. So he certainly has, I don't want to call it the pedigree, but like the ability to contend in some of these big events. But I will probably be taking a pass here just because I like other guys better.
Yeah, I like other guys better too. And I think that's going to be a similar feeling that a lot of people have. So expect some low ownership on Scheffler. Matthew Fitzpatrick is $8,400. Everything checks out except the irons. The irons are like legit bad now.
I'm happy that he missed the cut last week because I think I can get back. I think I can get back in on him this week because I mean the results, right? I mean he's been piling up top 10 finishes. He's been gaining a ton of strokes now. He does it via the short game, which is always a little bit scary. His weakness, as you mentioned, are the irons, and being able to hit enough greens to be able to gain strokes there, that would worry me. So that's the path for Matthew Fitzpatrick. If he can fix the irons, fix the wedges, or at least hit them okay, I think he can contend. I'm not sure he can win, Pat. I'm not ready to declare that yet, but we have seen when weeks go well for him, it's generally a top 10 week.
So this entire range, I think, is just so interesting because you'll probably need one of these guys on your roster to win the $1 million because it feels like one of them is going to spike. So could it be Scheffler? Could it be Fitzpatrick? I mean, he definitely hits enough fairways. Then you get to Sungjae. And anyone who's been using Sungjae can tell you, it's like, oh, it's going great. It's going great. Oh, no, it is going horribly wrong all of a sudden, like instantaneously going bad. He went from like 3rd in the tournament to 156th like that. But skill-wise, and Roslyn and I did talk about this, is he's good in a sense that if he ever got all 4 facets of his game on the same page in the right week, he is going to be devastating at one of these tournaments. And just all the interest is gone in him. He's like 80 to 1 in the betting market. No one wants to play him on DraftKings, but he has enough of the right skills to do really well here. Like Fitzpatrick, I mean, Sungjae's ranked 4th off the tee over the past 24 rounds. He's 8th in fairways gained. He's not going to get himself into trouble unless he starts pulling his irons.
Yeah, you nailed it. I'm worried about Sungjae. I'm a huge Sungjae believer, but what I've seen from him in the last 8 or 10 starts is certainly worrisome. You look at his driving numbers; they're not nearly as good as they were from the start of 2021. To call it the match play, his approach numbers are even worse. He's losing strokes, I believe, by quick count, 7 of the last 10 events. The putter always scorching hot, but 2 events in a row, he's lost a stroke there. I'm just worried. I think a lot of things have to go right. I think he's got to make sure he continue hitting the driver well. He's got to hit his irons much better, and we can't lose strokes putting when you're Sungjae Im. That's not the recipe for success. So you're starting to ask him to do more than one thing, more than 2 things. I'm worrying that his path to success is getting more and more narrow.
But doesn't it feel like one of these guys who have all of the pieces just aren't close to it right now? One of these guys is going to put it all together, and you just have to pray you have the right one.
Sure, we can play the golf happens, the golf happens card. Weird things happen. Hey, if you've ever watched golf, weird things happen. It's why you probably shouldn't take Thursday morning or Thursday afternoon victory laps because crazy stuff happens out there. So yeah, I mean, we've seen it. Justin Rose did it at the Masters for the first round where everything just clicked and he barnstormed the field. Now he couldn't hold on for 3 final rounds, but we see this a lot. Guys just something goes right. They they adjust the loft a little bit. They have a new swing thought, and we're never going to know about it. So maybe praying, Pat, is the way to go on if you have the right guy or not.
So of this range, the 2 guys that interest me the most of taking that gamble on them, one, $8,200, Big Tommy. Tommy Fleetwood. The buzz is over for Tommy. He's old news now. Everyone's moved on to new British players that they want. But I've been encouraged by his game essentially since the second round at the Heritage, where it did seem like he figured something out. And if this does become a windy scramble fest, guy can scramble.
Certainly hasn't lost strokes tee to green since the RSM Classic. Those are his PGA Tour events. Obviously, he's played on the European Tour as well, and generally he has more success on the Euro Tour than he does over here. But I think it is worth noting this is truly a links style course. It is designed of courses that are from Scotland and Ireland and using kind of the coastal winds and raised fairways to mess with golfers' depth perceptions and then give them this links style layout. And certainly some of the Euro guys who are more seasoned in that style of play, if you are missing greens, you might see a lot of Texas wedges pulled. I mean, I think it's just a slightly different style of golf than what we are used to seeing here on the PGA Tour, and giving a nod to Tommy Fleetwood and some of these other Euro guys as we get further down the board, I think is certainly warranted.
Yeah, like do you think that you could build if you're playing 10 lineups, you could just build an entire player pool of Euros and internationals?
For sure. Yeah. And you'd probably be unique. You'd probably have a lot of leverage on the field, and they might wait. And then you kind of hope the wind just starts kicking, right? I mean, the forecast looks pretty clean so far, but we know how quickly that can change. And then you hope it's 18 miles an hour from one direction, then it swirls, and these guys can go out there and hit their little bump and runs and not try to fly the ball to the hole like the Americans do, and kind of tap into that style.
Well, let me read this leaderboard to you, and let me see what you think here. The winner was Molinari at -8. He won by 2 over Kisner, Rory, Rose, and Xander. Then you had Eddie Pepperell, Tiger, Finau, Kuchar, and Spieth. Doesn't that sound like a leaderboard that could happen this week?
Yeah, it kind of does, right? I mean, the mix of Euro guys popping off, and then a couple of big name Americans, and yeah, it does.
Yeah, so that's Karnowski in 2018. I'm just trying to find, just in my mind, I'm trying to visualize what I think this leaderboard is going to look like, and then try to reverse engineer it of where I can find these guys. And that leads me to Justin Rose. He was top 10 here last time. And the ball striking has been pretty good. The ball striking was bad because he hurt his back at the Arnold Palmer Invitational, where he was in contention that week until he dumped 3 in the water and had to withdraw because he couldn't walk. Then he didn't play the Players. Played well at the Masters. At the Valspar, driving good, irons good, couldn't chip or putt. But that's not something the putting is kind of neither here nor there with Justin Rose. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not. The short game stuff, and you kind of hit on it, the Texas wedge style player where, maybe he's not putting from off the greens, but he probably doesn't have a wedge in his hand either. He probably has a hybrid of some sort, and he's good at that.
He is good at that. It's certainly getting better. I'm probably not as optimistic on Justin Rose. I think that the one round that he played at the Masters, I think carries a lot of weight for people, especially in their memory banks, where it was a historic round. He lapped the field that day where scoring conditions were much more difficult than what Justin Rose did. And then, of course, I think he might have stayed on that exact number, 7 under for the rest of the week. He finished 7th. But I will say he has not been as bad as the stretch of golf after when the PGA Tour returned and then into the end of 2020. He looks lost in those moments, and we're starting to see gains again. He's gained strokes on approach in 4 of 5. And then, of course, he had a pretty decent week with Henrik Stenson in the Zurich Classic, which we know, especially in the alternate shot format, both guys have to be on. You can't have a weak part of your game when you're playing the same ball, and for them to finish 11th, I think is certainly encouraging, gives each one of them just a hair more of a boost.
All right, so then we continue to drop down the list of the pricing, bringing us to Louis Oosthuizen. He's hitting his irons well. He's putting well. He's chipping well. He's driving well. This terrifies me because I kind of want to play him, but I know not to play Louis.
Why not? I like Louis. Louis, he doesn't play often, but when he does, he plays well. And the way he does it is via the short game. And he's basically, a 0 off the tee, a 0 on approach. If you go back, I'm going back like a year or 2 at this point. Maybe that's too long. But, again, this could be an open championship, or at least play similarly, or maybe not play similarly, but give you the option. We go to a lot of courses that don't even give you the option. A course like this, if you want to flop it, go flop it. If you want to take out a hybrid, take a hybrid. You want to take an 8-iron, bounce it into the hill, do it. It's going to give these guys options, which I think opens up the scope of the type of golfers that can find success, because there's going to be 5 or 6 different ways to win this golf tournament.
I think so too. The biggest red flag for me with Louis is the ownership percentage next to his name. Play Louis when no one plays him. Don't play Louis when everyone plays him. That's like the rule of thumb with him.
That's fair. So is he going to be popular this week?
It looks like he's trending towards being pretty popular right now. I got him in the double digits. Him and Hatton, who is the next guy on the list at $8,000. I thought they would both come in lower owned, and it seems like they are the popular. Oh, no one's going to own these guys. I'm going to jump on them.
Interesting. Yeah, I would keep an eye on that as the week goes along, because the rule of thumb with Louis is certainly correct.
What do you do with Hatton?
I'm a pretty big believer in Hatton. I think by design he is a very volatile golfer, and sometimes that works and sometimes it doesn't. He is like 75% of Bryson, and I don't mean in the way he hits the ball or anything like that. I'm just talking about the volatility of his results. And I think that if he is your golfer that you're understanding has a ton of upside and a ton of miscut equity, he's one of the better guys here, because there's not many guys around the world who have won as often as Hatton does. He's done it on difficult golf tournaments at times. I think if we're going to get a link style course, you got to give him a little bit of a bump. So I'm probably usually more bullish on Hatton than most.
So that leaves us between the two chalky guys. You have Berger, who's chalky at his price point. That leaves you with Finau, Scheffler, Fitzpatrick, Im, Fleetwood, Rose, Louis, and Hatton, before we're bookended with the next very popular player in the DraftKings pricing. If there was one guy of those, who do you think would be your lean? Because I'm looking at Fleetwood or Hatton, I think, as my one guy from here.
Yeah, I'd probably prefer Hatton. I believe he's not only the cheapest of those, or at least tied with Louis at $8,000, but I just really want upside, right? I'm not talking about head-to-heads. I'm not talking about whatever. I want to win the $1 million, and I think Hatton gives me a better opportunity than most to win me $1 million.
This one makes me really sad, because I love the Mexican Allen Iverson. He is the answer, but he's going to be like 25% owned this week at $7,900. And there's a couple of very popular options in this high $7,000 range that I'm good with playing. None of them. I know that's going to come back and bite me in the ass, but all of the guys, you talk about sandwich pricing all the time. There are great players no one is even thinking about, because everyone wants to play Abraham Answer, Corey Connors, and Sam Burns.
Yeah, and I know the guys in between those guys that you just mentioned that I'm also excited about. So this is where we start to get the idea that the pricing came out early, as it always does, and then the major pricing is always generally much softer than usual, that this is where we start to form really, really chalky guys. And I mentioned it earlier. I think I'd rather eat the chalk at the top of the board than not. We've got a couple of names coming up I'm super excited about that I know are coming in at lower ownership than what Answer and Connors and Sam Burns is going to. But it is not a knock on the way that Answer has been playing. It is a game theory situation. And if he just finishes T29, like I've gotten not that much out of him, I'm not too worried about it.
No, he's $7,900. I ran my key stats, which you can go back to on Sunday's show, when I walk through Fantasy National and show you how I've highlighted all this. Once again, fantasynational.com/Mayo for 20% off. He rates out fourth by the numbers. Like, he's been really great. He plays Pete Dye course as well. It's really tough to come up with an argument against Abraham Answer. The path would be he's not a great putter. He puts himself out of the tournament, and this field is just too good for him. I don't even believe that's going to happen, but I have to pray that's going to happen, because I'm not going to play him, because, like, here's another one. Adam Scott, $7,900. He falls into the Scheffler camp for me, is that I just have no opinion about Adam Scott right now, so I'm not going to play him.
I agree. We haven't seen him play as much, especially since the return of golf. When he has, it's been fine. Like I'm not sprinting to the window to get exposure to Adam Scott. I think that people want to remember the better versions of Adam Scott. You know, he lost 7.5 strokes on approach at the Masters. That is not official data, but certainly one that I stand behind with the shot level stuff. And just to start before that, he gained 7 on approach. I think he's much more volatile now than he's ever been. He lost 5 strokes off the tee at both the Workday and the Players Championship. He is not, while the swing still looks good, Pat, it is not producing the same results as I think people want to remember about Adam Scott.
Adam Scott right now, currently projected at 4.5% ownership in the DraftKings Millionaire Maker. We'll see if he's a guy who gets some buzz as the week goes along, because the guy I actually prefer, that I am probably going to bet and play from this area, sneaky resurgence in the irons, the chipping, the putting can come along, and the conditions can get bad. Give me all the Shane Lowry at $7,800.
I knew it. So I am not a Shane Lowry guy. Let me start there. I have probably not bet him much. I've not rostered him much since he won the Open Championship like 2 years ago. The metrics are very much in his favor right now. He is gaining strokes on approach in 6 straight. The ball striking's been awesome. We know the short game that he has. We watched him do it at that Open Championship. Like this is, to me, probably the perfect spot to deploy Shane Lowry. And he's starting to see good results, right? Top 10 at the Players, top 10 at the RBC Heritage. This feels really good coming from a guy who is not a Lowry supporter.
No, and what do those two courses, despite being very short, what do those two top 10s have in common?
Pete
Dye courses. And when you look at his wins, both the Open Championship, Bridgestone, even overseas in the race to Dubai, where he beat Brooks and Dustin and Fleetwood that year, they're all really long courses.
Yeah, he can certainly hold his own, and especially because he can get the putter going at times. And he's one of these bulldogs, right? He's a competitor. He's not going to roll over for this field. And if he wants to play a more traditional link style course, I think this is going to be visually very appealing for him.
I really want to play Joaquin Niemann. Just no one else is playing him. I love Niemann. I think he's a better player than all of these chalky guys that we talked about when we think about where they're going in their career. I think Niemann is closer to Hovland than he is to Corey Connors, put it that way. And maybe I'm just way off on that. Maybe I've overestimated how good Niemann is. But if we're talking about at this point of his career, if we're going to be talking that around the green and scrambling is imperative this week, I have bet on Niemann twice in the past 2 months, and he has chipped himself out of both tournaments.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I don't know which tournaments that you bet him at, but he lost 5 strokes around the green at Honda.
And then Wells Fargo.
And then Wells Fargo, he loses 3 strokes there. The good news is there are weeks that he gains, right? He gained nearly 2 at the Valspar. He gained over 2 at both the Genesis and the Workday, which is at least somewhat encouraging. I'm trying to get there on Niemann. Do you worry about his major championship pedigree? Because I think he's played 8 of them, and I think he's missed the cut 5 times, and he doesn't have a top 20, or don't we care about that?
I don't really care about that, especially at this price point. It was just like Patrick Reed can never win a major. He's never had a top 10, and then he wins the Masters.
Until you do.
Yeah. Like
you're bad until you're not.
Yeah. And I think that we forget how young Niemann is. And I bet him to win the Open Championship before the year at 150 to 1. And one of the reasons for that was he's a really good win player. He keeps the ball low. He hits a lot of these punch shots. So this could be a really good course for him. I wanted him at a link style course. It's just now that we're here, I'm getting gun shy.
Yeah. I think I can talk myself into him. I mean, he is really, you're right, still young, still very raw, but the upside is spectacular. He might chip himself out of this. But okay, I'm growing more optimistic on getting exposure to Niemann this week. He's really good. The metrics are, by all accounts, very strong as well.
Jason Day is next at $7,700. Can we just go full pass?
Yeah. I mean, he literally doesn't even look like himself. And I'm not even talking about his golf game. And he also doesn't look like himself. He's a shell of his old game. Yeah. I can't find a reason.
I mean, he looks like JJ Spawn. Maybe JJ Spawn stole his game to become first round leader last week.
That is the most reasonable explanation of what is happening with Jason Day.
That JJ Spawn is actually Shang Tsung, and he has stolen the powers of Jason Day. Easy to do. Go download the new Mortal Kombat movie, by the way. I quite enjoyed it as a good romp. Paul Casey, he's next. I'm playing Paul Casey. I bet Paul Casey. How badly does this turn out for me?
Hopefully not that bad, because I think Casey is very interesting, especially because he is very similar to Corey Connors, who I'm sure is going to be very popular, and we're going to talk about in just a second. But since the start of 2021, I mean, you look at just strokes gained total, Paul Casey's like 8th. He's been even better on approach, and he's won this year. He won on the European Tour. That's not included in his strokes gained data. So I think that Casey is probably actually been better this year than most people want to expect. And if he's going to fall into kind of this crossfire range of Corey Connors, who's going to eat up all the ownership, then Paul Casey at 7,700, certainly needing to be able to rely on the putter, is appealing.
Paul Casey is still going to generate a lot of ownership. It looks like it's going to be slightly less than Connors and Answer, and we'll see what happens when we get to, there's some other 7K guys, and obviously you can't play them all, but you especially don't want to play all of the very most popular ones, especially when we talk about these talented players that are in between. Like, even if it is someone like Lowry or Neiman, or maybe you don't like them and you're like, oh, you know what? I do like Adam Scott. Well, no one's using Adam Scott. And does Paul Casey beat Adam Scott 10 times out of 11 tries? Probably not. So you do have to kind of pick and choose here. I'm picking Paul Casey as the chalky guy that I'm going with. So he's at 77. Then you got Sergio at 76. I'm just not going to let Sergio hurt me. I'm not playing him. I can't do it.
Yeah, that's fair. I can't watch the putter. He's one of these guys that I mentioned earlier where he's just a constant loser and you have no idea when he's going to gain. And if he does gain, he'll win the Sanderson Farms or whatever. But the game has not been nearly as sharp recently. I want to say since the match play where he had that deep run there. I'll just take a pass on Sergio as well.
Wow, look at us. Back already, DK Sim fam. For the last men's sim of the night, little Madden After Dark action coming your way. My name's Jeff Allrick. I was here just about, 40 minutes ago. And someone else who was also here with me, Tom Carroll, also back for Madden After Dark. We have the Chiefs, we have the Packers, we have some snow because it is Wild Weather Wednesday. Yes, a little WWW action coming your way, folks. So strap on in, as Brendan Glasheen would say. And, Tom, give us your dude who's going to go nuts. Did you fade Tyreek Hill this sim?
No, God, no. Oh, my God, definitely not. Yeah, we were both dumb the last time we had the Chiefs together. We both faded Tyreek. I decided to put him in my captain spot. I am not making that mistake again. Tyreek Hill, there you go. Go get me them points, fam. Then I went with Travis Kelce, Patrick Mahomes, Aaron Rodgers, Alan Lazard, and MVS. I really like this lineup. I'm not going to lie.
All right. I did something semi-similar. I think I put – let me get my lineup up. What am I doing?
What are you doing?
Jeff, you're just a complete disaster here. No, I didn't click the right. What am I doing? Anyways, I went with a Green Bay heavier stack. I do have Tyreek Hill in my lineup.
Okay.
Here we go. All I had to do was click one button. Aaron Jones is my captain. Aaron Rodgers also in there. I faded Patrick Mahomes. That probably won't work out well. But I figure, hey, snow, maybe Mahomes won't throw that much. He's very expensive. So I got buttkicker.com. I don't know why I rostered a kicker. What was I doing? Funchess
in
and
the
Valdez
snow, too, no less.
I got like a bunch of Packers in here. This is going to be terrible. Anyways, Aaron Jones. Maybe Aaron Jones will have like 70 points, and that'll just carry me. I do have him in my captain spot. Let us know what's going down, what's good. DK Sim fam, DK Twitch fam, DK YouTube fam.
All the fams, fam.
The hill. The high ground, Anakin.
Looks like we're going to a double overtime here in the Bruins-Capitals game for those interested in the puck.
It's actually funny. We were talking about that game on the Sweat, 11 a.m. Eastern every day on the DraftKings YouTube channel. And the guy I go with, AJ Schultz, was like, and we were both talking because we're like, oh, should we take the puck line? And I'm like, you can't take a team to cover -1.5. It's an interception on the first throw of the game. Packers defense. Hey, I know we sucked in the regular season. Our secondary is terrible. But not here in DK Simland. We got to set some boundaries. There's a pick on the first play of the game. Wow.
I have to imagine Green Bay defense low ownership in this one. So you're going to see some interesting names at the top of the contest here early on that I have to venture to guess won't be there towards the end. But what do I know, you know?
Is it Tunyon? P7? No, it's Sternberger. No. What do you like in Sternberger?
Yeah, you know what? I might have a Sternberger later. Extra pickle.
Well, weird plays. Jace Sternberger making an appearance and an interception.
Packers D and Sternberger. Is there any lineups that have both of those players?
Yeah. Entered the Twilight Zone. Packers D 6% owned in the free roll. I don't even want to know what Sternberger is.
Sternberger, yeah. I'm going to say 0% owned in the captain's.
Aaron Rodgers just zip, zoom, wow. Oh, stretches.
Oh, first down. Aaron Rodgers.
With the Cinderella story. We were talking on the Sweat, like I said, 11 a.m. Eastern this morning about the Bruins series. And we're saying there's no way you take a team to cover in this series. It's always a one-goal game. The goal differential in the regular season was like 1 goal. It was 4-4 season series. And my partner, AJ Schultz from RotoWire, said, you should actually think about betting this game to go OT. It was like a really big bet. It was like plus 350. Lo and behold, here we are. We're very smart, the NHL guys. The rest of the guys I can't speak for. The NHL guys, we all know our stuff, though. So
here's the thing.
Great call by him.
These two teams specifically are so evenly matched all the time. So OT, great call. Bruins love to play in overtime games in the postseason. It's become their MO over the last decade or so, and it's taken probably a few years off my life.
Normally someone throws that bet up, and my first instinct is like, that's stupid. Like, those props are dumb. They're usually not good bets. But today when he said it, I'm like, it's actually a good bet. Like, those odds actually, for this series, probably worth taking. So great call by AJ Schultz.
You hockey guys and your numbers.
Ooh, a little Mercedes action. Take out the Mercedes for all the spin.
Mike Carroll saying, "What up, Tom? Long time no see." What's up, Grandpa? Adam Kaufman hanging out in the chat, complaining about the length of this Bruins game. I'm with you there, brother. I wish it had just finished while I was on the last sim, or in between sims, or what. I just wish it would be over, and I wish the Bruins will have just wrapped it up by now. But here we are.
Oh, there we go. It's a quick little hitter over the middle. Mercedes Lewis again. Packers tight ends dominating this sim. Sternberger action. The Mercedes. Getting revved up here. 2 catches in a row. Aaron Rodgers looking good.
Mercedes Lewis is a sneaky, almost must play when you have the Packers.
Apparently. I mean,
18th touchdown. I feel like he's even more impactful than that. Let's see if Kansas City's offense can do something here, huh? Let's avoid those interceptions there, Patty.
I mean, they have only had one play, so.
I need better, Jeff. Speaking of the Chiefs, on the podcast this week, Morton and I were talking about the games that we kind of had circled on the NFL schedule. You know, the cliche thing football podcasts do when the schedule comes out. And one of these games we had was Cleveland at Kansas City to open the season. And I was asking Morton, because he was on a Falcons team that lost in the Super Bowl, came back and were pretty bad the next year, right? They suffered from the Super Bowl hangover that we've seen plague teams over the past, decade, 2 decades. And I said, why aren't the Chiefs going to suffer a Super Bowl hangover? And he said, because they have been to the big game already. They've won the big game. That team that he was with in Atlanta, they kind of emptied the tank in that NFC Championship game. That was their Super Bowl. And he says that this Chiefs team returning a lot of dudes. They still have the same head coach in place, same offensive coordinator. That it's sort of an anomaly what happened in the Super Bowl. They're going to be able to weather that storm and lean on their experience and their leaders in the locker room and continue to be a dominant team. I'm going to be curious to see how that works, because, like I said, we've seen the Super Bowl hangover happen to so many great teams over the past X amount of years. Yep. And this will be sort of the first real test of adversity that this group has gone through together, right? I mean, all they've done is win with Patrick Mahomes. He's lost less than 10 games since becoming a starter, including postseason. It's insane, his record. So I'll be really curious to see what Kansas City looks like in the early going this year.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny. I know I had this discussion. It's not something I really thought about too much, but people are like, oh, well, he's never going to be able to catch Tom Brady in Super Bowls now. But
no, and that's ridiculous.
Yeah, it all depends about how long he plays too. I mean, I think Patrick Mahomes, barring major injury, probably going to have a very lengthy career. His win record is ridiculous. He's going to be attached to an excellent head coach with Andy Reid for another decade, probably, well, at least 5 years.
Yeah. Andy's a little up there in age, but I can see him extending his career because of Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah. Speaking of Mahomes, a little rush there. So I think there's lots of potential, that he still ends up coming close at the very least. And again, Super Bowls are hard, man.
Yeah. I mean, look, to ask anyone to, quote, catch Brady at this point is insane, because it's unprecedented what he's doing. I mean, he has 7 rings. It's insane.
Yeah. And
so I think it's almost unfair, even with as good as Mahomes has been so early on in his career, to even have that discussion at this point might even still be too soon, even though we've seen him be as good as he has been in the early going.
And to be honest, it's part of a bigger discussion, but Super Bowl rings are a team thing. They're a team thing. They shouldn't be really used they shouldn't be weighted as much in individual discussions. So I don't really care if he catches them or not. His win rate is in the regular season is still ridiculous. If you want to compare like things like that. So
I will say this though, I use the playoff record and the playoff trophy case as sort of a differentiator once it comes to the all-time discussions.
I mean, I think it should be weighted. I don't think it should just be ignored either.
Right. By the way, 8 seconds to go here in the play-in game between Memphis and San Antonio. Memphis has a 3-point lead, 99-96. 8 seconds to go here. Ja Morant at the free throw line, I believe. So looking to possibly ice this one.
Oh, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Tyreek Hill over the middle. I thought he was going to bust through for a touchdown there. Didn't.
If he was Terrell Owens, he would have.
So what's going on in the Grizzly game?
They are now up 4 with 8 seconds to go. Grizzlies lead the Spurs in the play-in game.
The play-in. So it's winning in, right?
The winner of this game goes on to play the 1 seed.
Who's the 1 seed in the East? I don't even know.
The West.
The West, sorry.
Would be Phoenix.
They actually the 1 seed?
Yeah.
So weird. I knew they were up there. I didn't realize they'd won the 1 seed.
Did it end up being, was it Utah?
What's that?
Did Utah end as the 1 seed, Michael?
Oh, we're getting...
Yeah, Phoenix.
No, he's saying that the winner of this game doesn't play the Suns.
Lakers that's right. Sorry, I got that confused.
It's okay. We forgive you. Okay. Winner of this game plays the loser of the Lakers Suns. It's all very confusing.
It is pretty confusing,
yeah.
Still. I have read it and looked at the bracket 7,000 times. And I still am like, okay, what happens now? So Memphis stays alive with that win. Utah is the 1 in the West.
Mahomes back to pass. Oh, bullet. Action. Oh, dropped. What happened here? Oh, we got a big sack. Yeah, 4th and 25. Oof. Well, buttkicker.com might get me some actual points. Very dumb to roster kicker in the snow. This is going to be
one of my favorite websites, buttkicker.com.
Just under 50. Oh, we got a good piece of it. It went through. All right. It's like the longest field goal you'll see in the snow usually. So 7-3 for butt kick action. Everyone getting ready for the big golf event tomorrow.
I'm excited. Golf, great background television.
All right. Anyways, first quarter, not too much going on. We had that one really nice drive by the Packers. And guys, up on screen right now, it's going to be up in a few seconds, going to be some info about the DraftKings promo that's going on. Refer a friend, DraftKings, to play in a free Madden contest. That is the promo. All you got to do, scan that QR code. It's going to come on your screen right now. You visit dkng.co/friend. Send that link to your friends. When they deposit, you both play free. It's really simple. You share it on your social media. You send it to a friend who might be interested or who you think would be interested. When you deposit, you both play free. It's really simple, easy to use. Just a good little promo run by DraftKings. It was a good quarter, too, for the Packers passing offense. Mercedes Lewis with the touchdown. Tyreek Hill had like one little nice catch there, but Patrick Mahomes started this game with a pick if you're just rolling in. So Packers D held up well so far.
Yeah, I mean, I think the snow probably helps slow down this high-powered offense. Lakers-Warriors play-in game just getting underway here in Los Angeles.
Roach, who's my must play tomorrow for golf under 9K? I would say Daniel Berger under 9K. Under 7K, I don't know if there's any must plays under 7K, but probably. Oh, who's the guy like at 6,900? God, I just put him in the lineup and I already forgot. I'd like Charles Schwartzel. He's 6,800. Oh, and Stuart Sink at 6,900. Those are the two guys I kind of have the most confidence in there. Like, I don't mind Thomas Peters, but you know, if you're making like 1 or 2 core lineups, I don't know if I'd include him. But if you need a guy under 67K, I mean, I think Sink and Schwartzel, you know, again, going by the recent form, all that jazz, they grade out the best.
Charles Schwartzel always bothered me because his name should be Charles. What are we doing with Charles? Like, what happened? What happened there?
Very just like, you know, snooty.
Lazy.
Charles.
Charles.
Yeah, feels very snooty. I think it's a South African thing, though. Just a variation of Charles.
Well, there we go. There's the answer. Regardless, add an ES to your first name, man.
Joker going with answer Casey Neiman. I don't have a problem with that. Neiman hasn't been playing that good, but this course sets up well for a guy like Answer, absolutely. Glad you tuned in, must be, to the golf section of this program. Always great golf thoughts by you, brother.
Yeah, what are we talking about here?
Hey,
VJ Singh?
He represents the low end guys. You know, VJ Singh withdrew, so don't play him.
I didn't even know he was still out here trying to win majors.
Just don't play anybody he brings up. Let's leave it at that.
Is VJ on the Champions Tour?
Yeah, sometimes he'll pop in and play a PGA event. He's like 55. Like, yeah, dude works out like he's like 25.
Really? Is he in good shape?
Oh, he like sledgehammers at the home, dude. Like, you go Google like a VJ Singh workout video. The guy is
VJ Singh is sneaky underrated golfer for how good he was for a stretch there.
Yep.
He was pretty dominant.
Really dominant. Had a really good career.
I always thought of him as being a little bit doughy, though. I never thought of him as like a workout guy.
I think he was a little bit earlier in his career, but he really became kind of just like a workhorse. So,
the more you know. So you don't see the PGA being a spot where one of these big name guys can get another major here? Sounds like a lot of the names you're throwing out here aren't as mainstream as golf probably would like.
Well,
heading into a major.
They were kind of, you know, people were asking me, you know, more just sort of salary related questions. I mean, I definitely, it's a major. You'll see the big names contend. I think it's a good spot for Jordan Spieth to perhaps get the Grand Slam. A good setup for him. I think, you know, John Rahm is a guy who can kind of turn it on at the drop of a hat sometimes. I mean, he certainly hasn't played terrible. I could see him getting his first one here too. I think those are the two elite names I'd have the most interest in. Justin Thomas has played well all year, though. The guys I'm not big on at the top, Dustin Johnson, Koepka coming off injury.
What about our coworker, DeChambeau?
Yeah.
Didn't look good at Augusta.
Bryson. I like Bryson. I think he's hilarious. I don't know if like this. It's a really windy open course. Not sure how if it's gonna like suit Bryson's style. Hey, Reed talked to him today. Reed T. Fowler, go give him a follow on Twitter. He's at the course. He talked to him. He says he's very confident. He says he's hitting it well. He could get a really good tournament out of Bryson. We could. He's not my pick, but that guy when he turns it on, man, like. There's just nobody who, like, you know, fires it up better than Bryson right now. So I think Bryson's probably better chance of the last two majors, the two opens. A little bit tougher venue, more driving oriented.
Jordan Warren saying Arozarena has 2 home runs and a double at 8% ownership, 37 DK points. Shout out to Kyle. You're probably pumped to hear that about Randy A. Shout out to the Rays. That's Kyle's squad.
Yeah. busy night. Playoffs, play-ins, Madden.
Feels good to have sports in full swing, man. I gotta say. This time last year, it was barren.
Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, that's true. This time last year. That's true. Yeah, May. And, it was weird. Like, even when we got the busy sports schedule last year, like, when they're doing the bubbles and stuff, it just didn't feel
the
same,
It wasn't.
No, it definitely wasn't. This feels the most normal it's felt in a while as far as sports goes. So that's pretty cool. Very busy time of season, though. I mean, things have been pushed back a little bit. And we're,
Gone.
Oh, that's Sammy. Sammy with the good speed, too, though. All right, 65 yards, Sammy Watkins. That's how you get on the board. Mahomes making up for that early pick, and all of a sudden, look who's ahead. It's the Kansas City Chiefs.
I thought it was Tyreek for a second.
Are we getting another no-hitter here tonight in baseball?
No way.
Corey Kluber? Chad, is that true? Kluber, no-hitter?
What inning is it?
Mike Bizzle, no 1-0 through 8. We had one last night, too, right?
Yeah, so that would be, 5 or 6 on the year?
That's insane.
If it happens.
Must be, if you got to get off VJ, play John Daly, I guess, man. That's all I got for you. This is getting ridiculous.
It would be the 4th one in May, Andrew says. That's so crazy. Speaking of John Daly, this actually was a nice little nugget from the pod this week. So Morton and Vince Carter and Brian Finneran, if you remember the wide receiver from the Falcons back in the day, they were all competing in like a celebrity charity event at the Champions Tour event in Duluth, Georgia this past weekend.
Yep. I
forget the course, maybe Sugarloaf? And I blanked for a second. So Morton's son was following John Daly at the Champions Tour event because, why not, right?
Yep.
And after 9 holes, Daly was so far off the lead and the course he deemed so difficult that instead of just taking the right turn towards the 10th hole, the 10th green, he takes his golf cart and just turns left into the clubhouse and just gave up mid-round.
Yeah.
Just said, "No, I'm good."
It's John Daly in a nutshell.
He said, "I'm all right."
Never known as a guy who was like going to grind it out if he wasn't, up near the top. So,
hey, when you're playing on the Champions Tour, I don't blame you, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, he did that on the PGA too. I mean, there's a U.S. Open where his chip didn't make it up to the green, started rolling back, and he just walked up, hit it as he was walking.
So Michael telling us there's been 5 no-hitters this year.
Yeah, that's we're not
4 of this will be the 4th in May.
Not even the end of May. What is going on?
Well, I mean, it sort of makes sense, right, with the way baseball's played now.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's so boom or bust. There's so many strikeouts now. Dudes swinging for the fences. It kind of leaves them prone for no-hitters. It's almost like a market correction at this point that they're starting to happen now.
Could be right. I'm sure it'll correct by the end of the year. Probably won't have as many, but it does a lot in a small time.
Michael's saying we're on pace for 19.
Yeah. I assume that's a record. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Clearly. Unless they're back in the 1800s, there was a bunch of no-hitters that I don't know about. Have to imagine that's well exceeding the record. Must be saying, don't hype Daly, he's my sleeper.
Okay. You'd say so, man. Emerson likes him. Emerson wanted to bet him this week, so I'm sure I'd recommend following Emerson and the old golf stuff, but he is on every Monday with Reed Fowler, Reed T, doing that golf.
Yeah, what's the name of that show?
Get the Green.
Oh, great name. I love the name of that show.
Yep, producers came up with it. They asked Reed and I for an idea, and neither of us.
And you guys said you guys come up with it.
What happened there? Incomplete. 3rd and 10. 2.5 remaining. Second quarter. Decent amount of little offense here so far, considering we got the snow game. Wild weather Wednesday. Hope everyone's doing good. Second one against the Rangers if it happens, says Mike Bizzle. It's Kluber,
Love
too.
a snowy Lambeau field.
The screen, open field. There's room to run. There he goes. Oh, Aaron Jones breaking his tackle.
Nice.
Inside the 20. Nice play. Good play call. They brought the pressure. Threw the screen pass over it. And Jones marching down the sideline.
Moose, have you ever been to an NFL game?
I have not.
In person?
No.
No. Yeah, I
Never.
figured the whole Canada thing might present a
I've
problem.
had opportunities to go, but if I'm being dead honest, like, not that hyped about it to see it in person.
So my point on that was that I think the NFL is a much better product at home.
Yeah.
I prefer watching it in the comfort of my own home rather than being there, even when the weather's nice.
Yeah.
And the reason why I bring that up is I was looking at tickets for Brady at Gillette this year.
Oh, sure.
And the cheapest seat in the house right now on StubHub is like $1,000 for one ticket. So
surprised it's actually, it's not more.
and it's been going up every day. So, like, who's doing that? Who in their right mind is spending $1,000 to be in the worst seat in the house at Gillette Stadium for that game? Stay home.
It's Brady, kid.
So much better.
He's wicked. He's wicked cool. I don't know. I agree. What bounce around, nothing.
Like, what is the most you would pay for the worst seat in the house for a game?
For the worst seat in the house?
For the worst seat, what is the most you'd pay?
Nothing. Someone would have to give it to me. To sit in like the very top of a stadium? No.
Yeah.
Why would I want to do that? That's ridiculous.
Well, so at a hockey game or a basketball game, if you're really, really high up, but you're in center ice or at center court, it can sometimes be a good experience.
Yeah, no, definitely different for hockey.
But I guess worst seat in the
100%.
house would imply it's not center ice. It would be like a corner spot.
That's true, yeah. Still, the worst seat in a hockey game or a basketball game, I think maybe more so hockey, nowhere near as bad as the worst seat in a football game, at least in my opinion.
Not even close. Worst seat in a football game is just a straight up bad time. I'm just gonna throw it out. Maybe the tailgate's fun. Maybe you're just there for the experience. But if you're actually trying to watch the game, there's no experience on that level, in my opinion.
Exactly.
I've sat in the 300s for Pats games many times, and every single time I do it, I'm freezing, and I'm like, why did I do this?
It's like I've done it. I've sat, like I've been, because we have the CFL here, I've sat in like bad seats for football games. It does come down to the weather. Because I've obviously been to some cold football games here too. I would hate to go to a cold football game in bad seats. Every time I've gone to a cold football game, there's a touchdown by Aaron Jones. It's been in good seats, so it's kind of been worth it. But like the bad seated football games, it was like I was going to sit in the sun in the bleachers and like have a beer or something. Like that's it. Like I didn't really care what was going on in the football field.
Right. You're just there to hang out.
Exactly. Completely different situation. Jones on the touchdown reception there, folks.
DFS Queenie saying that they hate hockey on TV. DFS Queenie, hockey in person, I think, is the sport where it is enhanced the most by being there.
Yeah,
because you really get to experience how fast-paced the game is at the NHL.
Yeah, I love hockey live. It's probably my favorite one to go to as well.
Yeah.
I've seen, I've been to a ton of stuff. I actually really like baseball live too. I love going to baseball parks.
Baseball's so much better in person.
It's
so much better.
It is. It's, you get, and you don't have to, nice thing about baseball games is it doesn't cost you like half your year's salary to go, you can get.
Right. There's so many games.
Yeah. That's the one thing I appreciate about it. So I even took my wife to a game once. She actually liked it. Yeah.
Where'd you go? Blue Jays?
No, Arizona. D-backs. So he is nice out. Things going on.
Did you guys jump in that pool in the outfield?
I don't think they have one there, do they? Maybe they do.
Yeah, pretty sure
Miami?
they do. Yeah, they have one in Arizona.
Do they? Okay. Maybe they did.
Yeah.
No, we didn't go in it.
Looks like a good time.
It probably is.
It never looks like there's that many people hanging out at the pool either. That's why it seems like a good time. That stadium doesn't ever really get all that packed.
No. It's a nice stadium, though. I like it. Good sidelines.
It looks nice.
Yeah. Definitely. I've been to Mariners game as well. Those are the two. I've never been to a Blue Jay game.
And Kluber gets the no-hitter, apparently.
Wow.
Insane. And we're talking about Corey Kluber, who's not like, Cy Young candidate Corey Kluber anymore.
No.
This is...
No, exactly. Yeah, we're not talking about, like, top end guys anymore. It's weird.
It's getting insane. I wonder when the next one will be.
Yeah. Tomorrow, probably. That'd be 3 days in a row, so who knows. Hill with the corner. A little speed.
Now I just want there to be one every single day. Because once crazy things like this start happening, I just want them to go to the nth degree. Like, why not? Let's do it. Let's have one once a week the rest of the season.
It kind of feels like we're like we might be getting in that zone. I mean, I think it probably gives confidence to the pitchers seeing this too. It's like, oh, I'm pitching well. Why can't I do one? Guys see it happen more. Sometimes
confidence.
It's like when someone throws up and then you're like, and then someone else just throws up. Like,
yeah, it's exactly the same as that. 9 strikeouts on 101 pitches.
Jeez, that's like not even. It's ridiculous stuff right there.
That's like exactly where you want your pitcher to be with a no-hitter, right? Like, you don't want them to have these crazy, 150 pitches, ruin Johan Santana's career level.
Yeah, exactly.
Right at the 100-pitch mark. That's beautiful right there.
Yeah, it's like a perfect pitch game right there. Good for Kluber. I like Kluber, so.
I wanted Kluber on the Sox, so I'm not happy for it. 80 Poker saying, Rich Hill, no-hitter tomorrow, mark it down.
Okay, there we go. There's the call.
That is the 11th regular season no-hitter in Yankees history. That feels low for the Yankees.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows you how frequently we're getting no hitters right now. Though they don't happen that often, or at least in history they haven't. So
you usually get 2 or 3 a year. I feel like.
Yeah, exactly.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Michael. That feels like the number, right? 2 or 3 a year.
If I had to guess, the average would be 1.5 per year or something.
Right.
If I had to guess, but.
Perfect game's a different story. But
yeah, absolutely, yeah. That's going to do it for the half. Ran out the clock there. 14-10 Packers. What would we have? Mahomes, 188 yards. Rodgers, 164 yards. Good passing numbers for the snow game.
Mike Bizzle bringing up an interesting point. The first no-hitter for a Yankee pitcher since 1999, David Cohn.
Wow, really? That's the last Yankee no-hitter, eh? That's surprising. That surprises me. Hill was six catches, 60 yards. Kelsey, 4 for 37. I remember that Cohn game, too. That was a good no-hitter. Mercedes Lewis, touchdown. Aaron Jones, touchdown, both receiving. And then Sammy Watkins on the long one. Sammy Watkins, 82 yards, actually, for the Chiefs. Yeah, we forgot. Had that long catch, so already approaching the bonus.
Bruins overtime winner, Craig Smith,
Craig
They go up 2-1.
Smith. Wow.
Craig Smith, baby. Currently the most popular Craig Smith in Boston sports.
Dem Bruins, I tell you, man. I mean, it feels like they should have won that game by like 3 goals, but whatever.
Hey, we'll take it. A win's a win. We're on to game 4.
Yeah, you don't care about that. Exactly. Oilers game tied up right now, 1-1. Jesse Pupajave scored. Someone named Tucker Pullman scored for the Jets.
Ah, yes, Tucker Pullman.
Yeah, feels made up. Here we go. Back to the third quarter, folks. Let's get right into it. Lots going on in sports, like I said. But yeah, Craig Smith, double OT. Was it triple OT winner?
Double.
Double OT winner, Boston Bruins.
Thank God it wasn't triple. Oh.
Kane's game's still going on. God, we haven't even had the puck drop on the Avalanche game. I forgot about that.
This is the best time of year for hockey, I think, because it's
Best
just
time of year
like the first round of hockey.
First round hockey is so good.
It's so good. All the series are crazy. You get so many good late night games.
Yeah.
For people like me who don't really like going to bed early, and not because I don't want to, it's just because like my mind doesn't shut off. It's great to have live sports that matter on late.
Got to get that hockey in, man. It is. It's the best. Hockey first round. First couple rounds, really. So good. Get some good overtime games.
ITV man saying, trivia, which Yankee pitcher threw a no-hitter and lost? That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. I am curious to hear the answer. I have no idea. The only Yankee hitter...
Sabathia, isn't it?
Well...
No, it's not Sabathia. No.
No, because the last Yankee no-hitter, according to the chat, was David Cohn.
Yeah. Did Sabathia throw a no-hitter?
Not that I can recall offhand.
I must be misremembering that.
If it was, it would have been with Cleveland or his half season in Milwaukee. He was so good that half year for the Brewers.
And Jones attacking the backfield.
Eric Winall, the friend of the DK world, saying he's got a celebrity golf tournament in Vegas in September. Either of us play golf. He's inviting my man Morton and Emerson as well. Jeff,
Right.
I know that you are a big golf junkie, but are you one to swing the clubs?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I actually just got a golf net for my garage. I'm going to be setting up here in the next couple of days so I can swing it up.
Nice.
Because our weather is so bad here. And then, I had kids, so I had to cut down on it. So I really haven't been into it much the last couple of years, but I'm planning on getting my swing speed back up,
There you go.
Get the ball striking numbers back up. Get the green and regulation percentages back up here, really getting back into it. Then I'm going to come down there in Boston, and I'm going to take all Emerson's money. Like, legitimately, I'm going to, by the end of it, I'm going to own, one of his Springer Spaniels. So.
Are you going to go to this golf tournament for Winaldo's talking about in Vegas? That's what you should do.
Well,
You
I
love
don't know if
Vegas.
we'll be allowed out of Canada country by then.
Oh, that's a very good point.
I mean, we're allowed out of the country, just quarantine rules. Anyways, it's a whole other story. But
Eric, to answer your question, I do not golf. I am awful at it. Not because I don't want to be good at it. I would like to get into it and be good at it. My brother had it as his New Year's resolution to get good at golf. I see him out there every weekend in the lab working on his swing. I'm jealous. I just haven't taken that leap yet. Because I'm here working on DraftKings.
It's true.
That's legit the answer.
DeMarcus Robinson there. Once you get like a bit of a consistent swing down, you get a little bit of a consistent ball striking. It's addicting. You want more of it. You want more of those sweet feels. You get a few good chips going. You're like, oh yeah, I want more of this. So it's an addicting game. It's fun. Search for perfection kind of thing.
Seems like just a chill time too,
Yeah, it can be. It can also be
18
super frustrating.
holes. Yeah, but if you go out there with the right mentality, right? Couple
Yes.
Diet Cokes, go out there with the fellas. Maybe you're smoking some cigars. You got some carts, good weather, good vibes.
Can be a great time. As long as you're not, like you said, you get the right attitude. Lord knows I've had enough days out there. You know, you go out there, you're like, yeah, I'm shooting like even par today. No, you know, yeah. You flub, you bogey the first, you know, you flub your second tee shot, and it's just like all downhill from here, bros. So,
are you the guy that throws a club or smashes a club over his leg?
You know, I won't like violently do it, but like just in sort of like frustration, I'll just like chuck it or something. You know, just be like, oh, that was terrible. Goes that club, you know.
You gotta love the dude that just throws his entire bag into the water. Those are my favorites.
I was playing with someone once who legitimately threw a club in the water, so it was actually hilarious, but it was done in frustration. It was hilarious.
It reminds me of the that video from back in the day that was viral of that minor league manager that just threw every single thing that was in the dugout onto the field, every single bat, all of the balls, bunch of water bottles. So ridiculous, just so inconsiderate.
Play action. Oh, touchdown. Nailed him. In stride.
Watkins having a day.
Sammy, this must be week 1 of the regular season. Sammy Watkins showing up. Hit the bonus. Second touchdown of the day. Hope you got some Sammy in your life.
I do not. Bruiser B saying that he's been a Pats fan since 1978 and he lives in Colorado and hates the Broncos. Wow. That's enemy territory right there, buddy.
Yeah. I'm kidding. It's like being an Oilers fan living in Calgary. I lived that life for a couple of years.
Those Flames fans, man, they're brutal.
Still 1-1 in the Oilers game. 1-0 Carolina. Late in the third.
So that's the bonus for Watkins on 3 catches. The leading candidate for the Wooden Nickel at this moment.
Yeah, major leading candidate.
I mean, really the only candidate, let's be real. DFS Queenie was happy with that score. Sammy Licious. Let's see where I am in the contest. I'm in 35th. Okay. Not as bad as I could be. Lazard's killing me right now. There's a reason why he's so low priced, but he can do things in the sim.
Could happen. Could happen.
It's happened.
Packers need an answer. Down 3 now. Rogers shotgun. Is that Sternberger again?
The Sternberger having an impact.
I haven't seen him catch a pass in forever, and I've done a lot of Packers games lately, so extremely weird one there.
I too have done many Packers games, and this is maybe the first time he's gotten 2 catches in a game that I've ever seen. Mo asking, what do the Habs mean for Montreal Canadiens? I gotta be honest, I've looked it up before. I don't remember the meaning. It has something to do with, them being in their habitat. Like, Habs is short for habitat, and that somehow translates into being Canadians. I don't know.
It's a French term.
There's some sort of connection there.
Les habitants is where it comes from. So it's a French
because
term.
Like inhabitants of the area, right?
Yeah. It's
that's what it is.
I can't remember what Les Habitants refers to. I think it might have been some kind of early French settlers or something, but yeah, it's something like that. So it's a French term basically. It's a shortened French term, is what it is. I actually always forget too. I had to think about that one for a sec, but they don't teach that in school here.
Do you have to learn French like the same way that they make us learn Spanish in America?
I mean, it's like a required course for certain. Actually, is it required? Yeah, I think it's required for like 3 years, and then it becomes an option as you get a bit older. So,
yeah,
you got to learn a bit of it.
Yeah. Well, it's really only in Quebec that they do the French thing, right? Or is there more French in Canada that I'm unaware of?
So the law in Canada is that everything kind of like labeling and stuff all has to be bilingual, because it's technically like it's a bilingual country, but the only province where it's like the main language is Quebec. Yeah. So, but it's spoken more out east. Because obviously Quebec borders Ontario, Quebec borders the Maritimes, so there's far more French speakers out east. But like, even the city I live in was like, it's like it was founded by like French Roman Catholics at some point or something like that. So, I mean, it's prevalent everywhere. I mean, there's a ton of French speakers throughout the country. So it's more to your benefit to learn how to speak it. I never did because I was terrible at learning languages, but like legitimately just awful at it. I wanted to learn it, and I was so bad.
took 2 years of Spanish in high school, and I was so bad at it, it was hurting my GPA. And all these colleges that I was planning to apply to, they all were like, "You need 3 years of a language. We want 3 years of a language." Blah blah blah. Right. And I was like, you know what? Sorry, just not going to happen. Only needed to take 2 for high school, and we made it work. Ended up having to take sign language in college because I only took 2 years of language in high school. And they were like, well, you can take 2 semesters of Spanish here in college, or you can do French, or you can do Mandarin, or you can do sign language. I said, sign language sounds good to me. Really, really difficult, though.
Yeah, but did you find it easier?
Oh, I definitely was able to fake my way to a B- in sign language. You can't fake it in those other languages.
No.
You got to write down the wrong answer in those classes. Sign language, you can sort of BS your way through, as bad as that sounds.
There's a touchdown. That's no BS. Is that Lazard? No. Who's 11?
That was Funchess.
Funchess, yes. I always forget about him on the Packers. I'm like, who is this guy roaming around? Devin Funchess, one of the better value plays, quite frankly, of the Sims. Solid wide receiver, too. Getting a touchdown there.
The Winalda play, going with 11. Winalda always captains whoever is wearing number 11.
It's a good strategy.
I love that strategy. Kareem asking, what toppings are on a Sternburger? It's a good question. I'm going to go with like a steak sauce, probably on sourdough, Swiss, mushrooms. That's a Sternburger.
Somebody asking me about Matt Ryan, or did I dream seeing that? Maybe it was in the...
Matt Ryan coming out, I believe it was yesterday, saying that he thinks he still has a lot of good football left. This will be his 14th season in the league.
I think Matt Ryan would like to play like 5 more years. I don't know if the Falcons will let him, but
if he comes out and is mediocre this year, I think it's his last year in Atlanta. They figure out how to get rid of him.
Yeah.
Because, they're giving him so many weapons. Using the number 4 pick on Pitts, as much as it is investing in Pitts being their, big part of their future, it's really sort of like a, okay, show me situation for Matt Ryan.
It is.
Sort of putting him on notice by giving him someone who everyone thinks will be one of the best weapons in the league from the jump.
Yeah, if they can't make a little bit of a jump here, it'll show this year. You're right. Yep. So obviously not all on Matt Ryan, the success of the Falcons.
No, but
if their offense isn't good, then won't be good for them. So 21-17. Funchess, with the touchdown there at the end of the quarter. Rodgers with 3 now, having a pretty high passing game. Like Mahomes only 28 yards away from the bonus. Rodgers less than 50 away now too. Jones 30 yards receiving, but also with the receiving touchdowns. So some pretty good numbers, quite frankly. We got Sammy Watkins with the bonus. Tyreek Hill just below the bonus, 87 yards, 8 catches. Before we get going, guys, just going to remind you about that Refer a Friend bonus one more time. Going to be up on the screen here in a few seconds. It's a refer a friend bonus. You refer your friends to play on DraftKings for free in the Madden contest. All you do is scan that QR code. It's coming up right now on screen, or you visit the dkng.co/friend. You put that in your social channels. You give it to your friend. You link it up. When they deposit, you both play free. It's real simple. It's good. You know, someone who plays on DraftKings, give it to them. Why not? Free money. We all love it. One more quarter to go here. It's a close one. Back and forth, back and forth. We got Lazard does have a catch. Scanlon has 2 catches. Devontae
He did have a goose egg when I checked. So
I got him here for a catch, so I don't know.
No, hey, look, I could have gotten a catch since that. I'll take the catch.
We'll take it.
Take the freaking catch. Yeah, why not?
What's your prediction? Who's going to win this one?
I'm going to go with the Chiefs.
Okay, they got the ball.
I think they're going to score on this drive.
We're going to take the
right
ball.
now.
Matt Hasselbeck.
That would have been cool.
Tyreek really close to the bonus. So is Mahomes.
We're going to take the ball and we're going to score.
Classic.
Al Harris, not so much. Al Harris, underrated player all time. Yeah, I said it.
He's good. He's good. You're right. You're not wrong. It's a great play, made.
Hey, Matt Hasselbeck, former Packer.
It's true.
Yeah.
He was with the Seahawks, though, when that happened, right?
Yes, correct. But he was a Favre backup for a few years.
That's right, yeah.
Before leaving for Seattle.
Yeah.
You don't see guys like that much anymore where they're just like a backup on a team for a bunch of years and then they go get their contract and play somewhere else. I mean, Jimmy G was in theory supposed to be that guy for San Francisco, but they've already decided to cut their losses. Matt Flynn was gonna be that guy in Seattle.
You got Russell Wilson.
Yep, he got Rust out of there. But yeah, generally speaking, you don't see that.
Thankfully for the Seahawks fans.
Yeah, good for Seattle for having the gumption to do that because they paid Matt Flynn so much money. Most franchises, and I don't think I'm speaking out of turn here by saying they would have just gone with Flynn because of the money.
Seattle almost did too, but they did. They gave Russ the start right off the bat.
You got to give him credit for that, man.
I mean, it probably would have been pretty obvious the difference there. Training camp, like, oh my God.
Oh yeah, I can only imagine. I mean, that guy probably came in like such a pro, just an absolute stud of an athlete, making every throw, and then Matt Flynn.
Yeah.
I mean, look, Matt Flynn was good in Green Bay when he had to play. Remember, he had that historic, Week 17 game? He threw, I think, 6 touchdowns or 5 touchdowns or something crazy.
Yep.
Which basically got him the contract.
Wasn't it against the Patriots?
If it was,
he had a big game against the Patriots too. But yeah, that
oh, you're thinking of a different game where he had to do a spot start. He did play well against the Pats. The historic touchdown game, though, I remember it was at Lambeau. I think it might have been against the Lions.
He literally had 2 games, and it made him like $50 million.
It's funny, the Matt Flynn game you're talking about with the Pats, the thing I remember from that game is former Patriots rotational offensive lineman Dan Copen somehow ended up with the ball on a kickoff, like a regular kickoff. Mason Crosby kind of squibbed it, and Copen almost took it to the house. He brought it up the sideline like 67 yards, and he wasn't running fast. I mean, he was running fast for an O-lineman, but it wasn't like Tyreek Hill running up the sidelines.
Yeah, no.
It was just like, oh, he's going. Oh, he's still running. Oh, let's go. And I really thought he was going to. It might have been the most excited I've ever been for a regular season play that didn't end in a touchdown.
Tell you what, Gus Farrat there must be concussed himself. So excited. Bashed his head into the cement wall.
One of the most legendary concussions of all time. You gotta love the celebration that leads to the injury, like Martin Gramatica. That's one of the funniest ones ever.
Destroying his, whatever knee or whatever.
Achilles or whatever it was, yeah.
Especially as a kicker,
Yeah, you need your legs to work.
Who all scored? El Rizzi. We had Funchess scoring the last one for Green Bay. We've had 2 Sammy Watkins touchdowns for Kansas City. We've had an Aaron Jones receiving touchdown.
And Mercedes Lewis.
And yes, Mercedes Lewis. A fumble. Is that? Yes, fumble.